In a speeding vehicle, this dude wakes up in a total panic. At first, Kim Gi-Gyu thought he was still dreaming, but he quickly realized this was his old body. And this whole scene looked exactly like something he'd been through in the past. The truck was cruising down the road, but the driver suddenly had to slam on the brakes, because a horde of orcs had just appeared right in front of them. The driver banged on the truck bed to signal them and yelled, "Orcs up ahead! Everyone, grab your weapons and get out here!" Quickly, everyone around Kim Gi-Gyu grabbed their guns and jumped out of the truck bed. On the flip side, the monsters spotted them and charged like maniacs. "All right, listen up. We're low on ammo, so don't shoot unless you've got a clear shot, you hear me?" said an older guy who looked like the most experienced fighter. But, just as he finished speaking, a loud bang echoed out. The whole crew looked over shocked, wondering who the hell was jumping the gun and fired so early. Then, they saw that the shot had been a successful headshot on the first orc with insane accuracy, and the one who pulled the trigger was none other than Kim Gi-Gyu. When he dropped the first orc, the rest of the monsters went even more berserk. But Kim Gi-Gyu stayed totally calm and kept firing. This time, it was 2 consecutive shots and both hit their mark. The fourth orc got so close he couldn't even get a shot off. Luckily, Kim Gi-Gyu had tons of combat experience, so he quickly backed off to save his own skin. Anyone else probably would have been smashed to bits by its weapon. After creating enough distance, Kim Gi-Gyu started shooting again. This fourth bullet also found its target, and he even fired it while jumping through the air, proving his accuracy with every shot was practically 100%. Only one was left, but it couldn't escape the same fate as its buddies. Just like that, Kim Gi-Gyu single-handedly wiped out a whole pack of orcs that the rest of the group probably couldn't have handled even together. That's why everyone was looking at him with total disbelief on their faces. I mean, it made sense. How could they possibly imagine that Kim Gi-Gyu could take on 5 orcs all by himself? As for Kim Gi-Gyu, after that quick and dirty fight, he was starting to believe this wasn't just a dream anymore. Because if this was a dream, it felt way too real. Just then, the old guy from before walked up to Kim Gi-Gyu. But instead of praising him, he started laying into him. "Hey, Kim, Gi-Gyu, what the hell do you think you're doing? You're trying to get us all killed." Kim Gi-Gyu didn't even pay him any mind because his brain was still trying to process the fact that he'd actually regressed to the past. Just like that, Kim Gi-Gyu kept his head down and trudged forward in silence. Seeing him not respond, the man got even more pissed. "Yo, punk, when someone talks to you, you're supposed to answer, you little brat." Kim Gi-Gyu's weird attitude got everyone talking. They were all wondering what the hell was up with him today. First, he goes all lone wolf against the orcs, stealing everyone's spotlight. And now, he's just huddled in a corner, holding his head. But they had no clue what was going on inside Kim Gi-Gyu's mind. He hadn't even fully accepted the fact that he had regressed. And coming back with Kim Gi-Gyu was a bone-deep hatred for Lee Se Jun and Park Jin-Ho. So, if fate gave him a second chance, there was no way in hell he'd let those 2 bastards get what they want this time around. Right at that moment, Kim Gi-Gyu got a notification that he had awakened as a player. Instantly, 3 classes appeared in front of him: Immortal Warrior, Envoy of Hell, and Silent Hunter. Come to think of it, this was the exact day he awakened in his past life, but these 3 class choices were completely different from before. Among the 3 classes in front of him, the one called Envoy of Hell really caught his eye. It was a class that granted the power to use all sorts of poisons and curses. It was a class that let a player create an army of shadows from dead monsters, because it was granted powers that were way more biased compared to other Holy Light classes. The consequence was that only a single player could monopolize most of these powers. In his past life, Yoo Seong, also known by another name, the 5 Poisons King, had received the favor of the Envoy of Hell and seized all its powers to become the strongest player. In the past life, if Lee Se Jun was the hero, then Yoo Seong was the monster. And Gi-Gyu, in order to take down that monster, had to study and analyze this class inside and out. He never expected that after coming back to life he himself would have a shot at this terrifying class, and he barely had to think twice. Kim Gi-Gyu chose it. He made up his mind. This life it wouldn't be Yoo Seong. He himself would become the monster to get revenge on all those hypocritical scumbags. After players appeared, another concept came along with them: guilds. It was a term for groups that brought benefits to players. Back then, the Phoenix Guild used every trick in the book to hoard money and power, climbing to the number 2 spot among the guilds in South Korea. Through the dark image of the Phoenix Guild, the noble ideals of the Messiah Guild led by Lee Se Jun shone even brighter. After that, Kim Gi-Gyu went on to make a decision that was the complete opposite of his past choice. In his previous life, he had gone to the headquarters of the Phoenix Guild. The man in front of him laid out a contract which clearly stated the guild's conditions along with a promise of an additional fee for every dungeon they cleared. Ujin read the contract very carefully. To be honest, the money wasn't enough to buy the items he needed, but he had no other choice. It's not like he could just join the Messiah Guild, right? How do you prove you're a player anyway? Isn't the only way to check a player's status window? Woojin asked. The guy suddenly flashed a wicked grin, then pulled something out of his jacket and slapped it on the table. The guy said they were special scrolls for an emissary of hell. All Woojin had to do was pick one and rip it. If he was a real player, the man could confirm it himself. Woojin looked at the scrolls on the table, and his eyes immediately locked onto one called Blood Toxin. The requirement to learn it was having the Emissary of Hell class. It was a skill that could turn the player's own blood into poison. The higher the player's level and skill rank, the stronger the poison in their blood became. So, this is where you get this stuff, Woojin thought to himself. Blood Toxin was a really complex skill. The skill itself was simple, but when combined with the Blood Golem skill, its effect was maxed out, making it a seriously killer skill combo. So Woojin chose the Blood Toxin scroll and ripped it in half without a second thought. He instantly acquired the skill. In other words, Woojin had just proven to the guy that he was a player and what his class was. Just like that, Woojin successfully joined the Phoenix Guild and began his journey of conquering dungeons in this life. That night, he had a dream. In that dream, Woojin saw his old crew from his past life. Back then, they'd given him the nickname the Hound, even though it didn't really vibe with his holy light every time he went on a dungeon raid. He acted just like a bloodthirsty beast on the hunt. The sight of him made every single one of his teammates scared of him, and that day was no different. While his teammates were still gossiping about his messed-up nickname, Woojin's sharp voice suddenly cut through, making them jump. Our hunt has begun. Get ready for this hunt. Hunts like these, as tough as they were, slowly made Woojin start to trust people again. Too bad it was all just a dream. When he woke up, it was almost dawn. Looking at the clock on his phone, Woojin remembered that he had already died and come back to life once. And since he'd returned to the past, his vicious enemies were still out there running loose. And Woojin was actually itching to find out if he'd run into them again soon. The next morning, he had his first dungeon raid of this life. The meeting spot was One Moon Park. The party had 5 people, and the other 4 members were already there. Among them was a bald dude named Joseph, who had experience from 4 previous hunts, so the other 3 members totally trusted him to lead. But when the hell is the last guy gonna show up? Joseph asked. Just as he said that, they heard the ear-splitting screech of tires on pavement. All 4 of them turned to look and saw a beat-up old car pull up. Now, Punk's on his first hunt today, and he's the last one to show up. He's got no respect, what a rookie. The blonde guy in the party clicked his tongue, his voice dripping with annoyance. Just then, Woojin stepped out of the car. Yeah, he should be thanking us for even letting him join the party. And what's with that piece of junk car, the only woman in the party couldn't help but sneer. Just look at him. I bet he didn't even get decent support items from the guild. Even though it's his first hunt, he'll probably just be trying to keep himself from getting killed. Let's just ignore him and get going. And just like that, on his very first hunt, Woojin was already being iced out by his own team. Even Joseph, the party leader, told the others to just forget about him. Just pretend we're short one person. It seemed like Woojin was already used to being alone. So, when he saw the 4 of them laughing and joking while shutting him out, Woojin didn't feel a thing. Before officially entering the dungeon, their party of 5 was briefed on the basics of the place they were about to conquer. It was an E-rank single-floor dungeon called the Goblin's Nest, with an entry requirement of level 10 or lower. The clear condition was to wipe out every single goblin inside the dungeon. Any questions, or does anyone want to back out? If you do, speak up now. Otherwise, please double-check your inventory bags one last time, the staff member said. Woojin pretended not to see the loaded looks his 4 teammates were shooting his way, and he just smirked to himself. They were just a bunch of nobodies he didn't know, so why bother paying them any attention? Besides, he could clear this crappy E-rank dungeon all by himself. After they were done preparing, the 5 of them walked up to the dungeon gate. 3 of the 5 people there were raiding a dungeon for the first time, so they were totally blown away by how epic it looked. And after stepping through that gate, they entered a completely different world, a dense and silent forest. Each of them also had their outfits and gear changed to match their class. This isn't some virtual reality game, this is for real. Everyone stay sharp. Whether we're in here or out there, we only get one life. Joseph, as the leader, immediately warned his party members, but the second the words left his mouth, he saw Woojin had already split off and was heading out on his own. He checked out the trees around him, using the tracks to figure out there were a ton of goblins in this dungeon. Seeing Woojin all quiet like that, Joseph decided to mess with him. So he ordered Woojin to scout the area while the 4 of them set up camp. This was obviously the most dangerous job. But Woojin didn't even sweat it and just agreed on the spot. I thought he'd be a pain to order around, but who knew it'd be this easy? He doesn't even realize how dangerous it is and just went along with it. What a total moron. The rest of the crew mumbled, "All right, let's get ready to hunt. Now all the loot is ours." That's when Joseph drew his sword. His real plan was to get rid of Ujin so they wouldn't have to split the loot with him. Of course, Ujin wasn't dumb enough to miss that, but it just so happened to work out perfectly for him. He didn't want to roll with those fools anyway. Meanwhile, over at the Messiah Guild headquarters, all the top dogs were gathered in the meeting room. It was because the guild was getting a new member that day, the same guy entrusted with the current mission. As the door opened, Kang Ji-hoon, a heavy hitter in the guild, gritted his teeth, thinking, "Tush, so it's that unlucky bastard." "Pleasure to meet you. I'm Suzuki Aichi," the newcomer announced. "I see a lot of familiar faces, so I guess I don't need to introduce myself, right?" The guy's voice was so full of arrogance that even Lee Se Jun had to admit he had some serious nerve. "Nice to meet you, I'm Lee Se Jun." "So, what do you need me to do?" Aichi shot back bluntly. This attitude set off Kang Ji-hoon, who slammed the table and roared, "You little punk! You dare talk to the boss like that again?" Even with the threat, Aichi didn't even flinch. He just gave a lazy side-eye, not even bothering to turn and face Ji-hoon. This just made the dude even more pissed. He really couldn't figure out why his boss would bring such an arrogant jerk here. Besides Lee Se Jun, there were a lot of other big names in the room like Noda Hajiro, nicknamed the Bow God, and Sukahara Ken, nicknamed the Sword God. But they'd all been quiet this whole time. Only Kang Ji-hoon couldn't keep his cool. But the more heated he got, the cockier Aichi acted. "What you mad? Does the way I talk and act get on your nerves? Or are you still butthurt about that body size issue from last time? You guys are still holding a grudge over that. What did you just say, you little brat?" Kang Ji-hoon screamed again. "All right, you've come to the right place today." The others just sighed, fed up with the whole thing, because they all knew Ji-hoon was pulling his usual hazing the new guy crap. Except this Suzuki Aichi wasn't some pushover, but just when it looked like they were about to throw hands, Se Jun lost his patience and cut in. "That's enough. Knock it off." Kang Ji-hoon turned and met the ice-cold stare of his guildmaster. His anger immediately evaporated, replaced by a creeping sense of dread. Even though he was pissed, Ji-hoon had to sit back down, fuming. He thought to himself, "Just you wait. I'll make sure this arrogant bastard who thinks he's all that gets what's coming to him." "All right, that's enough," Park Se-yun said, trying to get the meeting back on track. "About the matter I mentioned earlier. If it's just a matter of locating the material, then 3 days." Before she could even finish, Aichi cut in with a firm answer. Lee Se Jun nodded after hearing that. 3 days isn't bad at all. What exactly this 3-day plan is all about, we'll find out later. Now let's get back to the Goblin Dungeon, where Ujin just ditched his so-called teammates. In his past life, he'd already heard all the details about this place, and, after checking the area out, Ujin saw that everything he'd heard was true. As he was scouting, a bitter sense of irony hit him. Thinking back, it was pretty damn ridiculous that everything he knew from scouting to fighting was taught to him by Suzuki Aichi. Back then, he thought the guy was teaching him for his own good, but it was all for the Messiah Guild. Ujin had followed that cold-blooded killer for a long time, and in the end he became nothing more than a loyal lapdog for the Messiah Guild. But they probably never imagined that all that training would now become a weapon aimed right back at them. At that moment, Ujin finished checking out a tree and hopped down to the ground. The second his feet hit the dirt, something came flying at him, cutting through the air. Ujin dodged right easily, sidestepping it. The monsters were here 3 super aggressive goblins. Ujin quickly opened his inventory and pulled out a dagger. His blood started pumping. These goblins looked a lot like the ones from the 7-story dungeon he used to run all the time, not too long ago. Now, they were just guinea pigs for him to test out his new blood poison skill. With that in mind, Ujin took the dagger and sliced it across his palm. Fresh blood immediately started to drip, and as the 3 goblins charged, he used that same bloody dagger to strike back. Ujin could have easily taken them out with one blow, but he chose to just stab one of the goblin's arms to test his skill. Instantly, he got a notification that it was hit with blood poison. A second later, the goblin he'd stabbed started freaking out in pain. It turned around and came at him again. Ujin looked pretty disappointed. It's already hit with blood poison, but this goblin is still coming on this strong. Guess the skill's effect isn't all that great. Maybe it's because his level was still pretty low. Seeing that one wasn't enough to handle Gi-Gyu, the goblin's buddies quickly rushed in for backup. This time, he was really done playing around. Gi-Gyu spun the dagger in his hand and then hurled it forward. It nailed the charging goblin right between the eyes, dropping it instantly and confusing the hell out of its buddies. Honestly, the playbook for fighting goblins is simple. They're not tough, but if you take too long, they'll swarm you, and that's a real pain. Seeing the goblins pouring in, Gi-Gyu decided to change his strategy. This time, he ditched the dagger and switched to another weapon, a leather whip. As soon as the effect of the goblin chieftain's whip kicked in, all the goblins freaked out at the same time, an effect that made Gi-Gyu smirk. "Man, it pays to be prepared," he mumbled. At the same time, the 4 clowns who ditched him were also getting jumped by a goblin ambush. Every last one of them was ferocious. Since 3 of them were total noobs, they started freaking out. Only Joseph was considered the one with the best fighting skills, and he stepped up to block the first wave of goblin attacks. In the eyes of the 3 greenhorns, he looked like a damn hero. "What the hell are you guys doing? Don't be afraid of these weak-ass goblins," Joseph shouted. "You get it together. You don't need to be scared of these things." Truth was, he was freaking out on the inside, but to keep up his hero act, he had to psych himself up, telling himself he was ready and had this longsword prepared. Besides, at the end of the day, these goblins were just walking meat sacks, not a real threat. But disaster struck the bald-headed dude real quick when his longsword somehow got lodged in the goblin corpse he'd just made and he couldn't pull it out for the life of him. Joseph started to panic, yanking with all his might, but the blade wouldn't budge just as the goblins launched their second assault. This time, Joseph wasn't so lucky showing off for the rookies. He took a clean hit from a goblin and collapsed. These monsters might be low-level, but they show players zero mercy. Blood was pouring from Joseph's bald head and the pain was killing him. His whole body felt like it was pinned down by a rock and his vision was getting blurry. But when he saw the goblins rushing him again, his will to live took over. He started crawling away, screaming, "Help me! Don't just stand there like morons, do something." Seeing this, the 3 terrified rookies had no choice but to jump in. With Joseph down, if they didn't act, they were all going to bite the dust. In total contrast to their desperate struggle, Kim Gi-Gyu was totally chilling while facing a goblin horde several times larger. Each crack of his whip dropped multiple goblins, and some even got so scared they tried to bolt. But Kim Gi-Gyu wasn't about to let a single one get away. His whip lashed out, moving faster than the running goblin and wrapped tightly around its neck. Kim Gi-Gyu gave a sharp tug, and just like that, the monster was dead. Then he got a notification that a messenger from hell was becoming interested in him, and at the same time he got a new title, the one being watched. The bar is even lower than I thought. Kim Gi-Gyu smirked, surprised that just offing a few weak-ass goblins was enough to get the attention of Hell's messenger. Thinking about the crew he came in with, Kim Gi-Gyu scoffed. Only a bunch of fools would lug around those heavy swords. This whip is more than enough for these goblins. Wasting time in a place like this is just plain stupid. He didn't even have to guess. Kim Gi-Gyu knew those 4 were having a hell of a time. And he was right on the money. After finally working together, the 4 of them managed to survive the immediate danger, but they were all banged up to some degree and the mood was heavy. "Hey, wonder what happened to that new guy?" one of them suddenly asked, obviously talking about Kim Gi-Gyu. "If he ain't back with intel, he's dead for sure," Joseph snapped back. By now, the rookies' trust in him was pretty much shot. They started blaming him for pushing Kim Gi-Gyu out. Things would have been a lot different if all 5 of us were fighting together. Joseph wasn't having it. The 2 sides got into a heated argument which only stopped when they heard a loud grating noise. Instinctively, they all leaped up, got back to back, and aimed their weapons in every direction. That sound was definitely goblins, and they were terrified of getting jumped again. The sound was coming from goblins, all right, but they weren't attacking Joseph's crew. They were the ones screaming as Kim Gi-Gyu was busy butchering them. His whole mob-grinding session was super chill. Kim Gi-Gyu kept getting noticed by the Messenger of Hell, and this time he even scored a new skill called Skeleton Soldier. Kim Gi-Gyu quickly pulled up his inventory. He never expected to get this skill so early. In his past life, this was the death squad that acted as the limbs of the 5 Venom King Jay. It was one of that guy's main skills. But on the flip side, the skill also had a critical flaw that allowed Kim Gi-Gyu to beat him in the past. The weakness was that the user could only use the corpses of monsters that he had to kill them with his own hands to create undead soldiers. This was the skill's critical drawback, but even with that, Kim Gi-Gyu was confident he could master it in time. And so Kim Gi-Gyu tore the other piece in half, successfully learning the Skeleton Soldier skill. Since it was a new skill, he could only summon 1 soldier for now. But Kim Gi-Gyu only needed it to distract the enemy. That would make the hunt way easier, so he quickly created an undead goblin. Honestly, watching it transform right in front of him made him feel a little sick. But looking closer, its hate-filled eyes were exactly what Kim Gi-Gyu wanted. The sky was a clear blue with a few clouds drifting lazily over the lush green mountaintops. Amidst that peaceful scene, the faint cold sound of metal rang out. Right then, Kim Gi-Gyu was leaning silently against a tree, quietly watching the scene unfold before him. He rubbed his chin, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Not quite what I was hoping for. Kim Gi-Gyu muttered, "My mana is still low, so this is the best I can do." The skeleton goblin slowly turned its head upon hearing those words. Its movements were clumsy, but it had life. In its deep dark eye sockets, a faint light flickered like the first sign of a soul. He stepped closer, reaching out to place a hand on its head. I've got a main weapon to use now." Suddenly, Kim Gi-Gyu's gaze froze. Anyway, that thing. The scene before him was shocking. Is that a player? A question popped into his head. Why was a human corpse hanging there like a toy? A stream of thoughts raced through Kim Gi-Gyu's mind. The one thing all monsters had in common from goblins to dragons was that they were all hostile to humans. There was no way they'd go easy on someone just because they were a new player. After that, the two of them quickly made their way to the goblin den. He thought to himself, "So I have no reason to show any mercy to these damn monsters." Meanwhile, somewhere else, the sky was pitch black and darkness had swallowed the forest in front of a small campfire. A group of people sat quietly, the weak light illuminating a corner of the silent forest. A large gash was on Joseph's forehead, blood still dripping from it. He cursed in anger. Damn it, those freaking goblins. Next to him, Sung-Mie was trembling and sobbing with fear. Miso asked worriedly, "Joseph, what are we going to do now?" Another guy lowered his head, his voice low. "I think we got way too cocky." He gritted his teeth and said firmly, "We can't die like this." Jose frowned, his voice tight. "They're just goblins anyway." Suddenly, Joseph shot to his feet, yelling furiously, "We can't go down in shame like this." Miso was so shocked she was speechless. She stopped crying, gently wiping away a tear, her gaze fixed straight ahead. Hain was stunned, cold sweat trickling down his cheek as he nervously called out to Joseph. Joseph yelled, his voice full of frustration, "What's wrong with you all? It's hard, but we can do this." Hain pointed at Joseph and stammered, "No, it's not that." Joseph frowned, his eyes following the direction he was pointing. "What are you talking about?" Minnow said in a panicked, trembling voice. "Above. Above your head, right now." Joseph asked curiously, "What is it? Is there something on my head?" Just then, above him, the words "Level Up" appeared, shining with a blindingly brilliant light. Joseph couldn't believe his eyes. A level up? We're not even in a fight. How is this happening? The only way to level up while just sitting around. He tried to stay calm and said stiffly, "It must be a party member fighting somewhere." Jose was stunned, his voice filled with surprise. "If that's the case, does that mean the new guy is still alive?" At that moment, Kim Gi-Gyu was holding a torch, its flickering light illuminating the dark cave. At his feet, the goblin guards had been defeated and were scattered on the ground. The cave entrance was now piled high with wood. Kim Gi-Gyu spoke calmly, "In my experience, the most effective way to kill goblins is—" A smug look spread across his face. "But it's not just this." Kim Gi-Gyu let go of the torch and it fell instantly. It landed right in the pile of wood stacked in front of the cave entrance. In an instant, the fire roared to life, its blazing red light swallowing the entire entrance. The two of them stood calmly waiting in front of the cave. Their shadows stretched long on the ground. The smell of smoke had already crept into every nook and cranny of the cave. A goblin sniffed the air, its eyes flashing with alarm. They all whipped around to face the entrance, their bodies tensing in fear. When they saw the thick black smoke billowing in, they couldn't help but tremble, their eyes wild with panic. Soon, the oxygen in the cave was gone. A few goblins clutched their throats, gasping and groaning in agony. They collapsed, writhing on the ground in extreme pain. One of them urgently pointed towards the entrance. In that moment, it was like the goblins woke up, and without any hesitation, they bolted towards the cave mouth. They ran as if their lives depended on it. Outside, the fire continued to rage violently. Suddenly, the pile of wood started to move, followed by loud thuds. Kim Gi-Gyu stood silently, his eyes glued to the flames. Soon, through the gaps, the enraged faces of goblins appeared. They struggled desperately, fighting for their lives. Their shrieks echoed through the air. Filled with hatred, their eyes glowing with a savage light as if they wanted to rip him to shreds. He stood silently, a small smirk on his lips, quietly savoring the masterpiece he had created. Kim Gi-Gyu said with a sneer, "How about we settle the funeral bill for all the players you've killed all at once?" Amidst the sea of red flames, countless desperate hands reached out trembling as they grasped for a life that was just inches away. In the blink of an eye, everything was swallowed by flames, leaving behind a crackling sound and the nasty smell of burnt meat in the air. The fire raged like crazy, lighting up a whole section of the forest. Suddenly, the system's voice rang out with a notification. "The emissary of hell is pleased with your brutality." Real quick, the goblins were burnt to a crisp. He frowned, his eyes locked on the pile of ashes before him. Kim Gi-Gyu let out a cold snort. That's strange." He gripped the whip in his hand tighter. "I figured at this point I'd at least get to meet it face to face." After that, Kim Gi-Gyu turned to leave, feeling pretty ticked off. "This is a real pain in the ass. Is it hiding somewhere else?" Just as the skeleton goblin turned away, a soft crack echoed out. The ground under the ashes slowly started to break apart like something was waking up down there. Hearing the noise, it whipped its head around. In a flash, the ground exploded and a massive goblin burst out from underground, The skeleton goblin just stood there dazed as dirt and rocks pelted its body. The goblin was pissed beyond belief, huffing out scorching hot breaths. He immediately spun back around, cracking his whip against the ground. Talk about lucky, 'cause this place was starting to get lame. Gi-Gyu gritted his teeth. I'm so damn grateful you decided to pop up right under my nose. Right then, the giant goblin was overflowing with bloodlust, its eyes blazing with fury. It was the goblin boss. He spoke again. A lot of newbies have died in this dungeon. Gi-Gyu continued, all because of this damn goblin. He quickly opened his palm, channeling his mana as his expression grew serious. For newbies, running into a goblin champion in a goblin dungeon is like meeting the Grim Reaper himself. With just a flick of his wrist, a brilliant light flared up following Gi-Gyu's motion as a thought crossed his mind. But in a split second, the light died down to reveal a sword resting snugly in his hand as he thought with determination. From this moment on, there won't be any more victims. The skeleton goblin tilted its head, its icy gaze locked onto the sword. Its bony feet stepped forward slowly, making a crunching sound in the dead silence. The skeleton goblin's move immediately caught Gi-Gyu's eye. He blurted out in surprise, "It's waiting for an opening." All of a sudden, the skeleton soldier stopped dead in its tracks, its entire body going stiff. It slowly turned its head, a cold glint flashing in its eyes. Gi-Gyu's voice was filled with interest, the corner of his mouth twitching into a smirk. "Check it out," he added. Its expression changed. Gi-Gyu backed up, leaning against a tree trunk, watching the scene unfold with a calm gaze. With the tension thick enough to cut with a knife, he calmly waited for the fight that was about to go down. Dan the goblin let out a furious screech, its eyes glowing intensely, overflowing with bloodlust. In that instant, the skeleton soldier bent its legs to build power, then it launched itself into the air, rocketing toward the enemy. The skeleton's speed was insane, closing the gap in a heartbeat. Dan shot forward in a rage, baring its fangs and claws, letting out a threatening roar. As it zipped behind the enemy, it suddenly spun around and swept its leg across the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. With one clean slash of its sword, blood spurted from Dan's foot. He froze, his eyes wavering slightly as a thought echoed in his mind. It was Gi-Gyu, remembering the fight against the giant dragon, its entire body engulfed in a sea of blazing red fire with waves of flames pulsing, furiously like it wanted to burn down everything around it. A terrified man screamed, "How the hell are we supposed to take that thing down?" He suggested they attack its legs, and Gi-Gyu quickly drew his sword to throw it off balance. "That's when we'll get our chance to win." He narrowed his eyes, which burned with rock-solid determination, ready to face whatever danger lay ahead. Without a second's hesitation, Gi-Gyu shot into the air, his sword slashing right into the dragon's leg. His attack was like a raging storm, making both of its massive legs spray blood non-stop. A terrifying shriek echoed all around. The sight before him made Gi-Gyu even more sure of himself. "Those moves, I'm positive." Just then, Dan collapsed to its knees in pain, planting its wooden club into the ground to keep its balance. The skeleton goblin kept up the attack, repeating the same moves as before. It dodged behind its opponent and then shot forward in a flash. He thought in astonishment, this fighting style? In that same instant, the skeleton goblin's sword plunged straight into Dan's head, making it instantly log out of this world. Gi-Gyu couldn't help but be shocked. It's exactly like me. He thought to himself, I already knew the skeleton soldiers would inherit a part of my own combat skills and magic. But Gi-Gyu was thrilled, thinking to himself, I had no idea they could actually copy my fighting style. He recalled excitedly, before I came back to the past, I'd used every kind of weapon in the world. Not even in the game could anyone take me on one-on-one. Gi-Gyu's next words left the skeleton soldier looking dazed. But I like it. He mumbled to himself, looks like my plans might have to change. Suddenly, a ding sound rang out, and the system window immediately popped up in front of Gi-Gyu. The flickering light made him jump. He quickly tapped open the notification, crying out in surprise, What is this? Just then, it displayed the words, Lord of the Shadow World, congratulations on completing a hidden achievement. You have received a legendary skill as a reward. Gi-Gyu couldn't believe his eyes. A legendary rank skill. He broke into a huge, happy grin. I can't believe I got it here of all places. Cutting to a scene at the watchtower, a man yelled in a panic. They're back! Hansik shot to his feet, slamming his hand on the table with his eyes wide. What? Before he could even get his bearings, he threw the door open and bolted outside. The scene in front of him left Hansik completely stunned. Players were slowly walking out from inside the dimensional gate. A wave of shock washed over him. It's real. The players are actually back. Hanshich's jaw dropped, and he broke out in a cold sweat. That meant the dungeon was actually cleared in just one day. Wasn't that supposed to be impossible? Just then, the players were having their injuries checked by the medical staff. He rushed over to them, cheering with joy. Everyone had returned safely. Not seeing the person he was looking for, Han Chi froze his eyes, scanning the crowd. He scratched his head, his voice a mix of confusion and worry. Why are there only 4 people? Where's Kim Gi-Gyu? The group remained silent, their faces grim as they avoided his gaze. Han Chi pushed up his glasses, his voice choking up. I see. So, Kim Gi-Gyu is... Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind, making his heart skip a beat as a spark of hope ignited that someone was coming out. As the figure slowly came into view, the crowd could hardly believe their eyes. From inside the glowing gate, Kim Gi-Gyu stepped out, hands in his pockets, his expression strangely calm. Han Chi was stunned for a moment, then blurted out, Kim Gi-Gyu. He walked away decisively without a single glance back, and Han Chi hurriedly chased after him. Wait, Mr. Kim Gi-Gyu. Joseph was stunned. He's still alive. That bastard, how the hell did he clear the dungeon all by himself? Seeing Han Chi trying to talk to him, Joseph's gut churned with intense jealousy. His face darkened. You kidding me? How a single thought echoed in his mind. Who is he? In the following days, the newspapers were flooded with news that the world's economic growth rate had been negative for 4 consecutive years. The European Union proposed a 30% pay increase for players who clear American dungeons. The Special Act for Players was passed. Players received a 10% income tax exemption. Are the players' demands just going to be met like that? On the large screen in the city center, an anchor's voice echoed through the bustling streets. The ambitions of players worldwide are growing larger and larger. According to analysis, only players can close the dungeons, which has led to them demanding special privileges. However, at a time like this, the Messiah Guild in Korea made no demands whatsoever after clearing the 5-floor dungeon. The news reported that the Messiah Guild was the first to conquer a 5-floor dungeon. The anchor exclaimed, Lee Se Jun, he saved the world once again. He continued saying that after clearing the 5-floor dungeon, the Messiah Guild's backer, the Hansung Group, also saw a massive surge in its stock price. Meanwhile, Joseph angrily turned off his phone, gritting his teeth and cursing, damn it, that freaking Messiah Guild. He slammed his phone on the table and growled, the news is all about them, it's really pissing me off. Joseph complained irritably. So, now we're the ones getting called trash who only care about money. Ho Seong replied with a dry laugh, who gives a damn, this ain't anything new. He asked curiously, by the way, how'd the dungeon go this time? Joseph snapped angrily, don't even bring it up, Kim Gi-Gyu, because of that damn newbie we all almost got wiped out. Ho Seong was surprised. What happened? Joseph raised an eyebrow, pointing to his bandaged head. You see, my head, right? It's all because of that psycho. Ho Seong looked a bit confused. So, those rumors are true. Joseph held his forehead, confirming angrily. That's right. He used the I'm a newbie who wants items excuse and charged into a mob of goblins. Joseph continued. I had to charge in to save his ass, and this is what I got for it. Ho Seong yelled in shock. What? If that's the case, you should report him to the guild and demand he be punished. Joseph shook his head and sighed. Nah, forget it. Let's just call it bad luck. He must have been desperate for money. Ho Seong was pissed. I don't care how broke he is, that's no excuse. We can't let this slide. I'm going to spread the word so that Punk can't pull this crap anywhere else. Meanwhile, in a quiet house, Kim Gi-Gyu's eyes were fixed on a photo on the wall. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Unlike in the past, I can't rush to meet that Lee Se Jun guy. Kim Gi-Gyu set a goal for himself. I have to get strong enough before I attract his attention. To do that, he stood silently looking at the wall covered with photos and information. The papers overlapped with red strings connecting one to another, weaving a tangled web. Kim Gi-Gyu yanked a piece of paper off the wall. I'll start at the point where the string connecting me and him ends. The scene shifts to a high-rise building where a shocked voice rings out. The Orc Hunter Dungeon. The male secretary hesitated, his voice filled with concern. Is it because of the recent rumors in the guild that you're trying to push yourself to save your reputation? I don't really know about that. To be honest, I just need the money. Chairman Lee's eyes were fixed on the figure before him, his gaze deep and penetrating as if trying to see right through him. Because of money, he advised in a stern voice. Kim Gi-Gyu, your life is important. Money is good, but shouldn't you prioritize your own safety? Chairman Lee made an offer. If you need it urgently, you can take a loan from the guild's support fund. Kim Gi-Gyu decisively raised a hand to refuse. That won't be necessary, just to go ahead and schedule it for me. I know what I'm doing. He thought to himself, they've probably spread more nasty rumors about me. But that's actually better. Hunting alone is what works best for me. After Kim Gi-Gyu left, Secretary Nam quickly reported, it seems the rumors about this Kim Gi-Gyu are true. The chairman stood with his arms crossed, looking out at the city and snorted, rumors are just rumors, but it seems he's completely unaware of them. But what's the status of the dungeon he plans to enter? The secretary continued his report. After a specialized team went in, they were wiped out. No one's even signed up for a month. Chairman Lee Se Jun snapped around. A specialized team, who the hell was it? A flustered Secretary Nam stammered. It was a hotshot from Park Yong-Wan's crew, sir. What are we going to do? He sneered. Even a top prospect from Park Yong-Wan's crew couldn't handle this dungeon, and now this kid wants to go in all by himself. He spoke up saying, this newbie's got a death wish. Sensing someone was talking smack, he instantly turned around. Chairman Lee Se Jun's voice kept echoing, but you never know. So, first, get proper backup ready. Kim Gi-Gyu smirked. If you want to kill a hero first. Just then, his phone screen landed on a name, Park Yong-Wan. Kim Gi-Gyu coldly added, you gotta join forces with the villains first. Then he drove off, and before long he arrived at Chuncheon City Hall. The moment Kim Gi-Gyu got out of the car, a man came rushing over. You're Kim Gi-Gyu, right? Hanjo's face was drenched in sweat, his voice filled with skepticism. But, did you really come all by yourself? Seeing him stay silent, he sneered to himself. With a scummy, money-grubbing personality like that, no wonder he couldn't find any teammates. Huh. Then Hanjo quickly led the way. Please enter the dungeon immediately. This way. He shot a sideways glance at the guy, cursing under his breath. This psycho? Is he really planning to go in alone? Whatever, not my problem. It's his funeral. The spatial gate slowly creaked open, and a brilliant light flooded out, illuminating the darkness within the dungeon. As soon as Kim Gi-Gyu stepped inside, the gate slammed shut behind him. Right then, the system popped up with an info window. Orc Hunter, Dungeon Floors 1, Dungeon Difficulty C rank, Max Participants 3, Entry Requirement Level 13 or below. Clear condition, eliminate the Orc Hunter. He thought to himself, with my current level, these conditions make it impossible to solo this thing. Kim Gi-Gyu quickly drew his sword, his whole body tensing with vigilance. But if he could just use an orc as a sacrifice for his skeleton soldier skill, then it'd be a whole different ballgame. In a flash, an orc appeared like lightning and charged at him. Kim Gi-Gyu's brow furrowed, his eyes flashing with a cold, dangerous resolve. Just as the orc's club came crashing down, he deftly slipped past its body, dodging with perfect precision. Kim Gi-Gyu planted a hand on the ground, using the momentum to spring back up gracefully. He swung his sword, sharp arcs of light flashing from the blade as it sliced through the air straight towards the enemy. However, the result was not what he expected, and the sight before him was staggering. Kim Gi-Gyu realized with a jolt that even for a normal orc, its hide was so thick that he'd only left a scratch. He glanced at where its club had just smashed down, seeing the ground shattered into pieces. The thought seared into Kim Gi-Gyu's mind, plus with that kind of power, just one hit from it could have sent him straight to his grave. Even so, all I have to do is take this thing down and summon a skeleton soldier. Hope surged within him. Clearing this dungeon solo might not be impossible after all. Kim Gi-Gyu immediately lunged forward, the world seeming to slow down around his incredible speed. The orc glared, tensing its muscles to try and snatch its opponent's blur of a figure. Seeing its chance, it slammed a hand onto the ground, sending rocks flying and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. A rock fragment suddenly grazed his face, drawing blood instantly. Kim Gi-Gyu sped around to the orc's back, closing in on the enemy with a flurry of steps. In no time, he was right on top of it, his eyes burning with resolve. Kim Gi-Gyu aimed straight for the wound he'd made earlier, his sword flashing down to strike that exact spot. He attacked again and again, sharp glints of light bursting around its legs. Everything happened so fast the orc couldn't even react, forced to just stand there and take the beating. A moment later, Kim Gi-Gyu landed softly, his stance firm and his presence absolutely heroic. It stood there stunned, its whole body trembling in agony, eyes wide with disbelief at what was happening. In an instant, dark red blood sprayed out, staining the air around it. He turned and walked towards the orc. The beast, having lost its legs, collapsed to the ground. It glared, its eyes burning with hatred at the figure before it. Kim Gi-Gyu raised his sword and growled, "Not so tough now, are you?" A single, precise thrust pierced straight through the enemy's body. Blood pooled on the ground as the orc collapsed, dying with its eyes wide open. Immediately after, the system displayed a message: "You have summoned a skeleton soldier." It was a clear morning sunlight washing over rows of high-rises with their vibrant signs. Power lines crisscrossed the sky above the bustling streets, signaling the start of another hectic day. In an office, two people were chatting. Oh, Se Jun praised admiringly. "Talent is talent, I'm telling you." Lee Se Jun raised a skeptical eyebrow. "What have you been staring at so hard this whole time? Oh, Se Jun. Don't tell me you're planning to bring in another weird business product from some back alley again." The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk, and a soft chuckle escaped, laced with both amusement and calculation. Oh, Se Jun tossed a file onto the desk, pushing it forward. "If you're so curious, take a look at this." The moment she saw the words on the page, she froze, her eyes widening in shock. Lee Se Jun yelled out, "What is this?" She couldn't believe her eyes. A player who just awakened not too long ago actually solo cleared his first dungeon, he said, his voice filled with interest. Word is he's already entered his second dungeon. This time he went in solo from the very start. Now, isn't that a slap in the face to the title of newly awakened rookie? Pretty damn bold, right? Lee Se Jun was stunned, pointing at the file. "Oh, Se-chan, you can't be serious. You know how much I struggled at the beginning, and you're going to believe some shady anonymous report like this?" She continued. "Oh, Se-chan isn't like that, but you're being way too naive about this one." Just then, the secretary brought in some drinks, her ice-cold voice making Lee Se Jun flinch. "Is there a problem with my report?" She jumped and spun around, her face turning pale in shock. Lee Se Jun frantically tried to smooth things over. "Secretary Lee, you prepared this report. No wonder it's absolutely perfect. Where on earth did you dig up this kind of intel?" She slammed the tray of drinks on the table, water splashing out, and said in a deadpan voice, "That's my job." "Oh." Se-chan took a small sip of his coffee. "Since Secretary Lee gathered this intel, it's 100% trustworthy." He hadn't even finished his sentence when his eyes caught the coffee wrapper on the tray. "If we can't trust Secretary Lee, who can we trust?" "Oh," Se-chan suddenly roared in frustration. "I can't believe this. What the hell is this? I told you I don't like instant coffee, stop buying it." The secretary calmly enjoyed her coffee, ignoring his yelling. She slowly opened her eyes, her face calm and devoid of any emotion. The secretary spoke nonchalantly. "This coffee was brought over during last week's meeting with the Phoenix Guild, and this report is printed on recycled paper." "Oh." Se-chan's tone changed instantly. He chugged a few gulps, praising it as he drank. "This coffee has a nice light sweetness, it's really good. You know, instant coffee is the only way to drink coffee." An aura of generosity seemed to radiate from him. He feigned sincerity, saying, "Indeed, if you can't trust Secretary Lee in this world, who can you trust?" Lee Se Jun looked at him with open contempt and sighed internally, "What a cheap, sneaky bastard." Her eyes were glued to the figure in front of her, silently judging, so that's why he's still like this at his age. Soon, the coffee was gone, leaving only a crumpled paper cup on the table. Oh, Se-chan suddenly remembered something and asked, "Sir, speaking of which, Secretary Lee, what's the progress on acquiring dungeons?" She immediately reported, "A few decent dungeons have appeared, but the prices are still too high, so I'm still looking into it." Hearing this, she couldn't help but be surprised. Acquiring dungeons. Lee Se Jun asked, "Oh, Se-chan, don't we still have the dungeons we bought before?" The old man's eyes lit up as if he'd just spotted a huge bargain. "Well, what are you talking about? You have to go back into the dungeons now, so sooner or later we'll run out." She protested loudly, "What's this about? I just got out of a dungeon yesterday. Come on, you gotta give me a break." "Oh." Se-chan waved his hand dismissively, acting profound. "If people rest too much, they get sluggish. And for hardworking people, taking a sudden break makes their bodies ache even more. This, Se-chan, is just looking out for you." Lee Se Jun gritted her teeth. "What?" The secretary picked up her coffee cup. Hot steam gently rose, dissipating into the air along with a heavy sigh. Over at the dungeon, a pack of orcs roared menacingly, their eyes glowing with bloodlust. They charged madly at the skeleton soldier, and with just one swing of a club, its bones shattered to the fragments, flying everywhere before scattering on the ground. Gi-Gyu quickly cleared out the orcs. He sat on their corpses, his eyes fixed on the bone fragments on the ground, complaining. "Man, my skill level is still too low, so my soldiers are weak as hell." Then Gi-Gyu quickly jumped to the ground, but his hand immediately touched the corpse of a 5-poison king orc. "Yoo-Han, who I faced in my past life, taught me a lesson I'm sick of." In that instant, magic flared in Gi-Gyu's hand, seeping into the monster's body. A brilliant light erupted, startling the orcs who had no idea what was happening. A moment later, the system notification rang out, "You have summoned a skeleton soldier." At that very moment, from the orc's corpse, flesh suddenly tore apart as a bony hand burst out, reaching forward unexpectedly. Its teeth chattered like a newly activated hunting machine. Soon, the figure of a skeleton soldier appeared, looking imposing. Dark, demonic energy swirled around its body, coiling into a cold mist. He said in a cold voice, "As long as my mana allows it, the skeleton soldiers assigned to me." His voice continued to echo, "Will match the number of sacrifices on this battlefield." Hearing these words, the orcs stared blankly, their eyes vacant. They had no clue that death was right around the corner, ready to pounce. In an instant, agonizing screams filled and echoed throughout the dark dungeon. The system continuously displayed notifications. "You have leveled up. All of your stats have increased. The skill Blood Poison Water has risen to level 2. Gi-Gyu was disappointed, snorting coldly, Is that all? Leveling up this little in a dungeon is pretty inefficient. Now I need to hurry up and deal with these basic orcs and start looking for the orc hunter. He rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought, his mind full of questions. Kim Gi-Gyu stared intently at the dungeon map he had just drawn. I thought it was a cannibal, so it should be the leader ruling over all of them. He frowned, muttering to himself, but maybe it's just hiding among the orc pack. He thought to himself, now the only place left is... Suddenly, the skeleton soldier bent down, its eyes glued to the drawing on the ground. Kim Gi-Gyu blurted out in surprise, "Yo, what's up with this thing?" Seeing it stare so intently, he asked curiously, "You see this and know something?" Kim Gi-Gyu scratched his head in confusion. No way could it be. He told himself, either way, I have a rough idea of where the orc hunter is now. Kim Gi-Gyu stood up, unconsciously calculating in his head, if it's there, then there won't be any worthy sacrifices. A usable skeleton soldier. He lightly tapped its head with a wooden stick, his voice firm, "This is the only one." Then the two of them turned and left to search for the special orc in this dungeon. Anyway, I gotta figure out another way. After the battle, the stench of fresh blood quickly drew in a murder of crows. Seeing the bodies of its kin scattered on the ground, the orc chieftain ground its teeth, its eyes bloodshot with rage. A savage roar ripped from its throat, sending the terrified crows scattering in every direction. The orc chieftain bent over its calloused hands, grabbing one of its own by the head and dragging the body across the ground. The sheer force of the drag ripped the dead orc's facial wounds wide open. Fresh blood smeared across its face, leaving a long crimson trail on the ground as red as the chieftain's own hate-filled eyes. In a dark, damp corner of the dungeon, the orc chieftain sat silently among the pile of corpses it had just dragged back. It ripped off chunks of still-warm flesh, ravenously devouring them. Behind a rock outcropping, Kim Gi-Gyu held his breath and watched. His gaze was sharp as a razor locked onto the dark figure moving in front of him. Kim Gi-Gyu tightened his grip on his bow, thinking to himself that dungeon bosses have physical stats that are way higher than the regular mobs. Mindlessly attacking these things is just plain stupid, he thought to himself. But all I need to do is land a single arrow laced with my blood poison on that thing. Kim Gi-Gyu nodded, signaling his skeleton soldier to attack. Without a moment's hesitation, it shot out from its hiding spot, striding directly toward the enemy. The second it heard the noise, the orc chieftain whipped its head around. It sniffed the air, its maw gaping to reveal rows of razor-sharp teeth as it let out a menacing growl. In the blink of an eye, the orc chieftain grabbed its club and charged forward like a maniac. The skeleton soldier tightened its grip on its sword and shot toward its opponent like a tempest. It swung its sword with deadly agility, its face a mask of killing intent. The orc chieftain hastily blocked the blow, and the sound of clashing steel echoed sharply. Its blazing red eyes glared at its enemy with pure malice. Suddenly, the orc chieftain sank its teeth deep into the skeleton soldier's shoulder. The skeleton struggled, trying to break free from the monster's sharp fangs. At that moment, he drew his bow, confirming that its bloodshot eyes proved it was the cannibalistic orc hunter. Kim Gi-Gyu took aim, a single thought flashing through his mind. There has to be a spot I can hit other than its thick hide. The arrow flew from his bowstring as if guided by that very thought straight toward its only weak spot. It shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Only then did the orc chieftain realize what was happening. But it was too late. There was no time to dodge. It could only watch helplessly as the arrow rocketed toward it. In an instant, the arrow pierced straight through the orc chieftain's eye, sending it reeling backward. The orc chieftain's knees buckled as it struggled to stay balanced. Its feet skidded across the ground, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. In a flash, the chieftain steadied itself, its icy gaze fixed straight ahead. It immediately reached up and grabbed the arrow embedded in its face. In one swift motion, the arrow was yanked out and flung to the ground. The orc chieftain seethed, breathing heavily as it glared at its enemy with pure hatred. Just then, a system notification popped up. The orc has been afflicted with blood poison. He frowned thoughtfully. The more vital the weak spot, the faster the poison spreads. Kim Gi-Gyu let out a smirk, his eyes filled with smug satisfaction. His attitude was like pouring gasoline on a fire, causing the chieftain's rage to explode even more violently. Just then, the system displayed another message. Due to blood poison, the orc's stamina is continuously decreasing. The toxin spread rapidly through its bloodstream, making the orc chieftain stagger as if its life force was being drained away. Seeing it collapse to its knees, Kim Gi-Gyu noted that the damage from a level 2 blood poison wasn't all that high. But then he added with a smirk, "Still, for this level, it's pretty damn useful, huh?" While the orc chieftain was still disoriented, the skeleton soldier raised its sword. Kim Gi-Gyu declared coldly, "It's over for you." In a flash, the blade was drenched in fresh blood. The orc chieftain collapsed to the ground, its breathing ceased and its life was extinguished. Immediately after, a flurry of system sounds rang out. Notification: you have defeated the orc hunter. You have cleared the dungeon. You have leveled up. You may return in 1 hour. He lightly kicked a pile of dried bones on the ground and muttered, "This thing ate everything, didn't care if it was human or orc. I wonder if anyone from Park Yong-Wan's faction is in this pile." His kick sent scattered bone fragments rolling away, clattering against each other like an echo from the dead. Suddenly, Kim Gi-Gyu's gaze landed on something. In front of him was a lone skeleton. Its ribs had been severed, jutting out like a grim warning of death. Kim Gi-Gyu ran his hand over it, certain that this wound wasn't made by an orc. He observed it closely, thinking to himself, "From the looks of it, this person was cut down from behind. This was the work of someone used to killing people inside dungeons." A thought surfaced in Kim Gi-Gyu's mind. I can't tell if this was a planned murder or just a crime of passion. But if this was someone from Park Yong-Wan's faction of the Phoenix Guild, it was probably some psycho who just kills for money and items. He sighed. There's not much time left in this dungeon. Where the hell am I supposed to find a trace of this guy? Bright moonlight pierced through the dungeon's darkness like a guiding beacon of hope for Kim Gi-Gyu. To get close to Park Yong-Wan, anything that could serve as a pretext would be fine. Suddenly, a strange light flared up on the rock face ahead, flickering in the dungeon's darkness. He raised a hand to shield his eyes, squinting against the brilliant glow. Kim Gi-Gyu quickly moved in to investigate and found a small cave. Kim Gi-Gyu crouched down, carefully peering into the entrance, which was just large enough for one person to squeeze through. Just then, Kim Gi-Gyu saw a skeleton huddled in the corner, its hand still tightly gripping a sword. He noted to himself that this person's weapon was clean and the body wasn't mangled like the others. Seeing the crude scratches on the cliff wall, Kim Gi-Gyu became even more convinced that this guy had run in here alone while his teammates were being devoured, just waiting to die. Spotting the emblem on the skeleton's cloak, contempt surged within him. Of course the ones behind these dirty tricks were from the Phoenix Guild. Kim Gi-Gyu smirked. Especially if he was considered a promising prospect of Park Yong-Wan's faction, the thought continued in his mind. There's no better grave for him than this place. Suddenly, a notebook fell from the skeleton's body. Kim Gi-Gyu froze. What's this? Without hesitation, he immediately picked it up. Kim Gi-Gyu quickly opened the notebook. A diary. He flipped through the pages, quickly muttering that there didn't seem to be any valuable information. Suddenly, Kim Gi-Gyu's eyes landed on a page. He exclaimed in shock, "This is the blacklist of Park Yong-Wan's faction." Kim Gi-Gyu closed the book, his voice filled with excitement. "Damn, finding this is lucky. I can definitely put this to good use." A system sound suddenly rang in his ear. "The emissary of Hell praises your brilliant achievement. He has sent you a legendary skill scroll." Hearing this, Gi-Gyu exclaimed in shock, "A legendary skill?" The corners of Gi-Gyu's mouth curled up slightly. "So, this is where you get it." He glued his eyes to the scroll in his hand. The contents read, "Eyeball of Anubis Acquisition Condition Emissary of Hell, skill level of level 1 or higher. Skill effect allows you to see the memories of the dead." Reading the last line of the scroll, Gi-Gyu smirked smugly. He read the line out loud with a grin, "Allows you to see the memories of the dead." Then Gi-Gyu seized the opportunity without a moment's hesitation. He decisively tore the scroll to shreds, thinking this was the kind of luck he never had in his past life. After he had completely shredded the scroll, the system's voice rang out. "Notification, you have acquired the Eyeball of Anubis. You have earned the achievement Successor of Hell." Gi-Gyu slowly approached Yong-Gu's skeleton. He sighed as he carefully raised his hands, preparing to touch the skull. Dead men tell no tales. Then Gi-Gyu's hands gently touched Yong-Gu's dry skull. He slowly pulled it closer, but Gi-Gyu's mood suddenly turned ecstatic and his eyes simultaneously emitted a strange light. "But that's all in the past for me now." The mana inside Gi-Gyu's eyes began to gather, quickly twisting into a fierce vortex. All the mana deep within his eyes overflowed. At that moment, the system announced again, "You have activated the Eyeball of Anubis." Instantly, Gi-Gyu's mana began to gush out uncontrollably. It shot directly into Yong-Gu's eye sockets. Then everything around them was instantly engulfed by the blinding light radiating from his and the man's eyes. All of Yong-Gu's memories from when he was alive appeared vividly before his eyes. Piercing screams echoed in the ears of those damn morons. In the chaos, someone screamed out, hoping for his help. "Yong-Gu, help me!" Faced with his teammates' plea for help, Yong-Gu not only didn't help but actually gritted his teeth in annoyance. In fact, Yong-Gu didn't hesitate to abandon his teammate who was on the brink of death. He just bolted. The cowardly Yong-Gu tucked tail and ran for his life. After running like hell for a while, he luckily found a small cave. Yong-Gu clutched his head in fear and screamed, "I can't die here. Player hunting is illegal." The brutal images from his memory flashed intermittently. In the end, Yong-Gu seemed to go insane. He laughed maniacally and screamed, The day will come when that person becomes the master of the Phoenix Guild. Right after that, only one thing remained in Yong-Gu's memory, the image of a man with blazing red eyes sitting calmly on a throne. He screamed that man's name, Park Yong-Wan. At this moment, all of Yong-Gu's dark past memories were seen by Gi-Gyu. The dark mana was quickly reabsorbed by his eyes. Gi-Gyu gritted his teeth, absorbing all of the man's memories. He tried to endure the intense pain being transmitted into his body through his eyes. After he finished absorbing Yong-Gu's mana and memories, the man's skull finally became useless. Gi-Gyu slammed it to the ground. He clutched his head clearly in pain as if he wasn't used to seeing the memories of the dead yet. Gi-Gyu panted heavily. He exclaimed inwardly in shock, "So, this is the memory of the dead." Gi-Gyu calmly stared at the skull lying at his feet. He thought to himself that seeing someone else's past really isn't pleasant at all, and it seems to consume more mana than I thought. Right then, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. He wiped the sweat from his face and began to scheme silently. "The preparations are complete. If I approach him with the information from this guy's past and the list I just picked up, it won't be a problem no matter how cautious he is." Scene change, an imposing building appears against a clear blue sky. Next, a blood-soaked hand suddenly appears in the quiet space. The knuckles are still clenched tightly, forming a powerful fist. Looking down at the ground, a skinny man is sprawled out, looking as if he's trying to endure terrible pain. Yong-Wan's voice rings out right after. "You let another player attack that dungeon." The man's face was beaten to a pulp by the bodyguard, and he screamed in terror, trying to explain. I was wrong, sir. To be safe, I'll definitely handle that punk." Park Yong-Wan replied indifferently. "Handle him? You couldn't even do anything about the dungeon that rookie soloed." "And how would you do that?" He immediately turned to Secretary Kim, who was standing nearby. "Do you have anything to add?" Secretary Kim, hearing Park Yong-Wan say her name. Secretary Kim instantly understood what he was getting at. She quickly bowed her head in apology. "I'm sorry, sir. I'll take care of it right away." Park Yong-Wan calmly continued reading the newspaper, which had a headline, "A+ rank single-floor dungeon discovered." Instantly, 2 bodyguards appeared and started dragging the man out. He screamed loudly, "Wait, hold on. Please don't kill me. Just give me one more chance." No matter how much the man begged, he remained completely indifferent. Park Yong-Wan silently read the article about the bidding war among guilds for the A+ dungeon, which could allow 150 players to enter. After a brief struggle, the 2 bodyguards slammed the door shut. The man was finally dragged outside to be handled. Park Yong-Wan slowly flipped to the next page. The headline at the top immediately grabbed his attention: "South Korea clears A+ dungeon with 1 level 20 player." He looked surprised. A newbie soloed an entire dungeon. "Looks like this kid's got some skills, though. It's not that big of a deal." Park Yong-Wan was a bit curious, but isn't his reputation within the guild kinda shady? Secretary Kim, standing by his side, nodded in agreement. "Yes, sir." She then carefully recounted the entire incident in detail. In the first dungeon, he distanced himself from his party members, and there are rumors he hogged all the rewards for himself. "But this hasn't been verified yet, sir." Based on the information he just heard, Park Yong-Wan mused to himself, actually putting the suspicions aside if his reputation in the guild is like that it'll be tough for him to get any further. He can't just keep going solo forever. A phone suddenly rang, cutting their conversation short. He answered coldly, "Speak." The voice on the other end immediately replied, "There's someone named Kim Gi-Gyu here, asking to see you, sir." Hearing that, Park Yong-Wan couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Well, look at this. Walking right into the lion's den on his own. This kid's pretty interesting." The scene changes, and a secretary's serious voice suddenly speaks up regarding this round of bidding for the A+ rank single-floor dungeons. "Our Phoenix Guild has been allocated a total of 20 of them, sir. This arrangement has settled things fairly well for the guilds," but he then carefully reported the situation he had analyzed. "Right now, the 3 factions, including Park Yong-Wan's, are in a fierce war of nerves over those 20 dungeons." The secretary helplessly explained the problem that had been bugging him for days. "The biggest problem is if we give 6 dungeons to each faction, there are still 2 left over." "Who do we give those to?" the chairman said slowly. 3 factions, but only 2 dungeons left over. What a headache. The secretary looked troubled, nodding slightly as he replied, "Yes, sir. That's why we still haven't been able to reach an agreement." The secretary pushed up his glasses with one hand and analyzed seriously. "Because they're A+ dungeons, the chances of getting a rare item are pretty high, and since they're single floor, the odds are even better." The chairman rested his chin on his hands, sighing in frustration. Nobody is willing to back down. They're all so sure of themselves. If only we knew what was in each dungeon beforehand. The chairman was quickly stuck in a deadlock, unable to think of a solution. He annoyedly loosened his tie. What a pain. He then asked a question. "Aren't there any unaffiliated individuals willing to volunteer for those 2 dungeons?" The secretary replied quietly, "No, sir, not as of yet. The chairman knew that was to be expected. He leaned back in his chair and said casually, "Right, who would be brave enough, going in without a faction's backing? Who knows what might happen in there?" Just as he was at a loss, a notification suddenly chimed. "It's a call from Mr. Park Yong-Wan, sir." Hearing that name, the secretary's face immediately darkened. Park Yong-Wan. Things are messy enough as it is. What's he calling for now? The chairman slowly picked up the receiver. Speaking. His expression suddenly changed and he yelled into the phone. "What?" He couldn't hide the shock on his face. The chairman shot to his feet, carefully asking Kim, "Gi-Gyu, what are you trying to say?" The secretary was also a bit surprised to hear that name, Kim Gi-Gyu. He tried to stay calm and replied, "All right, I understand for now, I'll get back to you." The secretary was curious, and as soon as the chairman hung up, he immediately asked Chairman what was that about. The chairman calmly relayed Park Yong-Wan's proposal. He asked to give one of the 2 remaining dungeons to Kim Gi-Gyu without letting the other factions know. The chairman carefully analyzed the situation. Kim Gi-Gyu has a bad reputation and is a known solo player, so the other factions probably won't pay him much mind. The secretary was obviously curious. So does this mean Kim Gi-Gyu has joined Park Yong-Wan's faction? The chairman lowered his head and sighed. Who knows? He might just be using the kid for this one dungeon, treating him like a pawn. He pushed up his glasses and slowly shared his thoughts. What about the other dungeon, then? If we do this, the factions will probably fight like hell to get their hands on the remaining one. The chairman already had a plan. He calmly explained, if we give one dungeon to Kim Gi-Gyu Park, Yong-Wan's faction will back off from the competition. Then we'll only have to deal with the remaining 2 factions. The chairman calmly sat down, resting his chin on his hand. What a master strategist to think he even prepared a pawn like Kim Gi-Gyu. Right now, he had a lot of unanswered questions. He'd probably chalk this concession up as a debt and demand a fitting return later on. But then again, who is Kim Gi-Gyu? What's his relationship with Park Yong-Wan anyway? Scene changed to Secretary Kim, confused by Yong-Wan's decision. "Master, how could you just accept Kim Gi-Gyu's proposal like that?" Yong-Wan casually replied, "He brought that thing and made a sudden proposal, so I found it interesting, plus I didn't have any useful pawns at the moment. And on top of that, he said it with a sinister smile. A guy like that, we just use him and then toss him aside like a pawn when we're done right." The scene flashes back. 1 hour earlier, Gi-Gyu brought a notebook to meet with Yong-Wan. He slowly picked it up and glanced through it, then turned to ask him, "You even know what this is bringing it here?" Gi-Gyu calmly replied, "Yes, I wanted to know what it was, so I looked inside." He tilted his head, looking at him quizzically. "So, why come here? Are you here to demand money to keep this a secret?" He lowered his head, the corner of his mouth twitching into a smirk. Just with this, Yong-Wan's expression suddenly darkened and he looked up at Gi-Gyu with ice-cold eyes. "To think you can threaten me, Park Yong-Wan. Is that what you think?" The 2 bodyguards behind him prepared to make a move. Gi-Gyu immediately spoke up to explain, "It's not a threat, I came to make a proposal." Gi-Gyu said bluntly, "The single-floor A+ dungeon has been a hot topic lately. I want, to raid it." His words left Yong-Wan stunned for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Yong-Wan couldn't help but burst out laughing. He held up the notebook and pointed it straight at Gi-Gyu. This guy is a real joke. After a hearty laugh, Yong-Wan's expression suddenly turned serious. He asked cautiously, "Do you have any idea what that dungeon is like to be talking so big?" Gi-Gyu casually scratched his head, answering his question nonchalantly. "Yeah, I know it's a dungeon that most of the guilds in the country, including the Phoenix Guild and the Messiah Guild, are fiercely competing for aside from the ones they've already been assigned," Yong-Wan confirmed again in a low, threatening voice. "You know that, and you still plan to charge into that battlefield?" Then he suddenly slammed the notebook in his hand down on the table. "You must be out of your mind." Yong-Wan gave a sinister smile and nodded in agreement. "Fine, I'll grant your request, but I have a proposal of my own." Scene changed to Kungbu University, where Gi-Gyu sneaks into a lecture by an expert analyzing the situation inside the dungeon. He projected a data table onto the large screen behind him and pointed at it, speaking loudly. "If you look at the dungeon report, we all know that this time there are at least over 1,000 orcs inside." The details were displayed clearly on the large screen. Orc plus boss, population 1 floor, orc boss, raid conditions. Hunt 1,000 orcs and the orc boss. Entry. Requirement. Under level 20. Maximum number of entrants 150 people. Quest reward. Exterminate all 1,000 orcs. Orc, boss, hunter. Gi-Gyu lowered his head, lost in thought for a moment. He stood in a corner recalling everything that had happened. Before he returned to the past, the number of survivors from this raid was... He stood silently against the wall, trying to remember. He couldn't recall the exact number, but it was around 7 people. About half of the players had died. Gi-Gyu stroked his chin, analyzing the situation. The players chosen for this were all elite soldiers from their respective regions. Considering this, there's no way over half the players died just from fighting monsters. He stared intently at the lecturing expert. Back then, he didn't have enough evidence, so he couldn't do anything but let it go. But Gi-Gyu's expression immediately turned grim. He was certain of his deduction. No matter the situation, there was a high probability that some of the players had started killing each other, because it was a perfect opportunity to thin out the competition and snatch their items. Gi-Gyu turned and quietly left the conference room. And in this dungeon, he remembered exactly what the most valuable reward would be. The reward for defeating the orc monster boss was the Fang of the Orc Lord. Gi-Gyu also clearly remembered who that reward went to. The reward ended up going to the guild with the highest contribution, the Messiah Guild. He vividly remembered the image of Lee Se Jun accepting that reward with a radiant face. Now, recalling his expression back then, Gi-Gyu felt something was off. Back then, I didn't know anything, but thinking about it now, a lot of things felt forced. For all I know, that punk might have already been corrupted even back then. He slowly pushed the door open and stepped outside. Gi-Gyu walked alone down the hallway. He continued his deduction based on the anomalies he had found. Even if Lee Se Jun was behind it, the Messiah Guild might not have acted directly. Gi-Gyu narrowed his eyes, racking his brain to find the truth. He couldn't rule out the possibility that they had planted spies in other guilds. Guessing their next move based on his memories, Gi-Gyu slowly backed away from the scene. It looked like he already had it all figured out. Cut to the next scene. Players start grouping up in the middle of the city square. Flashing lights are going off all around them when a sudden voice cuts in, getting the show on the road. The players are now heading into the dungeon. The whole place is swarmed by fans cheering their heads off and snapping pics as the players get ready to go in. A total of 4 guilds are participating in this game, and each guild has chosen a symbolic color. First up is the Messiah Guild. Everyone in the guild is decked out in slick, elegant white suits. Next up is the second guild, the Phoenix Guild. The members chose fiery red suits to represent their strength and power. Following them is the third guild, the Lion Guild. They rock yellow suits over black shirts, giving off a fierce vibe, just like a lion holding its head high. Last but not least is the School Guild, and they're all dressed in black suits, paired with matching masks, which really plays up the mystery of this guild. Gi-Gyu stood silently in the middle of the chaotic crowd, slowly trailing behind the players from the other 4 guilds. Gi-Gyu was the last one to step into the dungeon. He slowly pulled down his hood, a wicked grin spreading across his face. That orc's fang you guys are all dying to get your hands on, I'll be the one to take it. In just a moment, all the players had entered the dungeon, one by one. A bright light flashed, engulfing the entire forest that was shrouded in darkness. After entering the dungeon, 2 members suddenly got separated from their guild. The girl looked around, confused, and asked, "Where's our guild?" The guy sighed, tilting his head. "It's way too crowded for real. It's hard to find them." Yonggi suddenly yelled out, "Messiah, guild, front and center, fall in." The moment he shouted, all the guild members immediately got into a neat formation right in front of all the other players. A player from another guild, after witnessing the scene, exclaimed in awe, "That's the Messiah Guild for you. Look how fast they got into formation, that's sick." The dude standing behind him said with a bit of an attitude, "Cut the pointless praise, man." Han, with the northern sword slung over his shoulder, slowly stepped forward. He smirked, saying that even if they started first, it wouldn't make a damn bit of difference, because there are at least 1,000 orcs to deal with. Han pointed in another direction and yelled out, "Orc, over there," just as the other members were standing around looking confused at this orc. Suddenly, the sound of someone's footsteps broke the tense atmosphere. Jack bravely sprinted towards the orc, rushing forward to shield everyone. Jack glanced at the orc and then ordered the rest of his members, "Messiah Guild, we're taking this thing down. Everyone stay sharp." Immediately, the system's voice unexpectedly rang out, "Warrior skill has been activated. The beast has been provoked." At the same time, the shield in Jack's hand emitted a massive sound wave, grabbing the orc's attention. Hearing the loud noise, it cautiously turned around. The orc immediately went into berserk mode, raising its fist and charging at him. Jack quickly used his large shield to block its attack, using all his strength to hold the shield steady. Jack struggled to keep his footing on the stone ground after the orc's powerful impact. The creature's expression suddenly changed, a flash of surprise in its eyes. Jack smirked, staring down the orc with a stone-cold gaze. "Is that all you got?" Elena, watching from the side, started muttering a spell. Her eyes and hands suddenly began to glow with a strange light, and then countless massive vines shot up from the ground, tightly wrapping around the orc's arms and neck. The system chimed in with another announcement. "Skill of the holder of the source of knowledge, the beast has been bound." Elena continued to chant the spell loudly. The light radiating from her grew stronger and stronger, and at the same time the vines around the orc's neck tightened their grip. The orc struggled violently, grabbing at the vines wrapped around its neck. Its eyes filled with desperation as it screamed in agony. Its painful cry tore through the silent air, and a sudden wave of power blasted back towards the other members. That wave of power shifted from the air to the ground, violently shaking the earth beneath the players' feet. They yelled out in a panic, "Wah! What the hell is this, an earthquake?" A man immediately stepped up, pointing towards the forest and explaining, "It's not an earthquake. There's something in the forest back there." After hearing what he said, everyone's eyes shot in the direction he was pointing. A wave of fear washed over them. They held their breath, everyone tightening their grip on their swords, ready to throw down at any moment. Instantly, more than a dozen giant orcs came charging out of the forest towards them. One of the orcs in the lead launched the first attack, aiming straight for a member of the Phoenix Guild. He calmly drew his sword and delivered a few slashes, and a stream of dark red blood immediately gushed out. His blade sliced cleanly through the orc's arm, and the other players started charging in to fight one by one. The horde of orcs went ballistic, charging at the players like speeding bullets. The whole scene instantly descended into chaos, with humans on one side and frenzied monsters on the other, clashing in a wild brawl. As for the Messiah Guild, they weren't fighting with brute force. They stayed on the sidelines using magic to control the orcs. All the players there got more and more hyped up as they fought, their minds buzzing with excitement. When they saw the Messiah Guild getting a handle on the orcs, all the other players gripped their swords and charged in. Just like that, battle cries started echoing all over the place. Everyone roared and pushed forward together. Players from the same guild started teaming up, coordinating perfectly to take down one orc after another. Nobody even noticed Kim Gi-Gyu was there, posted up by himself on a huge tree branch nearby. Kim Gi-Gyu carefully watched everything unfold. Looks like nobody gives a damn that I'm gone. A wicked grin suddenly spread across Kim Gi-Gyu's face. All right, time to make my move. Kim Gi-Gyu casually watched the battle from his high perch, thinking, I'm still not that far from the other players. Then he started moving fast, trying to pinpoint the boss orc's location. As he zipped along, he calculated in his head that the clear condition was to wipe out all 1,000 orcs and their boss. To keep casualties to a minimum, they first had to thin out the orc numbers. From what Kim Gi-Gyu knew, the real hunt for the boss would only officially kick off after all 1,000 orcs were wiped out. A sly, calculating smirk played on his lips. That's my deadline to ID the boss. At the same time, back in the orc stronghold, an orc was kneeling in the middle of the great hall before the orc lord. The orc lord didn't say a word, just stared daggers at the guilty party. Blood trickled from the criminal orc's mouth as a massive blade was lifted high. With a sickening thud, the criminal orc's head was chopped clean off. It rolled in front of the other orcs, scaring the hell out of them. Right then, the orc lord smashed his fist onto the arm of his throne. It got to its feet, axe in hand. Next, it let out a massive roar, and its minions roared right back. After that little warning from the orc lord, the underlings started heading back to the battlefield. The sight even impressed Kim Gi-Gyu, who was watching from his hiding spot. Taking out the orcs that tried to desert was a solid move. His eyes then locked onto the orc lord. Is that the boss orc? He looks tougher than I expected, but a smug feeling started to build inside him. Talk about lucky catching him right when he's sending his goons out to fight. Seeing the massive orc lord sitting all alone on his throne, Kim Gi-Gyu knew this was his chance. While all the other grunts were busy with the frontal assault, he started scheming with a joyful grin on his face. I've got to hit the boss orc while he's all by himself. Back on the battlefield with Jong-Ki's crew after the guild members took down a wave of the enemy forces. One of them got cocky and shouted, "This ain't so tough, let's just keep plowing through." But Jong-Ki was dead serious, thinking their numbers are way smaller than I figured. They must have a main force somewhere else. At that moment, someone's shadow popped up right next to him. Turns out it was Henry. He quickly reported what he'd scouted. Sir, a massive number of orcs are headed this way. Jong-Ki heard that and immediately asked, how many are we talking? Henry's voice was grim. My guess is somewhere between 900 and 1,000, sir. Looks like their whole damn army. This confirmed Jong-Ki's suspicions just as he thought. Without a second's hesitation, he yelled for everyone to push forward and finish this thing today. We need to reform our ranks to face their main army. But his hype was met with a straight-up attitude from the dudes in the other guilds. Yo, who the hell you think you're bossing around? From out of the crowd, Ronald from the Lion Guild stepped up and shouted, We ain't no errand boys for the Messiah Guild. The Lion Guild is going to attack how we see fit. Still, Jong-Ki tried to reason with these hard-headed fools. A huge number of orcs are marching this way right now. I get that guild rivalry is a big deal, but if we don't team up, he finished his voice grave, we could all get wiped out in this dungeon. Too bad Ronald wasn't listening and just shot back with a sneer. What's the matter not feeling so confident if you're that scared? The guy glanced at Jong-ki and said with total disdain, "Maybe you shouldn't have come in here at all." With that, he led his crew from the Lion Guild forward. Henry saw this and could only sigh, "Those guys are completely nuts." Not wanting to waste any more time, Jong-ki quickly gave the order, "Let's find a safe spot to catch our breath and get ready for the next round." Meanwhile, Gi-Gyu had summoned his skeleton soldiers. He and his 2 skeletal minions were getting ready for a 3-on-1 throwdown with the Orc Lord. The sudden appearance of 3 nobodies who didn't fear death left the Orc Lord a little baffled. But it got up anyway and prepared to go all out. Gi-Gyu and his minions immediately got hyped ready to throw down with the Orc Lord. Right then, the 2 skeleton soldiers charged ahead. Without missing a beat, the Lord activated a skill. Fangs of the Orc Lord was now active. Just as the 2 skeletons were about to close in on the Orc Lord, it suddenly shot them a look and straight up shattered one of the skeleton soldiers. The sight left Gi-Gyu stunned, muttering, "That's impossible." Back with the Orc Lord, it was now aggressively charging the last skeleton soldier. Of course, that skeleton soldier didn't back down and just growled right back. Out of nowhere, the Orc Lord swung its axe at the skeleton soldier, but tough luck, the skeleton deftly dodged it. However, with its razor-sharp eyes catching every single moment, the Orc Lord easily landed a clean hit on the skeleton soldier. This made Gi-Gyu realize his skeleton soldiers couldn't hold out as long as he'd thought. So, he decided to use the arrow in his hand right then and there. Gi-Gyu aimed his bow at Lot. This was his only shot. He had to take it now, right at this moment, while the last skeleton soldier was distracting it. The very moment Lot swung its axe at the skeleton soldier was when Gi-Gyu let the arrow fly. Lot immediately sensed the danger, hurtling toward it. Unbelievably, in that split second that seemed impossible, it still managed to twist its body and dodge. This completely blew Gi-Gyu's mind. It dodged. This monster was way stronger than the stories he'd heard. Just then, the skeleton soldier closed in on one of Lot's legs. Then it swung its sword and slashed at Lot. But instead of injuring the beast, the skeleton soldier's sword just shattered into a million pieces. Before Gi-Gyu's stunned and horrified eyes, Lot raised its axe and slammed it straight down on the skeleton soldier. With a massive crash, the skeleton soldier's bones went flying everywhere. Gi-Gyu stared at the bloodthirsty Lot in front of him and could only mutter, "If this keeps up, this is going to be a real pain." At this point, he had no choice but to switch up the plan no matter what. Seeing the fang on Lot's neck, Gi-Gyu hesitated to attack right away. It had the Orc King's fang, making a direct confrontation nearly impossible. So he quickly decided to make a strategic retreat. Retreating was the better option now his mana was running low anyway. No sooner said than done, he quickly turned tail and ran. But something strange happened that he couldn't figure out. Why wasn't it chasing him? Suddenly, Lot moved, making Gi-Gyu think, did it change its mind? Nah. Seeing Lot's slow movements, he realized, so what is chasing after some scaredy cat a waste of calories? This made him feel kinda satisfied. Maybe that's really it. An A+ rank dungeon boss is built different, I guess. But hey, that works for me. I can run without worrying. As he picked up speed, he confidently declared, "But next time we meet, you're going to regret letting me get away." While Gi-Gyu was making his escape, his silhouette was spotted by some guild members lurking in the shadows. Who the hell is that guy? Ronald totally got the wrong idea. He thought Gi-Gyu was a guild member and got pissed, thinking the Lion Guild wasn't the only one bailing on the fight. Just then, Ronald's right-hand man whispered his guess, "Chief, what if that guy already found the Orc chieftain before us?" Ronald mused, maybe that's true, but maybe not. Then he added scornfully, "There's nothing to go on. We have no idea if he's heading back because he found the Orc chieftain. You can't trust a single soul out here unless you see it with your own 2 eyes. Even though the guy himself wasn't all that strong, his greed was off the charts. The item drop from the A+ rank dungeon boss had to belong to the Lion Guild, whatever it took." Suddenly, Ronald's subordinate started swaying weirdly. Then he unexpectedly collapsed along with the other members of the Lion Guild. The situation left Ronald so stunned he couldn't react in time. He yelled in panic, "What the hell is happening?" Instantly, he went on high alert and thought to himself, "What the hell is this I've never heard anything about? A non-orc type of monster appearing here." Then, suddenly blood-red eyes emerged from the darkness staring daggers at Ronald, which sent a chill down his spine and made him realize this was no monster. Still, he blustered and yelled, "Who the hell are you? Show yourself. You think you can pull this stunt and just bounce? The only place punks like you are going is 6 feet under." Meanwhile, in a cave lit by a campfire, Gi-Gyu had safely met up with members from the other guilds. He glanced around to check things out and felt a sense of relief. Looks like no one's paying me any mind. Nice. But when he saw everyone's somber faces, he got a little curious. What's with this vibe? Feels like I crashed a funeral. Then his eyes caught sight of the numerous graves that had already been made. That made him wonder how did so many people die on the very first day. Kim Gi-Gyu's expression was now filled with curiosity as he had no clue what had happened. Something's off. Only the best of the best get to come here and everyone is armed to the teeth. Did the guilds start fighting each other sooner than I thought? Suddenly, the sound of an argument erupted. Hey, why do you guys look so beat up? You guys don't look so hot yourselves. Of course we're different. A bewildered member of the Pixie-U Guild asked, our Pixie-U Guild is still in good shape, by the way. You got any intel on the other guilds? A member from some other guild spoke up. From what we've heard, it looks like the Lion Guild got hit the hardest. One of their teams went into the forest to score some loot and just disappeared without a trace. The members of the various guilds started chattering amongst themselves. It wasn't just one or two people who disappeared. Seriously, that's crazy. It's also possible their bodies are so messed up you can't even identify them anymore. Those orcs are man-eaters after all. They talked about not wanting to get eaten by orcs and then getting an earful from their captain. So gross. Look, I'm okay with dying, but I'm not about to become monster food. Don't jinx it, man. That's bad mojo. Yeah, sorry, senior. Sitting in front of the crackling fire, a member's voice piped up, but still I know we're saying all this, but it's just too strange. Another member wondered aloud. Normally, you'd expect to find a body somewhere, or at least someone who managed to escape, but died later from their wounds, right? The person next to him agreed. You're thinking the same thing, huh? Let's just hope someone who went missing is still alive. Kim Gi-Gyu sat at a distance, silently listening to their conversation to gather more information. Forget it. We should just focus on saving our own skins first. All that sweet loot is worthless if you're dead, am I right? The information he overheard left even him feeling unsettled. This was an A+ rank dungeon, so stuff like this could happen. But for so many teams to get completely wiped out in a single day was not normal at all. Having another enemy lurking out there made him feel uneasy. Something was definitely fishy. My plan could fail if our overall military strength weakens. Tomorrow's going to be a busy day. The sky had brightened and the sun was up, but the orc army was still marching relentlessly. Their numbers were insane. This terrified the members from the different guilds. Damn it, why are there so many of them? There were groans mixed with curses. No matter how many they killed, more just kept swarming in. Shut up and focus, dude. An army of guilds fought against the orc army. An orc let out a massive roar and the battle between the two sides raged fiercely. The commotion from the fight caught Kim Gi-Gyu's attention. Looks like it started. However, he didn't care much about that because he was busy trying to figure out how to deal with the orc lord. But this right here is the real problem. I can't land a critical hit on the orc leader with what I've got now. Besides, from yesterday's battle he realized that using the skeleton warriors as bait wouldn't work either. They're too fragile. Suddenly, he remembered something. Come to think of it, I wonder if skeleton warriors can shoot arrows. So, he decided to summon a skeleton warrior to test it out. A skeleton warrior has been summoned. A moment later, Kim Gi-Gyu went back to the orc lord's spot. Seeing it still sitting casually on its throne made him sigh. You're still looking pretty comfy today, huh? So, he decided to make its life difficult. All right then, round 2, just like before the orc lord activated its skill. Fang of the Orc King has been activated. Its power multiplied. A loud boom echoed as it leaped and charged towards Kim Gi-Gyu. Just as the Orc Lord was about to attack him, something suddenly flew towards it. This startled it a bit, but it quickly raised its axe to block. The arrow fell to the ground after hitting the iron axe. The Orc Lord's angry gaze shot towards whoever fired the arrow. That someone was none other than a skeleton warrior. Pissed off by the sneak attack, the Orc Lord hurled a boulder at the skeleton warrior, but luckily the two skeleton warriors quickly dodged it. As they dodged, they kept firing arrows. Arrow after arrow flew at the Orc Lord, but it managed to block them all. Right when it was busy dealing with the skeleton warriors, Kim Gi-Gyu had somehow appeared right above its head. So, the skeleton warriors really can use bows and arrows. A smug smile spread across his face. The plans working like a charm, Kim Gi-Gyu launched himself high into the air. The moment he was about to land on the Orc Lord's head, it finally sensed the danger. However, any move it made now was too slow. Kim Gi-Gyu delivered a strike from above to the Orc Lord. At the same time, he sliced through the fang of the Orc King that it wore around its neck. The moment the fang fell, Kim Gi-Gyu swiftly snatched the treasure he had longed for. Power began to transfer to him. You have obtained the fang of the Orc Lord. At the same time, the Orc Lord's various powers began to plummet. The boss's physical damage has decreased, the boss's defense has decreased, the Orc boss's agility has decreased. Suddenly, the Orc Lord's legs gave out. Luckily, Kim Gi-Gyu dodged in time, otherwise he would have been crushed by a pile of rocks. The reason the Orc Lord suddenly collapsed was because of a poison arrow stuck in its leg. The Orc boss has been afflicted with blood poison, and the ones who did it were Kim Gi-Gyu's two skeleton warriors. The current situation made him feel incredibly smug. Now, I've got its fang. The attack worked. The system provided some more information about the Fang of the Orc Lord. Fang of the Orc Lord stolen item, legendary, level requirement 1 and above. This is the Fang of the Orc Lord. The Fang of the Orc Lord possesses immense power. Equipped effects are plus 30 physical damage, 5% increase in attack power, 5% increase in physical defense, 10% increase in damage upon attack. Oh, after learning about the effects of this treasure, Gi-Gyu didn't hesitate and decided to use it immediately. Now there's just one thing left to do. The system immediately announced you have equipped the Fang of the Orc Lord. A triumphant grin appeared on his face. Equipping his weapon, he gently wiped his blood-stained sword and declared, "Time to take your head." As for the Orc Lord, it was busy fighting frantically against the 2 skeleton warriors. One skeleton warrior took the opportunity to fire a concentrated arrow at it. This made it roar in fury. The Orc Lord went berserk, swinging its arms wildly to knock away the arrows flying at it. Suddenly, its eyes filled with confusion. Turns out an arrow had hit it right in the stomach. The system immediately announced the Orc boss has been afflicted with blood poison. Suddenly, a figure flashed by Gi-Gyu appeared unexpectedly right behind the Orc Lord. As soon as it saw him, it charged furiously to attack, but he easily dodged and jumped onto its arm. His whole body was suspended in midair, and then he did a flip. Seizing the moment, Gi-Gyu gripped the hilt of his sword with one hand while his other hand pushed hard on the pommel. Quickly, he plunged the sword into the Orc Lord's arm. The system promptly displayed a notification. The Orc boss has been afflicted with blood poison. Realizing it had been hit by his move again, the Orc Lord glared at him with pure hatred. Before it could counterattack, Gi-Gyu swung and sent its axe flying. He then flashed a delighted smile. "That axe you're using." The axe flew straight towards the skeleton warrior. It seemed this was all part of Gi-Gyu's plan. The skeleton warrior didn't even try to dodge. Instead, it looked ready. It quickly caught the axe. At first, it looked at the axe with a confused expression, but then it suddenly tossed aside the bow in its hand. The skeleton warrior seemed incredibly hyped about its new weapon. This made Gi-Gyu quite satisfied, and confirmed it's the perfect weapon to take your life. At the same time, somewhere else, someone had landed safely on a high tree branch. He looked around in confusion and wondered, what's that sound? Orcs don't usually make that kind of racket. After thinking it over, he decided to head toward the sound, figuring someone must be fighting a boss nearby. The realization that someone beat him to the punch pissed this dude off a bit, and he muttered to himself, "Damn it, who the hell is it? I gotta find out and report back to the guild right away." And with that, he picked up the pace, moving faster and faster. Once he broke free from the dense tall forest, the guy quickly hopped onto a distant rock ledge. The sight before him left him completely speechless. It turned out he'd found Gi-Gyu and his 2 skeleton soldiers toying with Lot. 2 skeleton soldiers and a single player. Seeing just one player made him kinda confused, so he strained his eyes searching for anyone else. But there was no one else, not a single other player in sight. He was pretty shocked and bewildered to see only Gi-Gyu. Is he taking on the orc boss all by himself? No way, how's that even possible? That thought scared him, and he decided he had to report to his guild right away. Without a second thought, he quickly turned to leave. But there was one thing. This dude had no idea that Gi-Gyu had spotted him a while ago. As he was booking it back to his guild, an arrow suddenly slammed right into his back. This startled him, and he cried out, "An arrow!" But it was no use, he couldn't run anymore and collapsed to the ground. Getting ambushed like that, the guy looked around dazed and confused, wondering, what the hell just happened? Who was that? He thought of Gi-Gyu and panicked. No way did he spot me. It has to be him. Is he trying to stop me from reporting that he's fighting the orc boss? Suddenly, a flash of light appeared next to him, forcing him to glance over at a figure that had materialized out of thin air. This person was none other than a member of the school guild staring down at the poor guy with a murderous look in his eyes. The man himself was terrified and realized this guy's from the school guild. Before he could even get a last word in, he was taken out. The guy from the school guild just stood there casually over the poor dude's body, who was now gone for good. After killing the man, the school guild member carefully crossed his name off a list and took stock of who was next on the hit list, 5 more to go. He looked at all the names he'd already crossed off and couldn't help but complain, what a damn waste of time and effort fighting orcs, when we could be out peking instead. Suddenly, another school guild member up in a tree called out to him, "Listen up, newbie. Half of that dude's drops are mine, so make sure you split it right." The guy on the ground replied wearily, Yeah, I got it. Don't worry." Then he suddenly asked, "By the way, are you really going to go after that guy from before?" The senior school guild member casually replied, "He's not on the list, but if I get the chance, I'm still going to kill him for his loot." The younger member worried, thinking that since he was taking on the orc boss alone, he's basically a monster himself, isn't that too risky? But the senior member insisted, "But after he finishes off that orc, he'll be totally gassed, right?" Taking him out then will be a piece of cake." With that, the guy took off. "I'm bouncing. Clean up the rest and then follow." The other guy muttered to himself, "There's no one left to clean up." Then he picked up the body of the guy he'd just killed and decided to drag it off to be dumped. He figured he'd just toss it to the orcs and let them take care of it. Just then, someone stepped out from behind a large tree in the forest. That person was none other than Gi-Gyu. He had been listening in and watching everything the school guild members did. Back at the battlefield where the guilds were fighting the orcs, they had wiped out the horde of orcs that seemed 100 times their size. Han looked at the scene with a smug expression. "We're making better time than I thought." Just then, one of his underlings spoke up, saying that at this rate they could clear the dungeon in no time. Han agreed enthusiastically. "You got that right, but from now on we don't need to be on the front lines. If you get a chance, start falling back behind the formation." These words confused his subordinate a bit. "Huh, what do you mean, boss?" An arrogant thought flashed through Han's mind. The small fry were almost wiped out, so starting tomorrow everyone would begin searching for the orc boss. Then he gave a triumphant smirk and ordered, "Get ready for the main event." At that exact moment, a system window suddenly popped up in front of all the players. This even caught Han by surprise. A line of red text appeared. It read, "You have defeated the orc chieftain." Han couldn't believe his eyes and blurted out in shock. The other guys were so stunned they started yelling. What the hell is this? Somebody tell me I'm seeing things? Who the hell was it?" Han himself was completely stunned by the notification. How is that even possible? All the main forces of the guilds are gathered right here. Henry, who was beside him, asked quietly, "Boss, what's going on? Does this mean those guys from the Lion Guild who bailed earlier actually succeeded?" Zhang Qi shook his head in response. "I'm not so sure anymore." His eyes were filled with doubt. He'd always thought the Lion Guild was all talk and no action. Meanwhile, back with Lot, its own axe was now stained red. The skeleton soldier had successfully turned its weapon against it using the Orc Lord's axe to finish it off for good. At that very moment, Gi-Gyu received another notification. "You have leveled up. You have obtained the Orc Chieftain Hunter achievement." The reward was a skill book. Seeing he got a new skill, he checked it out curiously. "Another new book? I hope it's something useful." The moment he saw what the new skill was, his eyes went wide with surprise. This was an unexpected skill sent his way. The Deathly Tome, an E-rank skill, a book containing the power of Osis. It can hold 5 under monsters. Affect the souls of the dead. Sealed within the Deathly Tome, receive the power of Osis, increasing all their stats by 5%. After reading about the skill's effects, Gi-Gyu was immediately reminded of another one of his skills, but there was a key difference. "So, this thing is like that pouch, but for holding my monster squad. Plus, the ones I put in here get a little power boost." To test out how strong this thing was, he decided to strike while the iron was hot, you know. No sooner said than done, he quickly absorbed 2 skeleton soldiers into the Deathly Tome. Power surged from the book, sucking the 2 skeleton soldiers inside, and even Gi-Gyu had to grit his teeth to hold on tight to the tome. A deafening explosion erupted with thunder and lightning, kicking up a cloud of dust that made Gi-Gyu exclaim, "That's so epic!" Seeing the 3 words orc skeleton written in the book, he felt pretty damn satisfied. "From now on, I don't have to kill the first monster anymore. I can just summon my soldiers the second I step into a dungeon." A smug smile spread across his face. With this, the biggest weakness of summoning skeleton warriors was a thing of the past. Meanwhile, deep in the forest, a group of people was moving faster than ever. Turns out, it was Han's guild. The way he was just barreling towards the Orc Lord's location made his confused underlings speak up. "Boss, where are you running? The Orc Lord has already been defeated." Annoyed by their constant questions, he turned around and yelled, "Like I don't already know that." Hearing this, his right-hand man was still puzzled. Then why? So Han had no choice but to growl and bluntly explain why he was running headfirst towards the Orc Lord's spot. "You idiot. We at least have to check out the scene so we can report back. You think you'll get back in one piece if you just go and tell Mr. Park Yong-Wan what happened." The moment the underlings heard that name, they all shivered in fear. Park Yong-Wan. In the end, the whole crew ran like their lives depended on it toward the Orc Lord's location. As for the guys from the school guild, they never expected things to move so fast either. Damn it, I can't believe the Orc Lord went down that quick. So, the leader decided to change the plan to just forget about the dude who soloed the Orc Lord and handle the targets on their list first. Hearing this, one of the members asked, "But what about the new guy who stayed behind to clean up?" The white-haired guy in the group sighed in annoyance and replied, "I told him to follow us right after he was done. After this mission, I'm going to have to teach him a lesson." The leader didn't hesitate to remind the crew what they needed to do if they got caught. "If our identities are exposed, the higher-ups will be in deep trouble. We have to avoid that at all costs, and in the worst-case scenario, Be ready to take yourselves out. With the current situation, he had to hurry his subordinates. There wasn't much time left, but they still had to act as stealthily as possible. Just then, he suddenly sensed something. Wait, someone's coming. Looking behind them, they saw it was the new guy from their group. The way he was running left the whole crew bewildered. The newbie. Why is he running for his life like that? The answer came immediately as two skeleton soldiers were chasing the school guild's new recruit. The white-haired guy instantly recognized the skeleton warriors. He thought to himself, did he go and piss that guy off? Just then, the newbie ran straight towards the spot where the school guild members were gathered. This move pissed off the white-haired guy so much that he screamed, "You bastard, are you insane? What are we supposed to do now that you've led them right to us?" He then quickly asked the leader for his take. "Boss, what now? We're exposed because of this dumbass newbie." On the verge of being discovered, the leader's mind raced. That guy decided to attack us. Could it be because he knows something? If we waste any more time here, the other guilds will swarm this place. When that happens, we're all dead for sure. Even if we have to ditch the mission, we have to kill this guy and erase all traces. While he was lost in thought, the newbie suddenly pulled a sword out of nowhere. The very moment the leader turned to ask his crew, "Is everyone ready?" the newbie swiftly sent the whole lot of them to their graves. The white-haired guy fell to the ground with a fatal slash across his body. The other guys didn't fare much better. The current situation was that the entire school guild squad was wiped out, leaving only the leader and the newbie. This shocked him so much his eyes went wide as he wondered, what the hell is this? The newbie betrayed us. Suddenly, the new guy took off his mask, revealing that he wasn't a member of the school guild at all, but Kim Gi-Gyu himself. The moment he saw the arrogant look on his face, the leader was so stunned he blurted out, "This guy is..." Flashing back a few minutes, Kim Gi-Gyu's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at the school guild's newbie. It seemed he had figured out why the number of players had dropped so. These guys were the reason only half the players made it back alive. After checking some of the newbie's memories, he was a bit disappointed because he couldn't find what he was looking for. But the newbie's memories had zero information related to the Salvation Guild. Then, Kim Gi-Gyu's gaze shifted to the person who had been taken out by the school guild's newbie. He quickly realized that in his past life that guy had just been listed as missing. Without a second thought, he quickly stripped all the gear off the newbie. He put it on himself and decided it looked like he had to meet the leader of the Skull Guild in here. He planned to search for the information he needed, but before that, he had to take care of something else first. If I'm lucky, I might find some info on the connection between the Skull Guild and the Salvation Guild. But before that, I need to deal with the Orc Lord. Back to the present. The leader stared at Kim Gi-Gyu with a dazed and confused look and wondered, who the hell is this bastard? Where the hell did he come from? School Guild punks were staring in fear at the skeleton soldiers. Seeing the two of them looming closer, the School Guild crew totally freaked out and started screaming, "Get lost! Get the hell away!" As for Kim Gi-Gyu, he was pretty satisfied that the whole crew showed up. "Looks like I got lucky again. All the dudes from the rookie's memory are gathered right here." While the two skeleton soldiers were busy menacing the School Guild grunts, Kim Gi-Gyu was putting the screws to their leader. Done playing cat and mouse with this bunch, the skeleton soldier growled and raised its axe high. The School Guild guys saw that and screamed in terror, "Don't!" But begging was useless since they were going to get smoked anyway. The School Guild's leader was terrified by Kim Gi-Gyu's ruthlessness. This bastard doesn't hesitate at all when it comes to killing. This means it ain't his first rodeo. Even though he was scared, he still talked tough, saying, "I don't know who you are, but you ain't getting anything out of me." Knowing he couldn't beat Kim Gi-Gyu, he decided to go for broke. "Even if I live and get away, I'll just be a liability to the boss. This is the only way." Without a second thought, the leader pulled out his sword and offed himself. His action caught Kim Gi-Gyu a bit off guard. Self-destruction. After composing himself, he said sarcastically, "That's hardcore, but totally useless." Looking at the corpse of the school leader, something felt off to him. Shouldn't I be thanking him instead? He just proved he knew a ton of valuable information. Not wanting to waste any more time, Kim Gi-Gyu activated a skill, Eye of Anubis. A memory surfaced in a certain house and mingled with the sound of trickling water was someone's voice. This global change will be an opportunity for the Japanese Empire to take a great leap forward. The voice came from a hidden room inside the house. We will cooperate with the Salvation Guild to build an organization to expand our influence. Two men were seriously discussing something. Yoo Seong go to Korea, join the Skull Guild, and serve our country. One of them was a man whose face was unclear. He was persuading the other man, if we can seize the dungeons and items of both Japan and Korea. He was making a promise to Yoo Seong. We will build an empire more powerful than ever before. It will be called an empire. Just then, two men suddenly appeared at the door and were introduced to Yoo Seong by the mysterious man. Now, I will introduce the ones who will guide you. The angels of Japan will help us build Yamato. Im Seong. Jun was stunned, stammering, "You are?" The moment he saw the two who entered, his jaw dropped in shock. He then hurriedly bowed his head and greeted them loudly. "It is a great honor to meet you both." He thought to himself in awe, "I can't believe I'm meeting the Sword Saint and the Bow Saint here." Returning to the memory, the school guild leader was asking his subordinate, "There's a guy we need to take care of when the A+ rank dungeon appears. What's he like?" He was then told about a Korean dungeon broker. Juan is pretty good, but lately he's been getting in the way of Japan's brokers. We have to deal with him at all costs. And then a name was brought up. Apparently, Korea also has a pretty decent broker. What was his name again? Oh, Se Jun. After checking and getting the necessary information, Kim Gi-Gyu casually dropped the school leader's corpse to the ground with a look of disdain. "I was hoping it wasn't true, but it looks like I was wrong. This is just disgusting." He gritted his teeth filled with rage and resentment. Even in the darkest of times, we trusted and fought alongside each other. The familiar images of Noda Hajiro and Sukahara Ken appeared in his mind. The Sword Saint, the Bow Saint, even the two of them. In his past life, as Kim Gi-Gyu remembered, he had conquered many dungeons with them before his return. He had always looked at the two of them with so much admiration, always at the forefront fighting to save the world. I wanted to be like them. To him, they were his inspiration. They weren't just his teachers, but his spiritual pillars. On top of that, they were the people he trusted the most. They were precious comrades I could entrust my life to. He had always believed in them, no matter the circumstances, but now everything was different. Even in the most brutal battles, I always thought that way. At this moment, Kim Gi-Gyu knew that they were also on the same side as Lee Se Jun. So he decided to wreck all of their plans. This time, I can't let them do whatever they want. The next target was Oh Se-chan. Right, he muttered to himself, a dungeon broker. The fact that this guy, Oh Se-chan, was assassinated led him to believe that if he was on the priority assassination list, he must be really talented. It seemed like he was about to figure something out. I didn't hear anything about him in my past life, which means the assassination was a success. If this Yamato crew replaced him, Lee Se Jun would gain something from it. And so he decided to look for some clues. As long as he's on the hit list, assassins will keep coming for him, like moths to a flame. Maybe I can find a clue to weaken them. Besides, he planned to kill two birds with one stone. And I also need a broker to find dungeons for me, so it works out perfectly. All right, business here is done. Time to leave the dungeon. In the real world, a few people were talking in a car. Senior, is it always this quiet around the gate? The one called Senior. Aha, found the question pretty ridiculous and answered with some annoyance. Monsters can't get out of the gate, so of course it's quiet. But as soon as the dungeon is cleared, this place will go nuts. So you better get some rest. The junior reporter, surprised, said, "When the dungeon's cleared, everyone's going to swarm the players for interviews." The senior just casually replied, "That's not why, you fool. It's because the players will be throwing down to snatch each other's items." This shocked the junior so much he yelled, "They're going to fight each other for real." The senior wearily explained, "Except for the Salvation Guild, everyone else will try to get as many items as they can. Anyway, we'll deal with it then. For now, just get some sleep. It's going to be a long time before we get another break." Suddenly, the junior pointed somewhere and stammered, senior annoyed by his talkative subordinate. The senior yelled in frustration, "Damn it, you're such a pain in the ass. What now?" But the junior just stared blankly, muttering about the gate. So the confused senior also looked where his junior was pointing. They both saw Kim Gi-Gyu covered in blood walking out, and they screamed in shock. A player, immediately medics appeared and rushed to give Kim Gi-Gyu first aid. An A+ rank dungeon has been cleared. Treat the injured first. The noise was getting on Kim Gi-Gyu's nerves. "Players are starting to come out. Get the stretchers over here. Hurry." Elsewhere, two guilds were about to clash for some unknown reason. "Yo, senior, a fight's breaking out over there. Why is this even worse than last time?" A few days later, the news from that day was all over the papers. News, politics, economy, society, world news. 31 people dead. Newsflash, no one from the Skull Guild survived. All of them died. Daily news, who defeated the Orc Chief Dungeon rewards, vanished. Conflict erupts between guild members. This news made someone so furious that he crumpled up the newspaper. Park Yong-Wan gritted his teeth and spat out, "How the hell can't we find the bastard who beat the chief?" The newspaper on the table had the headline, "Who took down the orc boss?" An angry voice echoed in the room. "And now you expect me to believe this crap members of the Yong-Wan Guild knelt on the floor in a single line." Their representative Ronald looked up and promised, Sir, I'm sorry. This incident was just so sudden. I guarantee it won't happen again." That guy, Park Yong-Wan, lowered his head, his eyes narrowing as he asked later, "The time and money I invested, and you not to mention my disappointment. How do you plan to compensate me for that?" He leaned on the table with both arms, his words dripping with menace. This isn't a charity where I give trash like you one chance after another. Park Yong-Wan gritted his teeth hard and gave an order. Within 1 week, you will bring me 5 times the amount I invested. When I give you a chance, you'd better take it. It'll be better for you that way. A terrified voice would be heard from inside the mansion. F5 times the amount. After Ronald's group had left, Park Yong-Wan turned to the person standing next to him and asked, Kim Gi-Gyu, is that guy getting treated in the hospital, Secretary? Kim quickly replied, Yes, they said he was injured in the dungeon this time. Hearing that answer, Park Yong-Wan frowned and turned his head. Seriously, not a single one of them is useful. Injured in a 1-floor dungeon? Secretary Kim hesitated before correcting him. Well, the injuries he got in the dungeon weren't caused by monsters. Park Yong-Wan slowly glanced at her. What's that? Are you saying he was attacked by players from other guilds? Is that information accurate? Secretary Kim began to analyze. We could investigate to see if it's true, but in this case I think it's better to just take his word for it. Park Yong-Wan stood up from his chair, put one hand in his pocket and walked toward the door. All right, let's go to the hospital. That guy isn't stupid enough to go blabbing everywhere, is he? Secretary Kim replied as she hurried after him. Yes, I've already told him to keep his mouth shut. Elsewhere in the hospital, someone was giving instructions. Well then, Kim Gi-Gyu, you just focus on recovering. Nam Sang stood in the hallway bowing to the person in the hospital room, and if you remember anything at all, contact the guild. He turned and walked away, scratching his head and letting out a long sigh. This is a mess. How can he not remember anything? What am I supposed to report to the higher-ups? Arriving at the elevator, the display above showed a down arrow and the number 4. Nam Sang looked up and thought to himself, if this was going to happen, why did Park Yong-Wan's faction insist on having Kim Gi-Gyu participate? Just as he stepped into one elevator, the one next to it opened. Park Yong-Wan stepped out with Secretary Kim, and he also noticed Nam Sang. The two of them arrived in front of a hospital room. Before Secretary Kim opened the door, Park Yong-Wan shared his assessment with her. Judging by the expression on that guy who just passed it, seems Kim Gi-Gyu knows how to keep his mouth shut. The door to the room was pushed open and the sound made Kim Gi-Gyu glance over. Park Yong-Wan walked into the room and asked, It's been a while. How's your body holding up? Kim Gi-Gyu didn't answer. He just thought to himself, So he's here. Clear liquid dripped from the IV bag down the plastic tube. Sitting on the hospital bed, Kim Gi-Gyu recounted, There's almost no information on the guys from the Skull Guild, but from what I've heard it's definitely suspicious. He recalled the things he had seen in his mind. I confirmed that they participated in the attack on the Fox boss. Kim Gi-Gyu glanced to the side and continued. The fact that they were all wiped out means the items were stolen by another power. A few details from the past battle flashed through his mind. Kim Gi-Gyu added one more thing. The last thing I saw was them using the stealth of the Silent Hunter. Park Yong-Wan, sitting in the chair next to the bed, speculated, If it was a stealth technique, I know it well. It can completely conceal the user, so it's very useful. So, they were only targeting players and the boss. Kim Gi-Gyu lowered his head, his eyes growing pensive. Yeah, if it wasn't for the blood poison, I probably would have died back there. Hearing his story, he said with a sigh, Well, you're pretty damn lucky then. Anyway, the school guild has been completely wiped out. So, no one else knows what you witnessed. Kim Gi-Gyu asked him, Even so, I'll have to be careful for a while. But our Phoenix Guild didn't manage to gather any intel. An unhappy expression crossed Park Yong-Wan's face as he gritted his teeth. Just thinking about it pisses me off. Because of that damn school guild, this whole incident was nothing but a loss. He rubbed his chin, silently plotting. I can't let this slide. Even if it's just to recoup our losses, we have to expose the school guild. What he learned from Kim Gi-Gyu was more useful than he'd thought. Park Yong-Wan slammed his hands on the armrests and asked loudly, All right, I get it. What do you want? Kim Gi-Gyu, feigning ignorance, asked back, What do I want, sir? What do you mean? Park Yong-Wan stood up from his chair. You can stop playing dumb now. He turned around, stating firmly, You were probably watching the other players to make a deal with me, but you must have some conditions for giving me this much information. Kim Gi-Gyu was silent for a moment before parting his lips and stating his request directly. If that's the case, I want to find someone. Park Yong-Wan seemed a bit confused and asked, Someone who are you looking for? Kim Gi-Gyu asked him back, Do you know of a broker named Lee Se Jun? I've heard he's very capable, but my own connections are limited, so Park Yong-Wan glanced over, repeating the name he just heard. Oh, Se Jun. How do you know about him? Well, whatever. If you get a call from an unknown number soon, just answer it. He and Secretary Kim turned towards the door to leave when he suddenly uttered a cryptic remark. "He's an arrogant bastard who picks and chooses his clients, but you have to admit the guy's got skills." Park Yong-Wan stopped in his tracks, turning back to the man on the bed with a warning look. "And one last thing. I'm just saying just in case, but you absolutely have to keep this incident under wraps. If rumors get out, you'll be the only one in danger." Kim Gi-Gyu tilted his head, looking at the man's back by the door, and replied, "Yes, I understand." The door slammed shut. Before Park Yong-Wan and Secretary Kim left, he left one last parting word. "All right, see you later." Kim Gi-Gyu just lowered his head in silence. He swung his legs off the bed, slipping them into the slippers on the floor, calculating in his head. "First off, everything's going according to my plan. They don't suspect a thing. Park Yong-Wan has no idea about the connection between the school guild and the Messiah Guild." Kim Gi-Gyu stood by the window looking out, thinking to himself, if he starts digging in that direction, either Lee Se Jun or the Divine Bow Holy Sword will catch Park Yong-Wan's attention. The corners of his lips curled into a satisfied smirk. Park Yong-Wan has no clue about the mess he's made for himself, so he's going to have a rough time for a while. While Park Yong-Wan and Lee Se Jun are locked in a battle of wits, I can focus on leveling up. A black car, with its headlights blazing, sped down the road, a voice coming from inside. "The school guild is massive, but they don't have a corporate backer. Then there's only one possibility." Park Yong-Wan sat in the back seat, looking at his phone screen. Moving domestic items overseas would amplify the investment capital. He watched the red arrows on the map, forming a plan. "We need to look into the international black market. If we go there, we might find the merchants they do business with." Park Yong-Wan's gaze shifted to the view outside the car window. This is definitely tied to some businesses that are in bed with them. That day, Kim Gi-Gyu walked out of the hospital. He put his hand in his pocket, searching as he wondered, shouldn't I be getting a call by now? Still nothing? Just then his phone rang. Kim Gi-Gyu took it out, praising inwardly, talk about perfect timing. He put the phone to his ear and a voice came through, "I heard you want to make a deal with me." Kim Gi-Gyu's eyes widened, realizing it was Oh Se-chan. He replied, "Yes, I'm looking for a dungeon." Oh Se-chan stated his condition. "I need to know what you're capable of before I decide." Kim Gi-Gyu asked him, "My abilities, you say?" Oh Se-chan didn't explain, simply saying, "I'll text you the details." Then the person on the other end hung up. Kim Gi-Gyu saw a new text message. The content was to wipe out goblins' number of floors. 1 floor. Dungeon difficulty. C+ rank maximum of 4 players. Allowed entry requirement below level 28. Clear condition. Exterminate 100 goblins. Dungeon location Songpa. Ward Inanel. District Gyeonggi. City Gyeonggi. Province. After reading it, Kim Gi-Gyu confirmed to himself, they said he picks his clients and it's true. He's using a C+ rank single-floor dungeon as a test. If I can pull this deal off, it'll be a huge help. Meanwhile, in a bustling city district, a tall building was covered in countless colorful signs. In the room, Lena pointed at the phone and asked curiously, "Bro, which poor sucker is it this time?" The man sitting across from him replied, "He's just another applicant, man. Park Yong-Wan was the one who recommended him and gave me his number." Lena lowered his head, closed his eyes, and let out a long sigh. "Bro, after what happened last time, you're really doing this again. What if this one's another dude trying to take you out?" Se Jun stood up and declared confidently, "It's no big deal. Even a truckload of those mid-tier scrubs couldn't do jack to me." Lena leaned back in his chair and warned worriedly, "Besides, if he's working for Park Yong-Wan, he's going to be even more aggressive." His bro Se Jun shot down his theory. If he worked for Park Yong-Wan, the old man would have handled the deal himself. He walked over to the desk and pulled open a bottom drawer. "Anyway, if he can't pass the test, it's all pointless. If he's here to kill me, all that matters is if he's got the skills." Se Jun tossed the phone he was holding inside, an excited grin on his face. The phone landed with a thud among a pile of other phones. His voice echoed, "If someone's that skilled, they might just be able to clear all the dungeons and end this game. That's exactly the kind of person we need." Lena's face lit up and he cheerfully pointed a thumb at himself. "Bro, why you gotta say that? That hurts, man. If you're looking for someone like that, he's right here." Se Jun bluntly remarked, "You've still got a long way to go." Lena cried out in disbelief. "Huh, what about me, bro?" Se Jun judged him as the type who was just good at surviving, so raiding a dungeon alone would be too much for him. Se Jun cracked an interested smile. "I've already given him the goblin dungeon as a test, so let's just see how it turns out." Lena shook his head and squinted. "Goblins, isn't that a bit much?" His bro Se Jun said nonchalantly. "It's not mandatory, so if he's not confident enough, he'll probably just give up." Lena clasped his hands behind his head. closed his eyes, and sighed at the ceiling. You really have zero business sense, bro. But did you forget how fast I burn through energy? I'm starving to death here. Hearing this, Se Jun got pissed and yelled, You just stuffed your face with takeout, so what kind of crap are you talking now? Meanwhile, a pale yellow car slowly pulled up to a giant crater. Inside the crater was a dungeon gate. Kim Gi-Gyu calmly stepped out of the car and firmly shut the door. Kim Gi-Gyu turned his head to survey the surroundings and wondered to himself, a goblin dungeon. Is this guy even trying to make money? He's not making this easy. Using a dungeon this overkill for a normal player, he thought to himself as he slowly slid down into the crater, but it's only hard for those who don't know how to deal with goblins. Nearby, a pair of binoculars was raised to someone's eyes. Jisoo reported the situation. I'm near the dungeon at Songbo Mountain. She lowered the binoculars and glanced at her phone, reporting to the person on the other end. Kim Gi-Gyu is approaching the dungeon over here. Jisoo's voice came through the phone speaker to the two people in the room. I'm starting the timer now. Se Jun was startled and looked at the device making the sound. What, he's there already? He picked up the phone on the table and asked the person on the other end, What an impatient guy. So what did he bring for prep? Jisoo replied, It doesn't look like he brought anything special. Se Jun gritted his teeth, not sure whether to call him reckless or just plain stupid. Lena looked up and asked, Isn't he just some psycho in the end? Se Jun just grunted without saying a word. Lena said dismissively, But you never know, maybe he doesn't need any prep because he's that confident. Se Jun added, He could be like that. He then thought to himself, But if that confidence isn't just all talk, at a Japanese-style restaurant someone's voice sighed. But to still not have the grasp on the situation, I guess the Salvation Guild is only capable of so much. Huh. In a room, a voice spoke up. Please don't say that, calm down. Kim Jae-Hun of the Salvation Guild waved his hand and analyzed, You know how hard it is to predict what'll happen in a dungeon because there are so many chaotic variables. It's a shame to come back empty-handed, but at least the losses weren't too great. The person sitting across from him repeated the last two words he heard, Not great. Noda Hajiro asked him with a stern face, 5 of my disciples are dead, and you say the losses weren't great? Kim Jae-Hun froze at his attitude and stammered a denial. No, that's not what I meant. Sukahara Ken, who was sitting next to Noda Hajiro and had been silent until now, also spoke up. Lee Jun probably knows right. About our relationship with the Skull Guild, isn't that why he assigns us jobs related to a C+ dungeon first? Kim Jae-Hun was stunned, cursing inwardly. I messed up. Sukahara. Ken, still in front of him, continued to speak. Of course it's true that you can't predict what will happen in a dungeon. He scowled and asked, But are you telling us to believe that something like an orc could take out our people? A panicked look appeared on Kim Jae-Hun's face as he heard them declare, This matter cannot be easily overlooked. Immediately he placed both hands on the floor and bowed respectfully to them. I am terribly sorry. I should have thought more carefully before spouting such nonsense. Please give me a little more time. I will definitely investigate this thoroughly. Sukahara Ken smirked and picked up the sake bottle on the table. That won't be necessary. We've already started our own investigation. Don't be so tense. How about a drink? Kim Jae-Hun glared as if he'd figured out what the guy was getting at. He raised his glass. Sukahara Ken explained as he poured wine into the glass Kim Jae-Hun was holding. Despite what happened, we're still allies with the Salvation Guild. I just wanted to show you. Sukahara Ken's eyes were filled with menace. Just how insulted we feel. The wine kept pouring into the glass, overflowing and spilling straight onto the table. Sukahara Ken glanced down at the tabletop. Since we're comrades, if there's a little friction, all we have to do is sit down for a few drinks and let it all slide. Right Kim Jae-Hun's hand holding the glass began to tremble, causing the wine inside to slosh around. Noda Hajiro had already left the room. Sukahara Ken followed right behind him, leaving only one sentence, Of course that is, if we're still comrades. Kim Jae-Hun, still frozen, holding the glass, numbly replied, Yes, that's right. The door was yanked shut with great force. Now Kim Jae-Hun was the only one left in the room. He gritted his teeth, realizing he'd been too arrogant in front of the archery master and the sword master, and needed to come up with a countermeasure right away. A black car was already waiting in front of the restaurant. Noda Hajiro asked the person on the other end of the phone, Did you take care of it? What about our losses? He listened to the information being reported and replied, All right, I got it. Once they were settled in the car, Sukahara Ken looked over at the person next to him and asked, Is it just as we suspected? Noda Hajiro crossed his arms and admitted, Yeah, it wasn't done by any of the names on the assassination list. Which means it wasn't one of the known skilled players. He added that the next target would be the Phoenix Guild, they're the only ones left. Sukahara Ken thought to himself, if the culprit isn't on the assassination list. Nota Hajiro continued his train of thought, then he belongs to a faction we don't know about, and is hiding his strength for some purpose. Elsewhere, the evening sky was covered in a dark blue-black hue near the Koi dungeon. At the same time, in a high-rise building, Bum Pun stood with his hands in his pockets speculating, since a player went into the dungeon today, we'll probably get to chill for a few days, right? Diem, chilling on the sofa, asked him, "What are you talking about? That dude went in there alone." He predicted with extreme confidence, "And I've never seen a player come out of there sane. That guy's going to be toast soon and the gate will open right back up." Diem had only managed to add a few more words, probably any second now, when a massive beam of light shot straight up into the sky from the pit behind him. Bum Pun pointed in that direction. "Damn, you called it perfectly." Dio turned his head, confused. "That's not it." The beam of light from the pit gradually faded away. He stared fixated on the scene before him. "That's the signal for a dungeon being cleared." Bum Pun cried out in disbelief. "What? What did you say?" Diem snatched up a pair of binoculars with lightning speed and put them to his eyes. The dungeon is impossible to clear even with a maxed-out party. Bum Pun reached out and tugged on his arm, calling out, "Boss!" Diem lowered the binoculars unhappily and asked, "What the hell are you doing? We have to find the guy who cleared it." Bum Pun's mouth hung open as he pointed in one direction. "No, I think I already found him." He aimed his finger at a yellow car speeding down the road. "There he is." As Diem watched the car drive further and further away, he screamed in despair. "We're screwed!" In a building in the city covered with signs, an extremely loud voice boomed. "What, you're telling me you lost him?" "Oh," Se Jun furiously yelled into his walkie-talkie, "you already got paid, so do your damn job properly. You took my money and did a half-assed job. Are you making excuses now?" Ju, sitting at a computer desk on the other side, had to tilt her head and plug her ears. She calmly called out to the man who was constantly cursing on the other end. Boss Oh Se-chan replied in an annoyed tone. Then Ju told him, "I haven't paid them yet." She stood up from her chair and asked him, "Didn't you say they were your hometown buddies?" Oh Se-chan asked back in confusion, "Huh, but we already decided to pay them." Ju stated firmly, "Nope, they just came to help us out." Oh Se-chan crossed his arms, confirming one more time. "Really?" Ju looked at him. "Really? Instead you told them you'd buy them a round of drinks." Oh Se-chan shrugged, inventing a reason to dodge the subject. "Too bad, because starting today I'm giving up drinking." Ju slung her bag over her shoulder and walked toward the door. "If it's Kim Gi-Gyu, you don't have to worry. I'm leaving now." Oh Se-chan grew curious. "Where are you going, Secretary Lee?" She didn't answer and just said, "If he has any intention of working with us, he'll contact us soon." Oh Se-chan watched her retreating back and commented, "Cold as ice." An image of Ju flashed in his mind, sitting helplessly on the ground and clutching a backpack. Come to think of it, it was around this time last year that I met her. Lena returned from outside carrying a pile of things. "Oh, boss, what's wrong with Secretary Lee? I told her to eat something before she left, but she just completely ignored me." Oh Se-chan sat down on his chair and closed his eyes. "Just let it go. She probably has somewhere she needs to be today." A second later, he opened his eyes again, glancing toward Lena. Also, Kim Gi-Gyu already cleared the dungeon, and it only took him half a day, that guy's got promise. But when he saw the pile of stuff Lena was holding, he flew into a rage and started cursing. "Oh, you damn punk, how much of my money did you just give to that convenience store?" Lena just calmly kept chewing his food. "Come on, boss, don't make that face." "Oh," Se-chan ordered, "are you trying to get yourself killed? Go return that stuff right now." Lena tried pleading, "Don't be so stingy with a little food, boss." Meanwhile, Kim Gi-Gyu's yellow car had reached a part of the road with a directional sign. Inside the car, he sat in the driver's seat, resting his cheek on his hand, deep in thought with a frown. Earlier, after conquering the dungeon, Kim Gi-Gyu had climbed out of the crater and walked over to his yellow car. When he got there, he saw a walkie-talkie and a piece of paper on the hood of the car. Kim Gi-Gyu raised an eyebrow and picked them both up. "What's this?" Back in the present, he reached out and touched the object on the passenger seat. "A walkie-talkie, so they want to play games, huh?" Here the note said, "If you make it back from the dungeon, contact us with this walkie-talkie. Business hours start at 9 in the morning. Don't be late." Kim Gi-Gyu praised, "This guy's got some style." A red car was parked in a spot in the underground garage. Its headlights flashed blindingly. Inside the car, Kim Dae-Hun gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his face covered in sweat, cursing to himself. "Damn it, I can't just show my face to the boss like this." An image of someone flashed in his mind, and he wondered, do I really have to ask Hangju for help? The phone in the storage compartment vibrated its screen, lighting up as a ringtone echoed. Kim Dae-Hun pressed the phone to his ear and asked the person on the other end, "This is Kim Dae-Hun, what's up?" Suddenly, he yelled, "The Skull Guild who?" The red car sped out of the parking garage. Kim Dae-Hun said into the phone, "Got it, I'm on my way." Meanwhile, in a bar, Park Yong-Wan smirked and gave an order. "It's best to handle this quietly, like always. I don't need to explain why do I." Jung-hoon, sitting across from him, replied, "Yes, I know. Have you spoken to the person I'm supposed to protect?" Young-Wan answered, "Not yet, but now that we've talked, it'll be soon." Hearing this, Jung-hoon decided, "Then I'll explain the situation to my subordinates right away." Young-Wan agreed with his arrangement. "Good. Anyway, you just need to keep him alive and get him out of there. I'll handle the rest." Neither of them noticed that on the second floor a figure had appeared at some point silently watching them this whole time. Kim Dae-Hun stared down at the floor below, wondering, "Park Yong-Wan, what the hell is he planning? I wonder how much he knows about the Skull Guild." Suddenly, a man approached him from behind and asked, "I was wondering the same thing. Park Yong-Wan might be well connected, but to know about the Skull Guild." Dongman smirked, raising a doubt. He used the excuse of needing to know more about the Skull Guild for work, but he said some weird stuff. Earlier, in a private room, Dongman had met with Yong-Wan. He leaned on the table and declared, "Even for you, Mr. Park Yong-Wan, asking me to share info on the Skull Guild is a bit much." Yong-Wan, sitting across from him, replied, "You're being more careful than usual." "All right, then." His face was full of confidence as he asked, "What if I told you I know the secret about the Skull members who died in that A+ rank dungeon?" Back in the present, Kim Dae-Hun couldn't believe it, his jaw dropping as he tried to confirm. "Did he really say that?" He lowered his head, sweat beading on his face, thinking to himself, if that's true, then this is no longer a problem I can handle on my own. I'll be in deep crap if I report this to the boss, too. Kim Dae-Hun turned his head to look downstairs. "Who's that talking to Yong-Wan?" Dongman crossed his arms and revealed the man's identity, Jong-Hoon. He's done a lot of business with Yong-Wan. He also looked down at Jong-Hoon and added some more information. "He's a mercenary player who doesn't belong to any guild and will take any job as long as the pay is right." At that moment, downstairs, Jong-Hoon respectfully bowed as Yong-Wan left. Meanwhile, upstairs, Kim Dae-Hun said to the man beside him, "Thank you very much for cooperating with the Saviors Guild and sharing this information." Dongman calmly told him, "Well, the Saviors Guild did me a favor after all." In the end, Kim Dae-Hun just lowered his head, his face scrunched up as he remained silent. Downstairs, Jong-Hoon returned to his seat. Just then, Kim Dae-Hun appeared in front of him and made an offer. "Let's have a little chat." Jong-Hoon looked up, recognizing him as Kim Dae-Hun from the Saviors Guild. Kim Dae-Hun had already sat down on the bench across from him, lacing his fingers together. "I don't know what you heard from Park Yong-Wan, but I have a proposition for you," he said seriously. "A job involving cooperation with the Saviors Guild." Jong-Hoon smiled, pretending not to understand, and asked, "What are you talking about? Can you be a little more straightforward?" A sharp glint appeared in Kim Dae-Hun's eyes. "I'm talking about a deal that's extremely profitable for you, and you still don't get it. This is going to be a waste of time." Elsewhere, a black car stopped behind the white line on the road, waiting for a red light. Inside, Secretary Kim in the passenger seat was briefing Yong-Wan, who was sitting in the back. "I've secured a public dungeon as you requested, but it seems your methods are unusual this time." She wondered, turning her head back. "Won't things get more complicated if you get involved yourself?" Yong-Wan rested his head on his hand, not looking at her, his eyes glued to his phone screen. "The Skull Guild is forced to make a move because I'm the one who stirred the pot, and they'll probably be hasty and disorganized." He saw the name of the incoming caller on his phone was Kim Gi-Gyu and asked now that the location and the supporting actors are ready. "Shouldn't we set the stage for the main actor?" Back in the bar, Kim Dae-Hun sat alone at a table near the entrance. He was biting his nails, wondering to himself, "Park Yong-Wan, what the hell is that bastard planning?" Kim Jae-Hoon recalled what Hunyan had said since they had requested 5 people including him to protect that person. It seemed he was extremely important. His name is, he noticed the line of information on his phone, Kim Gi-Gyu, level 16, Phoenix. Kim Jae-Hoon's mind was filled with doubt he was on the list to participate in the AC+ dungeon, but there was no way that could be right. He could take on the OGs of the Skull Guild all by himself. This bait is so obvious I don't even know if I should bite on purpose. The next morning, a yellow car was parked in front of the gate of a mansion. Kim Gi-Gyu sat in the car and spoke into the walkie-talkie. "I guess I passed the test, right?" The person on the other end confirmed with him, "Yeah, and way faster than I expected. You've been hiding your real skills, haven't you?" He didn't wait for an answer and continued, "Whatever. It's not that I'm suspicious or anything, just curious." Kim Gi-Gyu explained, "I only showed my skills because you asked me to." The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie came through. "Got it anyway. You said you wanted to buy a dungeon, right? I've put a list of the dungeons I could find in locker number 19 at the station. Swing by and hit me up if you need anything." Kim Gi-Gyu had already stepped out of the car, he informed the person on the walkie-talkie. "Roger that, but I've got some stuff to take care of right now, so I'll get back to you in a few days." Oh, Se Jun on his end replied, "All right, I'll be waiting." Lee Se Jun, sitting on the couch, was skeptical. "Boss, are you seriously going to do business with that guy? When has your gut ever been right?" Oh, Se Jun smirked, turning to face him and asking back, "Seriously, has that gut of yours ever been right? And isn't the whole broker game about taking risks?" Meanwhile, with Kim Gi-Gyu, he lowered his head, acting extremely worried. "Mr. Park Yong-Wan, this feels a little dangerous. You're basically telling me to be the bait, right?" Park Yong-Wan didn't even try to hide it and admitted it bluntly. "You got that right." He tilted his head, leaning his arm on the armrest. "I'm not sure how our little chat turned into a rumor, but it's only a matter of time before the Skull Guild gets wind of it." He thought to himself, "Looks like the kid is starting to get scared, but I don't give a damn." Kim Gi-Gyu kept his head down in silence as Park Yong-Wan's voice reached his ears. "Are you just going to sit there and wait to die?" He reached his hand out toward him enticingly. "I've personally hired an elite squad just for you, so trust me. How about you enter the dungeon with them?" Kim Gi-Gyu lifted his head facing Park Yong-Wan to ask, "But you're still playing with my life here. Is there some reason we absolutely have to do this?" He came up with an excuse. "I apologize for that, but I owe them a few favors, and I'm the kind of guy who can't rest easy while I'm in someone's debt." Finally, Kim Gi-Gyu parted his lips and made a demand. "I get it. If that's the case, there's no other choice, but I want a raise." Park Yong-Wan grinned smugly, thinking to himself 3 words, "He took the bait." Kim Gi-Gyu also smirked knowingly. Park Yong-Wan snapped his fingers, signaling the person behind him. No problem." Secretary Kim stepped forward, placing a brown piece of paper on the table. "The boss prepared something for you, Kim Gi-Gyu." Park Yong-Wan then asked, "If you get stronger, your chances of survival will naturally go up, right?" Kim Gi-Gyu glanced at the paper Secretary Kim pushed over silently, recognizing it as a skill scroll. Some time later, he walked out of the mansion. As Kim Gi-Gyu walked, he thought to himself, feeling a pang of guilt. "Before I came back here, Park Yong-Wan went to see Bae Jamato." He glanced back at the building and sighed to himself, walking the path of a turncoat. Was truly a sign of the times, but it doesn't matter anymore. Kim Gi-Gyu pulled the paper he had just received from his pocket. "I can't believe he actually gave me this. He's more useful than I thought." Inside, a stone cave, constant sighs echoed through the space. "How did we get so damn pathetic at this rate? I wonder if we'll even pay off our debt before we kick the bucket." Han, who was leading the group, heard the whining and got pissed, turning back to yell, "Shut your traps and keep moving." He crossed his arms, reminding the others. "That bastard Park Yong-Wan already went easy on us." The first underling complained, "But this is still too much, boss." The second underling chimed in, agreeing. "It's not even our fault. And how the hell were we supposed to know who that was? How much longer do we have to help out in this dungeon?" Han cursed under his breath, then turned and continued walking forward. "How the hell should I know if you've got the energy to whine, then go kill some monsters?" In a dark corner of the stone cave, unnoticed by anyone, a monster with razor-sharp teeth was watching their every move. That evening, on a railway bridge, a train was passing by. Underneath the bridge, a car was parked and a group of people were gathered together. A man pressed his phone to his ear, answering the "Everything is ready." "Yes, I'll do that." He lowered his phone and ended the call, the screen displaying the caller's name, Park Yong-Wan. Jung Hunyan shot the guy in front of him a look. "So, let me get this straight. We just have to hand over Kim Gi-Gyu to you, right?" The man confirmed. "Yeah, that's all." Jung Hunyan's lips curled into a smirk, his eyes shifting to the suitcase full of cash. "But this seems a little light, don't you think? Considering we're about to lose a major client, a little extra compensation seems only fair, right?" Kim Jae-Hoon waved his hand reassuringly at him. "If it's about the money, you'll get a hefty bonus once the job is done. I can also hook you up with other clients if you want." Jung Hunyan made another request. "Instead, I'd rather have a contract with the Salvation Guild. If you can make that happen, I don't think I'll need any extra cash." Kim Jae-Hoon shot him down immediately. "I can't do that. I can't single-handedly make decisions concerning the guild's interests." Jung Hunyan didn't argue further, just casually replied, "Got it, fine then." A moment later, Kim Ja-hoon got into a red car and drove off. Jung Hunyan's men bowed respectfully from behind. Straightening up, he exclaimed, "We've hit the jackpot. After this gig, we're going to be rolling in it." One of his goons from behind blurted out, I never thought a guy like that existed in the Salvation Guild. Jong Hoon-yeon smiled. They're just people, man. Not everyone can be Lee Se Jun, you know. He turned back and declared to the others, but what the hell does that have to do with us? We just need to seize this opportunity and live large once we get the cash. Elsewhere, a flash of light faded and a group of people stepped out. A voice echoed through the area. The dungeon has been conquered. A man in a black suit rushed toward the three individuals who emerged from the light. Someone shouted, "All members of the Skull Guild made it out alive." Secretary Nam's jaw dropped as the Skull Guild members filed past him, wondering to himself, what about the Phoenix Guild members? Are they all dead? He was completely stunned, thinking to himself, but they were all elite members from Park Yong-Wan's faction. A moment later, Secretary Nam seemed to snap out of his daze and turned to call out. "Excuse me, please wait a moment." He asked the Skull Guild members, "Do you know what happened to our guild's members?" Secretary Nam pleaded with them earnestly. "At the very least, just tell me what happened so I can inform their families. Please." Hong of the Skull Guild stopped. He pulled down his mask, revealing a truly wicked smile. "Oh, them, I chopped them up so bad you wouldn't even know who was who." With that, Hong hopped in a black car and it peeled out. Matsumoto, sitting in the car while on his phone, reminded him, "Did you forget what the boss said? We're supposed to keep a low profile." Hong scoffed back, "Yeah, I know." Matsumoto put the phone to his ear. "It's me, Matsumoto. We just wrapped up Why Is There Another Job already?" On the other end, Kim Jae-hun urgently commanded, "I found the target. He's entering a dungeon at dawn. Get there now." Matsumoto's indifferent voice came through the phone. "And why should we take orders from you?" Kim Jae-hun's voice boomed back threateningly. "There's no time. If you blow this chance, how are you going to explain it to your boss?" Only then did Matsumoto give in. "Fine, we'll discuss it when we get there." He hung up, and a second later a text message hit his phone. The message read, "Lizard Man. Hunt, floor. 2. Difficulty, D+. Maximum party of 10. Entry requirement below level 29. Clear condition. Eliminate all lizard men." Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion, Park Yong-Wan stood before a floor-to-ceiling window with his hands on his hips, scheming to himself. "So, there's a foreign faction in Korea. This will be a good opportunity as long as I handle the Skull Guild properly." He rubbed his chin, muttering to himself, "I've always thought it was a waste of my talents to limit myself to South Korea." Park Yong-Wan glanced at the gold watch on his wrist, thinking, even if the plan goes south and Kim Gi-Gyu dies, at least I'll get information on the Skull Guild. Now then, it's almost time. Over on the other side, a large group of people was already waiting in front of a black tent. Kim Gi-Gyu stood to the side, silently raising an eyebrow as he observed them from a distance. Jong Hoon-yeon was the first one to spot him. He waved and called out, "Newbie over here." He held out a hand to introduce himself. "Pleasure to meet you. I'm Jong Hoon-yeon." Kim Gi-Gyu nodded and gave his own name. "My name is Kim Gi-Gyu." Jong Hoon-yeon replied amicably, "All right, let's give it our all to clear this dungeon. There's supposed to be one more team, but it seems they're late." Just as he finished his sentence, a white car pulled up behind Kim Gi-Gyu. Dust billowed into the air. Jong Hoon-yeon smiled at the vehicle. There they are. 4 members of the Skull Guild got out of the car. They all wore mysterious-looking black masks. Kim Gi-Gyu narrowed his eyes at them. He suddenly asked, "Sorry, but where's the bathroom?" Hearing this, Jong Hoon-yeon offered, "The bathroom, I was heading there myself. I'll lead the way." A blue sign hung onto the wall printed with the word toilet and the symbol for the men's room. Jong Hoon-yeon crossed his arms and leaned against the wall, asking, "So, you're the guy we're supposed to be escorting?" Kim Gi-Gyu didn't answer, firing back his own question. "So, you're the team Park Yong-Wan was talking about?" Jong Hoon-yeon straightened up. "It's almost time. Let's talk more on the way." He laid out his plan as they walked. "The crew showing up later doesn't know we're on the same side, so we can't let them see us rolling together in the dungeon." Kim Gi-Gyu asked, "You're telling me I gotta go in alone?" Jong Hoon-yeon waved him off. "Don't sweat it. We won't be far behind. We'll have someone tailing you on the down low." He kept talking, saying there's a high chance of an ambush on the second floor anyway. If they started brawling right at the entrance, clearing the dungeon would be a real pain. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-Gyu walked beside him with his head down, his thoughts a mystery. Jong Hoon-yeon said with total confidence, "Don't worry, we know what we're doing. Just trust us and get in there." He glanced at the guy and replied, "All right, I'll do what you say." Jong Hoon-yeon said with satisfaction, "Good, you'll go in first. If we all go in together, it'll look suspicious." Kim Gi-Gyu didn't say another word, did as he was told, and turned to enter the tent alone. From behind, Jong Hoon-yeon watched his back, a cunning glint in his eyes, thinking, "This is going smoother than I thought." Inside the forest, massive trees grew packed tightly together. Sunlight streamed through the gaps in the canopy, hitting the ground. In a clearing, the group had split into two sides. On the right were Jung Hoonyan and his goons, while on the left were the members of the Skull Guild. An information panel popped up. Attention to proceed to the next floor, eliminate the hidden goblin to avoid encountering the main horde. Someone spoke up. Looks like the first floor is more about exploration. Jung Hoonyan seriously instructed the rest of his team, the clear condition isn't too tough, so let's split up here and search on our own. Next, he pointed at Kim Gi-Gyu and said, looks like you're alone, so we'll have someone go with you. Jin-Guk volunteered, boss, let me go with him. Jung Hoonyan immediately approved. All right, Jin-Guk. He then shouted to the other members, no more messing around. Take out that goblin ASAP, and let's move to the second floor. Finally, the two groups split off in different directions, leaving only Kim Gi-Gyu and Jin-Guk behind. Before getting too far, Jung Hoonyan secretly glanced back and gave a slight nod. Kim Gi-Gyu caught his signal and nodded back in response. Next, he glanced over at the Skull Guild members, thinking to himself, so the battle will start on the second floor. A Ye named Matsumoto closed his eyes and asked curiously, why don't we just snatch Kim Gi-Gyu right now? If he kicks the bucket, we're in deep trouble, right? Jun explained simply, the crew I hired will keep him safe, no problem. So, the trouble is when things don't go according to plan, he said, and Kim Gi-Gyu makes a run for it. Matsumoto said haltingly, you mean his gaze seemed like he was sizing us up? You don't trust our skills, that's why you had to come all the way out here. Jun calmly denied it. No need to be so sensitive, that's not what I meant. In his head, he silently added, I'm just here to clean up Jung Hoonyan's crew after it's all over. Meanwhile, Jung Hoonyan was sitting under a tree asking his subordinate, so, what's Kim Gi-Gyu up to? The guy in the hood replied, he's hunting orcs and he's not half bad. He's using blood poison to pick them off one by one. Jung Hoonyan rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Blood poison, huh? Anything else? The hooded guy, confused, asked, why are you so worried? The bald guy also seemed annoyed. Boss, you think we can't handle one dude? Jung Hoonyan told them no. It's because everything's going too smoothly that I'm getting suspicious. He analyzed as he pushed himself up. Park Yong-Wan and Kim Jae-hoon aren't the type to drop a ton of cash this easily. Is Jin-Guk still tailing him? Someone answered, yeah, why you gonna go to him? Jung Hoonyan hatched a plan. If we go with him, he'll trust us more, right? And when he lets his guard down, grabbing him will be a piece of cake. Jung Hoonyan's group headed deep into the forest. In front of them, white skeletons were scattered about. A subordinate looked around. He was definitely just here. Where'd he run off to? Jung Hoonyan guessed, if he ran, there's gotta be a trail. He scanned the area. Judging by the smell of blood, this is definitely the place. But where the hell is Jin-Guk? The corpses of a few hyenas lay on the ground in front of them. Jung Hoonyan said, I don't know what happened. He stared intently ahead and muttered, something's not right. The hooded subordinate spotted something and shouted, pointing, boss over there. In the distance, Jin-Guk was lying motionless in a pool of fresh blood. Near him, Kim Gi-Gyu was unconscious, also lying in a spreading pool of blood. Jung Hoonyan shouted orders to his men. Check on Jin-Guk first. The rest of you watch our surroundings while Min-Sik heals him. The goons followed the order and immediately fanned out to keep watch. Kim Min-Sik rushed over to Jin-Guk. Suddenly, he froze his eyes, widening in shock. Jin-Guk, who had been unconscious, suddenly opened his mouth as blood gushed out. Drenched in a cold sweat, Kim Min-Sik screamed, this is bad, the neck wound is critical. Jin-Guk's eyes fluttered open as he coughed repeatedly. Kim Min-Sik pressed down hard on his neck wound, demanding, stay still, I can't stop the bleeding if you keep trying to talk or move. Jin-Guk's whole body trembled as he used all his strength to raise an arm and point. Kim Min-Sik's eyes followed his finger and saw Kim Gi-Gyu lying over there. Beads of sweat dripped endlessly from Kim Min-Sik's face. He furrowed his brow and yelled, we're gonna hand him over to Kim Jin-Hoon anyway, so let's worry about that later. Let's save our own necks first. The client can wait. Jong-Hoon, standing a short distance away, worriedly turned and asked, what's wrong? What happened? How's Jin-Guk? Kim Min-Sik, casting the healing spell on him, answered, he's in critical condition at this rate, he's really gonna kick the bucket. Boss Jong-Hoon gritted his teeth, wondering to himself, what the hell happened? We're supposed to be on the same side, so there's no way they would have ambushed us. Wait. He suddenly remembered the words of Kim Jin-Hoon. This is related to the Salvation Guild, so be careful. Make sure absolutely no one knows about this. Jong-Hoon jolted as he realized Kim Jin-Hoon planned to silence their entire crew. A glow emanated from Kim Min-Sik's body as he yelled in a panic, stop zoning out, boss. Jin-Guk is losing way too much blood. He reported, "My healing magic alone isn't enough," but he trailed off suddenly, falling silent. A skeleton soldier had appeared behind his back. Sensing something, he turned his head to look. The instant Kim Min-sik's eyes met the skeleton's, it swung and slashed down. A second later, dark red blood shot from his body into the air. Kim Min-sik's hands were covered in bloodstains of all sizes. The bald guy saw the scene and froze in shock, screaming at the top of his lungs. Kim Min-sik, Jong-hun, was also stunned, analyzing the situation in his head. They wounded Jin-Guk like that because they wanted to take out our healer first. Targeting the healer first means they're damn experienced with PK. He glanced at the bald guy. I think Kim Jin-hoon played us. I should have been more careful. That request was shady as hell. At that moment, a horde of skeleton soldiers emerged from nowhere, surrounding the three of them. Meanwhile, over with the Skull Guild's group, Kim Sik reminded the others, "Don't go overboard, conserve your energy." Hong Di planted his foot on a hyena's carcass, boasting, "These things have good taste, they know I'm handsome, so they only charge at me." Kim Sik waved his hand dismissively and scoffed. "I doubt that's it. It's probably because of your nasty stench. Next time we go into a dungeon, could you maybe lay off the cologne a bit?" Hong lifted his arm, sniffing himself as he shot back, "What the hell are you talking about? Do you know how much money I dropped on this cologne?" Kim Sik calmly pointed behind him. "You damn moron, how many times do I have to tell you monsters have an insane sense of smell? Well, look here, come more of your fans." Behind him, a pack of hyenas was charging forward. Hong stood his ground and asked confidently, "As long as I give them a warm welcome, what's the damn problem?" A hyena opened its massive jaws, revealing sharp fangs as drool dripped down. Before it could land a bite, a hand shot out and gripped its neck tightly. Hong gripped the hyena's neck with one hand and grabbed a leg with the other, hoisting its entire body into the air. His eyes narrowed, glowing with a red, murderous aura. With a powerful swing, Hong ripped the hyena's body in half. Another hyena swiped its claws, lunging in for an attack. As its claws descended, a fist shot up from below to meet them. Hong slammed his fist into the hyena, its head exploding in a spray of blood. The creature's body collapsed to the ground in front of him. Hong's face was speckled with blood. He glanced to the side. There, another hyena stared at him, its mouth agape. Elsewhere, deep in a forest of towering trees, sunlight filtered through the green leaves to dapple the ground. Blood trickled from the corner of Jong-hun's mouth. He gritted his teeth, spitting out every word. "You, bastard, why did you betray me?" Kim Gi-Gyu looked down at him. "Betrayal, you're at death's door, and you're still not going to be honest." He said with contempt, "I've seen so many players use the power they were given for their own selfish gain that it doesn't even surprise me anymore. But this time, your greed went too far." Kim Gi-Gyu asked him, "You once said that everyone has a different price, didn't you?" Jong-hun looked up and cursed. "How do you know that?" Flashing back to the past, a lamp on a table cast a dim yellow glow as a voice spoke up. "Why is someone from the Salvation Guild here? What's so great about that Kim Gi-Gyu punk anyway?" Both Park Yong-Wan and Kim Jin-hoon seemed to be interested in him. Jong-hun explained with a smirk, "He said he wants to keep Kim Gi-Gyu alive to ask him some questions." A subordinate wearing a hat grumbled in protest. "If we can't take him out, then you won't get to have your fun, boss." Jong-hun rolled up his sleeve to show the tally marks on his arm. "You mean this? It's fine, there's always a next time. There's no shortage of prey." The bald guy excitedly pointed to one of the marks on his arm. "You've already racked up quite a few bosses, this one from those 3 kids who begged us for their lives last time." He said excitedly, "The more of these requests we get, the better. Wasting just 3 people pays way more than clearing a dungeon." Jong-hun flashed a wicked smile. "You think every life is worth the same. Everything has a different price." He and his lackeys turned to leave his final words echoing in the room. "And we only kill if someone pays the right price." Sitting in a booth, they hadn't noticed Kim Gi-Gyu had overheard the entire conversation. Back in the present, he summoned a sword into his hand. "And now, I'm pretty curious." Unable to run, Jong-hun could only stare up at him. Without any hesitation, Kim Gi-Gyu swung his sword. "So, how much is your life worth?" As he turned to walk away, Jong-hun's head rolled onto the ground. "Let's see, now." Late at night, in a gloomy forest, Kim Gi-Gyu raised an eyebrow at the goblin. "So, you're hiding in the same spot as when I came to this dungeon in my past life," he said coldly. "Now let's head down to the next floor." Kim Gi-Gyu added, "Shouldn't keep my skeleton boys waiting." And with that, he raised his sword and finished off the goblin. The system announced, "You have cleared the first floor of the dungeon." Instantly, a pillar of light shot into the sky, catching the attention of Jae-hun's crew. The others yelled out, "The first floor's been cleared." "What the hell?" Jae-hun looked back and thought, "Wasn't Jong-Hoonyan supposed to send a signal if he found the goblin?" Matsumoto asked suspiciously, "This reaction means this wasn't part of your plan, was it?" He said grimly, "The first floor was cleared unexpectedly. It seems they've already gone to the second floor to ambush us. That has to be it." The group then rushed towards the pillar of light. Dae-Hun scowled, thinking, "Damn it, did they figure out my plan to off them? They double-crossed me first." And just as he thought, Kim Gi-Gyu was standing in front of a massive gate. He lightly touched the gate, and then Kim Gi-Gyu pushed it gently, and the gate opened light from the other side, washing over his face. The system announced, "Transporting to the second floor." The scene changes to a company building. Secretary Kim suddenly spoke up. "Items. Most players buy a lot of them when preparing for a dungeon." Park Yong-Wan asked from his chair. "Is there a problem?" Secretary Kim read from her report. "He bought a large number of test tubes, so I found it a little odd." She explained, "I'm aware that the blood bodily fluids and parts from various monsters are highly valuable, but the dungeon he entered doesn't have anything worthwhile, which is why I'm bringing this to your attention." Park Yong-Wan frowned slightly. Buying containers for materials when his life is on the line is bait. What the hell is that Kim Gi-Gyu thinking? Back in the forest, Jae-Hun's crew was closing in on the gate. Matsumoto said quietly, "Looks like they made it to the second floor first. High chance they're setting up an ambush, so stay sharp." Hongdae stood beside Jae-Hun and patted his shoulder. "Thanks to a certain someone, we finally get to have some fun. Gotta show some gratitude, right?" But inwardly he fumed. "The bastard Jong Hoonyan you'll pay for humiliating me?" The whole crew gripped their swords and slowly entered the gate. A system notification popped up, "Transporting to the second floor." The gate radiated an intensely blinding light, but deep in a lake, a monster's eyes snapped open, revealing glowing red irises as if it had just been awakened. Ma-Chu-Mo-To looked surprised. "What's this? I figured they'd jump us the moment we got here, but it looks like that's not the case." Hongdae stepped forward, snapping a tripwire at his feet. "What, did they get scared and run away?" He sensed something was off and paused for a moment. A volley of arrows came flying at Hongdae, and then the arrowheads shattered, splashing blood everywhere. The other guys were also splattered with the blood contained in the arrows. Hongdae looked at the blood on his hand and asked, "What the hell is this?" "Blood." They looked at the pools of blood on the ground, asking each other, "The arrowheads are test tubes. What's this trick?" One of them picked up an arrow, thinking, "I don't get it. That was a perfect opportunity to ambush us." Hongdae complained, "The stench is awful." Kim Gi-Gyu appeared out of nowhere. "Sorry about the stench. I thought this kind of smell would be perfect for you." Hongdae roared, "You bastard, quit screwing with us. Where's Jong Hoonyan? You think you can get away with screwing us over like this?" Meanwhile, Jae-Hun muttered his name, Kim Gi-Gyu. Kim Gi-Gyu frowned, thinking, "Just as I predicted, this guy still thinks I'm with Jong Hoonyan's crew." He smirked and said, "Screwing you over? I knew you were planning to take out Jong Hoonyan and his buddies after this anyway. But I never figured you'd follow us all the way here, Kim Jun of the Messiah Guild." Kim Gi-Gyu said, "But let's forget about that. This isn't the time to be chatting." The quick-witted Matsumoto suddenly noticed something was wrong in the lake behind them. "What is that? It's charging this way?" A gigantic lizard-man warrior burst out of the water. It targeted a blonde guy in their group. Too bad for him, the lizard-man warrior swiftly bit his head off, killing the blonde dude instantly. Hongdae glared at Jae-Hun, completely horrified by what just happened. The lizard-man warrior climbed onto the shore, the unfortunate guy still clamped firmly in its mouth. Matsumoto turned to Gi-Gyu and screamed, "You son of a bitch, what did you do?" He held up a vial of blood and explained, "This red stuff all over you guys is from that goblin." Gi-Gyu smirked, "And it also happens to be the lizard-man warrior's favorite snack. And since I went through the trouble of covering you in all this sauce, you're obviously going to be a gourmet meal for the lizard-man warriors." Ma-Chu-Mo-To screamed curses at him. "You damn bastard, I'm going to kill you." He frantically rushed towards Gi-Gyu. Hongdae turned and yelled, "Hey, Ma-Chu-Mo-To, don't just leave us here." Ma-Chu-Mo-To immediately swung his sword at Gi-Gyu. Gi-Gyu raised his own sword to parry the attack. The man screamed, "I'm going to rip your eyes out and shove 'em up your ass." Gi-Gyu taunted back, "Keep on squawking." Suddenly, Gi-Gyu noticed something. He looked at the pattern on Matsumoto's sword and thought, "The swordmaster's blade." Gi-Gyu looked up at him and said, "With all that blood rushing to your head, I figured you were just some grunt, but I never thought you'd be a disciple of the swordmaster." Ma-Chu-Mo-To exclaimed in shock, "What?" He then asked, "How do you know that Jae-Hun was looking all around, searching, where the hell is Jong Hoonyan's crew? Kim Gi-Gyu isn't the real problem here." He stood there lost in thought. "Even with just 4 of us left, we've got more than enough firepower to clear this dungeon." But Hongdae was busy holding back the gaping maw of the lizard-man warrior with his axe screaming at the top of his lungs. "What the hell are you doing, Kim Gi-Gyu?" he yelled. "Get over here and give me a hand." Gi-Gyu frowned, thinking if the Jong Hoonyan shows up now while our forces are scattered like this. The lizard man warrior stood menacingly before the two of them. Dae-Hun thought then our side will be the one to die. The two swords clashed with a sharp cold sound. Ma Chu-moto asked doubtfully, "How did you know?" Gi-Gyu smirked and replied, "Just a guess. And it looks like I guessed right, huh?" Ma Chu-moto flew into a rage and swung his sword at Gi-Gyu. "Shut up." He raised his sword to block. "He's so easy to piss off, I gotta admit I have a real knack for getting on people's nerves. He probably also thinks I'm not skilled enough to sword fight him. But you're dead wrong." Gi-Gyu suddenly bit his own lip. Ma Chu-moto brought his sword back and prepared to slash. He swung his sword in a wide arc, forcing Gi-Gyu to jump back and dodge. Ma Chu-moto stared intently at him, and then Gi-Gyu pulled a move and spat blood from his mouth. His blood splattered all over Ma Chu-moto's face. Sensing something was wrong, he immediately fell back. Damn it. Ma Chu-moto wiped the blood with his hand and cursed, "You dirty bastard, spitting blood on my face." A notification popped up. "You have been afflicted with blood poison. Your health is continuously decreasing." He gritted his teeth, thinking, "I'm going to kill you, you son of a asterisk." So that was his trick. Ma Chu-moto twirled the sword lightly in his hand and raised it high. An immense power began to gather in the blade. Gi-Gyu watched him genuinely a little surprised, so this is that move. He remembered Lee Se Jun and Ken, the special skill of the Butcher of Holy Light. Ma Chu-moto pointed his sword tip to the ground, then flicked it upwards, sending a powerful slash hurtling toward Gi-Gyu. The system announced Holy Light Slash. "The skill of the Butcher of Holy Light is targeting you." He narrowed his eyes, concentrating with all his might to block the blow. Ma Chu-moto's slash kicked up a thick cloud of dust. He slumped over, slightly exhausted. "I still can't use it proficiently. The strain on my body is too great." Ma Chu-moto gripped his sword tightly. I should have taken him alive. Suddenly, Gi-Gyu appeared right behind him out of nowhere. He whipped his head around in horror. No way he dodged that move. Gi-Gyu unleashed a flurry of slashes on Ma Chu-moto. He couldn't believe it, wondering how could some nobody dodge my all-out attack. His eyes went wide as he coughed up blood. Ma Chu-moto's mind flashed back to the past when he was training by slashing at straw dummies. He had collapsed from exhaustion. I can finally use Master's skill. But, at my current level, I can only do it one single time. Ken approached and said coldly, "So you finally learned it." He continued, "But you shouldn't use it in a real battle yet. You used it just one time, and your hand is already shaking like a leaf." Ken pointed at him and said, "High damage means it consumes a ton of stamina and puts a massive strain on your body. If you use this move in a real fight, and your opponent exploits that weakness, you're a goner for sure." Ma Chu-moto looked like he wanted to talk back, but Ken quickly spoke first. "A time will come when you'll face enemies who won't go down from that one full-power attack, and when you're exhausted after unleashing it." Gi-Gyu swung his sword across Ma Chu-moto's torso. Ken's teachings echoed inside his head. "The one who goes down will be you." Finally, Ma Chu-moto collapsed. "I've met him, Master." Seeing this, Hongdae screamed. Ma Chu-moto, however, he had left himself wide open. The lizard man warrior rammed its head straight into him. Hongdae slammed hard against the base of a tree. The impact was so strong that Hongdae coughed up blood. Dae-Hun looked at him and thought, "They claim to be disciples of the Swordmaster, but why are they all so damn useless? Plus, none of the Dong-Hyunyan crew have even shown up. We don't stand a chance." Finally, Dae-Hun made a decision. "A truce. I propose a truce. We don't have to fight to the death like this." The guy said to Gi-Gyu, "Let's call it a truce and focus on clearing the dungeon instead. If we keep this up, we're all just going to end up as Monster Chow." He smirked and said, "Don't you worry about me." The guy blurted out in shock what Gi-Gyu said, "If you all disappear, it'll be even easier for me to clear this dungeon." Dae-Hun was stunned. "What the hell is that?" A bony hand burst from the ground, followed by an entire legion of skeleton soldiers. The system announced a skeleton warrior summoned. Gi-Gyu looked at him scornfully. "And why the hell should I trust you? You were just shouting about taking me down a second ago." Dae-Hun's eyes widened as he stared at him. Blood poison and now necromancy. Why wasn't any of this in the report? A tall figure loomed up behind the guy. The lizard man warrior opened its massive jaws. It snapped at him, but luckily he dodged in time. However, the lizard man warrior quickly got behind him again. Dae-Hun covered his face and squeezed his eyes shut, waiting for the end. But the lizard didn't attack him. Dae-Hun fearfully opened his eyes to see Hongdae chopping at its tail with an axe. He spoke the watchdog of the Salvation Guild. Hongdae snarled, "You got time to stand there begging for your life, but you don't have time to help me." The lizard man warrior seized the opportunity to break free. It wrapped its tail around Hongdae and squeezed him tight. And just like that, he was caught in its grip. The lizard glared down at Hongdae. He fearlessly shouted back, "Let me go, you stinking lizard. Your stench is going to make me barf." The lizard man warrior squeezed its tail even tighter while Dae-Hun stood there like an idiot thinking help you with what my thoughts and prayers. The guy looked up at it trying to figure out a plan. Damn it, what now? How the hell do I get out of this mess? Dae-Hun gritted his teeth, realizing he couldn't take on this lizard by himself, so the coward decided that running was his best bet. Then Dae-Hun turned on his heel and got ready to bolt. He'd just hide out until they cleared the dungeon for him. The guy turned to leave. He would figure out his next move later. Survival was the #1 priority. He couldn't just die a pointless death in this dump. While trying to make a run for it, he noticed something. Dae-Hun looked back, thinking something just flashed by. A skeleton holding a sword stabbed the lizard man in the neck, and he muttered to himself, "A skeleton soldier." The system window popped up. The lizard man warrior is now afflicted with the blood poison effect. Dae-Hun stared at the skeleton in shock. Thinking it's just a skeleton, how can it move like that? It's practically on the level of a high-rank player. The skeleton soldiers quickly gathered around the lizard man, and what's more, there were 5 of them, not just 1. Wait a minute, if Kim Woo-jin is this strong, he thought that means he must have already dealt with the whole Union crew. So that's why they still haven't shown up. The lizard man opened its sharp jaws wide, and the mystery of how all the Skull Guild members died in that A+ rank dungeon was finally solved. The lizard man's tail shot up. Dae-Hun broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, I have to get out of here no matter what and report back. But why is the lizard man warrior right on my tail? Why is it ignoring the skeletons just to come after me? A skeleton stepped forward to block its path. The skeleton hacked away at the lizard man warrior's leg with its sword. It glared at the skeleton soldiers with wide eyes. And then the lizard man crashed to the ground. The system announced, due to the blood poison effect, the lizard man warrior's strength is continuously decreasing. Dae-Hun exclaimed they took it down. But the lizard man warrior slowly got back up, its piercing eyes staring down at him. Dae-Hun thought in terror, it's still not down. What the hell makes it so damn tough? And then the lizard man's gaze locked onto Dae-Hun, scaring the daylights out of him. He panicked, thinking, no way. Why is it dead set on me? It's like the skeleton soldiers are completely invisible. Dae-Hun turned tail and ran. The skeleton soldiers kept up their attack on the lizard man. Meanwhile, Kim Woo-jin just stood there watching casually. Thanks to you acting as bait for the lizard man, this fight got a whole lot easier. He looked at the man and said, you probably still don't understand what's going on, huh? Kim Woo-jin said flatly. Back when people only knew how to rely on levels and items to clear dungeons. He remembered something from the past. Men was holding a handful of mushy mud. She whined unhappily. Why do I have to rub this crap all over me? Jordan answered. I'm not sure about the details myself, but I heard that lizardman warriors have terrible eyesight. He pointed to his eye and said with a grin, so naturally we have to camouflage ourselves and use that to our advantage. Jordan turned around and shouted, am I right or am I right, Kim Woo-jin? He smiled and looked back, replying, not quite. Back in the present, Kim Woo-jin wondered to himself, I hope they're doing all right. The lizard man warrior raised its claw to slash at Dae-Hun. He thought, I can't just keep running forever. Right ahead was Kim Woo-jin. For some reason it seems the lizard man warriors only target players. He sprinted towards him with all his might. Dae-Hun aimed for Kim Woo-jin, thinking he couldn't take this beating all by himself. Come, get a piece of this with me, you bastard! He looked at the man with absolute disgust as a skeleton stepped forward to block Dae-Hun. He leapt into the air, swinging his sword and yelling, you think a pile of dry bones can get in my way? And so he leapt right over the skeleton's head. But Dae-Hun's eyes shot wide open. Still more! Another skeleton, flanking from behind, swung its sword, slashing him. Dae-Hun lost his footing and tumbled to the ground. He stared wide-eyed at the floor as the mask he had been wearing was sliced in two. The skeleton slid aside after its attack. He was stuck on the ground, unable to move even a little. The lizard man warrior had caught up. It rushed forward, sending him flying with a headbutt. Kim Woo-jin just stood there and watched, his expression completely unfazed. Dae-Hun was left crawling on the floor. Damn it, my leg! He looked back at the lizard man in terror. Luckily for him, the skeleton soldiers had plunged their swords into it, bringing it down before it could finish Dae-Hun off. He thought excitedly, they killed it. I'm gonna live. Kim Woo-jin calmly approached him. Thanks for being a nice distraction for the lizard man, he said coldly, but now it's time to clean up. Dae-Hun stammered, what do you mean, clean up? Suddenly, he started begging. Wait, let's negotiate. What do you want? Just help me get out of this dungeon. Kim Woo-jin pointed behind him and said, sure, if you're begging for your life, you should be asking the one behind you, not me. Dae-Hun whipped his head around and gasped. What? The lizard man warrior was still alive. Kim Woo-jin spoke. You must be dying to know why it's only after you. He pointed to its eyes and said those eyes function like thermal binoculars. Obviously, from the lizard man's point of view, since you're a living person, your body gives off heat. So, of course, it's not going to be interested in a bunch of cold skeletons. He stared at the lizard man in horror as the warrior pounced on him. The media reported breaking news: a 2-floor A+ rank dungeon has been discovered. Online news sites all ran the story world news. The dungeon boss is a Gorgon, the monster that players all over the world have given up on fighting. Gorgon Daily, the Messiah Guild, has given up on the dungeon. On TV, an anchor was reporting a special announcement from the Phoenix Guild. Breaking news: the Phoenix Guild refuses to participate in the new dungeon raid. In the headquarters lounge, Secretary Kim and Yeon-won were watching the news. She said in a somber tone, "I can't believe this is happening right as you're planning to conquer a 6th-floor dungeon. The timing couldn't possibly be worse." Secretary Kim scrolled through the news on her tablet. "Just as I expected, the public's opinion of the Phoenix Guild has taken a nosedive. The public is just flaming the guild non-stop whenever a powerful monster shows up. What the hell is this? Why are they backing out of the new dungeon? Scared to death, but they go on TV and talk like they're heroes. What a bunch of cowards. I knew this would happen. Those trash-tier Phoenix Guild members are scared out of their minds. The only ones we can trust now are the Salvation Guild." Park Yong-Wan frowned and said, "What's the use in listening to these broke-asses whine? Right now we gotta focus on that 6th-floor dungeon." The TV continued to show the news report. Breaking news: the Salvation Guild announced they will need more time. An official statement from the Salvation Guild. Hot off the press, the Salvation Guild is postponing their dungeon raid and emergency response because this is a critical issue. "We will organize the dungeon raid after taking ample time to prepare thoroughly." Online, the public flooded the comments saying they could only trust the Salvation Guild. Comment 11, the goddess Park Jin-Ho has spoken. Comment 8, if you're a true Korean, you gotta support the Salvation Guild. Comment 14, I'll wait, I'm counting on the Salvation Guild. Comment 12, elsewhere. Oh, Se-chan was scrolling through the comments online. "So, even the Salvation Guild is pulling out for now," Lee Se Jun said while eating noodles. "No, duh, they don't call it the Serpent of Death for nothing. France, America, Japan. It's been 2 years since it first showed up, but there's still no solid intel on it," he said excitedly, "and not a single player who's tried to hunt it has ever made it back alive. When that thing shows up, the dungeon's difficulty rating is basically just for show." "Oh," Se-chan scratched his chin, thinking to himself, "and that thing just had to show up in our country with 0 intel on it." He mused grimly. The public blindly trusts the Salvation Guild without a single doubt. But did the Salvation Guild really make that announcement with no ulterior motive? Suddenly, Se-chan noticed something and kept scrolling. Wait, no way. A faint smirk appeared on his face. "Look at these scumbags." He asked the person across from him, "What do you think would happen if all the guilds delayed entering this dungeon?" Lee Se Jun looked up and answered, "What else? The hotheads would probably team up, but they wouldn't stand a chance." He said, slurping his noodles loudly, "After a while, the government will want to get that dungeon cleared as soon as possible. Other countries will also open up access to the dungeon." Se-chan kept scrolling and said, "Exactly, to put it simply, it'll become a massive large-scale dungeon raid, and if someone shows up right then and slays the serpent." Lee Se Jun replied, "That dude would get crazy famous or wait." "You mean the Salvation Guild crew is stalling for time on purpose?" Se-chan said cautiously, "I'm not 100% sure, but given their skill level." And then he held up a tablet showing the analysis. He showed him the data on the Salvation Guild. There's definitely a reason they're delaying clearing the dungeon, and the longer they wait. As public fear grows, the quantity of item drops inside the dungeon will also increase. Whoever manages to defeat the serpent then will gain both fortune and fame. System notification. You have earned the title Lizardman Warrior Hunter. You will receive a reward. Several of your skills have leveled up. A skeleton soldier plunged its sword into the Lizardman Warrior. This time, I finally took it down. System notification. The Poison Blood skill has ranked up. The Summon Skeleton Warrior skill has ranked up. Hell's Messenger has bestowed upon you a fraction of its power. Kim Gi-Gyu walked over to the Lizardman and said, "The fight was a hell of a lot easier thanks to the skeletons having no body heat." He thought to himself, "But now that I'm getting tangled up with that Salvation Guild crew." Kim Gi-Gyu stared at his own reflection in the Lizardman Warrior's eyes. It's going to be tough to move freely from now on. He turned to glance at a nearby skeleton. Kim Gi-Gyu picked up Machimoto's sword and thought, "Screw it, I'll just play it by ear." The system displayed the item information: a sword forged from an armored turtle's shell. Grade unique, required level 20 or higher. A sword forged from the shell of an armored turtle that is extremely difficult to destroy. Affects physical damage, 109 strength plus 11, when equipped a 20% damage increase on every attack. He frowned, looking at the sword. The weapon that once belonged to the swordmaster, its stats aren't half bad. Handing the sword to a skeleton, it respectfully took the blade from his hand. It's yours now." He walked past the skeleton as it admired the new sword in its hand, the blade reflecting its deep hollow eye sockets. Kim Gi-Gyu walked up to Majimoto. "Now, then shall we have a little chat? System notification activating skill, Eye of Anubis." Back in the real world, a pillar of light shot up into the sky and a guard yelled, "The dungeon has been cleared." A panicked staff member rushed over and asked, "That's great, but what about the others?" Kim Gi-Gyu casually stuck his hands in his pockets and replied, "They were all wiped out." "Except for me." The frantic staff member asked again, What do you mean by that? Can you please explain in more detail? I need to write a detailed report to submit to the association." Kim Gi-Gyu walked right past the staff member. "Just write that the Lizard Man warrior was way stronger than we anticipated. That's all you need." "If you'll excuse me." The man called out loudly after him, "Mr. Kim Gi-Gyu." He stepped through the rooftop door and pulled out his phone. "Yes, I've taken care of it exactly as you instructed," he said seriously. "Just as Mr. Park Yong-Wan predicted, one of the guys targeting me was using a unique grade sword that once belonged to the Swordmaster." Kim Gi-Gyu continued his report. "As you know, the Swordmaster is a core member of the Salvation Guild, and also the leader of the Yamato faction. The Yamato faction from Japan, that's gotta be the main headquarters of the Skull Guild." He glanced to the side. Kim Gi-Gyu looked at the TV in the room and spoke. "Other than that, I couldn't dig up anything else, but if you give me a little more time to look into it, I might find some new intel." "All right, I'll be in touch." He opened the door to leave his eyes still glued to the television. Just as he suspected, someone had planted a bug on the back of the TV. Kim Gi-Gyu stuck his hands in his pockets and casually strolled out onto the rooftop. Suddenly, he glanced back at the door and smirked. A short while earlier, Mao had gone to a cafe to meet a man from a surveillance guild. "You don't trust me?" He quickly replied, "No, of course not. We just have to be extra careful since you'll be in contact with someone the guild has its eye on." He added, "I've planted it behind the TV. I'm just giving you a heads up." Demon Pigmoto pulled his mask up and replied, "All right." Kim Gi-Gyu smirked, thinking, "You damn skulls, get ready to fall into the pit you dug for yourselves. At this rate, I have no idea how the Skull Guild is going to deal with Park Yong-Wan." The phone in his jacket pocket vibrated. Kim Gi-Gyu picked it up and saw the caller's name was Park Yong-Wan, Speak of the Devil. He said to him, "I heard the news." "So, besides, everyone else was killed, you got lucky, huh?" "So, what's in it for me?" Kim Gi-Gyu replied, "I couldn't find any more important information because I had to focus on staying alive. But I think I might know where the Skull Guild's main headquarters is." He stepped onto the street and opened his car door. Park Yong-Wan replied excitedly, "Not bad, come to my place tomorrow, I want to hear the details." Kim Gi-Gyu responded, "All right, see you tomorrow." He put the car key in the ignition. Kim Gi-Gyu's destination was the train station locker number 19 at the station. He stood in front of the locker inside. This Oh Se-chan guy is really cautious. Kim Gi-Gyu opened the locker door. He probably knew he was a target too. Then he bent down to look at the item inside. It was a list of dungeons. He thought, "I hope this list doesn't disappoint me." Kim Gi-Gyu took the document to his car to read. He couldn't believe it was this extensive. He had a look of utter surprise on his face. No wonder even the Savior Guild saw him as an obstacle. Kim Gi-Gyu flipped through page by page, reading and pondering. The quantity and quality are both amazing. He recalled the information from the dungeons he participated in back when he was in the Savior Guild. He realized something. I finally know where all that stuff came from. Oh, Se-chan wasn't being hunted for no reason. Suddenly, some information caught Kim Gi-Gyu's attention. This page listed the Albino Lizard's Lair. Albino Lizard's Lair. 2 floors, A-rank difficulty, maximum party of 8 entry condition. Below level 30 completion condition, collect the albino lizard's eggs. Completion reward, various skills titles. Kim Gi-Gyu couldn't help but be impressed. I can't believe he even has this. He thought there isn't much information about the albino lizard's lair. Even I haven't found its origin or any info on it. Kim Gi-Gyu pondered deeply. I wonder what's inside. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows. Well, I guess I'll have to find out for myself. He reached for the walkie-talkie. This is the kind of stuff only Lee Se Jun knew, a clue that brings me closer to the truth. Kim Gi-Gyu looked at the walkie-talkie in his hand and made up his mind. This dungeon, I have to conquer it successfully no matter what it takes. The walkie-talkie on the other end rang. Park Yong-Wan sat there listening to him speak over the radio. Hello, can anyone hear me? This is Kim Gi-Gyu." He flashed a sinister smile. "Kim Gi-Gyu, our first deal is finally here." In the morning, Kim Gi-Gyu drove to the guild's headquarters as promised. Park Yong-Wan asked him while reading the newspaper, "So, in short, you're saying the Union guys and the Skull Guild took each other out?" Kim Gi-Gyu replied, yes, there was a pretty strong guy among the Skull Guild members. He explained, based on his sword skills and equipment, they're definitely connected to Japan. Park Yong-Wan frowned and said, Japan. Huh. There are a few Japanese factions with considerable influence. He slammed the newspaper down on the table and said, as soon as we clear this dungeon, we'll have to look into this matter carefully. The newspaper reported that Park Yong-Wan of the Phoenix Guild was attacking a 6th-floor dungeon. Can the Phoenix Guild conquer a 6th-floor dungeon? The Prime Minister had a discussion with Park Yong-Wan. He crossed his arms and told Kim Gi-Gyu, and the fact that you've been the sole survivor twice in a row while all the Skull Guild members died, they'll start keeping an eye on you. Park Yong-Wan said, avoid acting alone until I return. And Secretary Kim. She swiped on her tablet and reported, the money has been transferred to Mr. Kim Gi-Gyu's account. Park Yong-Wan then said, you heard her, that's your compensation. He picked up the newspaper and told him, after I'm done with this dungeon, I'll contact you again. Kim Gi-Gyu bowed his head and said, thank you, sir. After finishing his business, he left the headquarters and walked to his car. A very smug smile appeared on Kim Gi-Gyu's face. When he gets back from the dungeon, he remembered the bug planted behind the TV. Now those bastards know Park Yong-Wan has my back. They'll focus their attention on him, not me. Kim Gi-Gyu opened the door and got into the car. I'll wait and see how interesting Park Yong-Wan's reaction will be after he crawls out. He reached for the walkie-talkie while thinking now all the necessary arrangements are complete. That warning about not acting alone, huh? In a place that looked like some warehouse. In a shipping container converted into a living space, Jisoo was on the phone with someone. Preparations are complete, sir. But I don't know if Kim Gi-Gyu will agree to this. She turned to the person sitting at the table next to her. Oh, Se-chan on the other end of the line laughed and replied, don't worry if there's a problem, I'll talk to him. Kim Gi-Gyu arrived at the container just as Jisoo replied, yes, understood. He was about to open the door but stopped when he heard people talking inside. Jisoo said to the other person in the room, Mr. Lee Se Jun, the boss told you to get ready. He replied annoyedly, Secretary Lee, I told you to call me sir in public. He also said, I've told you so many times I don't like being called Sunju because it sounds gay. What if someone hears and thinks I'm gay? When Kim Gi-Gyu heard the name, he suddenly thought Lee Se Jun of the Phoenix Guild. Could it really be him? He decisively opened the door and walked in. Lee Se Jun and Jisoo were already in the room. Kim Gi-Gyu glanced at her. Jisoo said flatly, a supervisor will accompany you because you've chosen a dungeon that doesn't match your level. She handed him a contract and said, if you agree, please sign this contract. You can ask me anything you need answered. Kim Gi-Gyu thought as he looked at the person sitting across from him, the immortal Lee Se Jun, the player who can't be killed. He thought to himself, back when I was a hunting dog for the Salvation Guild, he slipped through my fingers twice and a third chance never came. I never expected him to be connected to Se-chan. Kim Gi-Gyu sat down and said, this is the first I'm hearing about needing a supervisor. But, long story short, I have to enter the dungeon with you, right, Mr. Lee? Sun Ju. Lee. Sun Ju glared at him irritably. Hey, punk, did you hear me talking to Secretary Lee? Kim Gi-Gyu didn't back down either. My bad. You prefer to be called sir, huh? It was like he hit a nerve and the guy puffed up his chest and yelled, you're smiling now, so you did hear me, you bastard. You dare look down on me. Kim Gi-Gyu shot him a sidelong glance and silently noted he was as hot-headed as ever. Then he spoke up first. All right, let's drop it. Can I speak with Mr. Se-chan? Jisoo pointed to the walkie-talkie and said, sure you can use that. Kim Gi-Gyu picked it up and spoke. Hello, can you hear me? Se-chan replied from the other end. What's up? Don't tell me you don't like the supervisor who's going with you. Kim Gi-Gyu said that wasn't it. He voiced his concern. What if the supervisor dies in the dungeon? You never know what can happen inside a dungeon. Lee Se Jun frowned, thinking, is this punk-ass threatening me? Se-chan burst out laughing. You don't need to worry about that. He's more than capable of protecting himself. You don't need to worry about him. Kim Gi-Gyu frowned and replied seriously, I understand. Just as he said that, Lee Se Jun loomed over him. He violently snatched the walkie-talkie from Kim Gi-Gyu's hand, and then Lee Se Jun started whining to Se-chan. Boss, I think our new client is nuts. If he doesn't live up to our expectations in the dungeon, can I just take him out? He flared up, take him out my ass, I told you to eat less in the office. Lee Se Jun yelled back, how am I supposed to get full on just one bowl of udon? I need to consume 10,000 kilocalories a day. Se-chan screamed, then go buy a can of cooking oil and chug it. 1 liter of oil has 9,000 kilocalories. Now turn off the damn walkie-talkie before the battery dies. Jisoo scratched her chin, cutting everyone off. So, the discussion is over. I'll lead the way to the dungeon entrance. Kim Gi-Gyu replied, yes, after you. As the group left the room, Lee Se Jun threw out a warning first. Don't try any funny business. He said irritably, I show no mercy to anyone who tries something with me in a dungeon. Of course, no one's ever gotten away with it either. Kim Gi-Gyu looked at him and thought based on what I know from my past life he's not bullshitting. He smirked slightly. To think I'd meet the immortal Lee Se Jun here. How am I getting this lucky? This guy is going to be extremely useful. Jisoo looked out the window, talking on the phone. Yes, they just left, but will it really be okay? She asked worriedly. If, by some chance, Mr. Lee Se Jun doesn't return, Se-chan replied seriously, if that happens, then we will also consider Kim Gi-Gyu an enemy. In the forest, a brilliant pillar of light appeared. The system displayed a notification. Attention to proceed to the next floor, eliminate 111 demon wolves. Lee Se Jun, decked out in armor, gestured wildly and said, Gi-Gyu, you had fun messing with me earlier, didn't you? Now, I'm just going to kick back and not give a damn about you. He looked extremely smug. 111 demon wolves. Let's see how you handle that. I'll just sit here chill and wait for you to come begging for my help. And so Lee Se Jun sat down on a rock by a tree and started chilling. Kim Gi-Gyu looked at him speechless. Lee Se Jun opened his item window and casually pulled out a snack bar. I'm already starting to feel sorry for you. What, can't handle it on your own? He took a bite of the bar and said, after all, I'm a merciful guy. Lee Se Jun said with an incredibly confident look, get on your knees and beg for my forgiveness. If you want my help, maybe I'll decide to give you a little. Kim Gi-Gyu silently watched Lee Se Jun and thought he probably has the blessing of the river Styx. Only someone with the tenacious gladiator as their patron god could obtain that legendary skill. Kim Gi-Gyu thought that even if his head was chopped off or his heart was ripped out, the guy was immortal, unkillable. He ignored Lee Se Jun's bragging and turned to walk away. He probably thinks he's incredibly lucky to have an immortal body. But, since you've met me, the system announced a skeleton warrior has been summoned. Suddenly, Lee Se Jun stopped eating, looking completely shocked. A skeleton appeared and bowed respectfully before Kim Gi-Gyu. Kim Gi-Gyu glanced back and grinned. I'll show you that immortality of yours is just a cheap trick. An incredibly ferocious roar echoed out. The skeleton wielding a katana quickly took down a wolf. Lee Se Jun sat there commentating like an expert. This little dude can really fight. What's his name? Skeleton. He said, I was wondering before, but now I get it. In front of the two of them was a huge pile of wolf corpses. The skeleton had handled them all by itself. Lee Se Jun then said, so, this is why you can solo dungeons. He finally had to take the situation seriously, though he still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Lee Se Jun recalled how the skeleton handled the wolves. A rattling bag of bones he thought would just be dead weight, but it swung its sword just like a high-level player. Not only that, but the higher his level, the more skeletons he can summon. He glanced over at Kim Gi-Gyu. Making an enemy of this bastard would be extremely dangerous. Lee Se Jun couldn't help but think as he stared at Kim Gi-Gyu's back. Just as the boss guessed, he's no ordinary person. He scratched his chin, thinking I have to report this to the boss as soon as we get out. Kim Gi-Gyu turned back and asked, so, what do you think? Startled Lee. Se Jun quickly replied, not bad at all. Guess you don't need my help, huh? He said with his eyes closed. After we're done here, I'll report the results to Mr. Se-chan. Kim Gi-Gyu replied, okay. Lee Se Jun's eyes snapped open and he exclaimed, what? Then he stood up and asked, did I hear you right? Did you just disrespect me? A dark energy appeared behind his back, which Lee Se Jun quickly noticed. The system announced the summoning of a skeleton warrior, and an entire legion of skeletons appeared surrounding Lee Se Jun. He smirked and asked, these cute skeletons seem a little cranky all of a sudden, don't they? What did you do? Lee Se Jun was a bit surprised, wondering to himself, there are 5 skeletons. Kim Gi-Gyu scratched his chin and taunted him. What was that you were saying earlier that you'd just sit back and watch if I didn't beg for help? Lee Se Jun scratched his head and laughed nervously. Why would you say that I was just messing with you? He said of course he was just kidding earlier. My bad, I didn't mean to underestimate you. Lee Se Jun slowly walked towards him, then suddenly dashed forward. That's right, Lee Se Jun was looking for a fight, raising his leg to kick Kim Gi-Gyu. My bad, you bastard. Kim Gi-Gyu just smirked at him with contempt. And then Kim Gi-Gyu quickly grabbed Lee Se Jun and slammed him to the ground. Light from above shone down on the forest. Lying on the ground, Lee Se Jun looked up at the sky and exclaimed, huh, Kim. Gi-Gyu stared down at him and said, attacking the summoner directly instead of the skeletons. A nice try. Then Lee Se Jun quickly flipped over and sat up. It was as if he had predicted everything. This bastard has been hiding his real skills this whole time. What's your goal in approaching us? Is it me or the boss you're after? He smirked and said, Doesn't matter what you want, you won't get anything out of me. I'm damn good at keeping secrets. Unafraid, Gi-Gyu had his skeletons surround him. Is that so? Doesn't look like it to me. Lee Se Jun hurriedly yelled, You son of a b***, titch, let me go. The skeletons all pointed their swords at him. Lee Se Jun was frozen on the spot, unable to move. In the end, Gi-Gyu decided to tie Lee Se Jun up, leaving him dangling from a tree. He furiously screamed, Let me down! Gi-Gyu stood on the ground looking up at him. Lee Se Jun furiously yelled, How long have you been hanging me up here? He struggled and screamed, Get me some food. Food. Are you going to let me starve to death here? Then Gi-Gyu used his sword to cut the rope holding him up. Lee Se Jun immediately fell to the ground with a thud. Gi-Gyu opened his mouth and said, All right, I'll give you one chance. Get ready. Lee Se Jun asked confusedly, What? Gi-Gyu replied, I've shown you what I can do. Now it's your turn. He asked in bewilderment, What the hell is this all of a sudden? Gi-Gyu said coldly, Act as bait so my skeleton warriors can land their hits, and I'll let you go. Lee Se Jun stubbornly retorted, Like hell, I'm going to do what you say. Gi-Gyu tightened his grip on the rope, binding him. No, you don't want to. He threatened, Then you can go back up there and play for a while longer. Lee Se Jun trembled with anger, thinking, This bastard is kicking insane. Although he didn't want to, he was forced to speak in a reluctant tone. You're absolutely right, sir. I have no further objections. After all, I am a top-class tanker. Everyone got to work. Lee Se Jun ran for his life, luring the wolves, and conveniently punched them to death. However, more wolves charged in, gathering into a pack and swarming Lee Se Jun. He punched and cursed at the same time. Why are there so damn many? Soon, a pack of dozens of wolves pounced and crushed Lee Se Jun. He could only raise his hand high, calling for help. One wolf was about to lunge at Lee Se Jun, but it caught a scent and immediately turned its head. Behind it was a skeleton, ready to finish it off. The skeleton raised its hook high, and the skeleton legion raised their swords, slashing through the pack of wolves. One crashed into a tree trunk while another was sent tumbling by a slash. Lee Se Jun gathered his strength and threw off the wolves that had been crushing him. Gi-Gyu stood off to the side, scratching his chin and letting out a small, "Oh." He stood on a tree branch, watching the wolves get taken down one by one. Lee Se Jun was also enthusiastically punching the wolves. His fists were covered in their blood. Lee Se Jun panted heavily, surrounded by the corpses of wolves scattered everywhere. As he caught his breath, he glanced to the side. The system announced, "You have leveled up." He looked up and saw Gi-Gyu standing leisurely on a high branch. He stared at Lee Se Jun and remarked, "Not as good as in the past life, but not too far behind either." He calculated, "He's going to be very useful in the future." The howling of wolves still echoed throughout the forest. Gi-Gyu jumped down from the tree and dashed off. Meanwhile, Lee Se Jun was so exhausted he could barely breathe. A new wave of wolves kept charging at him. Lee Se Jun looked towards Gi-Gyu, absolutely furious. "He won't even give me a second to rest." Following that, one wolf was kicked to death by Lee Se Jun, while another was obliterated by a skeleton slash. The other skeleton continued to slash at the wolves while Lee Se Jun panted heavily from exhaustion. He used his hand to wipe the blood off his face. Surprisingly, a wolf was gnawing on his leg, causing Lee Se Jun to sigh in defeat. "What's this, still one left?" After saying that, he kicked the wolf away. He released his leg and went tumbling towards a nearby skeleton. "Yo, Bones, this one's all yours." As if on cue, the skeleton immediately dealt with the wolf. An announcement rang out, "You have cleared the first floor of the dungeon." With the job done, Lee Se Jun bent down to talk to the skeleton. "You guys are being worked to the bone just 'cause you got a bad boss, you know that." He threw shade at Gi-Gyu, who was chilling by a tree. "Unlike a certain someone, you guys are way too hard-working." He raised his hand and said, "So, how about a high five?" The skeleton stared at him with its deep, empty eye sockets. Then it turned its head and walked away, leaving Lee Se Jun totally embarrassed. He yelled, "You're just a pile of dry bones, how dare you ignore me?" Lee Se Jun brought his hand down on its head, but the skeleton tilted its head to the side to dodge. He furiously yelled, "What you're dodging now?" "2. What else can you do besides ignore me? Let's go, you and me. Today we're settling the pecking order." Gi-Gyu stood to the side, observing him carefully. "He's so different from what I remember in my past life." He thought, a powerful being who fought the Salvation Guild head-on with an immortal body. "Lee Se Jun is one of the strongest people I have to give it to." Right now, Lee Se Jun is arguing with the skeleton soldiers. The hell you mean I can't touch it? Gi-Gyu remembered his past life. His fighting style was, if you cut my flesh, I'll rip out your bones to fully exploit his immortal body. He scratched his chin and thought even I wouldn't dare get close because of that self-destructive style of his. But, looking at him now, there's not a single trace of the evil he had back then. Clearly, something must have happened to change him. I don't have any memories of Osei-chan in my past life, but it looks like they're super tight. Maybe Osei-chan's death is what awakened the Lee Se Jun of the past. Gi-Gyu concluded that if Osei-chan stays alive, there's a high chance the Salvation Guild will go off the rails compared to his past life. Then he looked up and kept watching Lee Se Jun. Lee Se Jun glanced back at him. I still don't get what this dude is planning. But Lee Se Jun remembered what just happened. He always brought back just the right number, so that even if I got swarmed, I wouldn't die. He thought to himself that it was definitely no coincidence the next wave always showed up the second he finished recovering. This wasn't just a simple analysis of monsters and dungeons, but it was on the level of someone who understands every single detail of the situation. This wasn't just the ability of a high-rank player anymore. Lee Se Jun narrowed his eyes, hating to admit it, but this guy was better than him in every single way. After that, Gi-Gyu walked over to Lee Se Jun. Nice work. Let's head down to the second floor. He blurted out in surprise. Huh. Gi-Gyu smirked and said, the second floor will be a lot easier than this place. A notification popped up teleporting to the second floor. As always, a pillar of light shot up, piercing the sky. Lee Se Jun complained, I'm so tired I feel like I'm going to drop dead. He yelled at Gi-Gyu, I've been grinding like crazy all day, at least to give a guy a break. Meanwhile, Gi-Gyu took 4 vials of blood out of his inventory. Lee Se Jun saw them and asked, that doesn't look like a potion. What the hell is that? Gi-Gyu shot back a question. You confident you can hide fast enough? Lee Se Jun gave him a confused look. Hide? What are you talking about all of a sudden? The moment he said that, Gi-Gyu smashed the blood vials on the ground. Lee Se Jun looked around bewildered. What the hell are you doing, Gi-Gyu? He smirked. You'd better haul ass and start running right now. A roar echoed in the distance, and Lee Se Jun instantly whipped his head around to look behind him. An albino lizard burst out of the ground, its glowing eyes and razor-sharp jaws fixed on him. Lee Se Jun cursed. This damn bastard, I couldn't even catch my breath yet. Back in the real world, Osei-chan was reading a newspaper. Things are about to get busy. The headline read, South Korean government approves foreign guilds' participation in the A+ rank Rattlesnake Dungeon. He muttered to himself, even though I knew this would happen if the Salvation Guild pulled out. Sei-chan looked up and asked Jisoo, how long is the list of foreign guilds that are participating? Holding a teacup, she replied, we finished gathering all the intel this morning. We're currently comparing and analyzing it. He replied, good, we still have time before Lee Se Jun gets back, but step on it. Jisoo asked with concern, do you think something might happen to Lee Se Jun? Back in the dungeon, dirt and rocks were flying everywhere. Lee Se Jun was running for his dear life. He thought to himself as the lizard chased him relentlessly. Why the hell am I the only one it's after? The skeleton soldiers were right behind, slashing at the lizard with their swords. Lee Se Jun glanced back, not sure why, but it looked like this time he was just supposed to be the bait. He skidded to a stop, then turned to face the massive lizard. Lee Se Jun gritted his teeth in fury. How the hell is this any better than the first floor, you bastard? Just you wait till we get out of here. I'm gonna beat you to a pulp. The lizard snapped its jaws at him, but Lee Se Jun caught them with his bare hands. Meanwhile, Gi-Gyu was casually watching from a high tree branch, finding the situation puzzling. Huh. A cloud of dust kicked up. Lee Se Jun dug his feet in to keep from sliding back. He struggled with all his strength against the lizard. Lee Se Jun smirked. Don't drag this out. Behind the lizard, a skeleton soldier charged forward with its sword. He smiled. Finish it already. The sword-wielding skeleton soldier went to stab the lizard, and then it landed a precise strike on the monster. The system announced the albino lizard has been infected with hemolysis, pressing the advantage. The other skeleton soldiers leaped up at once, plunging their swords into it. A notification appeared. Blood poison has reached maximum level. Lee Se Jun looked at the skeleton soldiers thinking they were like elite troops, each one meticulously trained. Normally, skeletons summoned by other players are just used to attack or buy time. But the system announced that the albino lizard's stamina was constantly dropping due to hemolysis. The monster writhed in agony. It swung its tail at a skeleton soldier, but the soldier dodged. It thrashed its tail wildly, but all the skeleton soldiers dodged with ease. The lizard stared down a skeleton soldier, its blood-red eyes wide as it sized up its prey. The skeletons were standing right there in front of it, but the lizard just ignored them and looked away. Lee Se Jun wondered in surprise, what the it can't see them, so that's why it's only coming after me. He looked up at Kim Gi-Gyu on the tree branch. What kind of magic did Kim Gi-Gyu even use? He remembered what Kim Gi-Gyu had said, "You'd better run fast." Lee Se Jun's eyes went wide. He knew it from the start. Instantly, he was slammed hard by the lizard. The hit was so powerful it made Lee Se Jun's eyes pop. Then the lizard threw him straight into a tree trunk, hitting with enough force to snap the whole tree in half. Kim Gi-Gyu watched as Lee Se Jun and the tree came crashing to the ground. Dust and debris flew everywhere. Amidst the smoke, Lee Se Jun quickly got back on his feet, gritting his teeth in pain and pressing a hand to his side where he'd been hit. The system announced skill blessing of the river Styx has been activated. Se Jun stood up straight, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. Gi-Gyu thought smugly that an injury like that would heal in no time. He slowly approached the Risen, which was drooling at the sight of him. Se Jun gritted his teeth and cursed, "What a waste of my damn energy." He started casting a spell on his hands. Then, Se Jun summoned a pair of gauntlets to punch the enemy and immediately charged forward. Se Jun took a stance, pulling his right hand back and putting all his strength into the punch. Then, Se Jun landed a solid blow right on the Risen. Its eyes went wide, staring at him. The Risen was stunned by the punch and dropped to its knees. The skeleton soldiers immediately gave chase. One skeleton soldier closed in on the Risen. Seeing this, Se Jun thought in horror, "Those dudes are straight up ignoring me just like their master." That skeleton soldier stabbed its sword into one of the Risen's flanks. Another skeleton soldier simultaneously stabbed the other flank. The Risen screamed in agony from the stabs. The system announced that hemolysis had spread throughout the albino Risen's body. A third skeleton soldier leaped into the air right above the Risen's head. That skeleton delivered the final blow, stabbing right through the monster's head. The Risen collapsed completely. Finally, a notification appeared. Albino Risen has been defeated. Se Jun let out a sigh of relief as the system announced that he had leveled up. Once it was over, Gi-Gyu jumped down from a tree and the system began to display his achievements. Albino Risen Hunter, you will receive the Cutter Lock as a reward. The rank of the skill Hemolysis has increased by 1. The rank of the skill Skeletal Disease has increased by 1. The representative of the Dark World admires your cold-heartedness. The representative of the Dark World will bestow a portion of their power upon you. Gi-Gyu let out a snort. The scene changes to another location where a giant troll is roaring. It was so strong that a single slap obliterated a skeleton soldier. It quickly made short work of the surrounding skeletons. One skeleton soldier charged forward and stabbed the troll with its sword. It lost its balance and tumbled to the ground. The remaining 3 skeleton soldiers ganged up and repeatedly stabbed the troll. Yoo-Han watched and remarked, "These dumbass skeletons have no strategy, just swarming 1 or 2 at a time. I gotta pump up their numbers to get anywhere." The system announced 50 trolls have been defeated. You have leveled up. You have earned the Troll Hunter achievement, still not enough to gain the attention of the representative of the Dark World. He looked up and Yoo Seong thought resentfully, "I took down 50 trolls all by myself and still didn't get any attention. Who the hell is getting all the attention from that damn entity?" Back in Gi-Gyu's part of the dungeon, he held his sword and stared intently at the Risen. Se Jun thought in confusion, "What's this fool waiting for? He's got to be starving." He spoke up, "Hey, Kim Gi-Gyu, we're done here. Let's bounce." Se Jun urged him, "Is there something else?" Gi-Gyu said softly, "The most important part is still left." Gi-Gyu touched the Risen's body. He walked along its length, measuring it with his hands. Gi-Gyu said, "Around here, I guess." Then he made a horizontal slash with his sword, cutting a line across the Risen's body. Gi-Gyu cut it open and reached inside. "Finally got this thing." He pulled out a brightly glowing egg. The system announced, "You have found the albino lizard egg. You have cleared the dungeon." Gi-Gyu held it in his hand and thought, the Savior's Guild was so careful to hide whatever was inside this egg. Now I have a chance to find out what it is. Se Jun suddenly spoke up. "Oh yeah, now I remember. The condition for clearing this dungeon was to find some kind of item, right?" he asked with a frown. "I was getting tossed around all day, so I totally forgot. Anyway, what are you going to do with that thing?" Gi-Gyu used the pommel of his sword to crack the egg open with a single tap. Se Jun exclaimed in surprise, "Damn, that's rough. You don't even know what it's for and you already smashed it." The eggshell fragments scattered to the ground, revealing something glowing inside. "This is..." Gi-Gyu wondered, looking at a skill scroll. He crumpled the paper and gritted his teeth. "All because of this." Se Jun asked curiously, "What the hell is that A skill scroll inside an egg?" Gi-Gyu glanced at the paper and cursed under his breath, "Damn it." The paper read, "The Power of Apophis. Requirement Messenger of Hell. Level requirement level 1 or higher. Effect: resistance to all types of poison. Gi-Gyu wondered, how could that bastard's skill be here? He thought of one person, the Poison King, the one who toyed with all sorts of poisons. But he was never harmed by poison thanks to the power of Apophis. Gi-Gyu remembered the crimes he had committed. A scumbag who loved to steal whatever he wanted from others, then use poison to kill them in the most brutal way imaginable. He remembered what happened before. When his brutality reached its peak, the Saviors Guild declared they would bring the Poison King to justice. Gi-Gyu recalled that many members of the Saviors Guild, including myself, had joined the team to take him down, but so many people fell during that campaign. His eyes widened as he thought, even now I can clearly remember every single comrade who died from that bastard's poison. The albino lizard egg. I knew nothing more than the fact that the Saviors Guild once possessed it. Gi-Gyu stared at the egg and thought, I also didn't think it was possible to get this skill anywhere else, and the Poison King definitely couldn't have stolen it. He frowned. The only possible answer left is that the Saviors Guild itself gave it to the Poison King. They slowly turned the Poison King into a villain so they could righteously become the saviors. He gritted his teeth, so angry he wanted to rip the skill scroll to shreds. Lee Se Jun once again. You've shown me that my comrades' sacrifices were just stepping stones for you. Gi-Gyu decisively tore the scroll to pieces, but now this thing belongs to me. You walking over their dead bodies to get ahead will never happen again. The system announced, you have obtained the power of Apophis. You can resist all types of poison. Gi-Gyu suddenly thought of someone. But, Se Jun, I definitely will. His face was now filled with killing intent. Your corpse with my own 2 hands. Lee Se Jun broke into a sweat looking at Kim Gi-Gyu. Why did his mood suddenly flip like that? He was the one who got all the rewards right. A moment later he spoke up, let's get out of here. Lee Se Jun was completely bewildered looking at him, understanding him less and less. A portal of light appeared once more and the two of them returned to the container room. Lee Se Jun excitedly reached for the bag placed on the table. Just as expected, Boss Chan was so considerate. He whined, I'm starving to death. But inside the bag were only 2 bottles of water and a phone. Seeing this, Lee Se Jun screamed. You damn cheap old bastard. What the hell is this? If it's just 2 bottles of mineral water, what the hell did you put them in a paper bag for elsewhere? Oh, Se-chan was picking his ear. He glanced at the walkie-talkie on the table. I wonder who's talking smack about me. My ear keeps twitching. Then Oh Se-chan suddenly broke into a smile faster than I thought. He turned on the walkie-talkie and said, even though it was just one with a low difficulty, you still cleared a dungeon in less than 3 days. Anyway, how did it feel? Kim Gi-Gyu replied, not too bad. More importantly, did anything happen on the outside? Oh Se-chan moved the computer mouse and clicked a few times. He opened up some online news sites and responded, there's still no new information about Park Yong-Wan's forces entering the 6th floor dungeon. However, it's been announced that the Great Ancient Guild and the Frontline Guild, 2 of the 5 biggest guilds in the world, have decided to form an alliance. Oh, Se-chan added. Oh, and one more thing, the dragon hunter caught a golden dragon in a 5-floor dungeon. Kim Gi-Gyu pondered thoughtfully. The golden dragon. When the first one appeared, people were only interested in its hide. The hide was extremely tough and had excellent heat resistance. They expected the armor made from the golden dragon's hide would open up a new horizon for players. He thought of something, but it was the golden dragon's gastric juice that changed history, not its hide. At first, people didn't know its use, because who would have thought that stuff could do anything? But by chance, its ability to remove seals and curses was discovered. Kim Gi-Gyu recalled the scene of Lee Se Jun stabbing him with a sword. Lee Se Jun's Banmung sword was also unsealed using the golden dragon's gastric juice. He calculated its value was beyond expectations. I have to get it before anyone finds out its effect. Oh, Se-chan spoke through the walkie-talkie. Those are the only major news stories from the past few days. Do you need to know anything else? Kim Gi-Gyu replied. That's enough, he continued. Good. Then I'll get the details from the supervisor. There's a dedicated phone there for contacting us. He picked up the phone and Oh Se-chan instructed, it can't be wiretapped, so it'll be much more secure. Lee Se Jun, no detours, head straight back to the office now. Hearing his name called, he got pissed. Can't I get a little break, boss? Whose fault is it that I'm being treated like some gopher? Oh, Se-chan snapped back. Because I'm your boss, I'll treat you to a bowl of rice. So get your ass back here now. Then Lee Se Jun stood up and snatched the walkie-talkie from Kim Gi-Gyu's hand. All you do is boss people around. How is 1 bowl enough? It's got to be 10 bowls. He opened the door and left the room. Before leaving, Lee Se Jun glanced at Kim Gi-Gyu and thought, Don't tell me I'm going to be stuck with this bastard for the foreseeable future. Knowing he was being watched, Kim Gi-Gyu glared right back. Lee Se Jun angrily slammed the door shut. The next morning at the office, Lee Se Jun flopped onto the sofa and whined, "I didn't even get enough sleep," calling me first thing in the morning. What did I do wrong? I already submitted the report yesterday. Oh, Se-chan held a document in his hand and said, "I called you because of that report. We need to speed up the plan." He placed the document on the table. "Here, read it." Lee Se Jun griped, "What's so important you couldn't even let me eat breakfast?" He suddenly became incredibly surprised. "What?" He held the document in his hand and screamed his head off. "Are you kidding me? Are you telling me to go in there alone?" The document read, "Hunt the Spiked Serpent. 2 floors, A+ difficulty, 99-person capacity. Entry requirement below level, 35, clear condition defeat the Spiked Serpent, clear, reward, Philosopher's Stone. Additional information, a total of 58. Koreans and 41 foreigners have confirmed their participation." "Oh," Se-chan said irritably. "What are you screaming about? Who said you're going alone? Of course you're going with someone relatively capable." Lee Se Jun scratched his chin and asked, "Relatively capable, huh? The Dragon Hunter, or an agent. Don't tell me it's Lee Se Jun, but his level is too high, he can't enter a 2-floor dungeon. Is there anyone else as pro as me under level 35? "Oh," Se-chan said smugly. "How could you forget about Kim Gi-Gyu?" Lee Se Jun broke out in a sweat and screamed his lungs out, "Huh, Kim Gi-Gyu, I don't want to go with that psycho again." He flailed his arms and legs, yelling, "I told you yesterday, besides his high skills, he's definitely insane. People are supposed to have a little teamwork. That guy has a personality problem, he even used me as monster bait." Lee Se Jun said with his eyes closed, "If you make me team up with that guy one more time, I'll go on a hunger strike." "Oh," Se-chan started to pull something from his breast pocket. "I'd be mighty grateful if you did go on a hunger strike." And then he took out a voice recorder. It was playing back what Lee Se Jun had said, "The kind of teammate I need is someone who won't get in the way when we fight together." The voice was extremely resolute. "I don't give a damn about personality. Do monsters attack people because of personal issues? No, so ability is the most important thing. If there's someone like that, just bring him to me. But there's no way he's stronger than me." After hearing it, his face went pale. "Wait, boss." Oh, Se-chan smirked. "Sound familiar, buddy?" Lee Se Jun rubbed his head in defeat and cried out, "You even had the time to record it. And you kept it all this time. That's playing dirty." He put the recorder away and said, "Whatever, I've already signed you both up. 2 big, juicy pieces of bait." Lee Se Jun cried out in alarm, "You're already registered." "Hold on, what do you mean by bait?" "Oh." Se-chan stared at him with a look that screamed conspiracy. That night at the ruins on the outskirts of town, Kim Gi-Gyu was sharpening his sword. He pressed the blade against the grinder with his hand. Then Kim Gi-Gyu took it off and wiped the blade with a cloth. "This blade is pretty damaged, huh? I guess I really do need a proper case for it." He glanced at the briefcase beside him, and anyway, Kim Gi-Gyu pressed the latch down. Kim Gi-Gyu wondered if Se-chan had anyone else on this level. Who the hell does the guild want to kill anyway? I'd like to meet them just once. Early in the morning at the office, Lee Se Jun asked Se-chan a few things. "Sir, are there any spots left in that monster's dungeon?" The government has already opened it up to foreign rankers. At the same time, Ju walked up the stairs toward the 2 of them carrying a briefcase. "Oh," Se-chan said confidently. "Oh, you don't have to worry about that. My secretary and I have already prepared everything." Lee Se Jun asked doubtfully, "They're prioritizing rankers, so it couldn't have been easy to get spots for me and Kim Gi-Gyu, right? Did you have to drop some cash this time, sir?" The office door opened slightly, and Se-chan looked toward it and said, "Is spending money always necessary?" He asked. "Ju, you just get back. Was everything handled properly?" She held the briefcase out and replied, "Yes, I finalized the dungeon agreement with Russia and delivered the items you mentioned to Kim Gi-Gyu." Lee Se Jun exclaimed in surprise. "Huh, Russia." Ju said calmly, "The mask you ordered has also been crafted." "Oh," Se-chan smirked slightly. "Good, you worked hard." Social media was buzzing with news about audio comics, sports weather society, and politics. 41 foreign players have been confirmed to participate. News: 99 players have completed recruitment. Daily news: will the world's first clear of the new dungeon be a success? At a place called Sin Pangrian Nan, a sign on a classroom door read, "Romakos of Russia." Lee Se Jun squeezed the mask in annoyance. "This damn mask," he sighed. "It's so inconvenient for eating." Lee Se Jun picked up a piece of bread while glancing at the person with him. "Kim Gi-Gyu." "No, Isaac, you good. Are you so stressed out that you're just stuffing your face?" Lee Se Jun jabbed while chewing. Stressed, I don't even know what the hell stress is. Kim Gi-Gyu, as Isaac, also took a quiet bite of bread and said, I guess so. His leg was shaking. He'd never been in a dungeon of this level. How the hell is this punk so calm? Lee Se Jun, in the guise of Spasiva, spoke up and asked, Aren't you the one who's nervous? I already asked you. Why are you shaking? He replied, Of course I'm nervous. Lee Se Jun immediately said, Oh, really, is that right? Don't worry too much, just trust me. Kim Gi-Gyu looked at the screen in front of him and thought, I can't believe it. I can't believe this thing fell into my hands. Lee Se Jun glanced over and said to him, including the stuff before and after, This you're not going to forget to buy me meat, right? Anyway, we're a team in this match, we have to fight together, he warned. So don't you go pulling any weird stunts like last time, got it? Isaac was reading the item information displayed on the screen. Mask of the Picture Reaper item class legendary, usable from level 1 and up. This is the Mask of the Picture Reaper. You can effectively communicate with and control the undead monsters you summon. Magic power increases by 10% when used. Mana recovery increases by 10% when used. He was impressed. He couldn't believe Oh Se-chan had this. The night before, Kim Gi-Gyu had received a call from Oh Se-chan. I heard all about your performance in the dungeon. Do you want to join the Nidal-Snake dungeon raid? He had replied, We'll see. It seems dangerous to just go in there like that. Oh. Se-chan burst out laughing. So you don't want to go in there so easily. I knew it. I heard you're pretty good at controlling skeleton soldiers. Back in the present, Kim Gi-Gyu sat and thought. The king of the Invincibles. Even Yoo Seong desperately wanted this but couldn't get his hands on what I have now. He thought, I've never seen what he uses, so I don't know what kind of power it'll bring. But Lee Se Jun cut in. Hey, Kim Gi-Gyu. No, Isaac, are you even listening to me? He gave a faint smile. It was clear the timeline for destroying the Messiah Guild had been moved up. Then a staff member opened the door and called them, Romoko's players, please get ready. He placed his hands on his knees and the two of them left the room together. Kim Gi-Gyu thought to himself, I have to test the Mask of the Picture Reaper to its fullest on the first floor. The dungeon system made an announcement. Announcement. To reach the next floor, you must survive for 5 days. The other players roared, What a freaking survival mission, that's the worst. Everyone was cussing. One guy clutched his head and let out a curse. Lee Se Jun, in Spasiva's armor, spoke up. A survival mission on the surface. It just means we have to survive for the specified time, he said. But that means the number of monsters will be massive. So massive that even surviving won't be easy. Lee Se Jun turned to ask Kim Gi-Gyu, What do we do? He replied, Let's test it out. Lee Se Jun wondered, Test? He suddenly remembered the scene of being surrounded by wolves and felt a shiver of fear. No way! Lee Se Jun screamed internally, He's going to make me do that again. His face fell as he said, You don't remember what I said, you're really doing it again. Kim Gi-Gyu replied, A test. When you get a new item, you obviously have to check its performance right. Lee Se Jun clapped his hands. Ah, right, a test. Then Kim Gi-Gyu turned away and said, First, let's move to a quiet place. In a corner of the forest, the system announced a skeleton soldier has been summoned. A skeleton soldier appeared in front of the two. Lee Se Jun greeted it cheerfully. Whoa, hello there. He exclaimed excitedly, Look at that, it even came with armor ready. He got closer to poke fun at the skeleton soldier. Yo, move it. What you gonna start on me now? Kim Gi-Gyu took a mask out of his inventory. He put it on his face. The system displayed its information. The Mask of the Picture Reaper. A legendary grade item can be used from level 1 and up. This is the Mask of the Picture Reaper. You can connect with and control the undead monster you summon. Effect, magic power increases by 10% when equipped. Mana recovery increases by 10% when equipped. The screen showed that he had obtained the achievement Master of the Picture Reaper. Gi-Gyu thought to himself, just the magic power boost alone isn't bad. What's this? Suddenly he saw a thread running down from above. It connected to the skeleton soldier's head. Gi-Gyu couldn't help but wonder. A thread. The thread originated from his blood vessels and shot out from his fingertips. Gi-Gyu looked completely shocked. The system announced connection established. His eyes suddenly shot wide open. There was a sudden flash of light. When he opened his eyes, he saw Se Jun grabbing his head. Gotcha, you little punk. He rubbed its head, looking extremely amused. What's wrong? Suddenly, the skeleton soldier glared and yelled, Get your hands off me! Se Jun, in the body of Spasiva, suddenly screamed his head off. A talking skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier moved, twisting its whole body awkwardly. It flailed its arms and legs around chaotically. Se Jun asked in confusion, But why is it moving so weird? After a few steps, it tumbled to the ground, and seeing that, he yelled, "Is it dead?" Then Sunju poked its head with his foot. Gi-Gyu, in the body of Isaac, said irritably, "Hey, get your foot off me." He thought pensively staying quiet isn't as easy as I thought. In the distance, a group of people were asking each other, "John Jun, what's our plan? Should we wait here first or go scout and come back?" John Jun replied, "I don't know how many monsters there are, we can't move rashly." He glanced around and said, "First, let's stay here and observe the situation for a day or two. Everyone else is gathered here, so joining forces will be beneficial for survival." His group looked over at the other groups. Maybe those people gathering over there are thinking the same thing as us. Jun pushed up his glasses, thinking smugly, "After all, in this dungeon there's no influential power like Messy Arrow. In a situation like this, it's always advantageous for those who use their heads. Then we have to persuade them to let us become the center of the hunt." Night fell over the forest. Sunju lunged forward and threw a punch. With one clean punch, he sent an orc's head flying. He chuckled smugly to himself. "What is this? I was so worried because it's a survival trial. But going by head count, are these weak-ass monsters all there is? It can't be right. I guess I'm way stronger." Behind Sunju, the skeleton soldier swung its sword and wiped out 2 orcs. They collapsed under its blade. Sunju's face fell as he watched the skeleton soldier. He glanced at Gi-Gyu controlling it and clicked his tongue, thinking, "That bastard is just a freaking monster." Sunju recalled what happened a few minutes ago. The skeleton soldier started to walk unsteadily, struggling just to walk at first. It would take a few steps and fall flat on its face, but before long, it started running. Now the skeleton soldier was leaping around with incredible skill, moving super fast. Sunju stared at Gi-Gyu, whose fingers were dancing in the air. Summoned skeleton soldiers are already a pain to deal with, but that guy is directly controlling it on top of that. He gritted his teeth and said, "Isn't this way too unfair? One person is struggling to fight in danger while the other just chills and wiggles his fingers. This is bull." Suddenly, he noticed something behind him. A much larger skeleton soldier was being summoned. The system announced, "A skeleton soldier has been summoned." Sunju stared at the huge thing in disbelief. He wondered, can you use a summoning skill in that state, son? Ju thought to himself, you can use a skill while connected to the skeleton, but the mana consumption is 3 times higher. Although it's a given, you can't use potions. The small skeleton soldier spoke up, "How you doing?" He crossed his arms and said with annoyance, "Hey, when you talk to someone, you should at least look at them." Sunju clenched his fists. It felt so weird being ignored by a pile of bones. "Do you really need to be so damn rude?" Gi-Gyu said in a challenging tone. "Oh, is that so?" Sunju stared straight ahead. Gi-Gyu took off his mask, looming behind him, and suddenly asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Sunju jumped, turning to look at him. "Holy crap, you scared me." Gi-Gyu asked, "So, how's your body now?" He gave a wry smile and waved his hand, replying, "Sober enough to teach some manners to those who don't have any. I'm not talking about you, I mean the monsters." Gi-Gyu replied coldly, "Good, then let's officially begin now." Sunju cried out in confusion, "We've been killing a ton of monsters already. Why are you suddenly spouting nonsense?" He asked, bewildered, "Huh, what do you mean officially begin? Then what were those orcs from before?" Sunju clapped his hands and stammered, "What was it again? Oh, right, anemia. I'm anemic." Then he started clutching his head and whining, "I'm suddenly so dizzy. What's wrong?" Suddenly, a sword was pointed at Sunju. He yelled angrily, "What the hell are you doing?" Gi-Gyu said half-jokingly, "I heard you're anemic, so I was thinking of giving you some iron." Sunju yelled, "Iron supplements. You're not going to cut me with a sword, are you?" Gi-Gyu said calmly, "Either way, it's iron entering your body." He shouted in frustration, "How can you even say that?" Gi-Gyu made the skeleton soldier say, "Seeing you so energetic, your anemia must be better. I was just going to give you some iron." Then he turned and walked ahead. There were still many things to prepare. "Follow me." Sunju was so pissed off he could scream. "I'm such an idiot, what do I do now?" In front of them was a leafless tree, and then it was chopped down with a loud crash. Gi-Gyu and Sunju were working hard chopping down trees. He looked at him and couldn't help but wonder, what the hell is Kim Gi-Gyu thinking? Did he come into the dungeon to chop trees instead of monsters? On another front, a goblin was charging forward. A group of players were chasing it down, cornering it. One guy stepped up and took out the monster with his sword, while a seasoned veteran sliced through a few goblins. Day 3 in the dungeon. Early in the morning, the group of players was still busy grinding monsters. An older guy asked, "Why is it so dead? A survival challenge ain't supposed to be this easy, right?" John Jun, standing beside him, replied, "It's definitely weird there are way too few monsters." He glanced over and said, "This is a C+ rank survival challenge. We're way too comfortable instead of being hunted down. This ain't right, we gotta go scout a bit even if it's risky. Eventually, Kim Gi-Gyu and Lee Se Jun used trees to build a barricade. The system announced a level up. The agent of the underworld is pleased with your brilliant growth and has sent items as a gift. Kim Gi-Gyu, in Isaac's form, held the paper and wondered, this paper says Skeleton Warrior Command Absorption condition for the agent of the underworld. Absorption level above level 20 effect enhances the abilities of skeleton soldiers, increases the number of summonable skeleton soldiers. The higher the rank, the more effective the skill. He looked at it and smirked. Kim Gi-Gyu decided to tear the paper. The system immediately announced that he had acquired the Skeleton Warrior command. Kim Gi-Gyu stood on the barricade and called down, "Let's take it slow." Lee Se Jun, as Pasiva, asked in surprise, what's with the sudden change? He tapped the wooden barricade and said, "This spot is fine. Why do we have to leave? You have any idea how much of a pain it was to build this yesterday?" Kim Gi-Gyu jumped down and said the situation had changed, so they needed to revise the plan. A confused Lee Se Jun asked the situation. What situation? Did some crazy monster show up or something? Kim Gi-Gyu smirked, looking behind Lee Se Jun. Over there was the corpse of a snail. He walked over and touched it. The system displayed, "Skeleton Soldier has been summoned. Skeleton Soldier has been summoned." This left Lee Se Jun completely astonished. He stared at the newly appeared skeleton soldiers and exclaimed in amazement, "What?" Lee Se Jun asked, "Weren't you only able to summon 6 of them?" Kim Gi-Gyu turned and said, "That was true a moment ago." He smirked and added, "But things are different now." Elsewhere, a figure was dashing through the forest. John June looked back in alarm, then ordered his teammates to change direction. "Everyone this way." Everyone looked around at the heaps of monster corpses and exclaimed, "Whoa!" John June turned and asked, "What's the total count?" Then he pushed up his glasses and thought this wasn't a battle, it was a massacre. "Who the hell did this? I thought I recruited all the decent players to my team. Did I miss someone?" Suddenly, Jin-Ho pointed in a direction. "John June, we found something else down there." He glanced in the direction Jin-Ho pointed. Then, Jun followed Jin-Ho. "What is it now?" He was immediately stunned by the sight before him. At the bottom of the hill was a massive structure built from wood. Needless to say, this was the handiwork of Kim Gi-Gyu and Lee Se Jun. John June exclaimed in awe, "This is a maze." Then he jumped onto the wooden wall to get a better look. John June and his teammates looked down at the ground inside the maze. Down below, monster corpses were piled up everywhere. He looked completely horrified. They built a wooden maze to lure monsters into a trap. John June looked into the distance. The number of bodies over there was pretty high. Then he turned back to the maze, but it was nothing compared to the carnage inside. John June thought to himself, just what kind of mastermind came up with this plan? The method is completely different from anything I've ever seen before. He broke out in a cold sweat, pushing up his glasses as he thought, this is how they've been living so comfortably for days, even though it's a survival challenge. On the other hand, it was my misjudgment. I should have tried to recruit every last player. To think they could use traps to beat them this easily. Lee Se Jun spoke up. "It ain't my style, but I guess it's fine." He whined, "Why do we have to move? This is tiring as hell." Kim Gi-Gyu said, "You really think we're going to do the exact same thing again?" He gently patted a skeleton soldier's head and said, "Don't worry, we don't need that anymore." Kim Gi-Gyu explained, "Our firepower has been boosted. Traps and mazes are just a waste of time now." Lee Se Jun said excitedly, "So hunting them directly will be faster from now on. I know that's what I call a real fight." Of course. Suddenly, Kim Gi-Gyu summoned a sword. Seeing this, Lee Se Jun thought he was about to be attacked and flailed, saying, "All right, this time I'll show you my true power." Kim Gi-Gyu said, "Because I'm going first." Lee Se Jun yelled in surprise, "Huh?" And then he summoned his gauntlets and said, "If that's the case, I'll go all out too. I don't know what you're planning, but I can't stand having some clumsy dude get in my way." A moment later, Lee Se Jun was completely out of breath. He reached out and called, "Hey you!" Lee, a son. Shinju gasped, "Can't we take a little break?" A skeleton soldier scurried over to him, and Lee Se Jun shot it a dirty look. The skeleton soldier shook its head as if it were looking down on him. Then, it just walked away. Seeing that, Lee Se Jun furiously yelled, "Get back here! Are you laughing at me? Get over here!" Lee Se Jun stood there cursing, but the skeleton soldier had already taken off. He tore at his hair, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, that bastard Kim Gi-Gyu has monstrous stamina. No, his fighting style is different from mine." Lee Se Jun thought to himself, "When I fight, I take them on one by one so it drains my stamina." but he just hits them with an overwhelming attack and moves on. It's super efficient. Lee Se Jun stared ahead, and Kim Gi-Gyu, noticing his gaze, stopped. He turned back and asked, "What's up? Weren't you going to show me what you're made of?" Lee Se Jun wiped his sweat and thought, he still remembers that. He said, "I'm showing you." A horde of monsters appeared. Lee Se Jun charged in and wiped them all out in one go. Kim Gi-Gyu watched him from the side. If this were the Lee Se Jun, he knew he'd be referencing the moves Gi-Gyu just showed off. Lee Se Jun was just going all out wrecking the monster. Kim Gi-Gyu thought to himself, until now, he's never had anyone to guide him. He watched him dodge the monster's attacks, just relying on his immortal body and running around non-stop. This fighting style probably isn't effective. Kim Gi-Gyu frowned with time. He'll be a bit more useful than he is now. Then a smug smile spread across his face. No, he has to be way more useful. On the 5th day, sunlight streamed through the leaves, lighting up the lush forest. On the ground lay the corpse of an unlucky hyena in a pool of its own blood. The system announced that there were 24 hours left until the survival mission ended. Lee Se Jun, drenched in sweat, panted as he looked over at Kim Gi-Gyu. He wondered, why is this dude going so hard when the mission is just about survival? Kim Gi-Gyu looked at the system window. "You have leveled up." While Lee Se Jun was totally confused. Did these monsters steal something important from him or something? The system granted him a level-up reward. The Emissary of Hell is quite pleased with your efficient nature. You have received a skill scroll as a reward. Lee Se Jun protested, "This is just working me to the bone." He yelled, "Yo, Kim Gi-Gyu, this is torture, not training anymore. I've been punching and kicking for 8 straight hours. I'm not a damn machine, you know." And when he heard him say that taking a break felt like a godsend, Lee Se Jun was ecstatic, his eyes sparkling. "For real, where are we resting?" Finally getting a break, he took out the food he brought and started scarfing it down his mouth, working non-stop. Suddenly, the skeleton soldier approached, making him pause for a second. Out of a sense of camaraderie, Lee Se Jun offered it the food in his hand. "What, you want a piece of this?" He waved the food in his hand. "Come on, hold out your hand and I'll give you some." Surprisingly, the prideful skeleton soldier actually listened and held out its hand. Lee Se Jun looked at it astonished. Then he chuckled. "So, little Swang is finally warming up to me, huh?" Lee Se Jun laughed boastfully. "You see that, Kim Gi-Gyu, this is what you call camaraderie." He was even so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. So damn touching. Camaraderie was something that words just couldn't describe. Lee Se Jun asked with concern, "You hungry, Kim Gi-Gyu?" But he suddenly went quiet when he saw his comrade, the skeleton soldier, offering the food to Gi-Gyu. What the? Realizing he'd been played, he shot up and demanded, "So, you were controlling it this whole time? Damn it. Do you get your kicks messing with people?" Kim Gi-Gyu just smiled and said, "I wanted to see what this camaraderie of yours tasted like." Poor Lee Se Jun looked like some dude who got scammed by Kim Gi-Gyu. He put his hands on his hips and went off. "You son of a bitch, you work me like a dog, don't feed me, and now you're stealing my food. If you keep being this scummy, you'll go bald just like Big Bro, Oh Se Jun." As Kim Gi-Gyu ate, he thought, did he just say bald? This is the first time I've heard anything about Oh Se Jun's appearance. A flare exploded in the sky. Lee Se Jun saw it and frowned a little. "Is that a distress signal? The deadline's almost up anyway." He said with a bit of scorn, "We've slaughtered this many monsters and those other chumps still can't survive." Kim Gi-Gyu said flatly, "It's not a distress signal." Lee Se Jun looked at him and asked with a smirk, "Then what is it?" He took off his bone mask and calmly analyzed, because the survival period is about to end. "We're about to be teleported to the 2nd floor, and they're gathering everyone to decide the turn order for fighting the snake." Lee Se Jun crossed his arms and scoffed. They might not even win if they all ganged up on it. And now they're gonna split up and take turns. What? That's pathetic. They're getting way too cocky. Kim Gi-Gyu stated coldly, "You and I have significantly lowered the difficulty of this floor, so for the past 5 days they've been able to just chill. Of course they're feeling full of themselves." Lee Se Jun was confused. "So that's what's up." Kim Gi-Gyu checked the new item he got. "Let me check this reward scroll, then we'll head over." When Lee Se Jun saw the item in his hand, he was completely stunned. "Huh, that thing!" He couldn't help but shout, "It's a real golden scroll." Kim Gi-Gyu smirked with amusement. This was the main skill that Yoo Seong frequently used. The scroll detailed the corpse explosion skill condition, Emissary of Hell, level requirement 30 or higher. Effect if you infuse mana into a monster's corpse, that corpse can be detonated at any time. The scene shifts to a clearing where everyone was gathered, and by the time they were all there, it was already dark. Standing on a high rock, Jo Jun shouted, "Everyone listen up," as he began his speech. Almost all of the survivors have gathered, so I'll announce that in a short while the survival mission will be complete, and we will be teleported to the second floor. The Allied forces, including the Pixie U Guild, will organize the hunt for the thorn-bodied snake first. Are there any objections? Lee Se Jun glanced at Kim Gi-Gyu and whispered, "Just like you said, these guys are nuts. They're really planning to take turns." Seeing that everything was going smoothly from his high perch, Jo Jun continued, "Since there are no objections, let me warn you all in advance. Remember, you are not to interfere with our hunt." He paused for effect before stressing, "If you deliberately interfere, we will execute you on the spot." Kim Gi-Gyu thought nonchalantly, "Trying to scare us." Lee Se Jun asked in a low voice, "What's the plan? You've got one right." Suddenly, someone shoved him, and a burly hunter came over trying to act tough. "Did you hear what the man said?" Lee Se Jun had a short fuse, and he gritted his teeth, thinking, "Is this dude insane?" "What, you don't understand plain Korean?" Just as he was about to get physical, Kim Gi-Gyu grabbed his arm. Lee Se Jun turned to look and saw him shaking his head. Signaling that there was no need to make a scene, Kim Gi-Gyu indicated they wouldn't interfere with the hunt. "All right then, good luck." The troublemaker smirked. "Good." Then he turned and walked away. Lee Se Jun didn't get it. He asked in a low, annoyed voice, "Why'd you stop me?" Kim Gi-Gyu clued his partner in. "You planning on taking on that whole crew by yourself?" Lee Se Jun was confused. He pointed out, "Look at the red band tied on his arm. That's how you know they're all on the same team. And just take a look around." Lee Se Jun looked around and realized that besides the two of them, almost everyone was wearing a red band. He tried to save face. "Yeah, I already saw that." He understood then, so that's why no one objected. After figuring out who was on which side, Lee Se Jun started to get worried. There's nobody else without a red band. "Wait, does that mean we can't win against them?" Kim Gi-Gyu just gave a mysterious smile. "You really think so?" When the time ran out, the system announced to all the hunters, "You have completed the survival mission, now teleporting to the second floor." In the forest on the second floor, a giant spiked body snake was on the move. Its long tail dragged, scraping along the ground while hunters hid behind trees waiting for a chance to strike. The snake looked around cautiously as if it sensed the danger in the air. Some of the weaker folks trembled as they saw the snake looking back and forth. They didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. The spiked body snake kept moving its massive tail, randomly whipping the ground, but someone was already lying in ambush along its path. Seeing the perfect opportunity, Jo Jun gave the order to open fire. The whole squad obeyed, and the group of mages focused their attacks on the spiked body snake from a distance. The surprise attack caught it off guard, and it thrashed and smashed around, making the ground explode. Countless explosions, big and small, went off, their booming sounds echoing through the night. Lee Se Jun and Kim Gi-Gyu stood casually on a cliff watching the situation unfold. Lee Se Jun couldn't help but ask, "Are you really just going to stand there and watch the show? The way things are going, it looks like they might actually pull it off." Kim Gi-Gyu replied nonchalantly, "Nah, not a chance." Lee Se Jun didn't get what he meant. Why not? Aren't there enough of them? Instead of answering, he asked him a question. "When you run into a monster, what's the first thing you do?" He crossed his arms and thought for a moment. "The first thing I do, I just run in and start slashing. 'Cause I don't know what they're gonna do. It's hard to deal with unexpected stuff if you go all in from the start." Kim Gi-Gyu nodded and then pointed at the spiked body snake exactly. "So, that monster over there. That snake is currently taking a fireball to the face. Are you gonna give it a slash too?" Hearing that, Lee Se Jun's face went blank for a few seconds. Then he stammered, "Well, isn't it better to just take it down quickly with sheer numbers?" Kim Gi-Gyu crossed his arms, looking at the distant battlefield. "Of course it's good if that happens, but if it were such an easy mission, why hasn't anyone escaped this dungeon yet? Are they lacking in manpower? Do the ones who failed not have the same strength as the rest?" Right then, seeing the snake get hit, Jo Jun assessed the situation and prepared to give an order. He said excitedly, "Good, everyone move in." But the snake wasn't looking for a fight at all. It turned and fled. Its massive body charged forward, zipping past the hunters' heads. Seeing this, a team member announced, "The snake is getting away." Jo Jun felt this hunt was too easy. If things kept up like this, it was only a matter of time before they caught it, and he would become the first player to kill the venomous snake. The spiked body snake slithered away quickly, its huge body leaving a very obvious trail, but then its eyes widened, shock clearly written on its face. Ahead of it were jagged, sharp rocks blocking its easy escape route. Someone had made a move, the Master of Destructive Knowledge skill was activated, and large sharp chunks of earth and rock shot up high into the air. The spiked body snake ignored the obstacle and charged straight into it. Its body was tougher and the rocks shattered. The snake charged on freely as if nothing was there. Lee Se Jun stared wide-eyed at those guys. Looks like they were prepared. They even knew the venomous snake would try to escape. However, Kim Gi-Gyu had a different perspective. He said calmly, "It's starting." Lee Se Jun was baffled. "What, it's just starting? But it looks like it's almost over." Kim Gi-Gyu began to explain. "No, that venomous snake never attacks head-on, and those sharp spikes on its body, you don't see them." On the battlefield, Jo Jun commanded, "Don't stop attacking, focus on its head." The snake raised its head, watching countless magic attacks aim for it. Booming explosions rang out, and the spiked body snake growled in anger when suddenly a shadow rose up behind the archers and mages. The snake's tail swung high, looking like it was about to slam down on them. A mage noticed, "Huh." Sure enough, the snake swept its tail towards the ranged attackers. The ferocious snake watched from a distance, its long and massive body allowing it to easily attack from afar like this. However, the attack didn't land as expected. A loud impact sound rang out, and the thick dust forced that mage to cover his mouth and nose. A warrior shouted loudly, "Group up! We need to keep attacking. We were assigned to protect this area." The mage looked in that direction, and a flashing light caught his eye. Over there, a group of warriors with shields was blocking the snake's tail, preventing it from hitting the main damage dealers. The mage put a hand on the ground for support, his hand trembling. He used that to push himself up and started running. "That's right. Let's finish this." Ranged attacks continued to be hurled at the snake's head. The booming explosions were relentless. Jun commanded, "It's starting to slow down." The rest of the group started to get into formation, but in the snake's eyes they were just a bunch of ants gathering in one spot. Its blood-red eyes, like lasers, pierced through the smoke and dust. The spiked body snake suddenly shot straight up like a pillar piercing the sky. Seeing this, Yo Jun was a bit surprised, since the snake had been running away the whole time. Next, an even more terrifying scene appeared. The snake's head flared out like a cobra's, with jagged spikes sticking out every which way. Jun quickly barked out an order, "Cease the attack, everyone on defense." He barely got the words out before the spines on the snake's body launched, heading straight for the hunters on the ground. A shower of spikes rained down, sending the whole crew scrambling for their lives. Thundering impacts kicked up a massive dust cloud, and it was impossible to see who got hit. The spined snake's body was now covered in nasty-looking black holes where its spikes used to be. It let out a savage roar, and the shockwave ripped through the forest, hitting Lee Se Jun and Kim Gi-Gyu. Even standing on the ledge, they had to step back. Kim Gi-Gyu was a bit surprised. He figured the spikes would be laced with some deadly poison, but it turned out they were just regular old spikes. Lee Se Jun was just standing there thinking that attack was intense, but that's all it was. After the shockwave passed, the snake just sat there. The dust started to settle, showing Jun was totally fine. His glasses were cracked and he was still shook. What the hell? That's it. It took Jun a second to get his head straight. He was expecting some kind of secret weapon, but it was just a wide-range attack, no biggie. One of the fighters near a giant spike leaned on it to get up when suddenly it just cracked and fell apart. He tried snapping it, and damn, the thing was hollow with a shell as fragile as an egg's. These spikes came from that venomous snake. He never thought they'd be so damn fragile. But when he looked closer, he got it. The inside was totally hollow. The snake was roaring its head off, but it was out of spikes and had nothing left to threaten them with. Jun shouted his decision. "All right, the snake's defenseless." He jumped on the chance, moving in before it could recover. The hunters charged in a massive wave, no longer scared of the spined snake. This time, the melee fighters with their swords and shields jumped into the fray. Jun adjusted his glasses. He thought cockily, "What's this? Killing some snake is no big deal." With victory in sight, the fighters rushed forward, but suddenly one of them started to wobble. A blonde tanker saw it and yelled, "Yo, hold up!" He ran past his buddy, frowning. "What are you doing, man? Quit lagging and move it." But then he saw his teammate covering his mouth. He was coughing up blood, then just dropped to the ground. This weirdness freaked him out for a second, and he froze. Behind him, he heard the clang of heavy armor hitting the dirt. Another teammate fell flat on his back, eyes wide, also coughing up blood. The blonde tanker saw his crew dropping like flies and froze up. A few seconds later, he started feeling sick to his stomach. A system notification popped up. He'd been poisoned by the spined snake. The tankers in the back saw what was happening and stopped dead in their tracks. "It's poison! Get back now!" One of them yelled quickly, reporting back, "Yo, Jun. We're taking heavy hits up here. A lot of the tankers are out of commission." Jun was stunned, muttering to himself, "Poison." He stared at the hollow spikes in the ground. What the hell was going on? There were no signs at all. Were those spikes poisoned? The tankers started retreating while Jun just stood there shaking. If the tankers were dropping that fast, this had to be some seriously lethal poison. Up in the trees, the skeleton soldier's eyes lit up as it watched the battlefield unfold. The crowd was in a full-blown panic, trampling each other to get away. The screaming was pure chaos. "Move! Get out of my way! Let me through!" Kim Gi-Gyu, sharing vision with his scout skeleton, sighed at the sight. What a total mess. Lee Se Jun watched from afar, confused as to why everyone was bailing. Man, this is frustrating. Why the hell are they all running? Gi-Gyu explained, they're falling back because of the spine snake's poison. Hearing that, he flipped out. Poison? What do you mean? The spikes it shot out were poisoned. Lee Se Jun kept trying to figure it out. Maybe there was poison inside the spikes, but he was way off. Gi-Gyu told him that wasn't it, since the wide-range attack also hit their guys in the back. If the spikes were poisoned, the people in the rear would have gone down before the tankers. Lee Se Jun, like some kid who couldn't stop asking questions, went, "Why's that? When did they get poisoned?" Then he remembered the snake's massive roar, the shockwave that spread through the whole forest. Damn it, I thought he said the plan was going great. What is this, the freaking death snake? Lee Se Jun didn't have a plan, just questions. So, what's the move now? Are we going to team up with those guys? Gi-Gyu got to his feet. He gave a dangerous look and said, "We know what we're up against now, so it's time to make our move." Behind them, his skeleton squad had just finished off a pack of rowdy goblins. When he saw Gi-Gyu was about to approach the snake, Lee Se Jun freaked out. "What, you're going over there? Are you nuts?" Without looking back, Gi-Gyu coolly gave his orders. "I just need to get to that snake. You stay here and get ready for the next step." Lee Se Jun was relieved for a second, but then it felt like he was getting played. For real? Hell no, you punk, I'm not here to do your dirty work. Gi-Gyu just smirked at him. "Is that so good for you? In that case, feel free to bounce. It's none of my business." Seeing how easily he was being ditched, Lee Se Jun switched up his attitude real quick. He shook his head like crazy. "That's not what I meant. I meant I'm volunteering to stay here and bust my ass for you." The spined snake was still just looming there, not making a move. A light night breeze blew. A colorless poison gas was slowly seeping out of the empty holes on the snake's body. A figure flickered behind a nearby tree. Gi-Gyu made a mental note: colorless, odorless, tasteless, and practically invisible, so of course the players wouldn't have noticed it. So that's why the entire first wave of attackers got wiped out. The mystery was solved. He looked down at the unlucky bastards scattered on the ground, finally sensing the true danger. He would have suffered irreversible damage, but he was different. Gi-Gyu reached up to adjust his bone mask. The system announced that the power of Apopus was activating. You are immune to the thorn snake's venom. The thorn snake's venom enhances the effectiveness of hemolysis. Reading the last notification, he smirked. He never expected the power of Apopus could even boost his hemolysis skill. Talk about a lucky break. Suddenly, Gi-Gyu caught something out of the corner of his eye. He glanced down at a spear lying on the ground. Gi-Gyu crouched down, opening the system to take a quick look. He scrolled through the items in his inventory window. Gi-Gyu thought to himself, "A body that big means its hide has got to be thick as hell. I'll take it down piece by piece instead of a direct confrontation." He smirked. "Yeah, that'll be way more effective." Meanwhile, somewhere else, a young dude with a red cord on his arm slammed his fist into a tree. Jun couldn't stop blaming himself. "Damn it, I don't know what the hell to do. Everything that happened is my fault." He asked his teammate, "How many people made it out?" Jin-Ho turned and answered, "No idea. When we were booking it, I caught a glimpse of maybe 30 people. Either way, everything's a total mess right now." He pleaded with Jun, "Let's go save them. There could still be a lot of survivors." But Jun had other ideas. "We're waiting here. We need to regroup with whoever's left." He pushed up his glasses. "Anyone still back there is already dead." Jin-Ho exploded. "Wait, with the number of people we have left, we can't even mount an attack. We're seriously short on tankers." Jun said decisively, "We're just going to look for bodies. We can't afford to lose anyone else. It's better to regroup and try again later." He'd already given up on succeeding. Going back there now would just be feeding ourselves to that snake. Jin-Ho grabbed his head and cursed, pointing at the exhausted people gathering around. "See, we still have people." But because of the snake's poison, everyone was feeling sick, clutching their heads in pain. Jin-Ho demanded, "So, we're just supposed to abandon our comrades? How can you even say that?" Jun clenched his fists, thinking to himself, "Even if I say we'll regroup, the outcome is obvious. Fighting without a tanker is like going into battle with no armor. But you have to keep a level head in times like these." Suddenly, a loud rumbling echoed from the distance, snapping the group to attention. That sound? A team member panicked. "Don't tell me it's heading this way." To be safe, Jun immediately gave the order, "Quick pinpoint the snake's location." A team member skilled in scouting immediately launched himself into a tree. With his agility and nimble feet, he found a sturdy branch high up. He scanned the distance looking for the snake, and then he just froze. Seeing that he wasn't saying anything, the people below got antsy. "What are you doing up there? Report its position now." The scout struggled to find the words. This is gonna sound crazy, but there's a player fighting the thorn snake. The news stunned John Jun. What? Jin-Ho was skeptical. He demanded, "For real, give me the details, spit it out." The scout pointed towards the snake. "Like I said, someone is fighting the thorn snake. If you don't believe me, get up here and see for yourself." John Jun was frozen in place, completely floored. "Someone's breathing in that hellscape just like that?" Jin-Ho asked, stunned and skeptical. For real, John Jun broke into a cold sweat. "You can't even get close to that thing because of its poison." To confirm, the whole group leapt up to a high branch to see, and sure enough they saw the snake being attacked by someone. They all had the same unspoken thought. How is that possible? John Jun quickly put 2 and 2 together. Wait a sec. If that's happening, does that mean the poison is gone? How else could it be? He clenched his fist. If we move now. But everyone was already spent. After a moment of internal conflict, John Jun made his decision. We're going in. Jin-Ho's eyes went wide. Back in there. You just said that was a suicide mission. John Jun snapped impatiently. Didn't you hear the report? The thorn snake's poison is gone. He was desperate to redeem himself. This was the perfect chance to make up for his earlier call. He rallied the group. If we don't work together to take it down now, we might not get another chance. Far off on the battlefield, the thorn snake, now stripped of its thorns, was growling ferociously. Arrows continuously pelted its body. The sound of dull thuds echoed out, but they didn't faze it one bit. If anything, the skeleton soldiers' attacks were just pissing it off. But the skeleton soldiers below were emotionless, showing no fear, just relentlessly firing arrows on Kim Gi-Gyu's command. Thanks to the skeleton soldiers creating a diversion, he was free to circle around behind the snake, thinking to himself, just as I thought. Arrows and spears can't get through this thick hide. But there's an easier way. Just bypass the skin and hit it with blood poison. The snake, completely unaware of the danger closing in, didn't notice Kim Gi-Gyu leaping onto its back, 2 sharp spears in hand. Constantly harassed by the skeleton soldiers' arrows, the thorn snake went ballistic. Its eyes were bloodshot with rage as it opened its massive maw and charged them. Seeing the snake coming in for close combat, the 2 skeleton soldiers below immediately went on guard. The thorn snake lowered its head, its mouth gaping wide, ready to swallow the 2 annoying skeleton soldiers whole. However, the skeleton soldiers were incredibly nimble. They both leapt into the air, dodging the snake's powerful strike. The snake lost its balance, its head slamming into the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. And by now, Kim Gi-Gyu was already right next to its head, but it was still completely oblivious. Seizing the opportunity, he twirled the spears in his hands, his eyes filled with determination. Thwump Kim Gi-Gyu plunged both sharp spears deep into the snake's dark orifices. A system notification popped up. The thorn snake has been afflicted with blood poison. The soul-crushing pain made the snake whip its head around to face him, the punk who just wounded it. Kim Gi-Gyu spoke to it like an old pal. The spikes disappear and these holes show up. So, I'm going to plant a spear dripping with blood poison right in here. A faint toxic gas seeped out from the holes. He didn't give a damn and said, for a human, you'd call these pores. Bet that stings, huh? Who knows if the snake understood, but it opened its mouth wide and hissed at him. Kim Gi-Gyu smirked. You were faking it before, weren't you, pretending to run and acting like you were cornered? That's how you get humans to drop their guard and come closer. The snake instantly lunged at him. He pulled out a new spear, laughing under his breath. The players it fooled probably never saw it coming. Kim Gi-Gyu raised the spear high. Those useless spikes were gone, leaving only these holes. He chucked the spear as the snake's head closed in. In reality, it was spewing out a ton of toxic gas. This time, the spear was aimed right at the snake's eye. With a sickening squelch, the snake shrieked in agony, its eye now wounded. The system kept pinging with notifications the thorn snake has been afflicted with blood poison, and is continuously taking poison damage. It writhed in agony, its body twisting and kicking up a cloud of dust. But its flailing did jack squat to Kim Gi-Gyu. He deftly jumped from branch to branch, repositioning himself. He shot a look back, taunting it, "Kinda slow for your size, huh? How's that poison feelin'?" Elsewhere, the corpse of a goblin crashed to the ground. Lee Se Jun, disguised as Spasiva, looked at the battlefield and grumbled, "He tells me not to draw attention, then goes and raises all this hell himself." He gritted his teeth, totally pissed, "and makes me haul monster corpses around. What a way to treat a top-tier talent like me." At least, Kim Gi-Gyu was nice enough to leave a few skeleton soldiers to help him. But Lee Se Jun couldn't swallow his pride, so he flipped the bird at a skeleton soldier, getting more pissed by the second. Suck on this. Suddenly, the skeleton's jaw dropped and Kim Gi-Gyu's voice came out, "Status report." Lee Se Jun totally freaked and snatched his hand back. "Holy crap, you scared me. When did you get in there?" Kim Gi-Gyu ignored the finger and asked coldly, "Are you done with what I asked?" Lee Se Jun forced a laugh. Of course, just this last spot and I'm all set. But are you sure the snake is going to come this way? How can you know its route? Kim Gi-Gyu said coldly. No time to explain, just get it done. Lee Se Jun yelled, pissed off the hell. You work me like a dog and won't even explain why. He didn't care. The skeleton in front of Lee Se Jun went quiet, disconnected. Kim Gi-Gyu thought to himself, he's about done over there, so it's time to start. He bolted through the forest toward his target. Back at the fight with the thorn snake, a skeleton soldier was frantically hacking at the snake's body with a sword. Suddenly, it snapped its head around as if it sensed something. The skeleton's eyes flashed with a sharp blue light. A connection was made. Kim Gi-Gyu was now controlling this skeleton. He had it drop the sword, then turned its head to look at the spears that were gleaming behind it and immediately went to grab one. Kim Gi-Gyu made the skeleton's body charge forward, spear in hand. His target was that damn thorn snake just a short distance away. After getting a running start, he had it leap high into the air. Then Kim Gi-Gyu maneuvered the skeleton in a zigzag pattern through the branches. Thanks to the element of surprise, he successfully ambushed the snake. 2 spears stabbed into 2 of the pores on its body. The snake thrashed in pain, completely blindsided by the enemy's attack. The system announced that the thorn snake had been hit with blood poison. The snake instantly whipped its head around and located the skeleton Kim Gi-Gyu was controlling, but he had already cut the connection. The now lifeless skeleton found itself in a hell of a jam, courtesy of its master Kim Gi-Gyu staring right into the massive maw of the thorn snake. Then another nearby skeleton got a running start and jumped. This one was also holding 2 poison-tipped spears, and it launched itself into the air, aiming for the snake's head. A second later, both spears slammed into the pores right on top of the snake's head. That move just saved its buddy and made the snake's head droop. The skeleton that just attacked suddenly spoke with Kim Gi-Gyu's voice, "To help you live up to the name, Thorn Snake. I'm gonna give you a little makeover," he stressed. As soon as he said it, Kim Gi-Gyu had the skeleton relentlessly stab its spear into the thorn snake's pores over and over, and the snake was powerless to stop it. The system announced, "Thorn Snake has been afflicted with blood poison. Thorn Snake's abilities have decreased." By now, the black holes on the snake's head were bristling with countless spears looking like a fresh set of spikes. But only the snake knew how agonizing those new spikes felt. It panicked and tried to flee. Not far off, a skeleton gripped a poisoned spear, staring it down. "This is the one I'm in," he thought, getting ready to throw. "So big it takes a while for the poison to kick in, huh?" With that, he hurled the spear at the snake. Right after, he connected to the skeleton already clinging to the snake's body. This skeleton's job was to catch the incoming spear. Kim Gi-Gyu made the skeleton jump nimbly, its bony gloved hand snatching the spear out of the air. Next, he had it brace itself and swing, aiming for another one of the snake's pores. With a solid thud, the spear drove deep inside. The system spammed notifications. "Thorn Snake has been afflicted with blood poison. Thorn Snake's stamina has decreased. Thorn Snake's resistance has decreased." The intense pain made it struggle non-stop, but its opponent was too damn clever, so all the snake could do was roar. It tried to shake its head violently to throw the skeletons off, but they just clung tightly to the spears lodged in its pores and wouldn't budge. So the snake decided to bail, not daring to face Kim Gi-Gyu anymore. As it bolted, the skeleton soldier Kim Gi-Gyu was controlling took the chance to leap off its back. He grabbed a nearby branch, thinking he couldn't take much more guess. It's time to dip right. Kim Gi-Gyu disconnected from the skeleton soldier, returning to his own body. The dazed snake just booked it for its life. A few goblin corpses were scattered in its path. It had no clue its nightmare was just beginning. The second it got there, bam, a huge explosion erupted. The corpse explosion skill of the underworld's representative has been activated. The snake got blasted right in the face and it staggered up from the thick black smoke. It shook its head, trying to get rid of the black fumes and snap out of it. Then the snake took off in the opposite direction. Kim Gi-Gyu, seeing through the skeleton soldier's eyes, smirked when he saw it run, thinking that running the other way was pointless. And just as he thought, its new escape route was also littered with a bunch of goblin corpses. As its roaring head plowed through the pile of corpses, Kim Gi-Gyu triggered another explosion. The corpse explosion skill of the underworld's representative has been activated. The snake barely saw the flash of fire erupt right in front of its face. This blast set off a chain reaction. Boom, boom. The sound kept echoing as blinding light lit up the whole area. The system sent a notification. The thorned serpent has been afflicted with blood poison. The thorned serpent's resistance is decreasing. The thorned serpent's health is decreasing. Scene cuts to an office where a newspaper is slammed onto a desk with the headline screaming, "Wiped out." The 4th floor dungeon attack failed. Oh, Se Jun smirked slyly. So, this is how the loyal army nurtured by Park Yong-Wan ends. Things are getting real interesting if they make it out of the 6th floor dungeon. I bet Park Yong-Wan is going to be devastated, right? He told Secretary Lee to rent a car and send it to the entrance of the Thorned Serpent Dungeon. Lee was stunned. Huh, but they've been in there for less than a week. Oh, Se Jun laughed and said, I'm not trying to waste money keeping them under wraps. If nobody's watching, they can really coordinate and unleash their full power. Secretary Lee tilted her head and looked at him. So, business as usual, we can't just rent some clunker from a junkyard. Their cover is Russian nationality now. She immediately stood up. We need to prep a diplomatic vehicle so they can bail instantly if things go south. Hearing the word diplomatic, Se Jun started sweating his wallet, already crying. Diplomatic, how much more is that going to set me back? He quickly called out to Lee. Wait, hold on, Secretary Lee, can't you do diplomacy without a car or something? Knowing how cheap her boss was, she just said no and slammed the door shut. Back in the dungeon, Lee Se Jun was watching the whole thing from a cliff, seeing the snake being herded exactly where Kim Gi-Gyu wanted it to go. She was amazed, thinking, no way, that dude predicted its escape route, right? He's using explosions to block it and herd it into a corner. Kim Gi-Gyu and his skeleton crew surrounded the snake, finally getting it right where they wanted it. The snake shook its head, trying to clear the black smoke its body a mess of nasty wounds. The system announced that the blood poison had spread throughout the thorned serpent's entire body. Kim Gi-Gyu smirked, thinking that even though it looked feisty, it was too late now. Down below, the skeletons kept peppering the snake with arrows. Pissed off from the pain, it whipped its head around to glare at them. But these skeletons weren't playing, they just kept firing. The snake went ballistic and hissed back. But when it turned right, the skeletons on the left hit it, making it whip its head back to the left. Kim Gi-Gyu thought they were having a blast. Kim Gi-Gyu didn't even need to go all out since the blood poison was already coursing through its veins. The longer this dragged on, the weaker it would get, just drawing out the pain. At the same time, Jun was leading his crew hauling ass toward the snake. As he ran, he was confused because up until now, all he'd heard were screams. It was obvious most of the players had been trapped by this dungeon. Jun was seriously curious just who the hell was this guy. Midway through their run, all the players in the dungeon got a notification. The Thorned Serpent has been killed. Everyone was floored. What? The Thorned Serpent's already been taken down. One guy was ecstatic. We gonna get out of here alive now? Another one asked, was it him? You think he's gonna loot the Thorned Serpent's corpse before he leaves? Jun's eyes went wide. No way they actually hunted that thing. Jin-Ho saw him stop and immediately turned back, calling out to Jun. This way, let's move. He didn't hesitate any longer and started running. That's right, he couldn't just leave empty-handed. Jun switched his goal. He had to see this guy's face. On the other side, Kim Gi-Gyu received another notification from the system. You have obtained the achievement. Master Thorned Serpent Hunter. The representative of the underworld grants you a portion of their power. Second notification, Master Thorned Serpent Hunter achievement rank. Unique achievement effect, all stats plus 20, Thorned Serpent Hunter achievement rank, achievement effect, all stats plus 3. Next was a skill notification. The rank of the blood poison art skill has increased by 1 level. You are rewarded with a skill stone. A beam of light shone down on Kim Gi-Gyu. He leveled up. And finally, a personal quest just for him. Notification: find and collect the yellow dragon's core inside the thorned serpent's body. Looking at the massive snake corpse in front of him, Kim Gi-Gyu sighed internally. What a drag. Just then, Jun's group arrived only to be blocked by a figure. Lee Se Jun, disguised as Spasiva, stood in the middle of the path and yelled at them in English. Back off! Jin-Ho was stunned. What? Why are you blocking us? Jun tried to reason with her. Hey, we're not here to hurt you guys. Lee Se Jun didn't say anything, just held up a hand to stop them. No passage allowed. One of Jun's crew members turned to his teammates and asked, She doesn't speak Korean. Can anyone here speak English? Jun cautiously raised both his hands in a peaceful gesture. Hey, buddy, I just want to take a quick look. He tried to sound sincere. We're not the bad guys here. But all he got in return was Sunju's cold stare and 3 massive bone soldiers that sent a chill down his spine. Are those bone soldiers looking at them? Jun figured it out since skulls wouldn't be affected by poison gas. Even though it'd be effective against the thorn snake, that was just unbelievable. He gritted his teeth. Our player group had been infiltrated, but there was no way the attack on the thorn snake could have failed. There was still something he was missing. Just as he was thinking he needed to check the thorn snake's limbs himself, a sudden tremor shook the distance, sending the birds in the forest scattering everywhere. Jin-Ho and his crew's eyes went wide when they saw the cause of the commotion. A squad member on Jun's side turned to his teammate and asked, What is that? Even Sunju Gi-Gyu's teammate had to turn around for a look. Behind them, the snake reared its head, but its flesh and blood melted away, leaving only a giant skeleton. Jun struggled to find his voice. That's the thorn snake. He was terrified inside. Don't tell me he's trying to summon a skull. While Sunju was distracted, Jun dashed forward. He ducked low, staying out of Sunju's line of sight, determined to see who it was. Without a second thought, Jun ran at full speed, zipping past Sunju. But in the next second, a shadow shot out in front of Sunju, wrapped an arm around his neck, and easily put him in a chokehold, slamming him to the ground. He freaked out at the speed and power of this blonde Russian dude. With a loud thud, Jun was thrown down, his body skidding across the ground. When he stopped, he gritted his teeth and asked, What kind of move was that? Sunju, playing the role of the aggressive Russian, angrily repeated the threat in English, I told you back off. Seeing he couldn't get past this defense, Jun told everyone, Damn it, get outside and check I remember his face. Meanwhile, on Gi-Gyu's side, as the snake turned into a skeleton, a golden orb appeared right under its head. The dazzlingly bright golden orb spun in the air, brimming with immense energy. Gi-Gyu, disguised as Arca, smirked. This saved me the trouble of looking for it. At the same time, the system announced that the skull summoning had failed because his skill level was too low to create a skull. The giant snake skeleton started to crack and came crashing down. Because the bones were so big and heavy, the impact was huge, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. A moment later, the wind blew the dust away and a figure gradually appeared. In Gi-Gyu's hand was the orb, and the system announced he had acquired the Owner of the Yellow Dragon. Owner of the Yellow Dragon. A legendary grade item requires one more level to use. The wielder of the Yellow Dragon gains magical power plus 50 effectiveness when using mana and a 20% increase in mana recovery speed. Outside the dungeon, a white car was parked right at the gate. Inside, someone was typing on a laptop, pre-writing the headline, Thorn Snake Attack Fails. That person spoke up, It's been a week and still no news, huh? His colleague leaned back with his hands behind his head. No news, and nobody expected them to succeed from the start anyway. The reporter chimed in, Yeah, if they actually pulled it off, it would be a huge shock. The colleague shook his head wearily. Everything's fine, so it'd be great if this just ended quickly. We can't stay here forever. As reporters, we should just move on from this story. Suddenly, an announcement came from outside the car that the raid was successful. The pot-bellied reporter immediately threw the door open and jumped out to get the scoop. He was completely stunned. How is this possible? In front of them, countless reporters from various news agencies had swarmed the entrance. The non-stop clicking of cameras filled the air as someone yelled out, Who's the manager in charge here? Isn't anyone in charge? Jun and Jin-Ho, who had just left the dungeon, were frantically looking for someone. The Kirin Guild support team. Damn it, where are they? Someone called out, Here, over here. Jun frantically demanded, The Russians stop all the Russians. Those guys hunted the thorn snake, stop them. Later, don't let them get out. Jin-Ho remembered their faces. When he saw the two disguised Russians Gi-Gyu and Sunju step out, he quickly shouted, There they are. It's those guys from before. They're the ones who took down the thorn snake. The reporters were snapping pictures and firing off questions. Please give us an interview over here. How are you feeling right now? Meanwhile, Jun was blocked by the crowd of reporters. He could do nothing but yell and watch Gi-Gyu leave. Stop them from leaving. Getting jostled by the crowd, he angrily cursed, Get out of the way, didn't you hear what I said? By the time he pushed his way through the mob, a black car with a distinctive blue license plate was already waiting for Gi-Gyu and Sunju to leave. Jun saw the license plate and was so mad he could spit blood. Those damn bastards, you can't stop a diplomat's car. In the car, Sunju was jiggling his leg happily. Yo, mister. Oh, Se Jun spent some serious cash, now we can kick back and relax in style. He peeled off his disguise mask, revealing his usual handsome face. So, who the hell showed up anyway? We caught the giant thorn snake, right? Isn't that awesome? Seeing Gi-Gyu just tapping away on his phone without answering, he shot him an annoyed glare. If you're going to order me around like your dog, don't you think you should tell me what's up? He completely ignored him and made a call to someone. This is Kim Gi-Gyu. Yes, I just got back from the raid. The person on the other end was Se Jun. He was sitting at his computer scrolling through the news. Kim Gi-Gyu. Oh, no. Ijak Inavo. How does it feel to be a hero? Gi-Gyu asked back, Yes, so what's the atmosphere like right now? Se Jun laughed and said, Right now all the headlines are all over you. Thorn snake, annihilation, raid, hunting the thorn snake. The question is, who is Ijak Inavo? Ijak Inavo is the most talked about topic. A new skill has appeared, but hey, it's worth using up your fame in one big shot. Se Jun was cooking up a new plan to build up Ijak Inavo's value. How about playing in the big leagues? If you don't mind, I have a proposal. He instinctively thought that name would be super useful for getting access rights to certain dungeons. Even so, he was about to make the proposal himself, but it was more comfortable since Oh Se-chan asked first. He suddenly became polite to Oh Se-chan. This is great. Then I'll be counting on you in the future. Oh Se-chan shared. Good, while you were in the match, something very interesting happened. Do you know Jin-Ho, one of Park Yong-Wan's close bodyguards? The team, led by Jin-Ho, was wiped out while entering the 4th floor. It's not strange for players to die during a match, but it didn't seem like anything special. But I've analyzed the data my own way. It looks like a spy infiltrated Jin-Ho's team, and I've got info on the players who received support from the Yamato Union. Oh, Se-chan held up a bank statement and praised them. Even though it was expected, the Skull Guild landed a solid hit. Gi-Gyu was confused. Why are you telling me this? Oh, Se-chan said calmly. There's no point in hiding it from me because I understand the relationship between you and Park Yong-Wan, as well as your connection to the Skull Guild. Gi-Gyu thought to himself, are you starting to go after Park Yong-Wan by eavesdropping? By the way, Oh Se-chan was no ordinary character. The diplomatic car stopped at the meeting point. A rest stop. Gi-Gyu opened the door and got out. We're getting out here. Lee Se Jun was dumbfounded. Huh, getting out now? He started making stuff up. Oh, did Oh Se-chan say he'd treat us to a meal since we worked so hard? Lee Se Jun wouldn't shut up. Even if he didn't say it, I'm craving some tofu udon from the rest stop anyway. Why are we stopping here? Gi-Gyu patted a beat-up old car. I'll be using this car from now on. Seeing a car that looked older than him, Lee Se Jun couldn't believe it. What his tall frame wasn't suited for this car, he had to cram himself in as soon as he got in. Lee Se Jun angrily cursed at Oh Se-chan. So, that's how it is. Damn it, I was wondering why he'd lend us such an expensive car. He was cussing up a storm, his mouth running a mile a minute. But no matter how you look at it, just check out this piece of crap. It looks like it was dragged straight out of a junkyard. This is so annoying. What kind of filthy car is this? Does anyone even drive a car like this anymore? Gi-Gyu felt a little offended and said flatly, this is my car. Hearing that Lee Se Jun immediately changed his tune. He laughed awkwardly. Ha ha! In our country, a car that runs smooth without leaking a single drop of oil is obviously number one, right? Of course, the man who still drives this car must be an intelligent and patriotic guy. Remembering they hadn't eaten yet, Gi-Gyu said that, come to think of it, he was told there was meal money in the glove compartment. He suggested they eat and then go if they were hungry. Lee Se Jun opened the compartment in front of him, and inside was an envelope. He picked it up, his eyes shining with anticipation. No way, meal money support. Did hell just freeze over? But when he turned the envelope upside down, only a few loose coins fell out 2,500 won. This amount wasn't even enough for a decent meal. Gi-Gyu started the car and drove off. That's Oh Se-chan for you. The headlines were constantly reporting on the first hunter of the thorn-bodied snake, Isaac Ivanov. Who is that? Is Isaac Ivanov a necromancer? Will a new skill branch appear? Will foreigners continue to enter Korea's dungeons? Online news sites were also in an uproar. Political, economic, social, and world news, an exclusive interview with Anon Jun, a member who participated in the thorn-bodied snake hunt. Below the video were countless angry comments. That big-nosed Russian bastard took the A+ rank. He said he was attacked. That son of a gun. Why are we opening our gates to foreigners? This is bull. I knew this would happen. Our country's players are all talk because they can't do squat. If that's the case, they should have just given it to the Messiah Guild. Kang Ji-hoon read the comments and remarked, the public opinion has shifted from curiosity to negativity. Especially Anon Jun. The content of this person's interview is making public opinion worse. She asked for permission to act, awaiting your instructions. I'll start now. Oh. Se-chan nodded and smiled. Okay. We have to have a response too. The internet exploded again when world news sites released a new story, an exclusive interview with Isaac Ivanov. Breaking news, Isaac Ivanov. I've always greatly admired the Messiah Guild. Isaac Ivanov. My idol is Loon. Isaac Ivanov. I want to do the things that others don't, just like the Messiah Guild. Just as I thought you can't just listen to one side of the story. I support Isaac. Loon is a respectable Korean. I acknowledge you, man. Why haven't we sent him a coffee truck yet? Reading the news, Gi-Gyu smiled knowingly. He praised him inwardly. Oh, Se-chan is amazing. Isn't this just completely turning public opinion around after making a statement like this? The Messiah Guild can't just sit back and do nothing. He looked at his phone, sighing internally at his opponent's unwise move. If you're not going to recruit him, you should at least act like you are. I can't believe the Messiah Guild used the media to throw bait at someone else. Looking at the pile of weapons before him, Kim Gi-Gyu waited in anticipation, really hoping for a reaction from the Messiah Guild. Until those guys get close, he has to prepare thoroughly. Suddenly, his phone notified him of a new story, and he immediately clicked on it. A notification popped up breaking news. Park Yong-Wan clears the 6th floor dungeon. See more. Kim Gi-Gyu smiled. It's finally here. At the press conference, Park Yong-Wan confidently faced a sea of blinding camera flashes. The sound of shutters clicking was endless. Secretary Kim rushed over and whispered, "Director, there's something I need to report." Park Yong-Wan said softly, "If it's not urgent, save it for later." Secretary Kim leaned in and reported, "It's urgent, sir. Jin-Ho's team was wiped out in the dungeon." The news made the smug smile on Yong-Wan's face freeze. He frowned and immediately signaled for his male secretary to take over. He waved goodbye to the press and left, letting his representative announce, "This concludes the press conference for now. We need to take Mr. Park Yong-Wan to the hospital for a checkup." Yong-Wan's representative added that an official press release would be prepared and distributed by the Fire Guild. Meanwhile, he stormed off the scene. "We'll get the details in the car." He then got into his private car and it sped off. Inside, Secretary Kim reported that a few days ago, an anonymous source had sent a bank statement to the office. Yong-Wan was confused. Anonymous. An unknown source, can we even trust it? Secretary Kim seemed worried, unable to figure out the sender's motive, but the document wasn't completely unreliable either. According to the report, the investigation team went back to the dungeon to assess the situation. Most of the team members were dead, and their injuries were not caused by monster attacks. Jin-Ho's team was the only one to enter that dungeon, so it couldn't have been another guild. Hearing this, Yong-Wan understood what was going on. He furiously snapped the tablet in his hands in two. "So, they planted a rat in my personal guard. Looks like the Skull Guild finally took a bite out of us." That night at the Messiah Guild headquarters, someone in the council meeting room asked, "What are we going to do about Park Yong-Wan?" Shin H spoke coldly. "If we want to use him as a scapegoat for the media later, just leave him be. You've been making a lot of moves lately, haven't you?" The person she was talking to was Suka. He replied, "Yeah, I'm working with the Skull Guild. I'm trying to clean up this mess." Shin H stood up and slammed her hand on the table. "What did you just say? This is no time to be reckless. What happened in the Lanzard and Warrior dungeon last time?" She pointed to an empty chair. "If you're going to handle things, do it right. If even Kim Dae-Hun gets dragged into this, we're screwed." "Are you trying to expose our connection to the Skull Guild to the entire world?" Ju warned. "I know you guys don't care how things work on the ground level, but we can't ignore what happened this time." The man glanced at the empty chair with regret. Kim Dae-Hun, that kid, was obsessed with the whole powerless issue, and in the end he couldn't even die with his own name. Shin H crossed her arms and declared, "Our Messiah Guild can no longer work with the Skull Guild." She then ordered, "Cut off all joint business ventures with the Skull Guild immediately." Sukahara. Ken slammed the table in protest. "We can't do that. The Guildmaster is absent right now. We can't just follow your unilateral decision." Shin H didn't back down, clarifying, "You might not get it, but this is the Master's will." Hearing this, Sukahara Ken's brows furrowed. He looked pissed, but didn't say another word. Nota Hajiro narrowed his eyes at Shin H as if he wanted to speak but stopped himself. The meeting finally ended and everyone went their own way. The two Japanese men left together. Sukahara Ken asked quietly, "Hey, Hajiro, what do you think?" The other man lowered his voice. "This is completely unacceptable." "Right, Sukahara." Ken nodded. "Yeah, maybe it's time for us to go a different path than Messiah." The next day, at Park Yong-Wan's private residence, Kim Gi-Gyu was speaking with him. Jin-Ho's team, weren't they pretty skilled? I can't believe something like this happened." Yong-Wan frowned and said, "I'll be real with you. I was looking for a business plan. To profit after digging up dirt on those skull bastards. But now, the game has changed. I won't be satisfied until I've wiped every single one of them out." Hearing this, Kim Gi-Gyu didn't respond. After a moment, he spoke hesitantly. He remembered from his past life that Park Yong-Wan was more ambitious than anyone. 10 years from now, Park Yong-Wan would take items to Japan, sell them, and then live there in exile. People who didn't know the whole story called Park Yong-Wan a traitor, but the real reason he moved to Japan was because he was afraid that everything he owned would be devoured by the Messiah Guild. Even if it meant turning his back on his country to protect his life and property, the current situation couldn't be ignored. Gi-Gyu then made his request, "Let me join your personal guard." He stated, "You probably want to use me to hunt them down, but I'm not going to be some pawn you can just use and toss aside." This made Yong-Wan laugh out loud. He thought to himself, "Join my personal guard. Get a load of this kid." He tapped the table in thought. Kim Gi-Gyu, I never expected him to come to me like this. I was ready to threaten him to get him on my side, so what's his angle? Whatever. If he can help me crush the Skull Guild, I don't care what his real motives are. With that, Yong-Wan slammed the table decisively and said, "Excellent." He then asked, "So, you'll handle the Skull Guild for me, and in return I protect you. Is that the deal?" Gi-Gyu nodded. "That's right. If you need me, that's your part of the bargain. Besides, I've got my own score to settle with the Skull Guild." Yong-Wan smirked, thinking smugly, "Good, that's exactly what I wanted to hear." After sealing the deal, Gi-Gyu left the mansion already scheming that from now on all the responsibility for his actions, and that would fall on Park Yong-Wan. He looked up with a cunning smile. "Park Yong-Wan, you're going to have to carry all the weight. Thanks a bunch." The next day, at Yong-Wan's office skyscraper. In the office, he met with the chairman. The male secretary reviewed his contract and announced, "Since the contract terms have been adjusted to the highest level, I will process it for you." Hearing this, Gi-Gyu stood up and nodded at the two of them. "Yeah, I got it. I'm looking forward to working with everyone." Then he left the office, closing the door behind him. Secretary Nam adjusted his glasses. "Kim Gi-Gyu, how the hell did you get on Park Yong-Wan's guard team? He hasn't even been with the guild for 6 months. I've been busting my ass for years building a perfect resume, and it's still not enough to get me on the guard team." The chairman mused. "I'm not sure, but it's got to be connected to something we don't know. Park Yong-Wan is definitely not the type to do things without a reason." In the elevator on its way down, someone asked, "Did you hear that punk who backstabbed his old crew made it onto Park Yong-Wan's guard team?" Gi-Gyu stood in the middle of the crowd gossiping about him, his hood pulled up. "I heard that too. How the hell did that kid even make the guard team? I bet he just got lucky and found some rare item. Gotta admit, I'm a little jealous though. Damn." As they walked out of the elevator, the group kept on talking. "Jealous of what? He's just a damn leech trying to hang on here." Gi-Gyu didn't pay them any mind. He pulled out his phone and made a call. A sly smile played on his lips. He couldn't deny that luck was on his side. But that didn't matter. The hunt has only just begun. A phone on a desk started to ring and vibrate. It displayed the caller ID as Kim Gi-Gyu. "Oh, so," Cha-chan picked up joking. "Well, who do we have here? Could it be the great Mr. Isaac? You must be calling about something urgent during your busy schedule." After hearing Gi-Gyu's request, he frowned. "What? A fake ID?" Lee Se Jun, sitting across from Oh Se-chan, let out a bored yawn. "What's that bastard scheming now?" "Well, it's not that I can't do it," Oh Se-chan explained. "However, it's a little tricky to pull strings with the people in charge of the guild and the dungeon." "All right, fine. I'll prepare it right away." After hanging up, Oh Se-chan relayed the info. He wants to use a fake ID to get into the dungeon. I guess we'll find out what he's planning soon enough. Lee Se Jun scratched her head, still looking half asleep. "But, hey, why are you helping him when you don't even know the details? Don't tell me you've actually started to trust that Kim Gi-Gyu guy." Oh, Se-chan smirked knowingly. "I don't trust people. I'm just trying to figure out who he's aiming his sword at. That will determine if he's someone we should have on our side. Knowing his target is the crucial part. Because human desire never lies." Scene changed to a white muscle car tearing down the road. Inside, a beefy guy asked a question. "You're saying Kim Gi-Gyu is tailing the Skull Guild?" Tae-sung looked at him and nodded. "It's definitely possible. He mentioned that it looks like Park Yong-Wan is also dead set on having a major showdown with the Skull Guild." Tae-sung rested his chin on his hand, analyzing the situation. "Most of the Skull Guild members are entering the dungeon today too, so this is a golden opportunity for both Park Yong-Wan and Kim Gi-Gyu. However, we can't rule out the possibility that Kim Gi-Gyu will form a party and use a fake ID." "Fine," Ju said grimly. "I don't give a damn about that. I only have one objective, and that's making sure Kim Gi-Gyu enters the dungeon." And with that, the car sped off toward its target location. That night on Yeongjong Island, a lone streetlight dimly lit an empty lot. Nearby, Kim Gi-Gyu walked up, using his newly created fake identity, Lee Jong-hoon. The attendant began the instructions. "Mr. Lee Jong-hoon, you came alone, right? Please register here. We don't have a guide inside the dungeon, so you can read this instead." He took the instruction sheet, which contained information about the two-headed dog dungeon. Floor 2, D-rank difficulty dungeon capacity of 61 people. The entry requirement was to be under level 40. Clear condition, eliminate the two-headed dog. Clear reward, none. Kim Gi-Gyu was a bit surprised. Even though it was just a D-rank dungeon, its capacity was a whopping 61 people. The dungeon's management was also sloppy. There was no better place to fool people than here. He returned to his car, lost in thought for a moment. He had expected this, but this dungeon was clearly a trap to lure him out. Just then, bright headlights shone directly at Kim Gi-Gyu. Opposite his beat-up old car were two flashy white cars. People got out of the cars and Kim Gi-Gyu looked at the group curiously. He was expecting a few skilled players, but this guy was... In Oh Se-chan's office, Ju received the news and couldn't help but be surprised. What, Kang Ji-hoon? Oh Se-chan looked up. Why is that name here? Ju immediately reported, I checked the list too. I think he entered the dungeon under the alias Kang Un-hyuk. Oh, Se-chan asked, is that the same dungeon on Yongin Island? Meanwhile, Lee Sun-ju, who didn't seem to know who this person was, asked about Kang Ji-hoon. Who's that guy? Oh? Se-chan reluctantly held his head. There's a troublemaker among the newbies under level 50. He's a member of the Knights of the Round Table. We're screwed. Back at the parking lot on Yongin Island, Kim Gi-Gyu got a clear look at his opponent's face. Kang Ji-hoon. He glanced at the guy, not expecting the Messiah Guild to send Kang Ji-hoon so soon. But, then again, that guy was also one of the Knights of the Round Table. The Knights of the Round Table, they were a group of players who possessed legendary items related to the King Arthur legends. The guild also included their followers. The Knights of the Round Table fought on behalf of the fallen government to protect those who were suffering. Like a messiah, as time went on, the knights grew weak and became guards for Park Jin-hyuk, the ones who possessed Merlin's magic and were the originators of the messiah. Kim Gi-Gyu later found out. Everything was just a fantasy they had conspired. The weakening of the Knights of the Round Table was obviously the work of the Poison King. There were surely many Knights of the Round Table who were his victims. Kim Gi-Gyu silently analyzed the necklace that Kang Ji-hoon now possessed must have been taken from its original owner, a Knight of the Round Table. If it was those guys, then they would be capable of something like that. They were also the ones who stayed behind. While lost in thought, he opened the system window. Control Stone C, untradeable. Effect improves a skill from D rank to C rank. It might look like an ordinary stone, but Kim Gi-Gyu didn't think so. However, it was still a dangerous item for anyone who possessed it. He didn't need to stockpile power right now. The system sent a notification. The Control Stone has been used to control skeletons. Skeleton Control F rank. A skill that increases the ability to summon skeletons and increases the number of skeletons that can be summoned. The effect increases as the skill level increases. Effect increases the skeleton's abilities by 20%, can summon 5 more skeletons. Kim Gi-Gyu got out of the car and closed the door. He heard the other party say, we're going into the dungeon. Everyone get ready. A moment later, everyone entered the dungeon. As usual, the quest window popped up with a notification. Please eliminate 3,000 monsters to move to the next floor. A player complained, what? 3,000 monsters? Someone sighed. This sucks. I'd rather kill 1 or 2 strong monsters. It's way easier. Tae-sung glanced at Kang Ji-hoon beside him. 3,000 monsters. It's not dangerous, but it'll take us a good chunk of time. Kang Ji-hoon stuck his sword into the ground, coldly ordering Tae-sung, fine, it'll be easier to attack Kim Gi-Gyu from behind and disguise it as an accident in the middle of this chaos. Now, stop wasting time and find out where he is. Nearby, Sung-hoon pointed towards the Skull Guild. Commander, those guys? Kang Ji-hoon turned to look. He was a little surprised. The Skull Guild. They entered the dungeon dressed like that. Don't they get the situation they're in now? He saw someone pointing somewhere as if signaling that something was happening over there. So, the whole guild immediately moved in that direction. Kang Ji-hoon sneered to himself. They can't even solve their own problems, yet they keep messing everything up. What a bunch of useless bastards. Then he suddenly remembered Noda Hajiro and Sukahara Ken. They were probably warned not to get involved in this. How dare they disobey the boss? I'll kill them after we leave this dungeon. Kang Ji-hoon instructed his teammates, don't worry about the Skull Guild. We just need to do our job. No matter what happens, we have to deal with Kim Gi-Gyu ourselves. He slammed the heavy sword in his hand down. His face was grim and full of killing intent. Report to me as soon as you find him. His skill is poisonous blood, so don't let your guard down when you approach him, and you can kill anyone who dares to get in the way. I'll take responsibility for it. In the forest, there was a swift and quiet movement. A black-haired figure darted by like the wind. He sighed to himself. He didn't expect to have to attack the Skull Guild right from the first floor. Kim Gi-Gyu, that bastard, we're not usually this determined, are we? After running for a bit, Sung-ho stopped by a large tree trunk. He peeked his head out to check the situation. The royal guards of North Yongin are in this dungeon, too. His pupils suddenly contracted, his eyes wide with shock because Sung-ho had seen skeletons fighting against skeleton monsters. Yo, looks like one of their crew rolled up with a necromancer, sneaky bastards. He nervously scoped the area, but where the hell is Kim Gi-Gyu? The second he thought that, a shadow crept up on him. Sung-ho glanced behind him, sweating bullets. That figure was none other than Gi-Gyu. Sung-Ho's hand rested on the hilt of his blade, ready to throw down. He swiftly drew his blade, lunging at Gi-Gyu. Slash. The sound of a weapon slicing through flesh echoed as hot red blood splattered. In a single move, the weapon was knocked out of Sung-Ho's hand, and a long gash was carved into his chest, shattering his armor. He raised his hands to surrender, pleading in a weak voice. "Stop. Why are you suddenly doing this? There must be some kind of mistake. I ain't got nothing to do with the Skull Guild." Gi-Gyu pointed upwards. "Nothing to do with them, huh? The guy up there told me you were a member of the Skull Guild." Hearing that, Sung-Ho looked up. Huh, the guy up there was a corpse dangling in the wind. It was on a tree branch sticking out above his head. When he got a clear look at the guy's face, Sung-Ho gritted his teeth, thinking no way that dude could have said that. They definitely knew each other. They had met in a bathroom, and the blonde-haired guy had given him strict orders. "Ma Chumo has failed. That's why. Even if I'm in danger, you are not allowed to step in. At all costs, you must survive and report everything that happened in the secret chamber to the master. Remember that it's a higher priority than our own lives. You carry that weight." Sung-Ho managed to scream. "What are you talking about? I've never seen that guy before. Why are you doing this?" Gi-Gyu didn't bother listening to his crap and struck again, sending him collapsing to the ground. Feeling his life slipping away, Sung-Ho still kept his mouth shut tight. "I really don't know anything." Gi-Gyu had no intention of getting any info out of him anyway. He said coldly, "You guys are more trustworthy dead than alive." At the same time, a system notification announced that the Eye of Anubis had opened. Elsewhere, a skeleton soldier zipped past a warrior. 2 skeleton soldiers holding blades rushed towards Kang Ji-Hoon. He gripped the hilt of his greatsword, then swung it horizontally, aiming to shatter the skeleton soldier's brittle frames. But he never expected one skeleton soldier to leap high into the air while the other slid low to the ground, both dodging his attack. Their reaction left Kang Ji-Hoon a bit stunned. Neither of the skeletons bothered to engage him. They just zipped off to fight other mobs, leaving him lost in his own thoughts. Did they just dodge my attack? They're just skeletons. It was the first time he'd seen skeleton soldiers move like that when suddenly a figure appeared. Gi-Gyu swiftly dashed towards his feet, sword in hand, aiming to slash across Kang Ji-Hoon's legs. However, the guy reacted too fast, immediately jumping back. Gi-Gyu looked at him indifferently, his thoughts unreadable. Kang Ji-Hoon grinned, having blocked his move. Gi-Gyu tightened his grip on his sword, frowning slightly. He knew this Kang Ji-Hoon dude was strong, but he didn't expect him to be quicker than he thought. Instantly, he twisted his sword easily, breaking free from the deadlock. Gi-Gyu slashed down hard, his movements so fast and precise they left only an afterimage. However, the attack didn't even scratch Kang Ji-Hoon. His massive heavy greatsword had blocked the vertical slash. He sneered, "Buddy, what kind of joke is this?" Kang Ji-Hoon didn't look too pleased. "Is this all the power I was supposed to be hyped for?" Gi-Gyu didn't press the attack. When it failed, he immediately fell back to a safe distance. He calculated he'd planned for this, but damn, this guy was no pushover. Even after saving his strength for this moment, it wasn't going to be an easy fight. Suddenly, the system sent a notification to both of them. "The persistent fighter is interested in this battle." Kang Ji-Hoon felt a spark of interest. "It's been a while since I've seen an aura notification." Gi-Gyu said nothing, his expression still indifferent. Then another notification popped up. "The representative of the Shadow World is interested in this battle." Kang Ji-Hoon stabbed his sword into the ground, sizing up his opponent. If he wasn't a worthy, opponent notifications like that wouldn't appear. You're also one of the guys the auras are watching, huh? How interesting. Killing you must come with a big reward. Gi-Gyu didn't bother to answer. He just frowned, getting serious for the fight and thinking to himself, easier said than done. Meanwhile, outside, a hand reached for a delicious slice of pizza. It's all about the hustle, man. Let's just eat why you gotta stress over nothing special. The person sitting across from Sun Ju said, "You call that nothing special?" he asked while eating pizza. "Bro, what kind of player do you think Kim Gi-Gyu is?" At the mention of his name. Oh, Se-chan's face soured, wondering why he even asked. "A player who's way stronger than you." Sun Ju's pride was stung, and he threw his half-eaten slice of pizza back into the box. "Seriously, I've got feelings too, you know. Even if you hadn't said that, I wouldn't have eaten it anyway." "Oh." Se-chan kicked at the empty boxes under the table. "Not gonna eat. Huh. But you sat there and wolfed down 5 whole pizzas." Sun Ju got pissed, his voice sharp. "I chipped in. So can't I eat if I want to? Is eating this much really a big deal?" "Oh." Se-chan waved his hand, telling him to chill out. All right, I get it. What were you trying to say? What kind of player is Kim Gi-Gyu?" "Let's put your bruised ego aside for a sec." Sun Ju explained, "That dude is a dirtier player than anyone I've ever seen." "Oh." Se-chan was confused. "Dirty." Recalling Gi-Gyu's tactics, Sun Ju commented that he's the type who absolutely refuses to lose a fight. If he doesn't have a winning hand, he absolutely will not fight. Period. Inside the dungeon, black mist rose with an eerie, whistling wind. The changing environment made Kang Ji-hoon look around cautiously. The black mist began to take shape, and the system announced that skeleton soldiers had been summoned. Gi-Gyu calculated that even if he couldn't win, he had to summon all his skeletons. Countless skeleton soldiers appeared, with the two massive ones next to Gi-Gyu being the most noticeable. Kang Ji-hoon glanced around. Ain't those still skeleton soldiers? 1, 2, 3, 4. Just how many you saving up to throw at me? After summoning his legion, only Kim Gi-Gyu himself charged forward to attack. Kang Ji-hoon could focus all the better. The sound of clashing weapons echoed. Who would have thought the small sword in Kim Gi-Gyu's hand could parry Kang Ji-hoon's ridiculously huge blade multiple times? Behind him, two massive skeleton soldiers began to move. Kang Ji-hoon smirked. Now, this is getting interesting. He roared, "Come at me all at once, I'll take you on." But the skeleton soldiers completely ignored him and went for someone else behind his back. Kang Ji-hoon finally realized something was wrong and whipped his head around. What the hell? Using that opening, Kim Gi-Gyu backed off, putting some distance between them. He figured out he wasn't the target, but it was already too late. From behind, agonizing screams rang out as a few players got jumped by the skeleton soldiers. A squad mate named An Dong, already wounded, yelled for help. "Captain, help me. If any more of these skeleton soldiers pop up, we're done for." Kang Ji-hoon silently cursed his useless crew. He jerked his chin at Kim Gi-Gyu. "Yo, you punk, what's with the cheap shots?" He smirked. "Cheap shots, look who's barking." Kim Gi-Gyu kept taunting him. "You still don't get it, do you, dog? Now more like a puppy." This pissed Kang Ji-hoon off, and he decided to use a buff, but he was messing with the wrong guy. A system notification announced the activation of the Blessing of the Sun skill from Park Yong-Wan's necklace. The chain on Kang Ji-hoon's neck glowed, and a powerful warm aura wrapped around his body. Kim Gi-Gyu smirked, thinking to himself that the dude finally used it. Right then, a few skeleton soldiers closed in on Kang Ji-hoon from behind. He didn't even have to turn around, he could already feel where the enemies were. In a flash, he spun around and unleashed a single sword strike, taking out both skeleton soldiers at the same time. With a loud crash, the skeletons were obliterated, their bones scattering everywhere. Kim Gi-Gyu kept a safe distance, sizing up Park Yong-Wan's necklace. It was one of the Knights of the Round Table's artifacts. The skill's effect was just as awesome as he'd expected. Now, he'd seen the guy use it. It was time to kick off the next phase. Without a second thought, he gave the order, "Fall back." Kim Gi-Gyu's tactics were so weird that Kang Ji-hoon couldn't make any sense of them. What? Fall back? His skeleton soldiers were damn obedient. They pulled back immediately, freeing Kang Ji-hoon's teammates. Kim Gi-Gyu himself took off too. Kang Ji-hoon watched him go, his mind spinning. Is Kim Gi-Gyu trying to run again because he thinks he'll lose this head-to-head? But I need to take him out before the other guilds clear this dungeon. He turned back to give his team orders. "I'm going after him. You guys hunt down those skeletons and then catch up." His teammates called out to their captain, shocked. In the thick woods, Kim Gi-Gyu's figure zipped through the trees. As he ran, he was mentally dissing his rival. "Kang Ji-hoon, you haven't changed one bit. Still don't give a damn about your grunts, all because you're so sure of your own power." Of course, even that confidence was useless with an item like Park Yong-Wan's necklace. It's an item that can max out every single one of the user's stats. But for a chump who doesn't even know how to use an awesome item like that properly, he sneered, what a total waste. Suddenly, a rumbling sound came from behind. Kang Ji-hoon was right on Kim Gi-Gyu's tail. He glanced back, calculating. Still, he couldn't just ignore the massive gap in their stats. Kang Ji-hoon was feeling way too cocky. He saw him as nothing but weak prey. "Kim Gi-Gyu, no matter how far you run, you're still in the palm of my hand." While chasing him, he thought, now that I've activated the Blessing of the Sun, you don't stand a chance of getting away from me. Being so arrogant and careless, he didn't even notice the corpse at his feet. Kim Gi-Gyu seized the moment, activating the skill Explosive Confrontation of the Underworld's Emissary. A massive, earth-shattering explosion went off, and a wave of searing fire blasted Kang Ji-hoon right in the face, catching him completely off guard. Black smoke erupted as a shockwave of heat spread out from the blast. The explosion was so huge that Kang Ji-hoon's squad could see it from far away. And Dong asked nervously, "What the hell was that? What was that explosion?" Tae-sung tried to calm everyone down. "Don't freak out. The captain isn't the type to go down that easy. We just gotta wipe out these skeletons real quick and then—" He couldn't even finish his sentence before an arrow slammed into his chest, the force knocking him back a few feet. The system announced you have been infected by poisoned blood. That arrow was an attack from a skeleton soldier. Tae-sung snapped the arrow shaft, growling, "We can't treat these things like cannon fodder meant to stall us. We need to go all out." Back at the explosion site with Kang Ji-hoon. As the smoke cleared, he snarled, "Damn it, that son of a b****. He scanned the area, yelling, "Stop running like a coward and show your face." Kim Gi-Gyu popped out from behind a tree to taunt him, "So, what if I'm a coward? It's obvious I'd lose in a fair fight, so if you want to catch me, you better run faster." After saying his piece, he turned and took off again, baiting Kang Ji-Hoon. He gritted his teeth. "What did you say? When I catch you, I'm going to rip you in half with my bare hands." And so the chase between them started all over again. To catch Kim Gi-Gyu, Kang Ji-Hoon activated the Immortal Warrior's Dash skill without a second thought. His bulky frame shot forward like a bullet, and in a flash he was right behind Kim Gi-Gyu's sword, ready to slice him down. Even in this hairy situation, he looked pretty calm and unbothered. Kang Ji-Hoon thought he had victory in the bag. "Die, you little punk." But he never saw it coming. The ground beneath his feet suddenly collapsed. The sudden twist made him look down in shock. Kang Ji-Hoon fell into the pit. It was a trap Kim Gi-Gyu had set up beforehand while he safely got away. The special prize waiting at the bottom of the pit was a pile of goblin corpses. Of course, what came next was a massive explosion. Gi-Gyu didn't bounce, he just stood there to watch his handiwork. As the dust settled, a shadowy figure emerged. Ji-Hoon was so pissed veins were popping on his forehead, his face all twisted up. "I can't take this crap anymore. Quit playing games." Gi-Gyu looked down at Kang Ji-Hoon in the pit, not even trying to hide his smirk. "Playing games? You're still a total amateur when it comes to tactics. You think I was playing chase with you just because I was bored?" Meanwhile, Ji-Hoon's patience was wearing thin. He thought angrily, "Still more, what the hell is he yapping about?" Gi-Gyu's tone turned preachy. "Building a strategy based on your opponent's weakness is the terrain, and considering every single outcome is basic battle 101. A dude who only knows how to throw a fit and rely on his own brute strength. Like you is just a worthless leader who puts his own crew in danger." Those words made Ji-Hoon stop dead in his tracks. Hold on, wasn't this some messed up memory playing back in his head? It was from when he left the dungeon to a bunch of whispers. Isn't that the famous assassin Kang Ji-Hoon from the Messiah Guild? Wasn't he the only one who made it out alive this time? How many times is that now? From what I heard, he was totally surrounded by monsters. Back then, he'd been pissed at the crowd of gossips. Shut your damn traps. Who dares to run their mouth like that? If you got something to say, don't be a coward and say it to my face. That way I can shut you up for good. Suddenly, a figure holding a folding fan stepped out from the crowd. Talking like that, it's obvious you feel absolutely nothing for the deaths of your underlings. He tapped the folding fan against his head, mocking Ji-Hoon. No wonder your brain is all mush and no heart. That guy is a total open book. Just from the fact you set up camp in a spot I warned you was dangerous over and over again. Driven by pure rage, he instantly went to crush Suzuki Aichi's head like an orange. "Who the hell do you think you are preaching to me?" But Suzuki Aichi wasn't fazed one bit. He just narrowed his eyes, watching the guy's every move. A second later, he ducked, dodging Ji-Hoon's savage pounce. Then he smoothly moved towards the guy's feet and gently swept his standing leg high into the air. Losing his balance, Ji-Hoon ate dirt, totally humiliated. He scrambled back up, trying to save face by blaming someone else. "The others in the party died because they were weak. That ain't my fault." But Suzuki Aichi shot back, "No, you killed them, and everyone knows it." He stepped closer, staring right into Ji-Hoon's eyes, and his next words made the guy panic even more. "You're just a worthless leader who only knows how to endanger his own crew." The flashback ended, leaving him with a tangled mess of bitter thoughts. That's right, he remembered now. Kim Gi-Gyu's strategy was weirdly similar to Suzuki Aichi's. Maybe that's why this was even more infuriating. Whether it was Kim Gi-Gyu or Suzuki Aichi, he swore he'd kill them both with his own hands. Gi-Gyu suddenly spoke, shattering Kang Ji-Hoon's train of thought. "It's time." Ji-Hoon was confused, propping himself up with his sword. What are you gonna do?" Gi-Gyu was kind enough to explain the trap he'd set. "I'll tell you what, my skeleton soldiers don't need verbal commands. That means I didn't have to yell, 'Retreat.' But I did it anyway, so why would I do that?" Ji-Hoon felt like his brain was too small to wrap around Gi-Gyu's dirty schemes. He thought to himself, "What the hell? This bastard, did he do that on purpose to bait me?" Gi-Gyu looked at Kang Ji-Hoon's blank face and scoffed. "Looks like you're finally catching on, huh? If I'm not mistaken, the sun's blessing is about to wear off, right?" He instinctively glanced at his status window. Sun's blessing. 30 seconds left. Kang Ji-Hoon felt a wave of confusion and panic. How the hell does this punk even know the duration of this item's skill? To cover up his confusion, he roared, "You damn mutt, who the hell do you think you are?" Gi-Gyu smirked with contempt. "You still don't know who I am. That's just sad. Fine, I'll tell you who I am." But before he could finish his introduction, a system sound chimed in. The sun's blessing effect has ended. The chain around Ji-Hoon's neck faded and vanished. The system notified him that Onin's necklace was entering a dormant state. Gi-Gyu nonchalantly glanced at the idiot, Ji-Hoon. Looks like the necklace's effect is done for. I'm so grateful you let yourself get played like a fool from start to finish, falling for every taunt. Ji-Hoon furiously cursed, "You bastard." Gi-Gyu glanced around. Looks like his boys are done with their job too. Suddenly, he heard a noise from behind him. Gi-Gyu's skeleton squad had returned, surrounding the stunned Kang Ji-Hoon in the crater. Gi-Gyu offered a friendly reminder. "You were so busy chasing me that you didn't even notice where you ended up." Gi-Gyu explained, "This spot is pretty close to where I first bumped into you guys because we've just been running in circles." He also dropped some more news on Kang Ji-Hoon. "Thanks to that, my skeletons finished off all your lackeys and were able to get here quick." With that, he patted the head of a skeleton soldier beside him. Hearing this, Ji-Hoon was floored. "My underlings are all wiped out." He was shaking with rage. He'd never felt so cornered in his life. "This son of a gun! How dare you underestimate me?" Ji-Hoon powered up the ground, cracking under his feet as he activated the Immortal Warrior's speed skill. In a flash, Ji-Hoon shot out of the pit, leaving a cloud of dust in his wake. He launched himself into the air, bringing his sword down on Gi-Gyu's position. But Gi-Gyu just stood there completely still, as if he couldn't even react to Kang Ji-Hoon's speed. And yet the one whose eyes widened in shock was Kang Ji-Hoon. His sword was blocked by a massive skeleton soldier. No matter what he tried, he couldn't land a hit on Gi-Gyu. Gi-Gyu wasn't scared in the slightest and just kept taunting him. "Don't get so heated. Aren't we just getting to the good part?" Outside the dungeon, a car sped along, seeming a bit rushed. A tired Lee Se Jun was at the wheel, groaning, "For real, ain't he working me to the bone?" He glanced at a photo of Kang Ji-Hoon on the passenger seat. He ruffled his hair. "Why the hell do I gotta go check on him?" Earlier in Oh Se-chan's office, the old man had proposed, "Yo, Lee Se Jun, I need you to head to the two-headed dog dungeon. You don't want to go, huh? Why do I gotta be the one to go there?" "Oh," Se-chan said, "I've thought it over and I won't be able to relax until we check on him." Even though Lee Se Jun was always getting the short end of the stick, he seemed to really trust Kim Gi-Gyu's skills. "We don't need to check jack shit. I'm betting he'll make it out alive and well. You really think he's gonna lose to Kang Ji-Hoon after all this?" Oh Se-chan stroked his chin deep in thought. "Actually, it's the other way around. If Kang Ji-Hoon loses, just like you predicted, there are a few things we need to lock down for our next move." He analyzed. "I'm guessing it's the same for Kim Gi-Gyu. Since he's a sharp dude, I bet he wants to know what everyone's endgame is too. It's just like why we created the fake identity of Isaac Ivanov. Or the connection between Park Yong-Wan's crew and the Skull Guild. And also the reason we keep helping Kim Gi-Gyu." Pausing for a beat, Oh Se-chan went on. "Even though we know the Messiah Guild is pulling all the strings, this is just one small piece of the bigger plan to take down the Messiah Guild." As he spoke, he handed over an envelope with some intel. "Even if Kim Gi-Gyu offs Kang Ji-Hoon, it's gonna be tough to figure out what he's really after, but at the very least we need to confirm if he's still gonna roll with us after this." And that's why Lee Se Jun grabbed the file and drove to the two-headed dog dungeon. Inside the dungeon it was getting dark and the vibe turned creepier than ever. The ground was littered with the white bones of skeleton soldiers, a clear sign that a brutal fight had just gone down. Kang Ji-Hoon leaned on his sword, panting heavily. Damn it, his body was slowing down from the poisoned blood. He was badly wounded, covered in blood, and glaring at a skeleton soldier that was about to charge him. And there were just too many of them. A skeleton soldier with a blade leaped up and brought it down in a powerful slash. Kang Ji-Hoon stared in disbelief. "These are just skeleton soldiers, no way." Bam! The blade came down and he barely managed to block it. The shockwave made the ground under Kang Ji-Hoon's feet crack. While he was locked with the skeleton, a black shadow zipped past him. Kang Ji-Hoon's eyes shot wide open, his focus split. But that just left him wide open to the other skeletons. A smaller one got behind him and sucker punched him. Kang Ji-Hoon coughed up a mouthful of blood. A system notification popped up. "The poisoned blood has spread throughout your entire body." He gritted his teeth in pain, feeling helpless and pissed off. Kang Ji-Hoon swung his sword, but the two skeletons dodged it easily. Then he suddenly felt his body sink like he was falling into a hole again. But it was just one of his legs stuck tight in the dirt. He freaked out. "Damn it, my leg is stuck." The whole time, Kim Gi-Gyu just stood there watching, not giving a damn. The guy held his own pretty well against 12 skeleton soldiers. Now there were only 2 left. Too bad I can't summon more troops with the Master Stone. Watching Kang Ji-Hoon struggle with the last 2 skeletons, Kim Gi-Gyu thought to himself, "He's completely poisoned now. No need to play with my food any longer." Kang Ji-Hoon felt humiliated. He screamed, "Fight me!" "I said, get over here and fucking fight me!" Only Kang Ji-hoon's screams echoed through the trees. "Stop standing there and fight." Time dragged on until he collapsed from exhaustion, still managing to groan, "Fight me." Kang Ji-hoon whispered, "Even if I have to crawl, I can still fight." But the poison had already taken over. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, and Kang Ji-hoon breathed his last, leaving this world inside the dungeon, dying with his eyes wide open, full of regret. A system notification appeared. "The emissary of the underworld smiles at your easy victory. The emissary of the underworld has shared some of its authority with you. The rank of the skeleton soldiers has increased. The opponent has been eliminated." Kim Gi-Gyu walked over to the corpse. He opened the system to loot Kang Ji-hoon's body. In his hands was a high-value spoil of war, Onen's necklace, a legendary-grade item equipable from level 22 and up, an artifact belonging to Onin, one of the Knights of the Round Table. It holds the Blessing of the Sun. Effects plus 40, health when equipped, plus 40 strength, when equipped plus 40 magic power, when equipped plus 10% attack, when equipped plus 10% defense, when equipped, plus 10% stamina when equipped allows use of the Blessing of the Sun skill once per day. Kim Gi-Gyu was pretty happy with this haul. This was the first time he'd ever gotten an item from a Knight of the Round Table. Anyway, he had a thought. A guy like Kang Ji-hoon would definitely show his face to his masters, right? To find out for sure, he used the Eye of Anubis. A few of Kang Ji-hoon's memories flashed before his eyes. He was on his way somewhere when he ran into Suzuki Aichi, who started talking smack. "I guess it must have been tough getting this far with a brain like yours." He brushed past Kang Ji-hoon. "Of course I'm talking about your lackeys, not you." He shot back coldly. "If you're a hound, then bark." Kang Ji-hoon threatened, "I'm on my way to see the master, so I'll let you slide this time. But next time I see you, I'll smash your damn mouth in." Suzuki Aichi wasn't scared at all. In fact, he looked pretty amused. "I'll be waiting." Then the scene changed. Kim Gi-Gyu saw Kang Ji-hoon walk into the meeting room of the Round Table. He bowed respectfully and introduced himself. "I am the newest member of the Round Table, Kang Ji-hoon. It is an honor to meet such a great hero." When the guy looked up, Kim Gi-Gyu saw the face of the person sitting in the center, and it was none other than Lee Se Jun. Kim Gi-Gyu gritted his teeth, cursing inwardly, "So it's your damn face." He thought to himself, if the Salvation Guild finds out Kang Ji-hoon is dead, they won't let it slide. Kim Gi-Gyu vowed that anyone who supported Lee Se Jun's ambitions and turned their back on justice, he would destroy them all. Elsewhere, a bunch of orcs were lying around snoring their heads off. Behind the bushes, a group of people were hiding. One man grumbled impatiently, "Damn it, how much longer do we have to wait?" Baek Jia-in frowned and shushed him. "Shh, keep it down. Being impatient won't help us catch this two-headed dog." He continued, "We have to wait for it to take the bait, then we all jump it at once. That's the only way to minimize casualties." Suddenly, the system announced, "The two-headed dog has been defeated." Baek Jae-in stared at the text on the screen in shock, unable to believe his eyes, and stammered, "What the hell?" The dungeon was cleared. It was all over. Kim Gi-Gyu quickly exited the dungeon and strolled toward the parking lot. His eye suddenly caught a familiar figure, Lena, who had been waiting there for who knows how long. He waved his hand. "You're out?" Kim Gi-Gyu asked. "What are you doing here?" Lena joked. "Oh, just driving for Uber to make some extra cash. Saw some commotion, so I came to check it out." He held up a file in his hand. "Oh yeah, I also have something to give you. Let's get in the car and talk." They quickly got in the car and drove off. Soon the car stopped in a secluded spot. Lena then handed the file over. "The boss wants us to enter a new dungeon together." He asked curiously, "So what happened to that guy, Kang Ji-hoon?" Kim Gi-Gyu didn't answer right away, taking the file as a thought sparked in his mind. "I had a feeling, so they already knew." He thought, in Kang Ji-hoon's memory he entered the dungeon using a fake name and identity, so Se-chan must have also known. The reason I requested a fake identity, yet he still agreed to it. Seeing the other guy's silence, he shot him an annoyed look and said coldly, "You threw down with him in the dungeon, right? Was that dude strong?" Kim Gi-Gyu said sarcastically, "Yeah, definitely stronger than you." Lena snapped back angrily, "What, you talking smack? Are you blind or something? You want me to show you my real skills and open your eyes?" He slowly flipped through the pages. Kang Ji-hoon was surrounded by 12 skeleton soldiers and managed to take out 10 of them by himself. "If you want to prove you're stronger than him..." Kim Gi-Gyu whipped his head to the side, his voice cold. "That's simple. I can set that up for you right now." Hearing this, the guy broke out in a cold sweat and quickly changed the subject. "Hey, on second thought, a strong person should be humble, not a show-off. Let's get back to the main topic. Where were we?" Kim Gi-Gyu angrily slammed the file on his lap. It's the One-Horned Fox Dungeon. In Buchen, there have been 12 raids, and all of them have failed. Kim Gi-Gyu's eyes were glued to the information inside. Hunt the One-Horned Fox, number of floors 2. Dungeon difficulty, a capacity 40 people. Requirement below level 40. Clear condition, hunt, and collect the horn of the One-Horned Fox. Clear reward, a title, and an exclusive skill for the One-Horned Fox Hunter. Lena said with a scowl, "Now that you've read it, I don't have to explain it all over again. This time, we're going public and you'll be using the Isaac identity again. You probably already know why. So, what do you say?" A thought flashed through his mind. "They're sending me to the One-Horned Fox Dungeon right after I took down Kang Ji-Hoon. There can only be one reason." He immediately replied, "Fine, I'm in." With the deal made, they returned to the parking lot. The guy stuck his hands in his pockets, silently watching Kim Gi-Gyu's car until it was out of sight. A moment later, Lena pulled out his phone and made a call to report, "I just got back from meeting Kim Gi-Gyu. Didn't I tell you not to worry? A guy like him would never walk into his own grave." The person on the other end asked urgently, Yeah, you're the best, but what about my offer?" He replied. He agreed in a heartbeat and even studied the dungeon info carefully. "Oh," Se Jun exclaimed excitedly, "that's great, Lena. From now on, you need to stay focused and be on high alert." He continued, "Since Kim Gi-Gyu has accepted our offer, this is a move we can't take back." "Oh," Se Jun thought to himself, "I still can't fully trust Kim Gi-Gyu, but if we want to stand against the Salvation Guild, we have to take this risk." His eyes were fixed on a newspaper headline. Salvation Guild granted authority over hard-to-manage domestic dungeons. Oh, Se Jun thought, there's not much time left, only 2 years, 3 at most. If no organization strong enough to counter the Salvation Guild appears within that time, they won't hesitate to show their true colors. Soon after Kim Gi-Gyu returned to his apartment, he stared at the paper in his hand as memories from his past life surfaced. Come to think of it, that was after I cleared the One-Horned Fox dungeon. Lee Se Jun's secretary stood before Kim Gi-Gyu, his voice full of arrogance. "I observed your performance in the dungeon. You seem stronger than the rumors. Want to join the Salvation Guild?" Kim Gi-Gyu frowned, his voice laced with annoyance. "If you want to recruit me, the guildmaster should at least show up in person." Hearing that, a man immediately stepped out of a car. "I'm starting to like you." He spoke up, "We need your strength to save this world." Lee Se Jun proposed, "Become my ally." The thoughts continued to echo in his mind. Lee Se Jun, that was the first time I met him. Suddenly, Kim Gi-Gyu's phone vibrated, a new message displayed on the screen. He quickly opened it to read, "You have been approved to participate in the One-Horned Fox dungeon raid in 2 days. Go ahead and show off all your talents." Kim Gi-Gyu was a little surprised. "Show off, huh?" A smirk played on his lips, just like before he knew those so-called saviors would be waiting for him. Kim Gi-Gyu closed the device, thinking, all right, fine. He quickly opened the system window as thoughts raced through his mind. "I'm going to be the damn star of the show, just you watch." "No, wait, Isaac Ivanov will." Kim Gi-Gyu selected the spiked serpent, thinking to himself, "I'm going to need to prep a lot for this performance." Instantly, the item appeared before him. He remained lost in his thoughts, but hey, I've already cleared this thing once. Kim Gi-Gyu got hyped, a smile spreading across his face. This is going to be the perfect stage for me to put on a show. The next day, warm sunlight filled the Buchen Sports Stadium. The guide announced, "All right, listen up. All players gather around. It's almost time to enter the dungeon." A man calmly asked, "You all geared up?" Lena replied enthusiastically, "I was born ready." He continued arrogantly, "I'm the one who conquered the Spiked Serpent dungeon, something everyone thought was impossible. This kind of dungeon is a piece of cake." However, the moment he stepped inside, a bone-chilling cold hit him, making Lena tremble. "Okay, maybe it's a frozen cake. This thing's giving me a brain freeze." Just then, Kang Wai's voice cut through the air. "Equip your Arctic gear. Especially you squishy mages and clerics. Stay on high alert and watch your own backs," she warned coldly. "If you fall behind, you better fend for yourself. Ain't nobody got time to protect you, so don't be a burden to others." Kim Gi-Gyu stared at the woman ahead, silently impressed. She's clearly got a lot of experience. Sometimes the environment itself is more dangerous than the monsters. Lena was shivering, his teeth chattering as he whispered, "Damn, even I'm feeling this chill. What's the temperature in here anyway?" Kim Gi-Gyu immediately urged, "Lena, let's move." Lena asked, "What's the big rush?" Without saying a word, Kim Gi-Gyu bolted. Seeing that, Lena scrambled to follow him. Before long, they arrived at a deserted spot with nothing but white snow all around. He asked in an annoyed tone, "Wouldn't it be smarter to stick with the saviors for now?" You want to split from the party in this brutal weather?" Kim Gi-Gyu shot back sarcastically. "What's wrong? Got a case of shrinkage from the cold?" Lena exploded in anger. "As if!" He put his hands on his hips, fuming. They call me the Siberian brown bear. This weather is just a light breeze to me. Look, do I look like I'm freezing my ass off? Kim Gi-Gyu's tone turned serious. Good, then you should know this dungeon is way more brutal than the spiked serpents. Hearing that, his confidence evaporated as he broke into a cold sweat. More brutal than the spiked serpent. How much more brutal? Kim Gi-Gyu answered flatly. Stick around and find out. At that moment, system notifications popped up one after another. Equipping Akaravan's necklace, you no longer feel the winter's chill. Equipping Death's mask, you can now mentally link with your summons. Kim Gi-Gyu pushed him. Well, let's get moving to warm up, maybe you'll feel less cold then. Lena sighed, clutching his head. Fine, whatever, but you owe me a good meal after this. He then asked, so, what's the play this time? It's a survival mission, so are we building fortifications like before? Kim Gi-Gyu answered quickly. No need. Lena said, satisfied. Good, I hate manual labor. But at that very moment, a system notification for summoning skeleton soldiers rang out. The scene unfolding before him was jaw-dropping. The hell! From a dark magic circle, skeleton soldiers appeared, their eyes flashing with a cold light overflowing with bloodlust, ready to strike. Lena joked, What, you guys going to a party? Why are these boneheads all decked out? His voice continued, You're that rich and you're still being cheap, you only gave him leather armor. But after looking closer, Lena realized, Hold on, this is spiked serpent hide. He roared furiously, You son of a B***, titch, we pulled the same weight and you kept all the serpent hides for yourself. A thought struck Lena. Just one set of this armor was worth a damn fortune, and this guy decked out every single one of his skeletons in it. Kim Gi-Gyu shot him a look and said coldly, I sent your cut to the office already. Lena cursed miserably. Damn it, that means the old bald guy got his hands on all of it. Meanwhile, Se Jun picked at his ear, muttering, Who the hell is talking smack about me? At that point, Kang Wai had also realized that two people had broken away from the party. Was it the Russians? She asked loudly. Has anyone seen Isaac Ivanov and his teammate? Kim Jun replied, flustered. Sorry, I was busy setting up the camp. But before he could finish his sentence, Kang Wai snapped at him. Sorry for what? Did you forget your orders from the higher-ups? She frowned, deep in thought. Clearing the dungeon was secondary. The main goal was to see if they could work with that Russian guy, Isaac Ivanov. Kang Wai immediately started to leave, but not before ordering, Have the camp set up by the time I return and make sure it's well defended. Kim Jun hurriedly tried to stop her. Why don't you send a scout? Why do you have to— Go yourself, Kang Wai growled. Stay out of it. If anything happens, use the whistle. I need to test their strength for myself. Meanwhile, back with Kim Gi-Gyu, a pack of ferocious wolves had surrounded them. They bared their sharp teeth, drool dripping from their mouths as they stared hungrily at their prey. The skeleton soldiers rushed forward to fight, wrecking the wolf pack. Lena quickly unleashed an attack, slamming his hands on the ground, causing a wave of thick snow to shoot up right at them. Then the skeleton soldiers charged into the battle with ferocious energy, their swords swinging and slashing down. The wolves yelped in agony as fresh blood sprayed out, staining the white snow crimson. The sight left her completely stunned. What the hell are those? Kang Yi was speechless. Are those supposed to be skeleton soldiers? They're on a whole nother level compared to any skeleton soldiers I've ever seen. Kim Sun whispered, Captain, what do we do now? Should we go help? She gritted her teeth, spitting out each word. Are you blind? This place has become their personal hunting ground. Kang Yi added, Jumping in now would just make us a liability. She was seething inside, realizing these guys were way out of her league. Kang Yi was shaking with anger, her hands balled into tight fists. No wonder he's the player who cleared the Thorn Serpent dungeon. I need to report back. We have to recruit him at all costs. Suddenly, Kim Sun yelled out, There's a signal. Kang Yi spun around, her face instantly filled with panic. A long, sustained note meant an emergency distress call. Something's happened at the camp. Without a second thought, the two of them bolted. Hearing the commotion, Kim Gi-Gyu shot a quick glance in that direction. The ferocious wolves were now charging straight towards the camp. A terrified voice screamed, They've broken through the defensive line. The group fought for their lives, swinging their weapons like madmen in the blizzard. Someone roared in desperation. Damn it, where are they all coming from? The person beside him tried to calm him down. Just hang on until the captain returns. At that moment, the sound of footsteps slicing through the wind echoed across the white snow. A dark, shimmering figure appeared in the sky. It shot down with terrifying speed, rocketing straight towards the pack of wolves. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous explosion erupted. Dirt and rocks went flying and thick smoke billowed into the sky. As the smoke gradually cleared, it revealed a formidable figure standing in the middle of a freshly made crater. One of the team members' eyes went wide with relief and joy, exclaiming, Captain! Kang Yi yelled, annoyed. What are you all staring at? These are just floor 1 monsters for crying out loud. Shut up and get back into defensive formation now. She immediately commanded, fight and fall back to the camp. The injured moved to the back. On a nearby peak, seeing its pack getting slaughtered, the alpha wolf threw its head back and let out a long, sorrowful howl. The cry echoed through the mountains filled with sorrow and rage. Suddenly, the ground started to shake, the tremors growing stronger by the second. A man suddenly sensed that something was off. He instantly jumped onto a nearby tree to observe. The man was frozen by the sight before him. Countless wolves were swarming down the mountainsides, heading straight for the camp. He screamed in terror, "It's a monster! Wave, a massive horde of monsters is stampeding this way." Kang Ye's face went pale, her mind racing with worry. Oh crap, the team's defense is already in shambles, and there's an even bigger attack coming. On another peak, watching the ant-like swarm of wolves frantically charging the camp, Lee Se Jun spoke up, "If we just let this happen, they're all gonna die." Her companion was stunned, his voice laced with panic. "You don't tell me you're thinking of going down there now." Meanwhile, Gi-Gyu quietly recalled his phone call from last night. Oh, Se-chan had asked casually, "I gotta admit, I was a little surprised you wanted a skill book. Lucky for you, I was still able to get one." You get it, yet." Gi-Gyu looked at the scroll in his hand and answered quietly, "Yeah, I got it. Thanks." Oh. The scroll displayed information for Force Field, a rank E skill with the effect of releasing a power field that can either buff allies or curse enemies. The field's radius increases with the skill's level. A moment later, a system notification popped up, "You have learned the skill Force Field." Gi-Gyu glanced to the side, his voice cold. "Just watch me and do what I do. It's a drag to explain everything." In the meantime, the people below had been completely surrounded by the wolf pack. Kang Yi's face was covered in blood, her eyes blazing with fury. "Damn it now! I see why the 12 teams before us all failed. I completely underestimated this floor 1 dungeon." Suddenly, from within the wolf pack, a shocking explosion went off, engulfing a section of the sky in smoke and flames and blowing the wolves away. Someone shouted with joy, "We've got backup!" She snapped back irritably, "Did the cold freeze your brain? Who else is in this dungeon besides us?" Kang Yi glanced towards the cliff, a suspicion forming in her mind. Unless... Flashing back a few minutes, he held the corpse of a wolf in his hands. Gi-Gyu coldly flung its body downward. Without the slightest hesitation, the corner of his mouth twisted into an arrogant smirk. Soon after, the system's voice rang out once more, activating Hell's Messenger's skill corpse explosion. A chain of explosions rocked the earth, and thick black smoke blanketed the wolf pack. In an instant, the smoke slowly cleared to reveal the motionless bodies lying on the ground. Lee Se Jun shot forward. The wind whistling around her caused the smoke to swirl with every step she took. With a single wave of her hand, the snow beneath her feet shot up like sharp knives launching straight at the enemy. The skeleton soldiers also charged in like maniacs, fighting without rest, their momentum threatening to completely flatten the wolf pack. The system announced, "Activating Sun's Blessing." Right after, the cord around Gi-Gyu's neck began to glow brilliantly. It then displayed another message, establishing link with a skeleton soldier. In an instant, his body and mind completely synced with the skeleton soldier, becoming a single, unified being. The system reported again, using Force Field. "You are linked to a skeleton soldier. Mana consumption is drastically increased." Instantly, the skeleton soldiers' bodies flared with light magic wrapping around them and empowering them as a bloodthirsty aura surged, overwhelming the entire sky. Their dark empty eye sockets opened, revealing swirling vortexes of magic that radiated a piercing cold light, making the very air around them feel like it was freezing solid. Witnessing the skeleton's magical transformation, Lee Se Jun was completely floored. Her eyes were wide and a cold sweat trickled down her face as she stared in disbelief. The skeletons let out unearthly roars, flaunting the new power they had just received. Lee Se Jun frowned, wondering to herself, "What the hell is this terrifying aura?" He looked around, eyeing the remaining skeleton soldiers. What the hell are these boneheads doing? A flood of thoughts raced through Lee Se Jun's mind. Did that god dude get him hooked on some crazy stuff? The skeleton soldiers were screaming their heads off, their cold eyes filled with killing intent. They clutched their weapons ready to throw down at any second. One of them slammed its sword into the ground, and a thunderous boom sent the wolves flying. He was totally floored, thinking, no way these dudes are fighting like straight-up berserkers. That punk Gi-Gyu is holding out on the good stuff. Gi-Gyu's voice, dripping with sarcasm, echoed in his head. "Why you looking so shocked? This is just basic crowd control, man, instead of focusing. On single-target buffs, it's way more efficient to use a force field to make the Sun's Blessing an AoE buff." The Alpha Wolf's corpse lay stiff in Gi-Gyu's hand as he silently watched the brutal fight below. Then, with a flick of his wrist, Gi-Gyu sent the corpse flying down. Right after, the system announced the activation of the Hell's Messenger skill, and then, boom, a massive earth-shattering explosion went off. Fiery red flames lit up the whole damn sky. Kang Yandi was shook the explosions, creating a wall that stopped the beast tide dead in its tracks. Is this the real power of a thorn-bodied snake hunter? Seeing they were in the clear, she immediately barked out an order. Their attack pattern is a mess. This is our shot move-in. The scene cuts to a skyscraper in a busy part of town where a voice is heard from inside. We'll swoop in and save the Salvation Guild at the last possible second. Oh, Se Jun smirked smugly. That's right. They call themselves heroes, don't they? You think they dare to screw over the people who saved their asses? Plus, with the media all over them, they'll have to pay us back big time. He crossed his arms, puffing his chest out. See, this is what you call killing two birds with one stone. Jisoo shot back. Sounds great if it works, but can you even pull it off? She voiced her worries. The Salvation Guild has a ton of heavy hitters at that level. Exactly, to pull this off, we gotta be way stronger than them. You really think Kim Gi-Gyu is that much of a beast? Oh, Se Jun shot back. No doubt, based on how fast he's leveling up and the skills he's been flexing lately. I'm ready to go all in on this one. Hearing that, Jisoo's fingers froze over the keyboard. She was stunned. Jisoo immediately shot up from her desk. You really think he's all that? He said for sure. You bet I do. So while Lee Se Jun and Kim Gi-Gyu are in the dungeon. Oh, Se Jun's voice hardened. We have to protect their identities no matter what. They're out in the open. We're in the shadows. That's how we win. Back in the dungeon, a sharp sword buried itself in a wolf's body, sending blood flying everywhere. Kim Gi-Gyu's voice was heavy with exhaustion. Is that the last of them? Another squad member wiped sweat from his brow, glancing over at Kim Gi-Gyu. If it weren't for that Russian guy, we would have been toast. Kang Yandi quickly walked over. She held out her hand with a genuine, thank you, my whole team made it out alive because of you. When they just stayed quiet, she got flustered and tried to cover. Hey, if you guys don't speak Korean, it's all good, we can manage. Don't sweat it. The two of them just turned and walked away, ignoring Kang Yandi as she yelled, Hey, wait up. Lee Se Jun whispered, Yo, we're just gonna dip. What about the plan? Kim Gi-Gyu answered calmly, We just wiped out the biggest horde. The rest are small fry. He added, Hanging around them just increases our chances of blowing our cover. Now that they've seen what we can do, they won't have the balls to act like this dungeon belongs to the Salvation Guild anymore. So, what are we waiting for? Let's get to grinding. He freaked out, his face all tense. Whoa, hold up, don't tell me you're gonna pull that same crap again. But all Lee Se Jun got in response was a cold chuckle. The two of them pushed on, exploring every corner of the dungeon. After a long fight, he was gasping for air, thinking to himself, damn it, I'm gonna lose my mind partying up with this psycho. Just then, the system dinged. You have leveled up. Both of them stared at the notification screen. Kim Gi-Gyu was hyped. I hit level 35, mission accomplished. The system kept on announcing, the Hell's Messenger has used its authority to grant you power. The Poison Blood skill has leveled up. He touched the screen to check out the skill's new stats. The words Poison Blood lit up. Skill rank, S, skill effect. Turns your blood into a potent poison. You can use mana to refine its toxicity and create mystic blood. Kim Gi-Gyu thought to himself, S rank Poison Blood and Mystic Blood. This is going to make my plan a whole lot easier. Lee Se Jun asked, Yo, why so serious? Did the wolf meat not agree with you? He stammered, Nah, it's nothing. But before we head to the second floor, there's one super important thing we gotta do. He blew up. What the hell is it now? What is your damn plan? Kim Gi-Gyu just shrugged. Dinner. The second floor is going to take a lot of energy. Lee Se Jun was floored seriously. A little later, a fire was going and the awesome smell of barbecue filled the dungeon. Lee Se Jun grabbed a drumstick and started tearing into it. Now, this is what I'm talking about. This is how a team should be. Here, have some dude. He glanced over, curious. Yo, something's been on my mind. You're immortal, but you can still feel pain, right? So, like in the middle of a fight, could the pain make you just pass out? He took a huge, satisfying bite of meat. Hell no! Who the hell do you think you're talking to? A real man like me. Lena, passing out mid-battle? No way. But Kim Gi-Gyu's next line made Lena freeze up. Yeah, that's cool. But if that one-horned fox guts you, how long you think you can hold on? He shot back. What the hell, dude? Did I piss you off or something? Seeing his ice-cold stare. Lena quickly waved his hands, his voice shaking. Hey, let's just talk it out, man. No need to get so worked up. In the second-floor dungeon, the team members were getting wrecked. The monster here moved like lightning, zipping past them so fast no one could even see its shape. One guy drew his bowstring eyes darting everywhere, sweat pouring down his forehead. Damn it! It's too fast. How the hell are we supposed to fight this thing? Right after that, the monster seemed to change direction and charge straight at him. The man immediately sensed something was off, his whole body tensing up. In the blink of an eye, his whole body was inside the monster's huge jaws. Then, just as fast, it was gone. Watching this, Kang-I grew anxious. At this rate, the whole squad will be wiped out. We're just sitting ducks. Ugh. She gritted her teeth, her mind racing with thoughts trying to find a viable plan. Is there any way to hold back the one-horned fox? Suddenly, footsteps echoed and stopped right next to Y. She jumped, her eyes wide, not understanding what was happening. Lena, hiding his identity, spoke in broken Russian. Me Russian. Me kill damn fox. Kang-Y wondered to herself, a Russian dude, is he by himself? It was then she noticed Lena casually strolling towards the one-horned fox. Kang-Y yelled in a panic. Hey, wait! Facing them alone is just asking to get yourself killed. At that moment, all she could see were its eyes glowing brightly and filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Ignoring her warning, he calmly kept walking forward. The one-horned fox bared its sharp teeth, letting out a threatening growl. In a flash, its figure vanished, leaving only a cloud of snow. The sound of the attack proved the one-horned fox was right there. In an instant, its sharp fangs closed in on Lena. A huge hole was instantly ripped in his cloak. Lena thought in shock, damn, it's fast. The one-horned fox shot around Lena like an arrow. Its body was a blur so fast it was impossible to see, leaving only a white shadow that blended with the pure snow. He raised his arm to block its attack, anger welling up inside him. Just like he said, its damage isn't high, but it's insanely agile. Damn it, all I can do now is defend. There's no opening to counterattack. But just at the most critical moment, Lena's footing faltered and his body lost balance. His eyes rolled back and a single curse flashed through his mind. Shh, asterisk tell what a time to slip. Not missing the opportunity, the one-horned fox immediately lunged. Its entire massive body slammed straight into Lena. The impact was so strong that he was thrown backward, completely unable to react. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth, his vision blurred, and his head spun in a daze. In that instant, only the conversation from last night echoed in Lena's mind. Gi-Gyu rubbed his chin, his voice thoughtful. The one-horned fox's attack isn't the problem. Its speed is the real headache. The skeleton soldiers would get shattered in one hit, so they're useless. Using traps to corner it would take too much time. Lena snapped back, annoyed. So you're basically telling me to be the bait? Huh, no wonder you were suddenly so nice, even stopping for dinner. Gi-Gyu taunted. Too much for you to handle. A moment later, focus slowly returned to Lena's eyes. He reached out and grabbed the one-horned fox tightly. Caught by surprise, it panicked and bolted, dragging him along. Lena gritted his teeth, trying to dig his heels into the white snow, but the monster's strength was too great. In an instant, the one-horned fox was dragging him across the snow, leaving a long white streak with snow kicking up everywhere. Lena quickly activated the blessing of the river Styx. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "You son of a b***, it hurts like hell. But I got you now, you damn crafty fox." Lena slammed its head down into the snow, putting all his strength into his arms, giving the one-horned fox no chance to escape. The scene before her made Kang-Y's jaw drop in horror. He's holding the fox down by turning himself into a punching bag, but then her heart sank, but he can't keep that up forever. If no one deals the finishing blow, holding it down is useless. Suddenly, an arrow flew from out of nowhere, tearing through the air. It shot straight towards the one-horned fox at breakneck speed. The beast immediately sensed the danger, its face filled with tension, its whole body twitching in a hopeless attempt to dodge. The one-horned fox was helpless, unable to do anything. Its eyes flashed with despair in the face of imminent death. In a flash, the system displayed a notification. The one-horned fox has been afflicted with blood poison. Only then did Kang-Y whip her head around. Gi-Gyu had been standing there the whole time, his hand still in the bow-drawing position. Immediately after, the skeleton soldiers rushed forward to assist. She stood there, stunned, drenched in a cold sweat. Kang-Y thought to herself, are they both really under level 40? The skeleton soldiers surrounded the one-horned fox from all four sides, relentlessly swinging their cold, sharp blades down with overwhelming force. She realized, compared to these two monsters, were nothing. This is a completely different level. Very quickly, the system displayed a report: you have successfully defeated the one-horned fox. Outside the dungeon, the spatial gate slowly creaked open, signaling that the players had completed the challenge. The reporters raised their cameras, snapping pictures non-stop. Someone asked, curiously, who cleared it? Was it Kang-Y of the Salvation Guild or Isaac? The person next to them said, whoever it is, we have to get an interview. Suddenly, a car pulled into the middle of the crowd. Someone wondered, why is there a diplomatic car here? Another person exclaimed, it's Isaac's car. Inside that car, Gi-Gyu took the horn he had just hunted out of his storage box. He picked up the phone and called, "Oh, Se Jun. I want to put out a press release." He immediately agreed, "You're done sooner than I thought." "All right." But what is the announcement for? Kim Gi-Gyu asked. Just tell the media that if the Salvation Guild is really in need, he continued calmly, we're willing to donate the one-horned fox's horn to them. Hearing that, Sunju roared furiously, Are you out of your damn mind? We busted our asses all day for that thing, and now you want to just give it away. On the other end of the line, Oh Se Jun nodded in praise. I get it, that's a great idea. He hissed angrily, Yo, if you don't want it, give it to me. Who the hell gives it to the Salvation Guild? You guys are all nuts. Kim Gi-Gyu reminded him. Also make sure to emphasize the part about if the Salvation Guild is really in need. He immediately agreed. Got it, I'm on it. Soon enough, the news spread like wildfire across the internet and news outlets. Isaac Ivanov. If the Salvation Guild is truly in need, I'm willing to donate the one-horned fox's horn. Isaac Ivanov expresses his goodwill to raid dungeons with the Salvation Guild. Kang Wai of the Salvation Guild, without Isaac Ivanov completing the dungeon would have been impossible. His eyes were glued to his phone screen and he praised them inwardly. These guys are pretty damn efficient, the news is up fast. Just then his phone vibrated. It was a call from Park Yong-Wan. The next day, Kim Gi-Gyu was in his office. On the TV screen, a news report was playing, Numerous theories have been proposed regarding Isaac Ivanov's identity. Park Yong-Wan muttered, Isaac Ivanov? His name is all over the news these days, huh? He glanced at the person opposite him. Anyway, back to business, you're more efficient than I thought. Park Yong-Wan continued. It seems those damn skulls have ceased all their activities in Korea and packed their bags for Japan. Part of me wants to hunt them to the bitter end, but for now, this result is satisfying enough. He snapped his fingers, signaling to Secretary Kim. Since you've fulfilled your end of the deal, you need to be properly rewarded. He quickly placed a piece of paper in front of Kim Gi-Gyu. Park Yong-Wan's voice continued. Don't get complacent, keep on training. Do a good job and there'll be more rewards. He looked down and stared at the paper in front of him. It was the skill scroll for Blood Mist with the job requirement Emissary of Hell. It required a level of over 40 and created a mist from your own blood. He said in a stern voice, Now that you're a member of my elite guard, you better work hard and contribute. Kim Gi-Gyu answered immediately. Understood, sir. Suddenly, a news report on the TV caught Park Yong-Wan's immediate attention. Breaking news. The Salvation Guild has made an official statement. The Guild greatly appreciates Isaac's kind gesture, but they will only accept the sentiment. Instead, the Salvation Guild wishes to send a small gift to repay him for saving their member's life. He exclaimed, Damn, what a bunch of morons clinging to that cheap pride will only screw them over, am I right? He said nothing, his mind replaying the news statement that Oh Se Jun had released for him. If the Salvation Guild is truly in need, I am willing to donate the one-horned fox's horn. Kim Gi-Gyu thought smugly. If I had stayed silent, they would have definitely used the media to pressure me into giving up the horn. But that trick only works on someone who's considered an enemy of the Salvation Guild. The thoughts continued to flow through his mind. Not only did I save their member, but I also showed goodwill by offering to donate the item to them. Now, there's no way they can drag my name through the mud. They have to protect that noble hero image of theirs. If they really need the one-horned fox's horn, Kim Gi-Gyu was certain they would have to pay a huge price for it. Just how much they'll lose depends on how sincere they are. Back in the present, he picked up the paper thinking to himself, giving me a level 40 skill scroll, this means they want me to grind. Kim Gi-Gyu suggested, could you find me some suitable dungeons to level up in? Park Yong-Wan immediately agreed. Dungeons, that's a piece of cake. He said generously, contact some brokers, send me the bill, and don't worry about the rest. The corners of his mouth curled into a satisfied smile. Thank you, sir. At the same time, Lee Se Jun was eating a snack while watching the news. The Salvation Guild expresses its wish to send Isaac Ivanov a gift as a token of their gratitude. They truly are a generous organization always ready to provide strong support to individuals dedicated to the cause of salvation, he said angrily while stuffing his face. That damn snake Gi-Gyu, did he put out that announcement because he knew this would happen? He totally scored. He got to keep the horn and even gets a gift from the Salvation Guild on top of it. Lee Se Jun tossed the rest of the snack into his mouth. I wonder what they're going to give him, I'm kind of curious. Oh, Se Jun replied instantly, the golem summoning skill. He was stunned and shot up from his seat. Huh, how the hell did you know that? He answered calmly, well, they made a deal before announcing it to the media. Oh, Se Jun's face lit up with amusement. A gift is a gift, but it's always smart to get paid first right. If they're offering the golem summoning skill, there's no reason not to take it. Lee Se Jun continued to unwrap another snack. Ah, wait a minute. He jumped up, pointing at himself. He yelled furiously, what about my cut? This dude also put in his blood, sweat, and tears. How come I don't get a piece of the action? I should at least get some of the loot. He quickly brought over several boxes of choco pies and slammed them on the table. Here, this is your share. Oh, Se-chan said shamelessly, I know you love to eat, so I brought back a whole stash of snacks as a gift for you. He angrily pointed at the pile of snacks in the corner of the room. This is the gift people sent because they think we're the representative office for that dumb Russian guild. You didn't buy this crap, so what's with the act? Where are your skills and gear? Even so, a box of snacks was quickly opened. Lee Se Jun ate like a starving wolf. What have you been studying so intently? Oh, Se-chan said nonchalantly. It's a dungeon purchase order from Park Jin-Ho. He was surprised. Park Yong-Wan. I thought you were done with that dude. You even cussed him out, called him a petty scumbag who only cares about his own wallet, so why are you doing business with him now? Besides, I heard he's already got the Phoenix Guild wrapped around his finger, so why would he need a dungeon broker? His eyes were still glued to the documents in his hand. He said he wants to buy a few dungeons to train his new confidants. Sounds like he really cares about his underlings, huh? Lee Se Jun wondered, new confidants who? Oh, Se-chan replied, it's that best friend of yours. He was shocked. Kim Gi-Gyu. Lee Se Jun said sarcastically, I see, so you two are planning to team up and screw over Park Yong-Wan? What a bunch of scammers. He gritted his teeth angrily. Scammers people call that being business savvy. That's business, kid. You should ask Kim Gi-Gyu to teach you a thing or two about it sometime. Suddenly, he pushed a piece of paper in front of him. Okay, this one looks decent. Lee Se Jun quickly picked up the paper, survival mission. Oh, Se-chan asked, what do you think? He expressed, well, a dungeon where the only goal is survival is pretty rare. This thing could sell for a ton of cash. The paper listed 240 hours, 2 floors, B-rank difficulty, and a capacity of 25 people. Entry requirement below level 40 completion condition, survive on the 2nd floor for 7 days. Reward a C-rank skill stone for surviving players. Lee Se Jun handed back the paper, survive for 7 days in a B-rank dungeon. This is the perfect place to grind levels by risking your life. He was stunned. What are you giving this to me for? He was bewildered. What? Oh, Se-chan explained, what do you mean what you're going to? He was completely floored. The paper fell from his hand at the man's words. No pain, no gain. If you don't work. Lee Se Jun quickly tried to negotiate. Wait, boss, I've reconsidered. This isn't the best fit. But, oh, Se-chan coaxed him, finally starting to learn how to evaluate dungeons. Huh, come on, I'm doing you a favor. Just go. In the end, he couldn't refuse and had to enter that dungeon. Lee Se Jun grumbled in annoyance. Damn it, I have to escort this psycho through another dungeon. Just as Kim Gi-Gyu suggested, first, let's take a little stroll to cool our heads, shall we? Scene change, Hansung Group. This is the #1 financial conglomerate in South Korea. They became the most influential corporation in the world by sponsoring the Salvation Guild. In the CEO's office, Park Jin-ho exclaimed in shock, Kang Jun is dead. Assistant BAE reported, yes, he entered a dungeon saying he was going to capture Kim Gi-Gyu and never came back. Park Jin-ho gritted her teeth in anger. Why does he always do things no one asked him to do? What about Onion's necklace? He hesitated. That is, she said irritably, it was taken, wasn't it? Find it and bring it back no matter what. Park Jin-ho gently touched her lips, lost in thought. Finding someone in the guild to replace Kang Jun isn't hard. But Onion's necklace is truly important. She thought to herself, the Skull Guild's string of failures seemed insignificant at first, but now it's becoming a real headache. It's escalating the tension between us and the Grand Swordsman and the Grand Archer. Park Jin-ho sighed softly. The seemingly perfect alliance now has cracks. At that moment, his detestable face appeared in her mind. The source of all this trouble is Park Yong-Wan. That bastard, if I had known things would turn out like this, I would have eliminated him sooner. Park Jin-ho bit her lip, calculating in her mind. He's become too powerful now, I have to wear down his forces bit by bit. She asked curiously, that newest member of Park Yong-Wan's personal guard, what about him? Assistant BAE asked back, you mean Kim Gi-Gyu? He was so tense he could barely breathe, slightly loosening his collar. Well, we're doing our best to handle him, but Park Yong-Wan is protecting him with everything he's got, so we can't get close. Assistant BAE continued to report not only that he's also investing a lot of resources into buying skills and equipment to train Kim Gi-Gyu. Park Jin-ho waved her hand dismissively. Enough with the excuses. She said in a cold voice, I just want to know if you have a plan to eliminate him yet, that's all. He spoke up. We've already sent a team to capture Kim Gi-Gyu. Park Jin-ho asked coldly, who's leading them? Assistant BAE replied respectfully, it's Suzuki, ma'am. A thought arose in her mind. Suzuki Aichi is the one with Lancelot's ring, so he can be trusted. Park Jin-Ho questioned, "Where are they now?" He reported back, "They are currently awaiting orders in Kong City." Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, the system notification rang out, "You have leveled up. You have reached level 40. The Messenger of Hell is impressed with your progress. You receive 8 additional inventory slots." Kim, Gi-Gyu, was excited. "Level 40, I can finally use the gift someone gave me." At that moment, Lee Se Jun was panting exhausted. He wiped the sweat from his face, cursing inwardly. "Kim, Gi-Gyu, the more I hang around this guy, the more I think he's a freak. He's probably the only one who can grind levels this fast and look so damn casual about it." Setting traps after analyzing the terrain seemed simple, but was incredibly effective. He didn't just know the type and number of monsters in every dungeon, but he also knew their exact locations. He even knew the most efficient way to hunt them. He knew everything. Lee Se Jun's eyes narrowed, thinking with certainty it's as if he's been through all this before. His eyes were glued to the paper in his hand. "Now, even if I fall into a tiger's den, I can escape with my life." The system sounds rang out continuously. "You have learned the golem summoning skill. You have learned the blood mist skill." He suggested, "We've reached our goal, so now let's just focus on clearing the dungeon flawlessly, okay?" However, Kim Gi-Gyu didn't agree with that idea. Quite the opposite. "Now that we have new skills, we have to grind even harder. That's the only way to accurately gauge our combat power." Lee Se Jun sounded fed up and annoyed. "Oh, give me a break." After some time, the two of them finally cleared the dungeon. The portal opened once again, and this time his legs were trembling too weak to even stand, so he could only crawl his way out. Lee Se Jun cried out in alarm. "Mr. Kim, what's wrong? Are you okay?" She quickly knelt to support him, her voice filled with worry. "Are you hurt anywhere?" His face was gaunt, completely drained of energy, and he could only manage to choke out one word. "Gonna puke." He didn't seem to care, his voice cold. "I have to go somewhere now." Lee Se Jun was confused. "Okay." He then face-planted on the ground, whispering weakly, "I need food." She handed Kim Gi-Gyu a phone. "You can contact him with this." A familiar voice came from the other end. "This is Secretary Lee, what's the matter?" He replied flatly, "It's me, Kim Gi-Gyu." Right now, he was probably thinking that he was in Kaesong. Kim Gi-Gyu's voice continued, "There's a place I want to go." The call ended quickly. "Oh." Se-chan stared silently at the phone, wondering why it had to be Kaesong. What was he plotting? After the gates appeared, North Korea, which had been isolated from the outside world, was forced to open its doors to receive aid. That place was the city of Kaesong, where entry and exit were unrestricted. And if you could clear a dungeon, you could do whatever you wanted. As a result, the Kaesong Special Zone became a den for players with criminal records. The entire city was soon consumed by greed. Scene change to Kaesong night had fallen, and darkness enveloped everything. A beat-up old bus rattled and clanked down a deserted road. Kim Gi-Gyu was now in disguise, pretending to tremble before the thug in front of him. So Hun asked cockily, "First time I've seen your face around here. You a new porter, kiddo?" He pretended not to understand what a porter. The guy explained, "Yeah, like a nobody who just follows along to haul loot back from the dungeons." Kim Gi-Gyu pushed up his glasses fearfully, cold sweat breaking out on his face. "That's not it." So Hun smirked, his voice confident. "Don't even try to deny it, anyone here can tell. But looking at you, it doesn't seem like you ended up here for assault, huh? Did you scam some rich kid out of their money? No need to hide it, we're all in the same boat here," he said condescendingly, "but you look a little green because pretty much everyone here is a convict. If they ain't murderers, they're rapists. We're all outlaws living free just because we got that player tag." So Hun continued, "Pretty convenient, huh? With this status, as long as you make money, you can always make a comeback. Being a player is pretty damn sweet. Anyway, your turn. Spill it. How'd you end up here?" He explained, "I was betrayed by the person I trusted most." The guy seemed intrigued by Kim Gi-Gyu's story. "Ouch! Betrayal. I don't know who that backstabbing bastard is, but I bet you hate his guts." A moment later, So Hun turned to leave. "Well, if you need anything, just give me a shout." His eyes turned sharp and cold, reflecting his current mood. "That's right. This is the price for betraying the entire world." The thug sat quietly in a corner, tapping on his phone, a vile smirk occasionally flashing across his lips. On the screen, So Hun received a message from his crony, "How are the porters?" He lazily typed a reply, "No one's suspicious, they're all disposable." A while later, the bus finally arrived. The tires screeched on the dirt, the sound echoing as the driver yelled with disgust, "We're here! Get the hell out!" At the same time, back at Oh Se-chan's office, Lee Se Jun's voice could be heard from outside the building. "Kaesong is in North Korea." He rubbed his full belly casually, picking his teeth. He really went there. That freak is always pulling some crazy stunt. That place is a gathering spot for a bunch of bloodthirsty psychos. What does he expect to find in that lawless hellhole? Oh, Se Jun looked at the ridiculously long bill in his hand, his face twisting in anger. You lunatic! He pointed straight at the person opposite him, roaring furiously. It's you damn freeloader showing up right at dinner time, aren't you? She frowned, her voice full of annoyance. I seem to recall Kim Gi-Gyu mentioning something about sharing the spiny snake's skin. Oh. Se Jun panicked and quickly softened his tone. Since when did Kim Gi-Gyu go to Kasong? Lee Se Jun pouted. See, stop being such a weasel, you only changed the subject because you got spooked. Oh, Se Jun pretended to be calm, but cold sweat was pouring off him. Why would he go to Kasong right now? This is so inconvenient. That person is also in Kasong right now. She was stunned, that person who... His face was dead serious. There's another monster even more terrifying than Kim Gi-Gyu. Oh, Se Jun continued. He's probably around level 50 by now, right? At that level, no one can touch him. A thought crossed his mind. I hope I'm wrong, it's way too early for those two to run into each other. Lee Se Jun couldn't believe what she was hearing and shot back. You've got to be kidding me, dude. There's someone even more psycho than Kim Gi-Gyu. If there was, I'd know his name. What is it? He answered calmly. You've definitely heard of him, Suzuki Aichi, the hunting dog of the Salvation Guild. At that very moment in Kaesong, Suzuki Aichi was on the phone. Understood, I'll prepare immediately. Limin asked worriedly, Is there a problem, boss? Suzuki Aichi said, The Queen wants us to take care of the next target. The guy looked confused. Who's the next target? At the same time, the driver's angry voice boomed from behind, Get the hell off my bus. He growled, Kim Gi-Gyu. Limin was surprised. Kim Gi-Gyu never heard of him. Suzuki Aichi's voice turned serious. She specifically told us to be on high alert, so he's definitely not just some random guy. The man flashed a bootlicking grin. Whatever an order's an order, so let's just get it done. He reminded them that a new kill order was out, so they had to clear this dungeon fast and then start investigating the guy. All right, what's the deal with the porters? Kim Jun reported that the foreman messaged back saying everything was cool and they could stick to the plan. Suzuki Aichi urged, All right, get ready to move out. Kim Gi-Gyu had overheard the whole thing. He stared at them in silence, not even blinking. Suzuki, never thought I'd see you again in a situation like this. If this was me from yesterday, I would have avoided you like the damn plague. Thoughts swirled relentlessly in Kim Gi-Gyu's mind. A mad dog ready to destroy anything on the Salvation Guild's command. Once he hit level 100, his activities were restricted because his level got too high. He thought to himself, that's why the Salvation Guild needed to train another mad dog to do their dirty work. A truth he only discovered much later. If it weren't for that, the bastard wouldn't have shown up to recruit me himself. Underestimating Suzuki would be a huge mistake. For all I know, Park Yong-Wan might have already given him Lilith's ring. If this goes on, he'll become an unstoppable monster. Kim Gi-Gyu set his immediate goal. I have to stop that from happening while I still can time to head into the dungeon. Inside the dungeon, the next objective was to defeat the red orcs to proceed to the next floor. In another part of the dungeon, fresh blood sprayed everywhere mixed with agonizing screams. Hearing the scream, Suzuki Aichi yelled in surprise. What the hell was that? Kim Jun stammered in fear. One of the porters just iced one of our guys and took off. He quickly asked for orders. Captain, what's the move? Should we go after him? Seeing the wound on the cold body, Suzuki Aichi's face twisted. He was killed with a single clean strike to a vital point. He turned the dead man's head over. He thought to himself, this guy's no rookie when it comes to killing. Sensing the situation was turning dangerous, Suzuki Aichi immediately ordered, Scrap. The plan waste all the remaining porters. Lim obeyed respectfully. Got it, Captain. In a flash, one man pulled a sword from his inventory. The blade reflected the dungeon's dim light, and another guy instantly summoned his weapon, gripping it tight, ready to attack. In an instant, another dude grabbed his sharp axe. The glint of steel was a clear sign that all hell was about to break loose. Right after that, they immediately surrounded the porters, closing in with murderous looks in their eyes. A terrified So-Hun stammered, What's happening? What are you guys trying to do? We're just porters. We don't even have weapons. We signed a contract and everything. Just chill out. He couldn't even finish his sentence before he was slashed countless times. Blood sprayed everywhere as the others watched in horror. A panicked man yelled, Everybody run for it. But it was useless. A bloodbath erupted, painting the ground red. Agonized screams echoed throughout the dungeon, mixing with the clang of weapons to create a suffocatingly chaotic scene. Soon, the ground was covered in bodies with pools of blood, creating a gruesome scene. The man approached Suzuki Aichi. It's done. They're all dead. Can we split up and find him now? He said in a cold voice, He ran after killing just one guy, which means he's planning to use hit-and-run tactics. He's on his own, so he'll for sure pick us off one by one if we separate. His scheme is as clear as day, and you want to walk right into his trap. Suzuki Aichi laid out the next objective. First, we need to get more intel on him. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed and he snapped his head toward the sound. Seeing the giant monster before him, Suzuki Aichi was stunned. A golem, he said with conviction. So, his constellation is Hell's messenger. Suzuki Aichi silently deduced he can't summon minions without a sacrifice, so this golem is probably just a diversion to stall us. With that, he quickly commanded, "Change of plans, we're chasing him. But we need to take care of this golem first." Immediately, the system displayed the activation of the skill from the Guardian of the Fount of Wisdom bind. As Jun-Seek's magic erupted, vines instantly shot up from the ground, lashing out like lightning. They quickly coiled around the golem's arms, holding it in place and making it an easy target for his allies' next attacks. At Suzuki Aichi's warning, his men swiftly changed their weapons. Golems have high resistance to light physical damage. Everyone switched to heavy weapons. He shouted, "They're not that dangerous, just go for its legs and it's over." His men furiously attacked the golem's legs, giving it no chance to retaliate from his hiding place. The scene unfolding before him made Gi-Gyu give them props. They knew to switch to the right weapons for the situation, had great teamwork, and on top of that, they knew exactly where to hit. Before long, both of the golem's legs were shattered. Kim-Jun agilely jumped up, getting ready to land the final blow. He raised his weapon high, aiming right for the golem's head. In a flash, a deafening explosion went off. The monster's head was obliterated, and thick smoke and dust filled the air, hiding everything from view. All of a sudden, a shrill sound cut through the air. Yun-Seek wondered to himself, what was that noise? An arrow flew out of nowhere, rocketing toward him at an insane speed. In a split second, it was just inches from his face, making Yun-Seek's heart skip a beat. In that life-or-death moment, Suzuki Aichi appeared in the nick of time, blocking the arrow and saving him from certain death. Yun-Seek, still reeling and pale-faced, stammered, "I'm sorry, Captain." He snapped back in annoyance. Don't get careless just because he's rolling solo. Just then a thought about Heller flashed through Suzuki Aichi's mind while the team was busy with the golem. He was super curious. Not only was this fighting style familiar, but the dude was also crazy skilled with ranged attacks and summoning abilities. Who the hell is this bastard? Suddenly, a panicked voice yelled out, making Suzuki Aichi snap his head around. "We've got another wave of attacks." Seeing a dark horde rushing toward them, Kim-Jun freaked out and yelled, "Who the hell are they players? Where'd they crawl out from? I thought we were the only ones in this dungeon." Limin instantly raised his bow. "I'll hold them off. Get in formation, quick." An arrow ripped through the air like a bolt of lightning. Just then, the system notification chimed, activating the skill Silent Hunter's Scattershot. The arrow immediately exploded in Limin's hand, scattering into a ton of smaller arrows that zipped toward the dark horde in front of them. They screamed through the air, carving sharp arcs straight at the dark horde ahead. But when the arrows hit, they just passed right through like they were flying into thin air. The dark figures didn't even flinch, just letting each arrow phase through their bodies. Limin's jaw dropped in astonishment. They were just charging straight forward instead of dodging. What the hell is this? The blazing red armor of the skeleton soldiers lit up, glowing brightly in the thick black smoke, like an untouchable flame in the darkness. One of them lunged forward, getting right in his face. Limin yelled in terror, "They're skeleton soldiers." A sword slashed down and he dodged, but couldn't avoid it completely. The blade sliced across Limin's face, drawing blood. He instantly leapt backward, keeping a safe distance from the skeleton soldier. Wiping the blood from his cheek, Limin couldn't help but be shocked. What kind of skeleton soldier moves that fast? The battle was brutal, both sides clashing hard with the deafening clang of metal ringing out. Kim-Jun held his ground, cursing under his breath. Damn it, these freaking grunts. They don't have to worry about getting hurt, so their attacks are just relentless. He was so pissed he gritted his teeth. I've never seen a skeleton soldier fight this good before. Suzuki Aichi quickly unleashed his skill. Holy Light Executioner's Severing Strike. Sharp blades of light flared up, sweeping toward the skeleton soldier and slicing its body into a million pieces. He thought to himself, these skeletons are copying their master's moves. Suzuki Aichi muttered, so that means their summoner has to be seriously powerful. The fight was still a total slugfest with both sides evenly matched. He told himself, this ain't good if it keeps up. His sword swung again, and in a flash the skeleton soldier's body was cleaved in two, saving Kim-Jun from a close call. Kim-Jun whipped his head around, stunned. Captain Suzuki Aichi growled, his voice low and angry. "Don't look down on these skeletons. Treat them like veteran players and give it everything you've got." He added, "They're wearing heavy armor, so aim for the joints." He answered sharply, "Got it." Captain Kim-Jun kept fighting, yelling out, "You all hear that? From now on, focus your attacks on their armor joints. He unleashed a flurry of skilled strikes, accurately targeting the critical weak spots on the skeletons. The teammates behind him immediately got serious and followed his lead. Suzuki Aichi jumped, rocketing through the chaotic dust and smoke. An ice-cold thought ran through his mind. I can faintly sense him hiding somewhere on this battlefield. The thought had barely crossed his mind when Suzuki Aichi's eyes lit up, spotting something out of place. If I can just take out the player who summoned these skeletons. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, one figure stood perfectly still, as if completely separate from the flow of the fight. He cheered silently in his head. There he is, Suzuki. Aichi instantly slammed on the brakes, his feet digging into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust behind him. Suzuki Aichi shot forward like an arrow, charging straight at the enemy. In the blink of an eye, he was right in the guy's face. His icy eyes filled with killing intent. A cold blade came slicing down, ripping through the air with a terrifying sound, as if it could cut space in half. Suzuki Aichi stood there proud, like a swordsman who just nailed a perfect performance. But to his surprise, there wasn't a single cry of pain. All Suzuki Aichi saw was a cloak sliced clean in two. The fabric slowly drifted to the ground, revealing a figure standing motionless on the battlefield. He was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. A skull mask. Suzuki Aichi wondered. Is this guy the Thorn Snake Hunter, Isaac Ivanov? One unlucky skeleton soldier hit the dirt, its skull crushed to bits. Kim Jun reported to Suzuki only 2 skeletons left. But then he saw Kim Gi-Gyu disguised as Isaac, a blonde dude in a skull mask who was Isaac Ivanov, the Thorn Snake Hunter. Kim Jun wondered, isn't that guy a huge fan of the Salvation Guild? What's he doing here? Kim Gi-Gyu glanced around, plotting his next move. Time to move on to Plan B. He immediately took off with the 2 skeleton soldiers, one big and one small. Suzuki Aichi frowned, getting a bad feeling about this. A retreat. Is this a plot to drain our stamina? He's a necromancer. It'll be bad news if we give him time to prepare, Kim Jun demanded clearly. Pissed. He already took out 4 of our guys. What are we waiting for? Why aren't we chasing him? Suzuki shut him down. No, we can't make a reckless move until we know what he's planning. Kim Jun didn't listen and charged forward anyway. Wait for what, my ass? He's obviously tired out. Suzuki reasoned that playing it by the book, chasing him down once he lost all his summons, would be the smart move. But he hesitated. What if his summons aren't his real ace in the hole? Thinking this, he screamed, "Stop! It's a trap!" Just as he finished speaking, a light flared up and a thunderous explosion echoed from the direction Kim Jun was running. It was Kim Gi-Gyu's skill, the activation of the Hell's Messenger skill. Then, boom, a cloud of black smoke from that direction engulfed Suzuki Ailimon and Jun Shik's group, forcing them to cover their mouths and noses on high alert. What the hell is this freaky smoke? Suzuki commanded, "Everyone stay sharp. Our visibility is limited right now. We can't predict what's going to happen." Through the hazy smoke, a faint figure appeared. It was Kim Jun. The explosion had wounded him all over. He groaned. "My bad. I was too reckless." The system announced, "You have been poisoned." With both internal and external injuries, Kim Jun coughed up a mouthful of black blood. The sharp-eyed Suzuki Aichi saw it and grew wary. He's coughing up black blood. Jun Shik rushed over. "Just hang on, I'm coming to heal you right now." However, Suzuki stopped him with a raised hand. "Don't, his blood has turned completely black, it's too late." Jun Shik looked at him startled. Captain Kim Jun couldn't stand steady, staggering before collapsing to the ground. Black blood started pouring from his orifices and he trembled in fear. "It's just a little poison, I'm fine, get over here and heal me, please." Like a final burst of energy, Kim Jun used all his strength to run back to his teammates. "I don't want to go out like a chump." However, his wish was not granted because a light flashed. It was the cold glint of Suzuki's blade. He decisively sent his subordinate to the afterlife. Watching Kim Jun fall, he mentally reviewed the information he had. There was never any intel about Ajak Ivanov using poison, but for him to use a poison so potent it could kill his subordinate almost instantly, Suzuki Aichi wondered. Why didn't he use the poison from the start? Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? The wound on Lemin's face began to throb, and the blood that trickled out was black. Some of the other team members' superficial wounds showed a similar situation. Lemin felt something was off. "I didn't pay much attention because of the explosion, but why isn't this poison mist clearing up?" At the same time, Suzuki received a notification. Lalotte's ring has activated its powerful poison resistance feature. He yelled, "It's poison! Everyone get out of the mist now!" By the time they realized it, it was too late. Jun Shik felt dizzy, his body swaying. "Oh crap, I'm screwed." He received a notification. "You have been poisoned. Your life force will continuously drain due to the effects of the deadly poison." It wasn't just Jun-Shik, all the team members without poison resistance began to collapse. Suzuki finally understood everyone's been poisoned, so this was his real goal. He used the poison mist to break the guild's defenses. Just then, a skeleton soldier suddenly attacked from behind him. Suzuki Aichi frowned and glared back, preparing to counterattack. However, the two skeleton soldiers ignored him and continued moving forward. He realized, no, it's not targeting me. It wants to kill my subordinates. At the same time, Suzuki also predicted what would happen next. So, that means he's going to, Thinking this, he spun around and sure enough he saw Kim Gi-Gyu's figure. The clang of cold steel rang in his ears. In just a flash the two had exchanged countless blows. Then they temporarily separated, keeping a safe distance. Suddenly, a special notification rang out. The Holy Sea's executioners are showing interest in this fight. Suzuki was inwardly surprised. A notification from a constellation. It was the same on Kim Gi-Gyu's side. Hell's Messenger is showing interest in this fight. He cautiously used a power-up item. Just as I thought, this dude's way smarter than that skeleton butcher Kang-Ju punk. Kim Gi-Gyu had planned to distract him and then finish it with a single blow. If I'm not careful, this whole thing could go south real fast. He activated the skill of the Necklace of the Sun's Blessing. At the same time, at Oh Se-chan's office, night had fallen with only one floor still lit. Jisoo reported, "We've confirmed Kim Gi-Gyu's location. Just as predicted, he's in that dungeon." "Oh," Se-chan exclaimed, "so he's really going to try and take out Suzuki." He scratched his chin, speculating, if that's the case, then he's definitely targeting the Salvation Guild. Kim Gi-Gyu would be a valuable ally, but that's only if he makes it back alive. Jisoo sought instructions. "What should we do?" "Oh," Se-chan said. "Secretary Lee, I think it's time we use that." She hesitated before confirming, "Are you talking about—" "Oh," Se-chan nodded. "Yes, the very thing you spent so much effort on. For months to find the power of the Pharaoh." In the dungeon, Suzuki Aichi's team members lay on the ground, breathless. A weary Kim Gi-Gyu collapsed to one side. His last large skeleton soldier had also been hacked to pieces by Suzuki. He turned back to look at him, asking coldly, "It's just the two of us now. Got any more tricks up your sleeve?" Blood trickled from the corner of Kim Gi-Gyu's mouth. He had already focused the sun's blessing on himself. But the power gap was still this huge. He was even stronger than he remembered. His body was covered in wounds of all sizes, and he was bleeding out. He blamed himself. "You were too cocky, thinking you could handle Suzuki alone." The man didn't attack right away, but instead offered praise. "You're the first punk to give me this much trouble, I'll give you that, but I'm sure you've realized it too, right? Oh, you've lost too much blood. This fight will be over soon." The system sent a notification to Suzuki Aichi. "You have been poisoned." But then a second notification appeared. "The Lolot's ring has activated its blood poison resistance feature." He glanced at the ring. "If it weren't for this ring, I'd be 6 feet under with the rest of my crew by now." He thought to himself, "I'm reaching my limit too." Suzuki slowly stepped forward, still very cautious. "If I lose any more blood, I'll be the one going down." He raised his blade high, preparing to take Kim Gi-Gyu's life. Farewell. In this situation, hanging by a thread, a series of images flashed through his mind. Park Yong-Wan had warned him that because his blood was poisonous, surgery and blood transfusions would be nearly impossible if he were seriously injured. So Secretary Kim gave him something the boss had prepared. Park Yong-Wan explained that while it might not be very effective once Kim Gi-Gyu got stronger, until then this item could very well save his life. Kim Gi-Gyu looked at the yellowed paper on the table. This memory was a lifesaver for him right now. His eyes widened as he activated the skill he had received back then. Immediately, Kim Gi-Gyu lunged forward with all his might. His sudden move astonished Suzuki Aichi. A cornered rat. Kim Gi-Gyu wasn't holding a weapon. He used his bare hand to touch the open wound on Suzuki Aichi's body. The system announced the activation of the Hell's Emissary's blood-sucking skill. Blood gushed from the man's body, swirling before entering Kim Gi-Gyu. The sudden shock from the rapid blood loss made Suzuki Aichi fall backward. But both had reached their limit, and the two collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Suzuki Aichi received a notification: "You have lost too much blood. All stats have sharply decreased." As for Kim Gi-Gyu, he was slowly regaining his vitality. A red stream of spiritual power swirled around his body. "You have recovered 5% of your vitality. The bleeding has stopped." Regaining his strength, Kim Gi-Gyu walked over to the man. "A guy like you should be smart enough to realize the true nature of the lycanthrope by now." "So, are you still going to follow him?" The man managed a weak laugh. "Mr. Isaac Ivanov, why are you attacking us? Everyone says this world is coming to an end. But I think differently." Kim Gi-Gyu silently listened to him ramble on. With this power, we players ruling the world is the true way to finish this game. That's just stupid. It goes against all reason. He had no interest in hearing the man's thoughts, so he pulled the ring off Suzuki Aichi's hand. Ring of Lelit. Legendary quality usage conditions. A legendary item gifted to Lancelot by the Lady of the Lake. It protects the user from all adverse statuses like poison, curses, and insanity, adds 100 magic power when equipped, and resists all adverse effects. The moment the item was gone, he received a notification. The effect of the Ring of Lelit has disappeared. You have been poisoned. Resistance stat has sharply decreased due to excessive blood loss. Kim Gi-Gyu said coldly, "Truth and justice belong to the strong, so just accept that you're gonna die by my hand." The poison seeped into his body, and combined with the massive blood loss, Suzuki Aichi coughed up blood in agony. In the end, only his fading cough remained in the gloomy forest of the dungeon. The system sent a notification to Kim Gi-Gyu about opening the Eye of Anubis. The dungeon was cleared, and a figure walked out. The gate gradually disappeared. Stepping outside, the disguised Kim Gi-Gyu noticed something up ahead. A military officer and 2 military vehicles were there to greet him. The man handed him a walkie-talkie. "We've been waiting for you. Take this." A gloating laugh came from the walkie-talkie. "Damn, you actually managed to take down Suzuki Aichi. Don't give me that crap about accidentally killing him without knowing who he was." Kim Gi-Gyu replied coolly, "What's the big deal about killing one of the Salvation Guild's trained hunting dogs?" Hearing such arrogant words, Oh Se Jun was momentarily at a loss for words. He was silent for a moment, then said, "No problem, but I didn't think you'd go this big. At first, I just thought you were some eccentric client. I get your point now." This time it was Kim Gi-Gyu's turn to be silent. But he didn't need to, as Se Jun continued. "To be honest, we share a common goal with you. So how about we meet up to talk business when you get back from your raid?" Kim Gi-Gyu took off his glasses, listening to Se Jun's proposal. "This is a sensitive matter, so I suggest we meet in person. Communicating remotely like this isn't ideal." He readily agreed. "All right. I have no reason to object as long as it's to take down the Salvation bastards." At the city cemetery, a few drops of morning dew clung to the leaves. A woman walked up to a columbarium niche. Gi-Gyu sadly reached out and opened a niche door. Inside was an urn, along with a photo of the deceased with Gi-Gyu from her school days. She pressed her lips together, lost in thought. Jisoo stood there for a moment without a word, then left. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black dungeon, a burst of fire lit up a corner of the sky. Someone put a whistle to their lips and blew hard. A piercing whistle echoed, and the hunters who heard it yelled to each other, "That's the signal! Everyone, fall back!" But one figure walked against the crowd, heading straight towards the blazing fire. He was a tall, large man, walking slowly without a hint of fear. It was Lee Se Jun. His eyes filled with determination, he muttered, "Spasiba." The gold ring on his hand flashed. He suddenly recalled his conversation with Kim Gi-Gyu. "So you want me to hold that firefox? Are you nuts?" Back then, Kim Gi-Gyu had taunted him. "What's wrong? You scared got an immortal body but can't handle the heat." Lee Se Jun retorted defensively, "No way, I ain't scared. I just want to know if your plan is even feasible." Kim Gi-Gyu reassured him and tossed him an item. "You just need to hold it off for 5 seconds. I'll take care of the rest. Take this too." Lee Se Jun instinctively caught the tossed item. The system announced, "You have received the Ring of Lelit." He opened his hand and stared, stunned. "What the hell is this gold ring?" Kim Gi-Gyu instructed, "Just take it for protection." Lee Se Jun's mind raced and he got weirded out. "What do you mean? Are you proposing to me? Hey, I respect whatever you're into, man." But Kim Gi-Gyu wasn't in the mood to play along. He turned to leave. "Stop rambling and listen up. That's the Ring of Lelit. It can protect the wearer from adverse effects, but it won't do jack against burns." Hearing that Lee Se Jun couldn't help but blurt out, "Then what the hell's the point?" Kim Gi-Gyu reminded him, "But if that fox's fire can cause debuffs, this ring will save your ass. Remember, this is an A+ rank dungeon, the kind where any crazy asterisk T can happen." Lee Se Jun felt anxious sweat pouring down his face. He promised to treat him to a lavish feast until he was stuffed if he could hold the firefox for more than 5 seconds. "Oh, you better keep your damn word, you bastard." After making up his mind, Lee Se Jun shot forward, cursing as he charged. Spasima, he lunged straight for the firefox. The firefox charged at him too. The fox snapped and missed. Lee Se Jun seized the opportunity and grabbed it by the neck. For their first meeting, he put the firefox in a tight headlock, which the fox didn't seem to appreciate much. It threw its head back and roared in anger. Its eyes glowed and scorching flames poured out from them as its whole body burst into fire. Lee Se Jun started to get nervous as the flames erupted instantly, and he screamed from the burn. A system notification appeared. "The firefox's flame has placed a darkness curse on you. You have been blinded. Luckily, thanks to the ring Kim Gi-Gyu gave him, another message popped up. Lancelot's ring has activated its resistance to the darkness curse effect. Lee Se Jun could only grit his teeth and hold on tight to the fox. I'm gonna hold this thing no matter what and then eat until you go broke, you slippery bastard. Boom. The flames blazed more fiercely than ever. Who knows if Lee Se Jun is okay? On the other side, Kim Gi-Gyu took out a weapon. Blood Key Learning Condition Hell's Messenger requires level 1 or higher. Skill. Rank D. You can create a weapon from your own blood. The type of weapon created depends on the user's stats. Immediately after to shorten Lee Se Jun's suffering, Kim Gi-Gyu launched himself from his spot. He held the spear named Blood Kai and ran straight towards the firefox. Amidst the scorching flames that could incinerate anything, Lee Se Jun gritted his teeth, refusing to let go of the fox's neck. The fox opened its mouth wide and roared, but it had no idea this was the moment Kim Gi-Gyu was waiting for. Elsewhere, a newspaper was placed on a table. The front page had news about a dungeon. The Japanese government approved the Salvation Guild's conquest of a Japanese dungeon. The A+ rank Firefox dungeon now belonged to the Salvation Guild. Oh, Se Jun wasn't too happy about it, thoughtfully analyzing that for the Salvation Guild to get a hold of one of Japan's national treasures. An A+ rank dungeon, it meant they were holding some kind of leverage over the Japanese government. He stroked his chin. Ever since Isaac Ivanov appeared, the Salvation Guild had started acting more brazenly. It's highly likely they have something on not just Japan, but China and the US as well. Just then, Lee Se Jun opened the door and walked into the office. Good morning. Oh. Se Jun turned to look at her. You're here. His eyes scanned her from top to bottom, suddenly noticing something. His secretary's usually spotless high heels were covered in mud and dry grass today. Lee Se Jun immediately sat down at her desk. I'll get right on that report you mentioned yesterday. Just give me a moment. Oh, Se Jun walked over to his own desk and picked up the desk calendar. Ah, no rush. It's not even office hours yet. Take your time. He looked at the marked date on the calendar. Today was Secretary Lee's birthday. He blamed himself a little. He'd been so caught up he'd lost track of time. She must have just gotten back from that place. Oh, Se Jun raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself that since it's her birthday, he should give Secretary Lee a little surprise. So he smiled and told Secretary Lee, let's have steak for lunch. Lee Se Jun looked at him surprised. Oh, really? You're treating boss. Did you find a coupon or did you hit your head? Oh, Se Jun got pissed that his character was being questioned. Hey, what kind of person do you take me for? She didn't elaborate. No comment. That evening at the Korean International Airport, two figures emerged pulling their luggage. Lee Se Jun was still lost in thought. If Kim Gi-Gyu hadn't given him Lancelot's ring, he probably would have been toast. He watched Kim Gi-Gyu walking ahead, never expecting that Fox's fire could cause such a debuff. Having just gone through a literal firefight, Lee Se Jun was completely in awe of Kim Gi-Gyu for predicting everything and preparing so thoroughly. He still shuddered, remembering the system notification from back then. The Firefox's flame has placed a darkness curse on you. You have been blinded. Lee Se Jun gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking he had almost caught up to him. But in reality, he suddenly heard the person in front of him say, let's go our separate ways here. He put a hand on Kim Gi-Gyu's shoulder to remind him, what do you mean separate ways? Did you forget what you promised me? He turned his head back, confused. Promised what? Lee Se Jun grinned smugly. You said if I held the fox for more than 5 seconds, you'd treat me to a feast. Kim Gi-Gyu didn't deny it. That's right, but you only held it for exactly 4.9 seconds. His dirty trick made Lee Se Jun furious. What are you trying to play dirty 4.9, my ass? That was at least 50 seconds. You trying to bullshit me, dude? Lee Se Jun dragged his luggage and chased after him. Hey, you weasel, where do you think you're sneaking off to? Kim Gi-Gyu insisted 4.9 seconds. Lee Se Jun backed down a bit. Fine, 5.9 seconds, but you can't just bail on the deal, you damn monkey. Kim Gi-Gyu ignored him, still insisting it was 4.9 seconds. Elsewhere, someone was reading a newspaper with the headline that Isaac Ivanov had successfully cleared the Firefox dungeon. This person was none other than Park Yong-Wan. He remarked, Isaac Ivanov is one hell of a guy. At first, I thought he was just some glory-seeking clown. He asked the person across from him, what do you think? Kim Gi-Gyu nodded. Yes, I think so too. Just then, Secretary Kim rushed in. Chairman, I have something to report. Realizing Park Yong-Wan was with a guest, she hesitated. If you have a guest, I can come back later. Kim Gi-Gyu glanced at her, wondering what could make her be in such a hurry. Park Yong-Wan said, It's fine. Go ahead and report. What is it? Secretary Kim reported, Han, the person we've been trying to recruit recently, has joined the Salvation Guild. Hearing that, he slammed the newspaper down on the table. Huh? The Salvation Guild Secretary Kim reported that it seems the Salvation Guild has gotten a step ahead of us, leveraging Han's influence in Europe. Meanwhile, Kim Gi-Gyu was deep in thought. Yoo Seong and the Salvation Guild this early. He remembered it was supposed to be a long time before they teamed up. He reconsidered. Could it be that him killing Suzuki Aichi sped things up? He had to observe the situation and adjust his plans accordingly. On the other side, Park Yong-Wan sighed in frustration. I wanted to use Han to infiltrate and monitor the Salvation Guild, but now he's an enemy. He crossed his arms, thinking, then said, we'll have to go with Plan B. Kim Gi-Gyu suddenly spoke up, suggesting, in that case, what do you think about that Isaac guy you just mentioned? Park Yong-Wan frowned slightly. Isaac, huh? It'd be awesome if he were on our side, but we have zero intel on him. It won't be easy. Secretary Kim shared some news. According to rumors, Isaac has been showing up at the black market frequently lately to buy skills for this White Bone Knight. Park Yong-Wan figured it would be a real pain. That's a very rare skill. After a moment of thought, he suddenly chuckled, so he's looking for the White Bone Knight skill. Park Yong-Wan smirked. This seems a lot more convenient than we thought. On the other side, Kim Gi-Gyu also smiled, having achieved his goal. At night, the moon hung high in the sky, illuminating the tall building of the Salvation Guild. A figure was standing through the window gazing at the moon when Shin-H approached to report, Suzuki Aichi is dead, along with all of his subordinates. The person by the window asked coldly, and the workshop? Shin-H bowed her head and replied, the Kong workshop has been completely destroyed without a trace. Lee Se Jun coldly concealed his rage. So, who was bold enough to challenge us? Jin-H, as if sensing his anger, trembled and replied, there's a report that one of Park Yong-Wan's subordinates was discovered using a fake identity in Kong. It sounds a bit hard to believe, but I think that Park Yong-Wan's side orchestrated this attack. Lee Se Jun turned around and continued to ask, so how are you handling this? Jin-H bowed her head as if she had made a mistake. If you're asking about the Park Yong-Wan incident, she answered cautiously and anxiously. I've already initiated the retaliation plan. It will be soon. At the same time, Park Yong-Wan was signing a contract. Little did he know he was being set up. His foolish efforts against the Salvation Guild would be the end of him. Finishing her sentence, Shin-H turned on the 3D screen on the conference table. There's one more issue. She pointed at the screen. We've recruited this person to keep an eye on Isaac. Jin-H introduced him. He's an ambitious player who has expanded his influence throughout Europe. His constellation is the Messenger of Hell, and his signature skill is Bone Soldiers. Basically, he can create a massive number of bone soldiers, enough to form an army. No matter how powerful the enemy, they are helpless against his forces. The players who have witnessed that terrifying power have named him the King of the Underworld. A man who often appears with a bone steed and an army of bone soldiers, Han. This was a cold blonde-haired young man with a large burn scar over his right eye. Jin-H sat down and continued sharing. We've decided to join forces with Han instead of that mysterious Isaac. He'll be easier to control because his ambitions and goals are crystal clear. She expressed her concern. Even though Isaac told the media he's on good terms with our guild. However, we've suffered too many losses because of him, so we'll use Yoo Seong to monitor Isaac just in case of the worst-case scenario. Suddenly, Lee Se Jun walked over and placed a hand on her shoulder, startling her. He gently squeezed Jin-H's shoulder. That's right, the greater the ambition, the easier they are to control. She panicked, glancing at Lee Se Jun. Sweat pouring down her face. Backlit Lee. Se Jun looked 1,000 times more terrifying than his handsome and polite exterior. He spoke in a low voice. King of the Underworld, huh? He looked at the hooded picture of Han. I like that name. Then Lee Se Jun left, leaving behind a warning. This is the last chance I'm giving you. Hearing this, Jin-H's spirit shattered as if she had just received a death sentence. Elsewhere, Park Yong-Wan walked out of the convention center. Outside, Secretary Kim was already waiting by the car. The car sped off into the night. Park Yong-Wan got in silently, resting his chin on his hand in thought. Secretary Kim, noticing his unusual silence, asked, Chairman, is something wrong? Did the negotiations with the Pioneer Guild not go well? He replied thoughtfully, No, the negotiations went smoothly. Park Yong-Wan analyzed. Those Pioneer guys have been dying to get a foothold in the South Korean market for a long time. But as rivals, their pride won't let them bow down to the Salvation Guild just to do it. So, making a deal with us is their best option. Secretary Kim understood this, but seeing his boss's tense expression, he suggested sharing the burden. Partnering with one of the top 5 guilds in the world will give us an advantage in controlling the Salvation Guild's growth. Is there something else bothering you, sir? He tapped his fingers on the windowsill. Yeah, there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. At least he was still a fox, always having a bad feeling in his gut. Whenever someone eagerly brings him a gift, there's bound to be a scheme. Park Yong-Wan rested his chin on his hand, looking outside, calculating in his mind. If the Pioneer Guild tried to play him, he would use their precious reputation against them. Having decided, he ordered Kim Gi-Gyu to be summoned to the guild headquarters the next morning. The following morning, at the Phoenix Guild headquarters, someone exclaimed in surprise, "What, the Pioneer Guild?" That voice belonged to Kim Gi-Gyu. He sounded unhappy as he said, "So, from now on, I have to work with the Pioneer Guild." Park Yong-Wan wagged his index finger. "No, it's not about working together. It's just getting their protection so you can grind freely." He shared. "They said they're entering the dungeon in 2 days, so you better get ready." Kim Gi-Gyu just had to say yeah. With that settled, he hopped in the elevator and headed down to the first floor. Leaving the Phoenix Guild, Gi-Gyu figured that to put a leash on the Salvation Guild, he had no other move but to bring in a third party. But this whole scheme seemed a little over the top. No way that Witch Park Sin-H could see through Park Yong-Wan's plan. He smirked. Clutching the flashy red vest in his hand, he was teaming up with America's mega guild, the Pioneer Guild, for the time being. Given how things were looking, it was a solid bet that the Pioneer Guild and the Salvation Guild were already secretly working together. Gi-Gyu whipped out his phone to call Oh Se-chan. But just guessing was not going to cut it. He had to get more intel first. A few days later, they were at an abandoned factory near the dungeon gate. In the waiting room, Gi-Gyu was chilling quietly in a corner while some of the other members were buzzing, hyped to meet the Pioneer Guild. Word is, they sent one of their top dogs this time. Handbill was stoked about this team-up. Having them watch our backs on this raid is a damn lucky break. Making it onto Park Yong-Wan's personal guard is sick. Right after he said that, the door clicked open. A guy named Jemmy walked into the waiting room, smiling. "My bad meetings are a total drag. Pleasure to meet you all. I am Jemmy Kim from the Pioneer Guild's legal team. Take a seat. I've got a few things to go over." He kicked off the meeting with Gi-Gyu's crew. "So, the Pioneer Guild will do everything in its power to guarantee your safety." Jemmy flipped open the contract. "We are going to lay down some terms, and we expect your full cooperation. From this point on, you are not to enter the dungeon unless you are escorted by a Pioneer Guild member. And once you are inside the dungeon," he growled, "do not do a damn thing." Handbill got up and stammered, "Hold on, what do you mean, do not do anything? Are you saying—" Jemmy pointed at the contract between the Phoenix and Pioneer Guilds. "You must have misunderstood. The contract's only purpose is to let you guys level up safely. There is not a single line in there about guaranteeing your rights or your freedom." He patted Handbill on the shoulder, "So what I am telling you is not advice. If you do not play by the rules, things are going to get messy for both of us." He shoved him back down into his seat. "So, sit your ass down and shut it. I will make it real simple for you." Jemmy raised an eyebrow, saying like a total jerk, "Do not even dream of lifting a finger in that dungeon. And just let my guild spoon-feed you." Finishing his little speech, he asked, "Now, if anyone has got a problem, speak up. I will personally tell Mr. Park Yong-Wan that the contract is off because you guys refused to cooperate." Seeing that no one was talking back, he walked out the door looking pleased. "Guess we are all on the same page then. We are heading into the dungeon in 30 minutes. Gi-Gyu coolly figured out their game plan. So, they want to control Park Yong-Wan's people under the excuse of supervising them, huh? Right then, his phone rang and he got up to answer it. "Yeah, this is Kim Gi-Gyu. What is up?" The voice on the other end warned, "Looks like we are going to need a major change of plans. Oh, Se-chan holding some files tried to stop him. You would better not go into that dungeon. I have done some digging. Looks like the Salvation Guild and the Pioneer Guild are secretly in bed together, just like you called it." He shared the intel. "The Salvation Guild has been acting real weird lately, but I am not 100% sure they have teamed up with the biggest guild in the US. We gotta dig deeper to see if they are just working with a few members, or if they have got the whole damn guild in their pocket." "Oh," Se-chan suggested. "How about you just ditch that dungeon? I can find you a safer one if you want." Gi-Gyu just laughed. "You are selling me short, man." He glanced over at the others who were grumbling to each other, and whispered to Oh Se-chan over the phone, "Gotta walk into the lion's den to get the cub right." The old man yelled, "Are you nuts? Walking straight into a trap like that is way too risky." Gi-Gyu just chuckled. "If I did not take risks, I would not be here talking to you. Plus, I cannot really talk right now. For now, just knowing they are in cahoots is enough." Oh, Se-chan was convinced. "Fair point. We need to cook up a new plan ASAP." Gi-Gyu seized the moment to lay out his demands. "I just need 2 things from you. First, get me every piece of intel you have on these Pioneer clowns, and I mean right now. Second, clean up my mess afterward." Hearing these 2 demands, Oh Se-Chan went quiet for a few seconds. Finally, he laughed and said, "All right, you got it. If you are this set on it, then go give them hell. I will make sure to clean up everything for you, no doubt." Suddenly, the spot where they were sitting started to glow. A second later, the system notification popped up. "You have leveled up." The whole crew got quiet for a second. Then Jun turned to Gunu and asked, "What, you leveled up again?" He looked bored and replied, "Oh yeah, I have leveled up twice now." Then he let out a huge yawn and said, "This is the third dungeon already and I still cannot get used to just sitting on my ass doing nothing." He added casually, "It is not all bad, though we are getting paid to just chill. Plus, these raids are over super fast. At this rate, we will be raiding dungeons with Mr. Park Yong-Wan in no time." Gung was in on it too. "Yeah, I heard Mr. Park Yong-Wan is getting ready for the 6th raid," Jun said, sounding surprised. "For real, but there has not been an official announcement or anything." Gunu quickly explained, "It is not official, but word on the street is they have already started recruiting the top players." Hearing that, Kim Gi-Gyu thought to himself, "Looks like the Pioneer Guild is rushing these dungeon raids to get one over on Park Yong-Wan because their scheme will be way easier to pull off once Park Yong-Wan is inside a dungeon." After a moment, the system's status window popped up with a notification that the dungeon conquest was complete. Seeing the message, Kim Gi-Gyu stood up stretched and sighed, "So, it's finally done, huh?" Just then, Sam Oliver walked over and grumbled, "Did I say you could stand up? Why are you moving on your own?" Kim Gi-Gyu put on a friendly smile and said, "What do you mean? The notification said the dungeon conquest is complete, which means we're done." Dae-Hun chimed in, "That's right. We should all get along. Why do you have to be so bossy?" But the guy retorted, "Don't get it twisted. We're not here to become best buds. Let me remind you, inside a dungeon you are not allowed to do anything without our orders." These words made Kim Gi-Gyu glare at him with resentment. The next morning at Oh Se-Chan's place, he was currently on a call with Kim Gi-Gyu. Being forced to sit still like that must have been a pain, right? But that Park Yong-Wan is really something else. Because he's so on guard, they didn't dare to try anything. However, it's highly likely they're about to get their chance to strike. Park Yong-Wan must be getting antsy. He's already issued a press release much earlier than I expected. As he said this, Oh Se-Chan tossed a newspaper with the headline, "Park Yong-Wan challenges the 6th floor dungeon once again," onto the table. On the other end of the line, Kim Gi-Gyu spoke with a determined voice. Since laying the foundation as soon as possible is crucial, he had no other choice but to do it. Just then, someone brought a report for Oh Se-Chan to review, but he continued his conversation with him. "The moment Park Yong-Wan enters a dungeon, those dogs from the Pioneer Guild will show their true colors, but you don't need me to tell you that you can handle it." Kim Gi-Gyu was confused about something, so he asked him directly. "What about the information I requested?" Oh Se-Chan replied while looking at the report, "Don't worry, you'll get it tomorrow, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of interesting stuff in there." Scene change to a street outside where landscapers are pruning trees. Scene change, Kim Gi-Gyu is looking at the person in front of him with an angry expression. After a moment, he finally spoke. "I thought Mr. Oh Se-Chan would be coming today." Ju lowered her head, avoiding his question as she replied, "It's been a while, Mr. Kim." Moreover, she recalled Oh Se-Chan's earlier words, "I have to meet Kim Gi-Gyu in person at least once." "Huh. Secretary Lee, is there something you want to say?" Ju said directly, "I can go to the meeting tomorrow." This left him confused. "Huh. You'll go?" She replied with a determined expression. "Yes, this is important to me too." That's why Oh Se-Chan avoided meeting him. Back in the present, Ju made up an excuse to tell Kim Gi-Gyu, "I'm sorry something urgent came up for my boss at the last minute." After speaking, she hurriedly searched for something in her bag. A few seconds later, Ju took out a file and said, "He wanted you to have this. The plan will proceed as scheduled." Kim Gi-Gyu could only reply, "I understand." He quickly looked through the documents, and then Kim Gi-Gyu looked astonished, thinking to himself, "This doesn't just have information on the key members of the Salvation Guild, but it also shows which guilds they're affiliated with." At the same time, Ju felt tense, so she took a sip of coffee to calm her nerves. A second later, Ju told Kim Gi-Gyu everything she knew. "Based on the information we've gathered, the Salvation Guild has currently infiltrated not only the Pioneer Guild, but all 5 of the world's top guilds. First, we have to eliminate the Salvation Guild's lackeys." As she said this, she glanced towards the landscapers pruning a tree outside. In an instant, they chopped the entire tree down. At that moment, he turned back to Ju and asked, "You mean we should start by cutting off the branches first?" She confirmed. "Exactly. That's the only way we'll be able to see even a glimmer of hope." Ju handed him another folder. "Regarding the payment we discussed last time, this should be enough, right?" After Kim Gi-Gyu opened the folder and looked inside, he was completely shocked. Yu kindly reminded him, "The information in that file is priceless. It contains a list of the equipment used by the Salvation Guild and potential spies from the guild within the 5 top guilds. It even includes the legendary equipment those spies possess. He smiled and admitted, "Yeah, I'd say this payment is more than enough." Kim Gi-Gyu lowered his eyes and continued to look through the file. A few minutes later, he stopped at the profile of a guy named Sam Oliver, whose equipment was the Spear of Percival. Kim Gi-Gyu suddenly recalled the guy's annoying face and muttered to himself, "Sam Oliver is the one who was monitoring me. I've heard his name before, but I never expected him to be the owner of the Spear of Percival." At this point, he decided to ask Yu for a favor. "Oh, right, could you pass a message to the super busy Mr. Oh Se Jun for me?" She was a little surprised. "Pardon me." He pointed at Sam Oliver's picture and said, "Let me place an order just like last time." Ju, looking hesitant, asked again loudly, "Just like last time, what do you mean?" Scene change. That night at Sam Oliver's place, seeing him spacing out Doran, called out loudly, "Sam, are you even listening, yo Sam? I've been asking you. How many dudes we got off today? What's wrong with you? You're totally out of it." He quickly apologized. "Sorry, I was just thinking. Today it's one guy. We just need to make sure we eliminate one of them. The other 4 kill him or let him live. I don't care." The other guy turned back and teased him. "What, just one? And here I thought you were stressing because we had too much to do. Man, we're lucky to be on your team. They weren't kidding when they called you Red Sam. You're one lucky son of a gun." Sam Oliver admitted it. "Yeah, I heard the other teams have to take out anywhere from 4 to 7 people." Sam Oliver suddenly thought to himself, "I thought I was lucky too, right up until Director Naomi called for me." At the same time, he recalled a previous conversation with Naomi. She was looking over some documents and said since Park Yong-Wan was away clearing a dungeon, "Let's make our move today." Sam Oliver had also asked her straight up, "Director, that's not the only reason you called me in here alone, is it?" Naomi came clean. "That's right. Are you taking good care of Persivan's spear? Look, this guy named Kim Gi-Gyu you're watching is at the top of the kill list. Other guilds have tried to off him multiple times but failed. We didn't just lend you that spear to screw around with." "Got it." Her words pissed him off. Sam Oliver gritted his teeth, telling himself he had to succeed no matter what. He'd put in too much work to let them take the spear back now. A moment later, he shouted the order, "Begin entering the dungeon." The system window quickly popped up announcing they had to survive for 4 days to advance to the next floor. After reading it, Kim Gi-Gyu secretly watched Sam Oliver. Damn it, on a survival mission, if that bastard catches on and makes a run for it, we'll be stuck chasing him for 4 days. And if he somehow survives and makes it to the 2nd floor, things will get real complicated. So, they're planning to make their move on the 1st floor, huh? If that's the case, I guess I'll make my move too. Down walked over and whispered to Sam Oliver, "Sam, when are we making our move?" He replied in a low voice, "No need to play around with him, let's just take him out quick, separate him from the others and make his death look like an accident." Just then, someone suddenly shouted, "Yo, where the hell you think you're going?" The two turned to see someone calling out to Kim Gi-Gyu. He didn't answer, just shot the guy a look. That glare from Kim Gi-Gyu made Sam Oliver tense up. Finally, he decided to give the order, "Get him." Seeing that no one was moving, Sam Oliver yelled, "What are you standing around for? Get after him." Hung-gu cursed in anger. "Damn it." In a flash, their group was surrounded. Ji-Hun was confused. What the hell is going on all of a sudden? Hung-gu had no idea what was happening, so he just had to roll with it. Maybe that bastard Kim Gi-Gyu is running like his ass is on fire. Besides it being a little suffocating, what could be better than this situation? The air is getting tense again. While they were talking, someone suddenly approached with a spear. Right after that, this person made their move. Next, everyone quickly gave chase, shouting to each other, "That little rat, where the hell did he disappear to?" When he couldn't see him, Hung-gu got pissed. "Damn it, we lost him. We can't see far because of all these trees." Hyon nervously suggested, "Should we split up to find him? He probably didn't get far." He turned and snapped at the guy. "Are you nuts? This is a survival mission crawling with monsters. If we get careless and split up, we're the ones who'll be in deep trouble." The guy clicked his tongue and asked, "So, what do we do now?" Hung-gu quickly offered his opinion. "Let's head back first. It's best to see what Sam thinks." The other guy quickly blurted out his thought, "That bastard don't tell me he figured out our plan and bounced." The man laughed loudly and said in a disbelieving tone, "No way that happened." After they left, Kim Gi-Gyu quickly leapt down from a tree. He opened his system, took out a ring, and said while scanning his surroundings, "I haven't had a chance to try this out because they were watching me so closely, but I can finally use it now." He thought back to a previous battle, remembering the loot he got from the A+ rank Firefox's dungeon. The Supreme Growth Ring. The system provided information about this ring. Supreme Growth Ring Legendary Rarity, no level requirement. A ring with the power to help a person surpass their own limits, its value is immeasurable. Effect: when the ring is equipped, all skills increase by 1 level. Now, equipping the Supreme Growth Ring, all skills have been increased by 1 level. Blood-sucking skill has increased by 1 level, Corpse Explosion skill has increased by 1 level, Bloodthirst skill has increased by 1 level, Bone Soldier skill has increased by 1 level, Bone Soldier skill has surpassed its level. Bone Soldier skill, rank S. Skill. Effect: summon a Bone Soldier by offering the corpse of a monster defeated by the caster. X skill effect can summon Bone Soldiers from the corpses of any type of monster you encounter. Gi-Gyu looked satisfied, thinking to himself, I can finally summon a new type of Bone Soldier. While he was checking the information, a pack of wolves approached, and with his keen senses, Gi-Gyu detected them. Seeing them slowly closing in on him, he thought to himself, perfect timing, I should probably reinforce my strategy a bit. The scene changes after searching for a while, and still not finding him, they started to talk amongst themselves. Did he bail, son of a bitch? This is a total mess. Down loudly asked Sam Oliver, Hey Sam, you think the info got leaked, or maybe there's a traitor among us? How else could this have happened? The man didn't think so and argued back. If our plan was leaked, he would have gotten help from someone else instead of just running away. No, if it was leaked, he wouldn't have even shown up here in the first place. Hung-gu looked tense and said, So, what do we do now? Are we just going to wait here until he shows his face? Sam Oliver quickly advised him. Calm down, since we're here, we should play by the rules of the survival mission. There's no need to waste energy fighting monsters, just quietly search for him. By the way, did you kill all of them? He answered honestly, when things don't go according to plan, you have to eliminate all variables before things get out of control. Let's move before the monsters show up smelling the blood. A while later, as they were moving, Sam Oliver kept muttering in his head, just like Director Naomi's intel said, this guy is no pushover, but no matter how I think about it, I still can't make sense of this situation. A few seconds later, he saw a monster's corpse on the path and wondered in surprise, a monster's corpse was he hunting while on the run? Sam Oliver was so anxious he broke out in a sweat as a possibility crossed his mind. Don't tell me. Right after that, a loud explosion went off nearby. Dust and smoke immediately spread to their location, and Sam Oliver finally put it all together. Now, it all made sense. We're the ones being hunted. He quickly said, Looks like we've walked into a trap, get ready to fight. Down got hit and yelled, Damn it, Sam, I'm hit, heal me up. The guy broke into a cold sweat seeing what appeared before him and wondered, a skeleton soldier. Just as he thought that, another loud roar echoed out. Now, Hung-gu was panicking and yelled, Damn it, do something, I can't see a thing. The dust is too thick. As soon as he finished speaking, he was sent flying backward. As Hung-gu fell with an arrow in his chest, Sam Oliver lost his cool. Shit, at this rate, we're all going to get wiped out before we can even fight. Furious, he slammed his staff into the ground, casting Wind Wall, a silent hunter skill. Just a few moments later, the skeleton soldier launched an attack at him, but Sam Oliver's eyes were sharp and he spotted it, thinking, behind me. Having pinpointed its location, he charged in to fight the skeleton soldier. Quickly, Sam Oliver was knocked back by the skeleton soldier. He looked pissed as his staff was sliced in two. Finally, Sam Oliver had to toss his staff to the ground. He glared at the skeleton soldier and said to himself, I can't believe I have to use this here. Sam Oliver quickly pulled out the Spear of Percivan. At the same time, the system provided its information. Spear of Percivan Legendary Grade requires level 1 or higher to use physical damage, 255 Weapon of Percivan, a Knight of the Round Table. Wounds caused by this spear are very difficult to heal. Effects: physical damage increases with level, increases base damage by 30%. On attack, increases armor penetration. Gi-Gyu, who was hiding behind a tree, observed the situation and thought, The Spear of Percivan, the third legendary item of the Round Table. I'm pretty familiar with this thing since I fought another player who used it before. With its armor penetration effect, even unique grade armor can't block it. On top of that, wounds it inflicts can't be healed for a certain period of time. At this thought, his expression suddenly turned serious. Gi-Gyu quickly cast a spell, muttering to himself. But a few moments later, Sam Oliver looked on in surprise at the scene before him. All the skeleton soldiers suddenly retreated, which confused him, making him wonder, why are they all pulling back at once? 1 second later, a skeletal monster suddenly appeared. The moment he saw it, Sam Oliver tensed up. This skeletal monster was shaped like a wolf. It was now staring intently at him. Sam Oliver couldn't track its movements and cursed to himself, Damn it, it's too fast. The skeleton soldier was moving at an incredible speed. With no other choice, he attacked relentlessly while thinking. And here I thought I'd have the speed advantage. Even though Sam Oliver was attacking as fast as he could, he still couldn't manage to hurt it. He was so pissed he gritted his teeth and thought, since it's come to this I have no choice but to wait for it to charge me. Only then will it be in my attack range. With the Spear of Persevan, one hit is all I need. After a moment, the skeleton soldier stopped dodging and charged straight at Sam Oliver, making him extremely tense as he screamed internally, "It's coming!" Immediately, Sam Oliver activated the Silent Hunter's finishing blow skill. He lunged towards it. The tip of Sam Oliver's spear closed in on the skeleton soldier. However, it dodged to the side. This was unbelievable to him, and he thought, no way, it dodged that. The second time he attacked, the skeleton soldier dodged again. This just made Sam Oliver even more furious. It's just a damn skeleton soldier. Just as he had that thought, he was horrified. When it suddenly lunged and bit his arm, Sam Oliver got pissed and screamed in his head, "And it can read my attacks." After biting him, the skeleton soldier then threw him into the air. Seeing that Kim Gi-Gyu had disconnected the system, responded, "You have disconnected." He thought to himself, although they have sharp fangs and claws, beast-type skeleton soldiers aren't any stronger than humanoid ones. Humanoid skeleton soldiers can freely use various weapons like swords, bows, and axes because they walk on two legs, something beast-type skeleton soldiers can't do. However, conversely, due to their body structure, humanoid skeleton soldiers can't match the agility of beast-type ones that move on four legs. Right now, Sam Oliver was on the ground, but the skeleton soldier refused to let go of his arm. With a pissed-off look, he gritted his teeth and thought, "Damn it, I can't die here. Even if I lose an arm, if I can just grab the Spear of Persevan, I'll still have a chance to win." With that thought, Sam Oliver reached for his weapon, but just then someone else arrived. The moment he saw Kim Gi-Gyu, he got pissed. Meanwhile, he picked up the spear and said, "No matter how good the spear is, it's useless if you can't hit your target. I don't know why you targeted me, but since it's come to this, there's no point in talking anymore, is there?" Knowing he was in danger, the guy quickly tried to negotiate. "Wait, I was just forced to follow orders. Let me live and I'll cooperate with you. I'll tell you everything I know. Besides, if you kill me, you'll become an enemy of the Vanguard Guild. You think you can handle that?" Hearing this, Kim Gi-Gyu just smirked. The scene cuts to Naomi's location. Jemmy Kim had just arrived and announced loudly, "A critical issue has come up." "Cospello." Naomi replied nonchalantly, "A critical issue? What is it?" He ran over saying in a panicked voice, "You have to see this immediately." Naomi immediately plugged the USB into the device. At the same time, Jai quickly reported the situation. "All of our agents guarding the gate entrance have been wiped out. But the culprit's identity is—" Before he could finish, a voice from the computer cut in, "Stop. Stop that bastard, what are you doing?" On the screen, Naomi saw a video clip of two people firing their guns. A few seconds later, Sam Oliver suddenly appeared and took them both down in the blink of an eye. JY confirmed loudly, "It's none other than Sam Oliver." She couldn't believe her eyes, screaming internally, "What the hell is going on? This can't be happening. Why would he do this? Was I too hard on him?" Then Naomi heard the words, "Hey, Kim Gi-Gyu, it's all done. You better keep your promise to me," making her tremble with rage. The man beside her just added fuel to the fire. "I never expected Sam Oliver to betray us." She didn't answer him, instead thinking with worry, "This is bad. Why, Kim Gi-Gyu of all people, if the information Sam Oliver has on me gets out, I'm toast. I have to eliminate them myself before they find out." The scene changes to a car parked on the roadside. Inside, Lena said nonchalantly, "There's nothing to worry about, everything's been cleaned up." Sam Oliver replied with satisfaction, "Good, the job is done. Now we move on to the next step." Hearing this, the other man asked curiously, "You're planning something else already? After provoking the Vanguard Guild like that, shouldn't you be laying low and hiding for a while?" At that moment, the other person casually took off his mask. It turned out to be Kim Gi-Gyu, who had been disguised as Sam Oliver all along. He answered honestly, "Yeah, I'm going to do just that. There's no better place to hide than in a dungeon." Kim Gi-Gyu recalled his previous conversation with Jisoo. "What? I told you I want to place an order just like last time." She replied with dissatisfaction, "Don't tell me you want—" However, Kim Gi-Gyu insisted, a mask of Sam Oliver. Returning to the present with an excited look, he quickly pulled out his phone and said, "Perfect timing. There's a suitable place to clear in the second-floor dungeon. Lena, get ready." The man pointed to himself and shouted in astonishment, "Me? Why, I don't need to hide, so why do I have to go into a dungeon with you?" He ignored the other guy and just made the call, "This is Kim Gi-Gyu. Has the Vanguard Guild made any moves yet?" On the other end of the line, Se Jun told him straight, "Still no movement. It seems Director Naomi intends to handle this herself without reporting it to her superiors." Kim Gi-Gyu immediately objected. In that case, we can't say the entire Vanguard Guild is involved in this incident. The man was ambivalent. It's true, we can't be sure, but Naomi's spell is very likely the mole from the Salvation Guild we've been searching for. He suddenly thought of Sam Oliver and said to himself, the Vanguard Guild is one of the 5 largest guilds in the world. It seems the Salvation Guild hasn't reached the core of this guild yet. Even in Sam Oliver's memories, there was no information about the executive board except for Naomi. After a moment, Oh Se-chan admitted something. Regardless, things have gone off track because Sam Oliver betrayed us. Director Naomi will try to resolve this situation before Park Yong-Wan returns. If Park Yong-Wan finds out, this won't end simply. Make sure you hide well in the dungeon. In the meantime, I'll lure Naomi's spell using the fake Sam Oliver persona. Kim Gi-Gyu casually told Oh Se-chan his plan. I was planning on hiding in a dungeon anyway. The man replied in a surprised tone, Oh, really? Have you thought of which dungeon yet? He didn't hesitate to tell him directly, of course. It's an A+ rank dungeon in Taiwan called the Bloody Ice Forest. Hearing this, Oh Se-chan replied with a look of displeasure, Why, that dungeon has already had 23 failed clear attempts. Because Kim Gi-Gyu had the phone on speaker Lena overheard. He was so scared he started trembling, gritting his teeth and thinking to himself, is this guy crazy trying to drag me into a dungeon like that? Meanwhile, Oh Se-chan was still protesting. Do you know that's the dungeon the Salvation Guild failed to clear 4 times and that other guilds have already given up on even trying? In the end, he just replied quietly, I know. Kim Gi-Gyu calculated to himself, even before I returned to the past, it was never cleared. If I remember correctly, the number of failed clear attempts was 43. Many people have tried to challenge it, but all of them failed. In the end, a large portion of Taiwan's territory was invaded by monsters because they couldn't be stopped from pouring out of the gate. Because the gate has a level limit. So, even Lee Se Jun of the Salvation Guild couldn't do anything. I also won't be able to clear this gate if I surpass level 60. There might be something inside that could be useful for the battle against the Salvation Guild. The information I currently have isn't enough to deal with the Salvation Guild. In the end, Oh Se-chan replied helplessly, Knowing your personality, no matter how I try to stop you, you're still going to go right. Lena was visibly tense, still cheering for the man in his head. No, don't give up, Mr. Oh Se-chan. And the next sentence sent him into despair. All right then, let's just be crazy this one last time. So Kim Gi-Gyu could only curse damn it to himself. Oh Se-chan asked with concern, What do you think your chances are? Kim Gi-Gyu answered honestly. Theoretically, it's less than 10%. He secretly pouted, thinking he must be talking about the failure rate. He laughed and said, 10%, that's more than enough. Lee Se Jun froze, thinking sadly, We're screwed, there's only a 10% chance of survival. Her consciousness was fading, so Lee Se Jun didn't hear the rest of the conversation. Kim Gi-Gyu changed the subject. As long as I have Percival's spear, I'll be more than strong enough for the second floor. Oh, Se-chan agreed to help. Okay, I'll set it up. It'll be easy, using the Isaac Ivanov identity. Need anything else? Kim Gi-Gyu made a suggestion. How about we leverage public opinion to demand the Messiah Guild provide us with gear? Even the Messiah Guild couldn't clear this gate, so why the hell should we do it for free? The next morning, news about him exploded across print and online media with all sorts of headlines. Isaac Ivanov's next target, the 2-floor dungeon in Taiwan, the frozen bloodbath, and Isaac Ivanov's challenge. Can he clear a dungeon that has been failed 23 times? Isaac Ivanov demands support from the Messiah Guild. Will the Messiah Guild answer the call? If so, this would be the first time they've ever agreed. Isaac challenges a dungeon the Messiah Guild failed to conquer. What's their response? Following that were netizen comments. What the hell is this? Requesting support from the Messiah Guild? Is he crazy? But this is Isaac Ivanov, the man who saved the Messiah Guild before. Even if they're busy clearing dungeons, the Messiah Guild will definitely support him. There's no way they'll refuse, right? This is to save the world. Of course the Messiah Guild will be happy to help. A mysterious figure read the news on his phone and thought to himself, Isaac Ivanov is going into that dungeon in Taiwan perfect. We can't let this chance slip by. Meanwhile, the biggest question on everyone's mind was how the Messiah Guild would support Isaac Ivanov. The Messiah Guild's promise to support Isaac Ivanov with a unique item became a hot topic. Oh Se-chan read the news and smiled, saying, not bad. Lee Se Jun, who was also there, immediately challenged him. What? What do you mean, not bad? What the hell is one unique item going to do? They should at least give us a legendary item. We're about to clear a dungeon they failed at. He wasn't mad, on the contrary, he explained in a low voice. You don't get it, do you? This isn't just a simple transaction. In this situation, the Messiah Guild has to give us a high-value item to save face. But the most important thing is that this sets a precedent. She didn't understand and asked, "A precedent? What do you mean?" Just then, Ju, who was pulling a suitcase, cut in. It means exactly what he said. The price for clearing a 2-floor A+ rank dungeon that the Messiah Guild failed is 1 unique item. So, if someone clears an even more difficult dungeon for them, they won't be able to get away with just paying with a unique item. Lee Se Jun was stunned and replied, "Oh, I get it now. That means from now on we can earn legendary gear by clearing 3-floor or higher dungeons that the Messiah Guild failed." At this, Osei-chan had to praise her for being so sharp. "That's our Secretary Lee for you. It only took 1 sentence for Sunju to figure it out." This was the detailed itinerary for Sam Oliver, along with the costs. At the same time, Jisoo was giving him a detailed report. "We did as you said, and leaked clues for the Vanguard Guild to track Sam Oliver's route. This should save us a considerable amount of time." Osei-chan listened and replied cheerfully, "All right, good job. We should probably hit the road soon, huh?" He noticed the suitcase and asked curiously, "Hey, Secretary Lee, are you working outside the office today?" Ju smiled and pushed the suitcase towards Lee Se Jun. Sei-chan pointed at Ju and said irritably, "Are you kidding me? Why would Secretary Lee go there? Yoo Seong is the one who has to go to the dungeon in Taiwan." Lee Se Jun shrieked in horror. "What, right now?" Later that night at Kim Gi-Gyu's place. He was showing her a document that read, "The Frozen Bloodbath. Floors 2. Difficulty, A+ maximum entry. 80 people, level requirement 60 and below. Clear condition, defeat the aggressors in the frozen forest. Clear reward. See attached list." Lee Se Jun said with a sarcastic tone, "Damn, we're pretty influential, huh? After the Messiah Guild wiped out, nobody dared to touch this dungeon. Yet the second you spoke up, a whole crowd gathered instantly. You find that interesting?" Kim Gi-Gyu gently set the document on the table as he replied, "Most of the people joining are players from guilds that already failed to clear this dungeon. From the outside, it looks like they're here to get revenge for their fallen teammates. But not all of them have good intentions. A dungeon with an 80-person cap has been failed 23 times. That means the gear of almost 2,000 players is buried inside. Among all that loot, there has to be at least 1 legendary item. I'm positive some of these guys are more interested in their own profit than in actually clearing the dungeon." Suddenly, Secretary Choi opened the door and entered to remind him, "Please prepare yourself, we'll be entering the dungeon in 1 hour." Kim Gi-Gyu didn't speak, simply gesturing with his hand, then he stood up. The secretary quickly rushed over and asked, "Mr. Isaac Ivanov, is there something you need?" Seeing Kim Gi-Gyu whisper into Secretary Choi's ear, Lee Se Jun broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, "That bastard, what's he up to now?" A few seconds later, with a horrified look on his face, Secretary Choi suddenly shouted, "What, you're gonna handle that personally?" Kim Gi-Gyu didn't answer and just casually walked out. The scene cuts to Naomi, who furiously slammed her desk after the other party reported in. "Impossible, what the hell do you mean the leads have gone cold?" Jemmy, standing nearby, tried to explain to Naomi, "Based on everything we've seen so far, it's obvious Sam Oliver has some serious backup. Even our own intel guys can't pinpoint his location." She was totally floored by this news. "Backup? God, this is a pain in the ass," she ordered through gritted teeth. "Do whatever it takes to find both Sam and Kim Gi-Gyu. If that's not possible, then just take them out." Naomi was dead set on stopping him. "I can't let them get to Park Yong-Wan." Early the next morning, Jisoo showed up at Osei-chan's office. "We've got a problem, sir." He looked surprised. "What is it?" But she just replied, "I think it's better if you see it with your own eyes." Jisoo showed Osei-chan a broadcast of Isaac Ivanov's surprise statement in Taiwan, and the one standing at the podium was Kim Gi-Gyu. Beside him, Secretary Choi was reading the translation. "I will now translate the statement from Isaac Ivanov. Thank you everyone for joining this conquest. I'm honored to fight alongside all of you, but I have only one objective, and that's to finish this thing and save the world. I will do whatever it takes to achieve this goal, so don't you dare get in my way." She quickly turned to Osei-chan. "What's our move now?" "This wasn't in the script." "It's going to be tough to block this video since it's already gone viral worldwide," he answered through gritted teeth. He won't spare anyone who gets in his way. This is a clear declaration of war from him. This guy knows how to hunt his prey. The scene cuts to the inside of a dungeon now packed with people. Ruin Sajiang, standing nearby, quickly chimed in, "If it was Ayak, that makes sense, he's on a whole different level." Dun Kook shot back, "What makes you so damn sure?" So he answered honestly, I saw it with my own eyes in the Fire Lake dungeon, words can't even describe it. Next time, just see for yourself, they're total monsters. Up ahead, Lee Se Jun looked annoyed and whispered to him. Hey, Kim, Gi-Gyu, why the hell would you do that? Everyone's staring at us now because you had to run your mouth. Kim Gi-Gyu stayed calm, knowing some guys just don't listen to reason. He glanced at them again, especially those scavengers who came to loot the gear off dead players. The only way to put that kind of trash in their place is to flex your power and completely crush their will. Right after that, Kim Gi-Gyu summoned a skeleton soldier. The system responded, "You have summoned one skeleton soldier." He gently placed a hand on the skeleton soldier's head. Meanwhile, the other skeleton soldiers were already at work. Kim Gi-Gyu then whispered in Lena's ear, making sure the others wouldn't dare pull anything. Seeing this, Boss Kim got pissed and thought to himself, so that's the legendary skeleton soldier Iak was talking about. This is insane, I gotta grab that gear before he realizes. With that thought, he yelled out an order, "Move out, let's start searching over there before nightfall." Night fell quickly. That evening, they decided to make a fire and camp in the forest. They couldn't stop talking. "Isaac Ivan, that dude is a straight-up monster. I saw it myself, and I still can't wrap my head around it. I was so ticked off when he told us to stay out of his way, but now I get it. Like I said, trying to help would have just gotten in his way." Then, Jock turned to Boss Kim and asked, "Boss, we've been searching all day and only found the bodies of 2 players who were here." The boss shared his theory. "At first, I thought maybe other guilds already snagged the gear, but after a full day of searching, I've got a different theory. Yeah, there are a lot of monsters on the first floor, but I haven't seen a single tough one. In other words, players level 50 or higher probably didn't die here, which means the thing we're looking for has got to be on the second floor." He quickly jumped in with his own guess, "So, Van Gogh's necklace is on the second floor." Before he could even finish his sentence, Jin-Ho cut him off. "Shh, quiet." A second later, he suddenly leaped high up. This move from Jin-Ho grabbed everyone's attention. He spotted a skeleton up on a tree branch. Jin-Ho stood on the branch looking left and right, muttering to himself, "I swear I heard something from here. Was I just hearing things?" Then he kicked it aside and grumbled, "What's this skeleton doing here?" Down below, Boss Kim was confused. "What's up?" Jin-Ho immediately jumped down, carrying the skeleton with him as he said, "My bad. It was probably just this thing swinging in the wind." With that, he tossed the skeleton against a tree trunk. Boss Kim paid it no mind and just continued with the plan. "We have to get that gear for the Kowloon Guild, even if it means we have to go against IAC. Turns out that skeleton was one of Kim Gi-Gyu's soldiers." He smirked. "I put a skeleton soldier there as a precaution, and it paid off with some useful intel. Van Gogh's necklace. I have no memory of this item. But if China's Kowloon Guild, one of the top 5 guilds, sent a team just to get it, that means..." At that point, he decided to disconnect in the system. Confirmed, "You have disconnected." Kim Gi-Gyu had picked up a new lead and thought to himself, "This is definitely no ordinary piece of gear." Seeing the connection fade away, Kim Gi-Gyu thought with a bit of confusion, "I don't know what kind of effects it has, but I have to get my hands on Van Gogh's necklace." Lena was freaking out, yelling at him, "Damn it, this is taking way longer than we expected. Don't tell me. We're the only ones doing any fighting while that whole crew is off doing God knows what." Kim Gi-Gyu confirmed it. "You hit the nail on the head. Besides, they're just a pack of hyenas looking to loot a corpse." He grabbed his head in frustration and shot back, "I was so hyped seeing all these players show up, but in the end, we're the ones stuck doing all the work. When the hell do I get to rest?" Kim Gi-Gyu gave him a piece of info. "We'll get a little time to rest when we reach the second floor." Lena's face lit up. Seriously, what's with you being so nice all of a sudden?" But Kim Gi-Gyu just stayed quiet. A moment later, the system announced, "You have entered the second floor of the dungeon." As soon as they got there, they were hit by a blizzard. Han Bu, annoyed by the harsh weather, grumbled to himself, "Damn, it's way colder on the second floor than I expected." Dun Kook was shivering so hard he complained out loud, "My arms and legs are totally stiff from the cold. How are we supposed to fight in this?" Boss Kim also felt uneasy, thinking to himself, "It's definitely cold here, but this shiver running down my spine isn't just from the temperature, it's the fear aura coming from a monster." Even Lena was shivering as he whispered to Kim Gi-Gyu, "A fear aura. No way, man, I don't see any monsters around here. There's no way a monster could be giving off this much fear in a 2-floor dungeon." Kim Gi-Gyu told him honestly, "This might be tougher than I thought." Meanwhile, Kim Gi-Gyu was still analyzing everything in his head. A living being's body gets paralyzed when exposed to a monster's fear aura. It doesn't last long, but in a fight to the death, even a split second can mean you're done for. Since this is a 2-floor dungeon, it can't be a dragon. But besides, dragons, not many monsters use a fear aura. For a monster to exist that's strong enough to... Can you really feel the dread from this far away? After a moment, Mai spoke up. "My guild will scout the surrounding area first." his men immediately agreed. Yeah, let's check out the surroundings first. Seeing everyone taking off, Lena was confused and muttered to herself, "Scout my ass. That's called treasure hunting. What a bunch of hungry hyenas." He then turned to urge him. "You're just gonna let him go? Aren't you worried about splitting our combat power?" Gi-Gyu didn't seem to care, and just replied, "Guys like that are useless in a fight anyway. It's better to just plan as if they don't exist." Hearing that, Lena agreed, "You got a point." He then ordered, "Let's get moving too." Scene change, everyone starts heading deeper into the forest. After searching for a bit, Jin-Ho reports loudly, "Boss, nothing here." Boss Kim immediately replies, "This corpse is empty too, let's move to another spot." Meanwhile, someone was secretly watching them, currently hiding behind a tree. It was Mai. He looked displeased, thinking to himself, "Oh, looks like others beat us to it, we gotta hurry." In a flash, Mai returned to his team and yelled, "Check 'em!" At his command, everyone opened their system windows to aid the search. And when they found some gear, Jungkook excitedly said, "Captain, there's a whole pile of equipment here. Look, Taehyung found some too. This one's got stuff as well." This confused Mai, who thought to himself, "They didn't touch any of this gear. They must be looking for something specific. Who the hell are these guys anyway?" He then shouted an order to his crew. "All right, grab that stuff. Other crews are probably ahead of us. Move as fast as you can. We can't let them beat us to the good stuff." Back with Lena, he's giving Gi-Gyu a disappointed look. Seeing him checking a corpse, Lena angrily grumbled to himself. He was just talking all that smack about hyenas, and now he's the one picking through bodies. The system announced, "The Eye of Anubis is closing." Just then, Gi-Gyu made a discovery. "I finally found a member of the Kunlun Guild. His sworn brothers died to the west." He beckoned to Lena. "This way, follow me." Though a bit reluctant, Lena quickly followed. And when he saw Gi-Gyu checking another corpse, he gritted his teeth and cursed to himself. "Damn it, what the hell is this bastard up to?" Then they quickly moved on again. Just like before, he checked the body. At this point, Gi-Gyu decided to open the Eye of Anubis again. The system announced, "The Eye of Anubis is opening." Meanwhile, Boss Kim, surrounded by monsters, screamed in frustration. "Why is this kind of monster in a 2-level dungeon? This is insane. Everyone run." In the end, he was the only one left fighting the monster. Amid its roars, Boss Kim managed to draw blood. In the chaos, the rings suddenly knocked loose, landing right on the monster's horn. And because of his carelessness, he was knocked backward by the monster. Boss Kim fell headfirst into the snow. As his vision blurred, he looked at the monster and said regretfully, "The treasure of Kunlun Van Gogh's necklace. I have to tell the brothers." Back with Gi-Gyu, he closed the eye. The system immediately confirmed the Eye of Anubis is closing. Gi-Gyu muttered to himself, "I've gathered enough information." Lena walked right up to him. He looked pissed off and demanded, "I don't care how good the gear is, how can you be so damn disrespectful to the dead?" "I've been biting my tongue this whole time." Gi-Gyu suddenly said his name, Lena. This just made him angrier as he yelled, "What am I wrong? Even Sean and that dude loves freebies wouldn't act like you." Gi-Gyu just quietly complimented him. "You're a pretty decent guy. You know that." The compliment left Lena stunned, and he instinctively replied with a single surprised, "Huh. Huh." Gi-Gyu casually built a small stone grave. He began to explain his plan. "All right, I'll lay out the plan before the fight begins." This just left the other guy even more confused. "Huh. A plan." Just as he said that, Gi-Gyu quickly cast a spell. In an instant, the skeleton of a saber-toothed wolf appeared, leaving Lena completely stunned. "What is this?" The system quickly responded, "Saber-toothed wolf has been summoned as a skeleton soldier." His attitude did a 180 and he asked excitedly, "Yo, can I ride this thing?" Gi-Gyu agreed. "Of course you can." As soon as he hopped on its back, Lena said excitedly, "This is so sick, when did you even get this ready?" Then, when Percival's spear was in his hands, he couldn't believe his eyes. "I thought you could only summon humanoid skeleton soldiers. A spear." The system immediately provided its details. Percival's spear, legendary grade, requires level 1 or higher to use. A physical attack 255. This is the spear used by Percival, a Knight of the Round Table. Wounds inflicted by this spear are extremely difficult to heal. A physical attack effect increases with level, increases base damage by 30% on attack and increases armor penetration. Lena pointed at the spear and said hesitantly, "Don't tell me your plan is for me to I ride this skeleton soldier and charge the boss with this spear." Gi-Gyu shot back. He figured it out without me even having to explain. He then walked off into the cold snow, leaving Lena on the back of the saber-toothed wolf. The scene shifts to Boss Kim's location, where he suddenly hears Joseph's panicked shout, "Boss, there's something weird over here." Boss Kim quickly rushes over to him. Is this a player's grave? Joseph speculates. It doesn't look like it belongs to our Kunlun guild, but maybe we should dig it up just to be sure. This question made Boss Kim pensive. However, he warns everyone not to waste their energy if it's not one of our brothers. After saying that, the three of them quickly leave. In the middle of the frozen forest, Sunju's surprised voice rings out, "A minotaur." The next second, he exclaims that this won't be easy. Its hide is too thick to be damaged by normal weapons. Kim Gi-Gyu calmly replies the bigger problem is that thing has already become a hunter. Hearing this, Sunju is even more surprised. What the hell is that supposed to mean? He slowly explains, did you know that? When a dungeon raid fails, the dead monsters respawn to their original numbers. However, among those, the surviving monsters gain experience becoming smarter and stronger. Although not many monsters survive through repeated battles, there are exceptions. The boss monster. For about 2 seconds, Kim Gi-Gyu continues when the dungeon isn't cleared, the boss monster gains combat experience each time players fail to defeat it. At this point, his voice drops at some point they learned. That players often gather near corpses and that could be used as bait. That's how it is. This is a monster that has survived 23 times. After hearing this from Kim Gi-Gyu, Sunju, still in disbelief, asks again, "So, you're sure the boss monster is the Minotaur? Can a Minotaur really give off such a powerful aura? You've never even seen it. How can you be so damn sure?" He calmly replies, "I stopped hunting to gather information up until now, remember." In a flash, he quickly retorts, "Is that so? I just thought you were copying what the scavengers do." Suddenly, Sunju thinks to himself that even if he saw it, he wouldn't have a clue what was going on. At that very moment in the snow-covered forest, the excited voice of a member of Mike's team rings out, "Leader, come take a look at this. This place is full of player corpses." Hearing this, the others run over excitedly. "We're so lucky, how did we hit a jackpot like this?" With his guard up, Mike immediately realizes something is very strange. It's rare for so many corpses to be gathered in one place. If other scavengers had gathered them, there's no way the bodies would still be this intact. Plus, the bloodstains look weird. It seems like the corpses were dragged here from somewhere else. In an instant, he figures it out. Could it be? Mike rushes forward, yelling at the top of his lungs, "Everyone stop, it's a trap." Then his team member asks in confusion, "A trap, leader? Did you say it's a trap? What's going on?" Meanwhile, an unknown terror descends upon them. Next second, a team member is shocked to find he can't move his body, feeling a terrifying power wash over him as he thinks in fear. What the hell? Just as Mike predicted, a nearby team member drops dead on the spot, and the others are quickly wiped out. Seeing this, the last remaining team member trembles uncontrollably before the overwhelming power. He glances back in terror. His eyes fall upon the sight of the Minotaur aggressively raising its weapon. Instantly, it slams its weapon down, smashing him to a pulp. Even after taking quite a few lives, the Minotaur doesn't seem satisfied. Its eyes gleam with bloodlust. From behind the Minotaur, Mike quickly lunges in to attack. He cuts through the air, his sharp sword ready to strike. Just as he lands and completes the move, a look of panic appears on Mike's face. It turns out he didn't injure the Minotaur at all. Instead, his own sword shattered in two. He grits his teeth, worried that a unique grade sword could be broken so easily. At that moment, an indescribable terror washed over him. Mike thinks resentfully, "No way, I can't die so pointlessly like this." From a distance, both Kim Gi-Gyu and Sunju have already spotted the Minotaur. They dash forward with incredible speed, but it's too late. The Minotaur has already finished off Mike. It then aggressively flings his corpse away in disgust. Kim Gi-Gyu witnesses the entire scene. He calmly tells Sunju, "Stick to the prepared strategy." He grits his teeth anxiously. "Damn it, that's easier said than done. I don't know about this." As soon as the words leave his mouth, Sunju charges toward the Minotaur. "Let's do this." His loud shout gets its attention, and Sunju charges straight forward with determination. Seeing this, the Minotaur angrily gathers its power. The next second, it unleashes its energy and attacks. The Minotaur's dark magic immediately envelops Sunju's entire body. A wave of indescribable fear washes over him. Lilith's ring dispels the fear. Luckily, Sunju was prepared to defend himself. He thinks to himself that Lilith's ring is pretty damn impressive. The fearful trembling is completely gone, but just as he starts to feel relieved, he notices something strange. It turns out his mount is starting to disobey him. "Why did this thing suddenly stop listening to me?" he thinks in a panic. "It's moving on its own accord, isn't it? Wait a minute, this is way too close." The next second, the mount bolts forward like lightning, ignoring the terrified Sunju. Because the mount is so fast, the Minotaur can't land a hit on him. While it's still struggling, while he was scrambling to find it, Lee Se Jun was already right behind the ogre bull. Suddenly, Kim Gi-Gyu's voice came from the mount as it charged forward and latched on. His presence completely shocked Lee Se Jun. "What the hell, you're controlling this thing? Wasn't that crazy dangerous just now? I could have died, man." Despite his constant bitching, Kim Gi-Gyu kept moving all over the place to distract the ogre bull. Before he knew it, Lee Se Jun had gotten super close to the ogre bull. Seizing the chance, he powerfully stabbed it with the spear in his hand. The sight baffled Lee Se Jun, who thought to himself, "Can the ogre bull's body really be pierced like pudding?" The ogre bull's regeneration ability was dropping fast. Seeing this, Lee Se Jun immediately spoke up. "All right, everyone's doing great, but at this rate it's gonna take a while, huh?" "When are the skeletons gonna roll out?" Kim Gi-Gyu replied calmly. "Just 10 more wounds like this one. I'll know what to do next." Blood weapon. Acquisition condition. Representative of the Dark World. Required level 1 or higher. Skill. Rank C allows the creation of weapons from the user's blood. Various weapons can be crafted depending on the user's abilities. In the quiet frozen forest, a loud sound suddenly echoed. It turned out to be Big Bro Kim struggling against an incredible wave of pressure. He thought in surprise, to be able to attack so powerfully and continuously, could it be that the boss monster's attack has begun? Time was running out. Big Bro Kim thought he had to hurry. The next second, Jin-Ho yelled, "Leader, we found it. Take a look at this, sir. We have the Colon Guild's secret message." Following his words, a strange line of text appeared. "Go meet the brothers in the West and find what belongs to Colon." The content of this secret message completely confused Big Bro Kim. The West. There's nothing there, is there? A moment later, it suddenly dawned on him. Could it be? Cutting back to the battle between Kim Gi-Gyu, Lee Se Jun, and the Ogre Bull. The Ogre Bull's power was fading fast, nearly exhausted from Kim Gi-Gyu's relentless assault. Its resistance was weakening, and at the same time, blood poison was spreading throughout its body. Lee Se Jun exclaimed in amazement, "Passive spear. This thing is seriously awesome. I can't believe it can pierce through the Ogre Bull's thick hide so easily." Right after, he eagerly said, "If we combine Passive spear with the blood poison technique, we'll be unstoppable in the dungeon." Hearing that, Kim Gi-Gyu calmly replied, "That might be true for a second-floor dungeon." As he said this, he thought to himself, "But on the third floor of the dungeon there are much stronger monsters. This alone won't be enough. Besides, if I want to face the baddest monster, I need to get even stronger." Then, a system notification popped up. "Ogre Bull has been dealt with. You have achieved the Violent Hunter of the Frozen Forest accomplishment. The representative of the Dark World has transferred a cloak to you." Even with the reward in his hands, Kim Gi-Gyu hadn't noticed it yet. With just a glance, Lee Se Jun blurted out in surprise, "A golden light cloak, you got a reward from the light patron." The text from his shimmering paper appeared. Buff acquisition condition representative of the Dark World, required level 20 or higher. Skill effect. The target receiving the skill generated from photoelectrons gains the following effects. All stats increased by 20%. Life force decreases over time. As soon as he finished reading, Lee Se Jun immediately started screaming, "This is so messed up. What the hell is my patron doing? I worked my ass off, so why didn't I get anything? Is the light patron discriminating against me too? What is this? This sucks. I can't even change it. That patron is really..." Ignoring his rambling, Kim Gi-Gyu went and took the ring from the Ogre Bull's horn, obtaining Banco's bracelet. Night had fallen and the hunters were all buzzing in front of Kim Gi-Gyu's flashy car. "Cleared, the dungeon is cleared. Isaac made it through. Isaac is driving that car," they exclaimed joyfully. "We're alive now. We're free." This scene made Jin-Ho extremely anxious. What are we going to do? We left the dungeon without getting Banco's bracelet. If that item falls into someone else's hands, it's going to be a huge problem. Big Bro Kim also realized the situation was becoming more dangerous than ever. Right now, the only thing we can do is report back to the guild and wait. If we end up in a situation where we've lost a legendary item in the dungeon, then... The next second he fell into deep thought. Would the Colon Guild leave clues and code for the next brothers? So if you don't know the code, the task of finding Banco's bracelet is nearly impossible. However, if someone was lucky enough to bring it out of the dungeon, I just hope it's not that monster Isaac. Unfortunately for Big Bro Kim, that precious bracelet had fallen into Kim Gi-Gyu's hands. Banco's bracelet. Item, rank legendary, can be used from level 1 and up. A bracelet used by an ancient giant, it contains the power of harmony. Effect, removes the ring. Limit on the equipped arm rings once worn cannot be removed. As he read the bracelet's information, he thought happily to himself, "I can't believe stuff like this was hidden away." Finally, a perk before heading to the third-floor dungeon. Players can use a maximum of 5 accessories, 1 necklace, 2 rings, and 2 bracelets. Even if you wear more, the item effects only apply up to the limited number. However, Banco's bracelet is a balance-breaking item that shatters the basic system, allowing the effects of all rings worn on 5 fingers to be applied. Its one drawback is that any ring equipped alongside Banko's bracelet becomes permanently bound and cannot be removed. Skilled players often strategically swap out their rings depending on the situation. After fully understanding how to use the bracelet, Kim Gi-Gyu became even more cautious. However, from now on, he had to carefully decide which ring to wear. Lee Se Jun, sitting next to him, asked curiously, "Yo, why the long face all of a sudden? Did you mess something up?" Right after, Kim Gi-Gyu slowly replied, "Nah, I'm just thinking about something." Before he could even finish his sentence, his phone rang. "Speak?" On the other end of the line, Oh Se-chan asked urgently, "How are you two doing physically? Can you return to the country right now?" Kim Gi-Gyu's tone was as calm as ever. "Yeah, we can. What's going on?" He quickly announced, "That person just came back." In the office, Oh Se-chan said in a low voice, "Forget about Taiwan right now. Korea is in an uproar with news headlines about the return of that man, the one backed by Isaac Ivanov." Hearing this, Kim Gi-Gyu had a vague idea. If it's that person, could it be Park Yong-Wan? Just as he suspected, the man confirmed, "Yes, that's right. This will change Park Yong-Wan's reputation." Pausing for about 2 seconds, Kim Gi-Gyu replied softly, "I understand, I'll head over right away." The better Park Yong-Wan's reputation, the more useful a shield it would be for Kim Gi-Gyu. As soon as he hung up with Oh Se-chan, Lee Se Jun excitedly spoke up, "We're in Taiwan, so how about we grab something to eat? New Romania Long Bao, or maybe some luropen." In a flash, he threw cold water on his excitement. "We have to go back to Korea right now." Kim Gi-Gyu's bluntness left Lee Se Jun completely baffled. "What did you say?" Even after boarding the plane, he still couldn't accept it and yelled out, "We came all this way and we can't even eat one Taiwanese dish." Like a tired old dad, he advised, "Just make do with the airplane food." The next morning, at a large mansion inside the mansion park, Yong-Wan's eyes were narrowed dangerously. He asked furiously, "So, the Fran Guild dared to mess with me, Park Yong-Wan?" Kim Gi-Gyu calmly replied, "Yes." The next second, he continued in a low voice, "Although I barely managed to survive my injuries made it difficult to move, and on top of that, it was a situation where I didn't know who to trust." Mr. Park Yong-Wan was hiding in Junjeon and waiting. At the same time, Secretary Kim was holding a file. She quickly handed it to Park Yong-Wan and explained, "This is the confirmed information, based on Mr. Kim Gi-Gyu's testimony on the day of the incident. Although almost no evidence remains due to the fire, but according to the testimonies of the other survivors who entered a different dungeon, the Fran side provoked and attacked first. The Fran Guild claimed it was a simple accident." After hearing this, Park Yong-Wan thought angrily to himself, "Those damn bastards pulling this kind of crap while I was away." A moment later, Park Yong-Wan stated firmly, "They're definitely trying to keep our power in check." Kim Gi-Gyu, sitting across from him, asked softly, "So, what should we do now, sir?" In an incredibly sinister tone, he instructed, "We have to make them pay for daring to touch me, so there's something I need you to do for me." As soon as Park Yong-Wan finished speaking, Secretary Kim brought in a heavy suitcase. Scene changed to Oh Se-chan with pearly white teeth and a radiant smile. His smile left Lee Se Jun completely confused. "How can you be smiling so brightly this early in the morning?" Despite that, Oh Se-chan continued to smile and replied, "Because I managed to snatch a lot of stuff from the opponent." Hearing that, he grumbled in frustration. "But that opponent is Park Yong-Wan. How could you possibly get back the skills that were transferred? I mean, I love the money and all, but have you forgotten how hard it was to find the skeleton skill?" As if he had expected Lee Se Jun to say that, he replied enthusiastically, "You don't need to worry about that, because the person getting our item back has already gone to Park Yong-Wan's office." This news immediately surprised him. "Huh, what do you mean?" A moment later, seemingly having figured it out, Lee Se Jun rushed over in a panic. Could it be?" Oh Se-chan just smiled without answering. Back at Park Yong-Wan's mansion, Kim Gi-Gyu gently pushed the door open and stepped outside, holding the suitcase from before he slowly left the house. Right after, Kim Gi-Gyu quickly took out his phone. It turned out he was calling someone. "This is Kim Gi-Gyu." From the other end of the line, a cheerful voice rang out. "All right, did everything go smoothly?" Kim Gi-Gyu quickly replied, "Yes, I just got the skeleton skill back. He told me to transfer it directly to Isaac." While Park Yong-Wan was reading the newspaper, Secretary Kim's voice was heard. "I'll get back to you later. I'll discuss it with the director now." "Yes, thank you for your hard work." The next second, he asked curiously, "Was that Kim Gi-Gyu?" As soon as she hung up, she quickly answered, "Yes, he's already transferred the skill book to Isaac. He also asked what his life would be like from now on." Hearing that, Park Yong-Wan said calmly, "He's a sharp one, isn't he? Because of Isaac's appearance, he probably feels his position is becoming unstable. The newspaper headline read, "Phoenix Guild pledges full support to Isaac." His tone was full of calculation. He's worked hard after all, so let him debut in a 3-story dungeon. C-Rank is good enough, just send him in with those other kids. With the right support, he'll be satisfied and know his place. If not, then let's see if there's anything else interesting about him. Scene change to the Phoenix Guild's base. Jin-Ho's curious voice was heard. "So, what's his name?" Min-Ho quickly replied, "It's Kim Gi-Gyu." Without a second thought, she started dissing him. Just hearing the name Kim Gi-Gyu makes me think of some weakling. In a flash, he shot down Jin-Ho's assumption. I heard his skills are pretty solid, and he even cleared a few dungeons to get recruited by Mr. Park Yong-Wan. Jin-Ho from the Phoenix Guild immediately shot that down. If he's so good, why can't he clear dungeons on his own? That's why we're stuck showing him around this 3-story dungeon. At this point, she couldn't take it anymore and grumbled, "Ugh, this is so annoying." But fearing Jin-Ho would lose it, Min-Ho gently advised, "It's an order from the guildmaster, so just take it easy." Ignoring his advice, she kept grumbling under her breath. Unless Park Yong-Wan becomes the guildmaster, the politics in our guild are always a mess. I'm definitely transferring to the Salvation Guild anyway. "Alright, what's this Kim Gi-Gyu guy's aura and ability?" Min-Ho finally spoke up. His aura is representative of the Shadow World and his main ability is Blood Poison Art. It's because his Blood Poison Art affects allies too, so he's been working solo this whole time. Then Jin-Ho raised her voice and asked, "What Blood Poison Art, can't he summon a skeleton army or something?" He slowly replied, "Other than his poison art, no one has seen him use any other ability." She got even more pissed, so he's not just useless, he's a dead weight. This is so damn annoying. While Jin-Ho was still muttering, Gi-Gyu's car pulled up. When the hell is that kid gonna show up? The scene quickly caught Min-Ho's eye. "There he is," she criticized bluntly, "showing up last." As soon as she turned to look, Jin-Ho's eyes widened in surprise. From her point of view, she thought to herself, he's still driving a piece of junk like that. The next second, Jin-Ho praised him under her breath. "Gotta respect the thriftiness, I'll give him a pass." Her comment left Min-Ho speechless, thinking she was being cheap. A system notification popped up. "Hunt 1,000 monsters to proceed to the next floor." Reading the notification, Gi-Gyu thought to himself, even though it's a 3-story dungeon, there are still instructions for C-Rankers. Park Yong-Wan is keeping an eye on me, so I guess I have no choice. What a waste of time, though. Across from him, Jin-Ho said loudly, "Hey, you said this is your first time clearing a 3-story dungeon, right? There's nothing for you to do here." At this, she threatened in a low voice, "So, just shut up and do as I say. If not, I'll kill anything that moves. I don't care if it's a rat or a bird. First, go hunt a few monsters so we can see what you've got." Ignoring Jin-Ho's disdain, Gi-Gyu calmly asked, "How many monsters will be enough?" His calm attitude really got on her nerves. "Look at this kid talking back to me. If I give you a number you think you can handle it, just go until you drop." Gi-Gyu still replied gently, "I need some time to prepare." The next second, Jin-Ho whipped around and muttered, "Yeah, whatever, just do your thing." Her obvious prejudice made him think to himself, interesting. The next morning at Oh Se-chan's office, Lee Se Jun spoke up. "Start, Kim Gi-Gyu. I heard he went into another dungeon again, another one full of phantoms." Her overly laid-back attitude made him unable to hold back. "Lee Se Jun, you should stop slacking off here and go level up." Hearing that, Lee Se Jun sighed tiredly. "I don't want to. I can finally catch a break without him around. Do you know how draining it is to party up with that Kim Gi-Gyu dude?" "Oh," Se-chan quickly retorted, "weren't you always complaining about not having a worthy teammate?" Suddenly, a shocking news alert popped up on his phone. Seeing this, Lee Se Jun quickly grabbed her phone to check. It looked like Ju had gotten the same alert. The notification screen showed an emergency broadcast, Dungeon Damage Control Department. At 4:33 p.m., an unidentified monster escaped from a nearby dungeon. Multiple buildings have collapsed, and as of now the damage is ongoing. Therefore, all citizens... After reading it, she asked curiously, "Which dungeon is this alert from? Does this kind of thing still happen? The last accident was years ago, and the Salvation Guild has been on top of it." Before Lee Se Jun could say more, Oh Se-chan signaled through gritted teeth, "You fool." She finally realized she had said the wrong thing. In a flash, he tilted his head to the side as if to check on Ju. She was sitting silently at her desk, her hand holding the phone slowly clenching into a fist. Suddenly, a memory from her school days flashed through her mind. Sitting in a class, Ju rested her chin on her hand. Out of boredom, her name tag stuck to her familiar desk. The next second, everyone in class opened the windows and craned their necks to look outside. A loud noise from the distance had caught the students' attention. It turned out the tall building across from the school had exploded. The sight quickly registered in Ju's eyes, filling her with immense horror. Unable to contain herself, she let out a loud, pained scream. Back in the present, Ju was still staring blankly at the news. A moment later, she shot up from her seat. "I'm stepping out for a bit." Despite her computer monitor still being on, Ju rushed out the door. On her desk was still a picture of Ju and Jin-Soo together. The sound of the door closing quickly made Lee Sunju hold her head in guilt. "Oh," Se-chan sighed in frustration. "Geez, you have to be more careful with your words when she's here." Then she answered hesitantly, "No, I didn't realize. Anyway, you said you knew her father. What kind of person was he?" Suddenly he became thoughtful at Lee Sunju's question. A memory from the past surfaced. "Oh," Se-chan had asked curiously, "I heard you made up your mind. Are you sure you'll be all right?" Jin-Soo replied with a smile, "What are you talking about? It'd be a lie to say there's no risk." "But what choice do we have? This is South Korea where our families live, so we have to take the risk, right? I have to create a world where my daughter can go to school safely." The good times didn't last long, and Se-chan's pale face spoke of the harsh reality. As he spoke, he remembered the image of Jin-Ho passing away in silence. That person was a workaholic fool who couldn't tell the difference between work and his own daughter. Inside the dungeon, Jin-Ho stood triumphantly over a defeated demon snail. She thought to herself, since this is a C-rank dungeon, none of the monsters are too tough. At this rate, Jin-Ho would be able to move to the second floor of the dungeon tomorrow without any problems. Just then, Minho rushed over in a panic. "General, you have to come see what Kim Gi-Gyu did." Hearing Gi-Gyu's name, she scoffed. What's with the panic? Did he ask for prep time just to fail at catching a single monster? He got even more frantic. "No, that's not it. He definitely did something. But long story short, you just gotta come see for yourself." Jin-Ho was super skeptical. "Why are you freaking out? Lead the way." The moment she arrived, her eyes widened in surprise. "What the hell is this? He said he needed time to set up these traps. He gets an A for effort. But these traps are only strong enough to scratch the monsters, not cause any serious damage." What on earth was Kim Gi-Gyu thinking? From a distance, Hong and Minho watched Gi-Gyu's situation from a high tree branch. Right after he sensed it, "They're here." Just as expected, a demon snail fell into Gi-Gyu's trap. The next second, the hidden weapons he'd set up went off. The monster was quickly wounded, screaming in pain. Even so, Jin-Ho cursed inwardly, "Does this idiot have a death wish or something? How are these simple traps supposed to hold up against a whole swarm of monsters?" Seeing her about to jump in, Minho immediately stopped her. "General, wait. I'm sure Kim Gi-Gyu has a plan." His plea just made Jin-Ho snap. "Does he look like he has a plan, Kim Gi-Gyu? If you die now, how are we supposed to answer to Park Yong-Wan?" Minho gently gestured. "Look over there." Following his lead, she saw a swarm of demon snails being lured into the trap Gi-Gyu had set. The sight immediately made Jin-Ho's face fill with worry. Holy crap, how did so many monsters gather so quickly? It's too late to save him now. Contrary to her thoughts, Gi-Gyu smirked with total confidence. In a flash, he focused and unleashed his power. Then the skill of the Shadow World's representative Blood Mist appeared, and the demon snails were hit by the blood poison. Gi-Gyu's poisonous fog spread everywhere. The demon snails gasped the moment they inhaled it. In just a second, they collapsed to the ground, dead. Hong's face showed clear shock. He used a blood poison technique hidden inside the blood mist. "You can use poison like that," Minho exclaimed excitedly beside her. "This is the most unique battle I've ever seen." The next second, his face went pale as he realized this kid already knew how to use this method to wipe out hundreds of monsters at once. She didn't answer, just thinking to herself, Kim Gi-Gyu, impressive. Jin-Ho's eyes lit up. No wonder he was Park Yong-Wan's favorite. She had to get him on her team no matter what. Down below, Gi-Gyu took out a bottle to collect the poisonous mist. Walking among the corpses of the demon snails, he thought that the blood mist skill consumed more blood poison than Gi-Gyu had expected. The representative of the Shadow World greatly admires your ability. Your blood mist skill has been upgraded. The skill of the Shadow World's representative. Blood absorption skill has been activated while recovering stamina. Gi-Gyu thought to himself, good thing I have the blood absorption skill, so every time I use a blood skill I have something to replenish it with. Seeing this, Hong gave an order. Hey, you go find Kim Gi-Gyu right now and give him a message for me. Minho asked, curiously. Right now, what message? Hearing that, she quickly replied, what else is there to say? After watching that impressive fight, am I supposed to tell him he failed? He passed the test. A moment later, Jin-Ho approached Gi-Gyu and spoke. Kim Gi-Gyu, I'm sorry for underestimating you. You're really good. This is the first time I've seen someone use a blood poison skill so well. If you and I team up, we won't just clear the 3rd floor of the dungeon, we'll conquer it. So, join my team. Without a second's hesitation, Gi-Gyu named his price 10 million. That's the cost every time I use my blood poison. That number instantly pissed her off. What a fee. He quickly explained, my blood poison is like a limited edition item. When a personal item is used during a dungeon raid, it's only natural that the team covers the cost at the user's requested price. Besides, blood poison is a consumable item, so that price is totally fair. Hong's voice, filled with suppressed anger, rang out. Right, I get it. If someone's using their own precious blood, which is as good as gold, we should pay for it. Then she held up her hand. Fine, 3 million. Gi-Gyu sighed softly. Damn, that's some serious lowballing. All right, fine. I'll give you a discount of 100,000, making it 9,900,000. In an instant, John Hong growled back. Okay, then I'll be generous and add 100,000, making it 3,100,000. He shot back without missing a beat. 9.8 million. She continued to haggle 3.2 million. This whole scene made Minho, who was standing nearby, think in amazement. I knew the general was cheap, but why is this Kim Gi-Gyu kid such a handful too? Kim Gi-Gyu was still bidding 9.7 million while John Hong yelled out 3.3 million. The next morning, a loud noise echoed through the dungeon and a system announcement popped up. You have hunted a black goblin. After a closer look, Kim Gi-Gyu fell into thought the Firebird Guild is better trained and their teamwork is tighter than he thought. According to John Hong's calculations, their hunting speed would increase if they used the poison effectively. They've got some serious leadership skills. From a high branch, John Hong yelled out in frustration, Hey, you still holding out on the poison? I'll buy it for 7.3 million won. Hearing this, Kim Gi-Gyu speculated, their amazing leadership skills can't just be about money, right? Move to the next floor, notification announced you have 6 days to survive. Unlike when she was talking about money, John Hong gave a serious warning. This is the last time. But as you all know, survival missions are always crawling with monsters, so everyone needs to be extra careful. We just need to hold out for 6 days. Everyone do your best to level up. Also, since an unplanned expense came up, we'll have to pick some strawberries here. The moment she finished, her team members all thought in unison, what the hell? Despite that, Min-Ho made a suggestion. Captain, we'll go check on the number of monsters and scout the surrounding area while we're at it. John Hong immediately agreed. All right, be careful. The next second, the sound of movement filled the air. The team members observed every nook and cranny of the forest from the treetops. After a while of finding nothing, they quickly moved on. Elsewhere, other team members still hadn't seen a single monster. This strangely peaceful situation made Min-Ho pensive. Something's off. It's a survival mission, but there are way too few monsters, and the dungeon itself is small. The next second, he announced loudly, Hold on, everyone, gather over here. Suddenly, a team member discovered a giant footprint. I don't know what made this, but a track this big can't be from a normal monster. Min-Ho quickly came to a conclusion. Don't tell me that for this survival mission, instead of fighting a horde of monsters, we have to survive against a single boss monster for 6 days. The team member next to him yelled in panic, a survival battle. In a flash, Min-Ho shouted, This is bad. This type of survival mission is way harder than a hunting quest and the survival rate is rock bottom. Go tell the captain, quick. Just as the two of them left, a strange cave suddenly appeared right where the giant footprint was. As expected, from within the cave, a pair of vicious eyes emerged. John Hong's calm voice rang out, You mean this survival mission is a pure survival type? Min-Ho quickly replied, Yes, and the size of the dungeon is strange too. Its area is smaller than typical dungeons. The layout is like an island surrounded by cliffs. He explained while drawing a diagram. If we have to run, we need to be careful not to get cornered against the cliffs. Hearing that, she immediately fell into deep thought. They had Kim Gi-Gyu's blood poison, so taking down the boss should be easy, but to increase the party's survival rate, they needed to avoid a full-on battle. The next second, John Hong announced loudly to everyone, Even though we still don't know what kind of monster the boss is, we should prioritize avoiding it. We have to put everything we've got into surviving. Just as she finished speaking, a loud noise erupted from a distance. John Hong's eyes snapped in that direction, and Kim Gi-Gyu's attention was also caught. It turned out to be a white troll that had appeared out of nowhere. The team members immediately screamed in panic, a white troll. As if he couldn't believe his eyes, Min-Ho was horrified. Why is that monster in a C+ rank dungeon? In just a moment, John Hong regained her composure and ordered, Everyone spread out now. As she spoke, she drew her bow and aimed right at the white troll. The next second, John Hong's arrow flew like a bolt of lightning. Even so, the white troll roared fiercely and charged ahead. Instantly, it was hit by 5 of her arrows simultaneously. At first, the white troll's wounds didn't seem serious at all, but in the blink of an eye, the poison on the arrowheads spread through its body. Jin-Ho watched the white troll's condition intently. Your healing ability, you bastard. No matter how good it is, you're toast once you're hit with Kim Gi-Gyu's poison. Just as she finished her sentence, the white troll flung the arrows out of its body. Without hesitation, it charged furiously towards Jin-Ho as if it had been provoked. While running from the white troll, she thought to herself, I thought Kim Gi-Gyu's poison could handle it. Was the dose too small? But I clearly saw the poison spreading from the arrow wounds. Their chase quickly came into Kim Gi-Gyu's view. He wondered to himself, Jin-Ho is really giving it her all as the captain, huh? Should I step in? After all, this dungeon is a stage for me to show my value to Park Yong-Wan. A while later, the whole team managed to escape from the white troll and took shelter under a giant ancient tree. The next second, Jin-Ho quickly took out a whistle. Right after the whistle blew, she asked loudly, Is everyone all right? Is anyone injured? The team members replied in unison, No, ma'am, all clear. Jin-Ho suddenly remembered, That's a relief. Where's Kim Gi-Gyu? Kim Gi-Gyu's calm voice rang out. I'm here. What is it? Without hesitation, she said, I think we'll have to increase the amount of blood poison we agreed on. Do you agree? He immediately replied, Yes. I'm willing to cooperate, but in return, I have one condition. Let's talk over there for a second. With a very suspicious tone, Hong asked, You're not using this as an opportunity to raise your price, are you? Hearing that Kim Gi-Gyu stated firmly, Not at all. From afar, Minho asked curiously, What are those two talking about way over there? On her end, Jin-Ho hesitated, saying, But that... As if he could read her mind, Kim Gi-Gyu explained seriously, This is about everyone's lives, so I know it's not an easy decision for you. I'll still give it my all to help, even if you don't follow my strategy, but in this situation, whether we fight or flee, at least 4 people will get hurt. The moment he finished speaking, he focused energy into his fingertips. In the blink of an eye, a sharp arrow formed in Kim Gi-Gyu's hand. The Hell's Messenger's blood energy skill was activated. He said, Slowly, I condensed my own blood to make this. Using it is more effective than using arrows coated in blood poison like before. After a moment of thought, Jin-Ho growled, You better remember this. If my teammates die because of your plan, I'm coming for you. Holding the pouch of blood arrows, she turned and announced, All right, let's go over the strategy. A while later, Kim Bom and Chan-ung were in position ready to fight. Suddenly, Kim Bom started sweating bullets, asking nervously, Are you sure this is going to work? Even though Chan-ung was scared out of his mind too, he tried to calm her down. She said, We're not fighting it head-on, we're just kiting it. What other choice do we have to up our chances of survival? Just trust the leader for once. The second Chan-ung finished talking, the white grave showed up right on cue. They both yelled at the same time, Let's do this! The sturdy warrior's provoke skill was activated. The moment it spotted Kim Bom and Chan-ung, it furiously charged at them. But before it could get any closer, the other party members unleashed their skills. The manager of the Fountain of Knowledge's smokescreen skill was activated. A second later, they turned tail and ran as planned. Hurry! Run before that bastard sees us. From a high vantage point, Kim Gi-Gyu said calmly, Now it's time to prepare. Jin-Ho still didn't trust him completely. She asked skeptically a smokescreen. Don't you know the white grave is resistant to fire? Kim Gi-Gyu replied slowly. Of course I know that. I'm not using the smokescreen to deal damage. I'm just using it to block its line of sight. Just long enough for everyone to get a few hits in. As he was explaining, Hong saw her opening. This is it. Instantly, she drew her bow and let an arrow fly. Jin-Ho's arrow shot through the smokescreen and hit the white grave dead on. Seeing this, Minho thought excitedly, That's our leader for you. It hadn't even healed from the last hit, and she landed another perfect shot right in it. Seeing her success, Hong was ecstatic. Hell, yeah, Kim Gi-Gyu thought to himself. She's not bad. When the arrowhead made of blood energy hits a wound, it melts and gets absorbed into the monster's body. So even if the wound heals, it won't stop the poison. At the same time, Kim Bom and Chan-ung kept up the defense. The sturdy warrior's provoke skill was activated and the other members followed suit. The smokescreen skill of the manager of the Fountain of Knowledge was activated. Meanwhile, Minho and another member were busy chipping away at the white grave to keep it distracted. Everything was going exactly as planned, much to Kim Gi-Gyu's satisfaction. This dumb white grave. By the time it realizes it's getting hit with the same attacks over and over, it'll be... Just as he finished the thought, the blood poison spread through its entire body. Then it collapsed with a thunderous crash. The system promptly announced, You have earned the achievement White Grave Hunter. Jin-Ho's eyes widened in amazement. Did we really do it? And without anyone getting hurt, you have earned the achievement White Grave Hunter. The Hell's Messenger has granted you a portion of its power. The blood energy skill has been upgraded. Kim Gi-Gyu's incredible intellect and power made Jin-Ho curious. Just, who are you? He was as cool as a cucumber, saying, we can talk about that after we're out of the dungeon. By the way, the party used my blood poison a total of 217 times. Make sure you bill me for it when we get out. Hong's face went slack-jawed at the insane number. What the dungeon was cleared. Cut to Park Yong-Wan, who was drumming his fingers impatiently on the table. After a moment, he asked in a low, skeptical voice, you said you'd compensate us for this incident, even though nothing can make up for the lives of the guild members we lost. But let's hear what you have to offer. Naomi didn't respond, suddenly lost in thought. Meanwhile, at the Phoenix Guild's press conference, reporters were clamoring to ask questions. A reporter then stood up and asked, we heard that the White Grave unexpectedly appeared in this C+ rank 3-floor dungeon. How did everyone manage to successfully complete the survival mission without a single casualty? Jin-Ho answered calmly. This outcome was possible because every single member did their part. Furthermore, I want to stress one thing. Without Mr. Kim Gi-Gyu's blood poison skill, this raid would have undoubtedly been a failure. The moment she said that, the reporters erupted. So, are you saying you used blood poison to take down the White Grave? Who is Kim Gi-Gyu? Miss Jin-Ho, please give us a moment more of your time. In an instant, Kim Gi-Gyu's name was all over the major news outlets for using poison to take down monsters. A hunter who showcased a new raiding method, the young ace of the Phoenix Guild, Kim Gi-Gyu. His weapon is blood poison. In the parking lot, Kim Gi-Gyu's voice rang out, yeah, this is Kim Gi-Gyu. How's that offer coming along? On the other end of the line, Lee Se Jun quickly informed him, I intentionally leaked the information that Isaac wants to raid the Forest of Spirits to Park Yong-Wan's side. We'll have to wait and see what the result is. Pausing for about 2 seconds, he asked worriedly, is this really okay? Why use a foreigner's identity to raid a dungeon in America, and a Russian's identity at that? Kim Gi-Gyu slowly explained, if I wanted to go in there with to go in an identity other than Isaac, I wouldn't need to use Park Yong-Wan. Realizing how confident he was in his plan, Lee Se Jun immediately warned him, as you already know, even the Salvation Guild has only managed to enter dungeons in America a few times. The US doesn't need anyone's help right now. After the world changed, all the heavy-hitter players flocked to America. With the situation like this, it means joining this dungeon raid is going to be extremely difficult. Despite that, Kim Gi-Gyu calmly replied, I know. Just as he finished speaking, he noticed the sound of someone's footsteps entering the parking lot. Coincidentally, it was Nami and her assistant walking in. At the same time, Lee Se Jun's voice came through the phone. But, right now, Nomi's spell is under Park Yong-Wan's thumb. I think the Vanguard Guild will approve no matter what. However, I can't be sure if the third party aligned with the Vanguard Guild will allow an outsider to interfere. Hearing this, Kim Gi-Gyu grasped the key point. You're talking about the Great One Guild, aren't you? He confirmed it to himself. Kim Gi-Gyu didn't know how the Great One Guild would react, but the overall situation could only lean in his favor. No matter what, the door will be opened. Scene changes to Park Yong-Wan, who furiously slams the dungeon report down on his desk. Then Park Yong-Wan asks with a serious tone, is the content of this report accurate? Secretary Kim quickly replied, all the players who participated in the raid have confirmed it, sir. The report's content is accurate. This answer immediately sent him into deep thought. He took down a white ghoul before he even debuted. Ugh, she continued. Although Dong Jun-Hong was the commander, the one who came up with the strategy was Kim Gi-Gyu. Park Yong-Wan asked in confusion. With Dong Jun-Hong's nasty temper, she just obediently followed his orders. Without hiding anything, Secretary Kim said in a monotone voice, yes, and what's more surprising is that she paid the additional expenses for Kim Gi-Gyu. Those were the costs incurred from using the blood poison. After hearing the whole story, he smirked with great interest. I knew that dude wasn't some simple punk from the first time I met him. But I never expected it to be to this extent. This guy is one hell of a character. Knowing this, I should have started investing in him sooner. It's not too late to start treating him better now, is it? Having weighed the pros and cons, Park Yong-Wan asked, where is Kim Gi-Gyu? She quickly replied, he's already here and on his way up. The next second, he exclaimed, speak of the devil. Scene changes to a meeting room in the Great One Guild. Carrie's voice rings out, Great One Guild? Even if we're on the same side as the Vanguard Guild, we still can't conquer the Forest of Spirits. Isaac Ivanov from Russia says he wants to raid this dungeon, right? Cry Rowana, Guildmaster of the Great One Guild. What does everyone think? Hearing that, David immediately shot back, how can we hand over a dungeon that our own domestic guilds failed to clear together to some foreigner? This is ridiculous. It's a matter of our pride. Harry quickly chimed in, I don't know what the hell those Vanguard Guild fools are thinking agreeing to this so quickly. even though the government is asking for our opinion. I think we absolutely have to oppose this. Hasn't the government repeatedly rejected our proposals to re-rate it? Ignoring their objections, Carrie calmly spoke up. Why is everyone so worked up? The reason those government suits rejected the re-rate in the first place wasn't because they doubted our abilities, but because they were worried about the potential losses our domestic guilds would suffer during the raid. Right? On the contrary, this is a good thing. We can use this as an excuse to get the government's approval. And we should use this opportunity to blow this whole thing up, whether it's some random Russian dude who crawled out of nowhere or some third party tell them all to join in. Her analysis left a guild member completely confused. What the hell are you trying to say? With a scheming look on her face, Rowana enthusiastically said, "We'll put up a prize that everyone wants for this, like the Ring of King Arthur, for example." Without a moment's hesitation, David slammed the table and refused. "Absolutely not. Have you forgotten the heavy price we paid to get that thing?" As if she already had a plan, she soothed him in a soft voice. Now, calm down. I already said we're going to blow this up, didn't I? I never said we were just going to give it away for free." Back in Kim Gi-Gyu's car. Inside, he asked curiously. Lee Se Jun slowly explained, "Here, Se Jun told me to give this to you. He said this skill would suit you. It's something like the Book of the Dead, I think. You can store skeletal soldiers in it. There. I told him you wouldn't need it, but that guy insisted I give it to you anyway." As soon as she finished speaking, Kim Gi-Gyu smirked and replied, "No, this is actually very useful. Tell the director for me that I'll put this to good use. The number of skeleton soldiers that can be stored in the Book of the Dead is limited." He pondered, holding the paper in his hand. Kim Gi-Gyu had always thought he might face a formidable opponent in a battle of numbers someday. Now, with this, he could partially overcome that. At that moment, the contents of the paper appeared: Power of the Pharaoh. Requirement: Hell's Messenger class, level 1 or higher. Effect: can use all dead things as sacrifices. While Kim Gi-Gyu was still deep in thought, Lee Se Jun kept pestering him. "Kim Gi-Gyu, are you even listening to me?" he asked. "You think you can actually conquer the Forest of Spirits? 2 of the 5 biggest guilds in the world. The Vanguard Guild and the Great One Guild teamed up and still failed to clear that dungeon. Plus, its name is the Forest of Spirits, so undead will definitely show up. Isn't that a massive disadvantage for you? Since you can't use undead as sacrifices for your skeleton soldiers." With a totally calm look, Kim Gi-Gyu pointed right at him and said, "I've already thought about that disadvantage. Besides, you're the one on the front lines who has to deal with the undead, right?" Hearing that, Lee Se Jun instantly started sweating. What? The next moment, his phone rang and Kim Gi-Gyu quickly picked it up, much to his fury. "This is Kim Gi-Gyu speaking. Has a final decision been made?" On the other end, Se Jun answered. "The U.S. government agreed, but a little problem came up." Confused, he asked, "What problem?" In an instant, the man explained, "Looks like it's not just us. Any guild that wants to can participate in this raid now. And there's one more thing. The guild that makes the biggest contribution will get a legendary grade item as a reward." Hearing this, Kim Gi-Gyu began to wonder, are they doing this because they're so sure one of their own players will get the item anyway? What is the item? Then Se Jun answered grimly, "King Arthur's ring." In an instant, major news outlets were flooded with articles. The Forest of Spirits. The dungeon even America couldn't beat. The chance to conquer the gate is now open. Isaac Ivanov to take on the Forest of Spirits backed by Park Yong-Wan. Great One Guild posts King Arthur's ring as the raid reward. The Messiah Guild declares its entry. The Forest of Spirits. A clash of guild pride who will claim King Arthur's ring. That very night, the plane with Kim Gi-Gyu and Lee Se Jun on board departed from the airport. They soon landed in San Francisco. The next morning, Kim Gi-Gyu and Lee Se Jun were in a lounge, the waiting area for the MS Guild. Inside the room, Lee Se Jun asked curiously while chewing on some food, "Those Great One dudes seem dead set on clearing this dungeon, huh? Otherwise, why would they put up King Arthur's ring as a bet?" Across from him, Kim Gi-Gyu calmly replied, "That's not it. They're trying to provoke us. They're confident that they'll be the ones to snag the reward anyway." This explanation made him crack up. "So, they're totally dissing you, huh?" Ignoring Lee Se Jun's taunts, Kim Gi-Gyu mulled it over in his head. "That can't be it. The Great One Guild isn't the type to carelessly underestimate an opponent, nor are they a bunch of brainless morons who'd go around provoking other guilds. They clearly have a reason to be this confident, and he had to figure out the source of it." That evening, at the Great One Guild headquarters, Harry slowly reported the entire raid team, including team leader Alice Hahn, has completed their entry into the dungeon. But is this really okay? I'm not doubting Alice's skills, but betting King Arthur's ring is a huge deal. There's a lot of internal gossip about the guild master's decision. Carrie, however, wasn't the least bit concerned. I think everyone is getting something wrong here. I said the reward is King Arthur's ring, correct? But I never said we wouldn't be using it. King Arthur's ring has been activated. Inside the dungeon, the sky turned pitch black. All the guilds had assembled. Ellis's voice echoed, "It seems everyone has gathered. Let me introduce myself. I'm Alias Han from the Great One Guild. Before we start raiding the dungeon, I'll first cover some details of the agreement." A moment later, Lee Se Jun shouted in annoyance, "What the hell is this agreement? No brawling, must cooperate peacefully." Gi-Gyu calmly answered, "Each time a dungeon floor is conquered, a leaderboard will show the group with the greatest contribution, so we need to decide the priority for attacking monsters." Hearing this, he got even more confused. A contribution leaderboard. Then all we have to do is kill a lot of monsters? What's this crap about cooperating? What's your plan now? Are you going to observe the first floor like you said? After a careful observation, he said slowly, "The competition starts from floor 1. Everyone will start playing their trump cards. The Great One Guild is no different." The next second, a system message popped up. "The skill of the Shadow World's representative power of the Pharaoh has been used. You can now use unprocessed monsters as sacrifices." A skeleton warrior has been summoned in the distance. Other guild members started discussing urgently, "They look like they're starting now. What should we do?" With a super confident tone, Ellis said, "If everyone else is in such a rush, how can we just stand by and watch?" Then the system message appeared again. "You have equipped King Arthur's ring. You have equipped Merlin's staff. Your magical power has been amplified by Merlin's staff. The hidden condition for the legend of King Arthur has been met. The set item effect for the legend of King Arthur has been activated. The ring of King Arthur can boost the power of the Round Table." In a flash, she unleashed her energy and her power was maxed out. The scene was immediately caught by a skeleton warrior under Gi-Gyu's control. After focusing her power, Ellis said with a straight face, "Why the hell should we wait for the second floor? Let's go all out right from floor 1. Let's show these punks who really runs this dungeon." As he took in the scene, he thought to himself, "So, this is the Great One Guild's hidden ace. No wonder Henry was so damn confident. Just as I predicted, they used the ring of King Arthur for this raid. But I never expected Ellis to also have Merlin's staff." Merlin's staff is a legendary item, a symbol of Toxin, the one who led the Knights of the Round Table. But it wasn't hers to begin with. The truth is that piece of gear was transferred from Ellis to Park Jin-Ho. This means the Savior Guild and the Great One Guild have some kind of connection. It'd be great if I could snatch it before it gets handed over to Park Jin-Ho. That's way more effective than a direct assault on the Savior Guild. "Hey!" Seeing Gi-Gyu deep in thought, Lee Se Jun quickly called out to him. "Yo, you listening? Are we just going to analyze their strength on the first floor or what?" The next second, he immediately ordered no change of plans. Gi-Gyu told himself he couldn't just let the Great One Guild have the upper hand. They have both the ring of King Arthur and Merlin's staff, so we're going all out from now on. In the middle of the dark forest, a blazing campfire was lit. From a distance, a powerful presence could be felt. It was Ellis casting a spell. The skill, Summon Fire Spirit of the All-Hearing One, has been activated. In a flash, blazing flames surrounded the monsters. They were instantly engulfed by her fire. Standing next to Ellis, John praised her under his breath. "Damn, that's sick. At this rate, we could clear the 4th floor, never mind the 3rd. The moment he finished speaking, a strange sound echoed. John blurted out in surprise, "Isaac Ivanov." Gi-Gyu gave a polite nod as if to greet him. John's face was filled with shock. "We've run into him." Ellis, however, was totally confused. "Aren't we in first place? How did he get here already?" At that moment, a system notification rang out. The skill of the emissary of the underworld. Power of the Pharaoh has been used. You can use monster corpses as a sacrifice. A skeleton warrior has been summoned. The moment John saw this, he furiously yelled, "That bastard, is he ordering those bones to steal the kills we were hunting?" Ellis quickly put her hand out to stop him. "Hey, stop it, don't fall for his cheap tricks." "What's our count?" The notification screen popped up. First place Great One with 1,502 kills. Second place Savior with 1,134 kills. Third place Fran with 1,131 kills. Fourth place Mokos with 753 kills. Seeing this, John said smugly, "We're still in the lead, so there's nothing to worry about. This Isaac dude is nothing special. The rumors about him are total crap." Despite that, Ellis stayed on high alert. "Keep up this pace. Let's move to the next area." Ignoring her plan, Gi-Gyu calmly thought to himself, "It doesn't matter how fast they are, it's pointless. Hunting ability isn't just about speed because they'll never have the weapon we do." After hearing his strategy, Lee Se Jun gritted her teeth. "You're making me the damn tank again." Gi-Gyu started to taunt her. We're the only guild that can pull off this strategy, and that's all because of you. What you scared? As expected, she took the bait. Who says I'm scared? Fine, let's do it. We'll go with your stupid plan. You guys would be toast without me, but you better buy me a meal after this raid is over. As soon as Lee Se Jun left, he smirked and said, Perfect now, let's pick up the hunting pace. A skeleton knight was summoned. The news outlets were blowing up with reports that the Fran Guild had put up a $2 million prize for conquering the Forest of Death. The items from the Savior Guild and the Forest of Death had all become pieces on his betting board. In his office, Yoo Seong said excitedly, Now that all eyes are on this, the other guilds have started placing their bets too. It's a game, after all. There'll be winners and losers. I can't wait to see how it plays out. Secretary, what are Isaac's returns looking like now? Jisoo quickly answered. They've increased by a factor of 3.28. Also, sir, you should take a look at this. The Great One Guild just revealed the items Ellis took into the dungeon. Hearing that, he asked curiously, the items she brought with her? As if she had already anticipated Yoo Se-chan's curiosity, she answered, the ring of King Arthur and Merlin's staff. The news hit him like a ton of bricks. What? They're using items like that in a low-level dungeon. Do they think this is a 5- or 6-floor dungeon or something? Wait, hold on a second. Those two are part of the same set. If that's the case... The next second, Yoo Se-chan roared in fury. Secretary, cancel all my bets immediately. Jisoo's voice was perfectly calm. It's too late, sir. The bets can't be canceled. In a flash, he figured out the Great One Guild's whole scheme. Great One, don't those dirty bastards know how to play fair? Oh God, Buddha Virgin Mary. Holy Allah, please save me. Seeing him like that, she started sweating and thought to herself, the only thing you can really trust is money. A moment later, the rankings updated. First place Mokos with 5,704 kills. Second place Great One with 5,690 kills. Third place Savior with 4,908 kills. Fourth place Fran with 4,605 kills. The numbers made Alias grit her teeth in fury. That's impossible. How the hell did those guys get ahead of us? Is it an item? There's no way they have an item more powerful than the combination of King Arthur's ring and Merlin's staff. From afar, Kim Gi-Gyu looked up and saw her scrutinizing him. Right after that, Ellis came over to talk. Pretty awesome. What's your secret? His tone was surprisingly modest. Just got lucky. In a flash, she was ticked off. His little brat, Kim Gi-Gyu, said nothing more, only thinking to himself. It's all thanks to Lee Se Jun's immortal body. No matter how strong you are, you can't just round up all the monsters in one place. It just wastes time getting to the next zone. All they have to do is pull new monsters to where we're already fighting. Because of that, all we gotta do is focus on the fight. I bet that stings their ego pretty bad, right? Next, Kim Gi-Gyu said confidently, By the way, why not just hand over King Arthur's ring to me now? Alias was totally shocked by his sudden demand. What Kim Gi-Gyu just kept talking nonchalantly. We're about to clear this dungeon anyway, so what's the big deal about giving it to me now? It's better to just give it to me now. That way we can help your GR1 guild minimize its casualties. Not backing down, she shot back instantly. That confident are you? Kim Gi-Gyu said with confidence. Powerful items belong to the strong. That's how you increase the raid success rate, isn't it? Ellis shot back. What you just said. So. Sounds a lot like you're saying you're stronger than me. Hearing this, he calmly explained, My point is, if there were a player stronger than me, I'd willingly give up my items for the sake of the mission. It looked like Kim Gi-Gyu's attitude really got under her skin. Looks like you're getting a big head just from beating my team in this little bet. You'd be better off not being so damn arrogant. With that, Ellis spun around and walked away, because no matter what the credit for this dungeon raid is going to our GR1 guild anyway. From afar, Jay watched their exchange, thinking to himself, the more these guilds go at each other's throats, the better. That's how an opening will appear for their pioneer guild. If they both burn each other out, he'd be even more thrilled. A moment later, Ellis's blazing red flames annihilated a whole swarm of monsters. John was also fighting his ass off. The other team members were no different. It looked like Kim Gi-Gyu's challenge from earlier had really fired her up. Ellis's attacks were way more brutal than before. A monster nearby couldn't escape her inferno. The flames just kept spreading further out. After they wiped out all the nearby monsters, Ellis's team members were hyped, chatting amongst themselves. A second later, she asked, What's the situation now? After checking, John hesitated. Captain Well. His face was full of worry. There's no change in our rank. In fact, the gap between us and the Mokos Guild is getting even bigger. Ellis immediately shot back. What the hell are you talking about? Do you even know how to read the damn thing? But a second later, her eyes went wide with disbelief. This is insane. Ellis had been unleashing her full firepower, so how was the gap getting bigger? Suddenly, John's relieved voice cut through. The scout is back. she yelled impatiently. "What's the situation on Kim Gi-Gyu's side? What the hell is happening over there?" The scout was sweating bullets, stammering his reply. 50. His hesitation just pissed Alice off more. 50 what the count was over 10,000 a minute ago. Looking like he'd just seen a ghost, the scout's face went pale. "No, that's not it. He has 50 skeleton soldiers, and those skeletons are way stronger than any other players." Cutting over to Kim Gi-Gyu's side, the skeleton soldier summon failed. As he read the notification, he thought to himself, "Is this really the limit with my current mana?" The screen displayed skeleton soldier enhancement. Skill rank. A enhances the power of summoned skeleton soldiers. As the skill rank increases, the effect grows, boosting the skeleton soldier's power stats by 50%. The number of skeletons you can summon increases with your level. Right after chugging a potion, Kim Gi-Gyu thought to himself that he still needed to use other skills, so he'd better save some mana. Then the system announced, "Your mana has been restored." The next second, Kim Gi-Gyu calmly glanced back, and there, right behind him, was an army of skeleton soldiers kneeling and awaiting his command. In the dead silence, suddenly, the sound of frantic footsteps echoed. It was Lee Se Jun, panting and cursing damn. She had perfectly executed her mission, which was to lure a mob of monsters right to Kim Gi-Gyu. Seeing this, he smirked. Her timing is on point now. As he put on his mask, a system message popped up. "You have connected with the skeleton soldier." In a flash, a skeleton knight was ready to ride into battle. As if he'd been waiting for this moment, Kim Gi-Gyu let out a confident smirk. Next, massive explosions erupted, signaling the start of the fight. The Hell Messenger's corpse explosion skill had been cast. The skeleton knight's face was utterly savage. Not to be outdone, a monster opened its jaws wide, ready to chop its head off at any second. Too bad for them. With a single strike, the skeleton knight wiped out a whole pack of monsters. Even so, the dumbasses kept charging into the fight. The Hell Messenger's corpse explosion skill was cast. Right after that, a massive explosion completely obliterated all the surrounding monsters. Kim Gi-Gyu and Lee Se Jun's scores on the leaderboard kept skyrocketing. The first floor of the dungeon was cleared. After a while, the final rankings were locked in. First place Mokos with 23,056 kills. Second place Grade 1 with 20,183 kills. Third place Salvation with 18,046. Fourth place Pioneer with 16,011 kills. Seeing this, Alias spoke up. "Based on the results, it seems pointless to compete any further. Does anyone object to Isaac Ivanov being the first to conquer the boss?" Immediately, the other guilds chimed in. "A rule's a rule. Let's just follow it." The Salvation Guild has no objections. Meanwhile, Jay was thinking to himself, "I can't believe Alice actually lost. Guess I'll have to switch up the plan." Even though this was unexpected, Jay couldn't just let King Arthur's ring slip through his fingers like this. Then Alice praised him earnestly. "I underestimated you. I fully acknowledge that you've earned first place." As they shook hands, Kim Gi-Gyu replied, "Thank you." Before he could say more, she cut him off. "But we still have to conquer the second floor. Don't forget that if you fail, the next turn belongs to us." Moving to the second floor, a notification appeared. "Capture the Earth Turtle to proceed to the next floor." The moment they arrived on floor 2, the other guild members started bitching. "For real, what is this? The fog is so thick we can barely see a thing, and they want us to catch monsters hiding underground here?" Their whining pissed Alice off, and she snapped. "First, let's spread out and search." Suddenly, from within the fog, Jay's scheming voice called out, "Hey, now Alice, lighten up a little. You're scaring me." She shot back without hesitation. "Piss off, I'm not in the mood for games right now." Jay from the Vanguard Guild flashed what he thought was a friendly smile. "Don't be like that, I came here to make a serious offer. How about you team up with us for this dungeon raid? Red One and our Vanguard Guild have joined forces before after all. Even though it failed last time, don't you think we shouldn't just hand over a precious American treasure to some Russian punk?" Hearing that, Alice asked in a low voice, "Team up with you? And what's the plan exactly?" Jay immediately laid out his scheme. "Unexpected accidents happen all the time in dungeons, right? Like, say while you're fighting the boss, a swarm of monsters suddenly rushes in from behind." Just hearing that Alice raised her voice in protest, "What? No matter how you spin it, that kind of cheap shot is—" But he kept trying to persuade her. "Listen, Alice, get real. This isn't the time to argue about right and wrong. If King Arthur's ring gets taken, it won't just end with a debriefing. You know it too. There's not much time before they can start the floor 2 raid." As if he had her cornered, Jay gave a sleazy grin. "Think it over carefully." Alice sighed in frustration. "I'm speechless. You think saying that will make me go, 'Oh, thank you so much'?" Wow. Hearing that, Jay shot back angrily. "Hey, so you're saying you're fine with just handing the ring over to that Russian punk? What's your plan if that bastard actually clears the raid?" Having already seen through his scheme, she quickly called him out. If our team had gotten priority for the boss raid, wouldn't you be aiming those same dirty tricks at us? Jay tried to play it off. Well, I'm not going to deny that. But with the way things are now, if we team up... Before he could finish, Ellis cut him off. I'm going to act like this conversation never happened. However, if you get in our way later, I swear I won't let it slide. While they were still talking, a notification popped up. The Earth Turtle has been defeated. Ellis's eyes shot open in surprise at the news. What the hell? Even Jay could hardly believe it. You have successfully conquered the second floor of the dungeon. On Kim Gi-Gyu's end, the Earth Turtle had been wiped out in a flash. Along with it came Lee Se Jun's exhausted gasps. He couldn't take it anymore and collapsed. Seeing this, Kim Gi-Gyu asked gently, "You good man?" Lee Se Jun snapped back, "My ribs feel like they're about to shatter." He immediately started yelling, "Would you be okay if you were me?" Damn it, only a pro like me could have held on this long. Any other chump would have died 100 times over 100 times. A system window quickly popped up. The skill, Blessing of the River Styx, has been activated. Your stamina has been fully restored. While munching on food to recover, Lee Se Jun spoke up, "My Blessing of the River Styx skill has gone up 3 levels thanks to raiding with you. How hard do you think I had to bust my ass to jump 3 whole levels at once? What's the big rush anyway? Don't we already have priority for the raid?" With a nonchalant tone, Kim Gi-Gyu answered, "Because we can't give our enemies the time or opportunity to pull any crap." Moving to the next floor, you have reached the 3rd floor. A dangerous presence is suddenly approaching. As soon as the guilds entered the 3rd floor, a pair of menacing eyes appeared in the distance. The other members were all wondering, what the hell just happened? Who killed the Earth Turtle? We have no idea. We didn't even hear anyone had found it. Just then a member of the Great One Guild couldn't take it and covered his nose. What is that rotten smell? The fog here is even worse than on the 2nd floor. Ellis quickly caught the horrible stench too. Jay was no exception. As the guild members looked on in panic, a system notification appeared. The black bone miasma is gradually draining your vitality. The power of Apophis has been activated. Suddenly, Lee Se Jun was stunned by his own system message. You are not affected by the black bone miasma. Lancelot's ring has activated a powerful resistance against the black bone miasma. The next second, he whipped his head around to stare at Kim Gi-Gyu suspiciously. Don't tell me he saw this coming. Elsewhere, Ellis's team members were clutching their heads in a daze. This is messed up. We just started, and we're already hit with the black bone poison. She quickly shouted, "Everyone, stay calm and take the antidote now." As she took the antidote, Elise thought it over. Even though she had anticipated this and prepared for it, they didn't have an endless supply of antidotes. At most, it would only last for half a day. They might all get poisoned and run out of stamina before even facing a monster. The system window appeared. You have taken the antidote. Poison status has been removed. Temporary immunity is now active. Then, Goat slowly walked over and asked, "This situation is worse than I thought. We can last for about half a day. How about your side?" Ellis replied, "Same here." As if that was the answer he was waiting for, the guy quickly said, "We're running out of time. You're not going to reconsider my earlier proposal, are you? This opportunity only comes once. Are you just going to wait around to lose? You think your team can take on the boss with your stamina completely drained?" While Ellis was stressing out, a voice suddenly rang out, "Isaac is on the move." Suddenly, Jay's words flashed through Ellis's mind. If Isaac succeeded, she would have the ring stolen from her. And even if he fails, a lot of time will have passed, and in the end will be the only one suffering. After a moment, Ellis finally had to make a choice. There really was no other way. Without hesitation, Goat praised her. "Excellent, that's a wise choice." He let out a sly, eager grin. Now, the chances of Jay's team getting their hands on King Arthur's ring were much higher. "Sorry about that, Ellis." Of course he was lying when he said their team's antidotes would only last for half a day. They actually had enough to hold out for a whole day. Now, time was on the side of the Pioneer Guild. In the distance, a pair of shadowy hooves got ready to charge into battle. Right behind them, a bizarre hand shot up from the ground. This sight quickly caught Lee Se Jun's attention. As if to intimidate him, the Dullahan opened its mouth wide and roared. After a pause of about 2 seconds, it was mounted on its horse with an incredibly sharp sword in hand. After that, the Dullahan summoned a swarm of underlings to battle Kim Gi-Gyu. Their overwhelming numbers made Lee Se Jun grit his teeth. They're swarming us. A whole damn forest of them, and you're telling me to just stall for time. Are you kidding me, dude? Despite his anxiety, Kim Gi-Gyu calmly replied, "The forces trying to interfere with us were going to show up one way or another. So, for now, all we have to do is pretend we're hunting monsters." Lee Se Jun retorted irritably, "Can't we just wipe out these saboteurs and then start the hunt?" Kim Gi-Gyu slowly explained. If we do what you say, we'd have to abandon this front line, which would just hand the opportunity to another guild. That's exactly the scenario our rivals are hoping for. However, because of the Black Bone, the more time passes, the more of an advantage we'll have. Inside, Jay was ecstatic. I'm begging you guys, please go clear that dungeon. Aha! Hey, it's begun. Seeing Kim Gi-Gyu's movements from afar, he turned and signaled to Alias. As soon as Jay left, she told herself, Ellis, there's no other choice, there was never any guarantee we'd succeed from the get-go. She tried to comfort herself, this decision is for the sake of everyone here. That's right. As long as they win, we can save everybody and get out of this place. Just then, the system window appeared again. The Black Bone is slowly draining your vitality. You have taken an antidote. On Kim Gi-Gyu and Lee Se Jun's side of the battlefield, the Dullahan's skeleton minions were fiercely charging in. Before they could even attack, a powerful strike sent them straight to the grave. It was Lee Se Jun going all out. Seeing this, Kim Gi-Gyu calmly advised him, pace yourself, man. Chill out. While throwing punches, he screamed, how the hell am I supposed to take it easy with this entire forest of monsters? In the midst of the battle, a flock of birds suddenly flew over, followed by the sound of frantic footsteps. The sound quickly reached his ears. It turned out to be monsters stampeding towards Kim Gi-Gyu. He wasn't afraid in the slightest, instead he gave a satisfied smirk. They're here, huh? A second later, the Hell Messenger's corpse explosion skill was unleashed. Kim Gi-Gyu's counterattack left Jay, who was watching from a distance, completely stunned. What the hell is this? A series of massive explosions continuously annihilated the incoming wave of monsters. Seeing this, the guy couldn't believe his eyes, thinking, this is insane. Was he prepared for this weight? The direction of that explosion is aimed at. A system notification appeared. The black fog is slowly draining your vitality. At that moment, a member of the Great One Guild cursed tiredly, damn it. The next second, he collapsed onto the ground in exhaustion. Another member helped his teammates fall back while trying to comfort them. Just hang on a little longer. We can't die some lame death out here. A member quickly reported the situation. The number of people collapsing is increasing, Captain. We can't hold on much longer. There's no time to waste. Please make a call. Hearing this, Alias broke out in a nervous sweat. Their prepared antidotes had run out, and from now on they would just have to accept their forces dwindling. Isaac, what the hell is that bastard doing that's taking so long? In the midst of the crisis, people started shouting joyfully, it's Isaac, Isaac has returned. She was instantly relieved, thinking to herself, good. He finally gave up and came back. In a flash, Alice yelled out her orders, everyone get ready to fight now. It's the Great One Guild's turn to show them our power. Ignoring her, the other members were still buzzing, focused on Kim Gi-Gyu. At the same time, he calmly spoke up, all right, I'm leaving it to you guys. I'm heading back to the fight. His words made Alice unable to hide her frustration. Hold up, Isaac, are you kidding us? The moment you came back here, this became the Great One Guild's turn. If you've already wasted half a day and got nothing done, then just stop now. It's our turn to fight. Isn't this about everyone's lives being on the line? Kim Gi-Gyu calmly replied, I was just bringing a seriously injured member of the Vanguard Guild to a safe place. Hearing that, she latched onto the key point. Vanguard Guild, a seriously injured member. As she glanced at the ground, a familiar figure came into view. Elise couldn't believe her eyes, thinking to herself, Jason, son, what the hell was that moron thinking? Still, Elise stubbornly insisted, I don't care what your reason is. The second you came back here, you withdrew from the battle. The raid got put on hold because you bailed, didn't it? I'm not going to waste any more words. From now on, the Great One Guild is taking over. That's the best way to keep everyone here alive. With a completely confident tone, Kim Gi-Gyu said, you'll have to wait your turn. We're still fighting. Before she could reply, he summoned a surge of power that enveloped everyone. The scene left Alice confused, thinking, what the hell is this? After a 2-second pause, Kim Gi-Gyu slowly added, my partner is still fighting right now. I don't have time to argue with you over this stupid crap. I have to get back to the fight to help my partner who's struggling out there. Hearing this, a curious guild member asked, Isaac has a partner. Doesn't he just have those skeleton soldiers? His buddy quickly answered, nah, there's that big tall dude too. Recalling Lee Se Jun's appearance, he added that he thought his name was Sheba. That member remembered too. Oh, the guy who looks like a gorilla. A moment later, Kim Gi-Gyu spoke up. Besides, most of the guild members are poisoned. If they fight like this, forget raiding the boss, they won't even be able to save their own skins. As if she'd found his weak spot, Lee shot back, speaking of which, aren't you unable to fight because you're poisoned too? It's not too late. Just hand over the raid rights to us. If both sides are poisoned, isn't it better for us to step in since we've been saving our strength? Kim Gi-Gyu calmly replied, nope, I'm totally unaffected by these poisoned bones. Without missing a beat, she shot back, don't be ridiculous. The next second, the other members gasped as they remembered the spiny-bodied snake hunter. That's right, he's the one who caught the spiny-bodied snake. Hearing that, Elise sank into thought. Come to think of it, that spiny-bodied snake that breathed poison gas. The first-ever spiny-bodied snake hunter, Isaac Ivanov. He then loudly called out the Great One Guild's arrogance. If all the guilds had just teamed up from the beginning, we wouldn't be in this mess right now. Setting up a turn-based order to fight the boss was just plain arrogant. But we still have a chance, and that's to pool all our resources to kill that Dullahan as fast as possible. She was pissed for being called out. That bastard. Luckily, John was thinking about the big picture. Maybe we should just stop. The vibe here is getting way too tense. After a moment of thought, Nick agreed. Isaac's dead on. We should have just teamed up for the raid from the get-go instead of competing. Seeing that someone else chimed in. And making a bet with items for no reason is what got us into this mess. Tom said irritably, Yeah, this is all because of the Great One Guild. The other members started murmuring and pointing fingers. Now that things have gotten this bad, shouldn't Elise take responsibility for what she said? What did Isaac do wrong? The boss fight was only delayed because he had to bring back an injured guy from the Vanguard Guild. Right then, a lot of suspicious eyes turned towards Elise. He saved an American one of her own people, and instead of a thank you, she was over here starting trouble. If something went wrong, the Great One Guild members probably wouldn't let her hear the end of it. These accusations made her break out in a cold sweat. The situation was seriously bad. The next second, Kim Gi-Gyu gently reminded her, this being about everyone's lives, those were your words earlier, weren't they? So why don't you think hard about what you can do right now to save everyone here? Just hearing that Ellis had a sudden realization, this bastard, no way. Immediately, the image of his confident self from last night flashed in her mind. Ooh, the stronger player should have the better item. That's how you increase the raid's success rate, right? What I'm saying is, if there's a player stronger than me, I'm willing to give up my item for the greater good. While Ellis hesitated, Kim Gi-Gyu stated firmly, You already know the answer, right? Everyone here will be a witness to the noble sacrifice of the Great One Guild. Ignoring the murmurs around her, she was lost deep in thought. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies was growing larger and larger. Lee Se Jun grumbled a mix of worry and anger. For real, there's no end to these things. At this rate, I'm going to be gassed before I even get to the Dullahan. Kim Gi-Gyu, when the hell is that jerk coming back? Just as he finished speaking, Kim Gi-Gyu walked up and praised them. You held out pretty well. Without missing a beat, Lee Se Jun turned and snapped at the sound of his familiar voice. Hey, you bastard, what the hell took you so long? Before she could even finish her sentence, Kim Gi-Gyu started activating his magic. Merlin's staff has increased your magic power. The hidden condition of the legend of King Arthur has been met. The side effect of the legend of King Arthur has been activated. The ring of King Arthur has increased the power of the Round Table. Your magic power is overflowing. Seeing this, Lee Se Jun yelled out, Hey, what kind of stunt did you just pull to get back here, huh? Where'd you dig up those items? He calmly explained, I just got them as a winner's prize. This staff was a freebie. So, now let's just bust through this encirclement in one go and head straight for the Dullahan. All right, next. The man scoffed at Kim Gi-Gyu's overconfidence. You think things are going to change just because you got 2 new items? There's a whole army of zombies thick as ants. How the hell are you going to break through? He didn't answer, just smirking softly as if he'd been prepared for this all along. In the blink of an eye, Kim Gi-Gyu started the fight. You have summoned a golem. The Hell Messenger's skill, Pharaoh's Power, has been activated. The caster can use dead monsters as sacrifices. Skeleton soldiers have been summoned. You have equipped Park Yong-Wan's necklace. The condition for the legend of King Arthur has been met. The side effect of the legend of King Arthur has been activated. The ring of King Arthur has increased the power of the Round Table. The duration of the Protection of the Sun skill from Park Yong-Wan's necklace has been greatly increased. You have activated the Aura of Power. In just an instant, swarms of skeleton soldiers and golems appeared to back up Kim Gi-Gyu. To Lee Se Jun's shocked and horrified expression, their numbers just kept growing. He stated decisively, Is this enough for you now? The zombies were quickly drawn in, and in a flash they pounced on the golems and skeleton soldiers Kim Gi-Gyu had summoned. The zombies moved at lightning speed. Seeing this, an excited Lee Se Jun exclaimed, Damn, that's effective. The zombies are all swarming the golems. Kim Gi-Gyu slowly replied, Obviously, killing a horde of zombies like this one by one would take forever. Now, let's proceed with the next step. Just as he finished his sentence, he was already intently observing the Dullahan from afar. Meanwhile, a member of the Vanguard Guild was healing Dae. The next moment, the guy woke up, his eyes wide with shock. Looks like he still hadn't figured out what was going on. What is all this? The guild member healing him quickly spoke up. Don't move, just lie down and rest. Even with the healing, you can't recover normally because of the black mist. You're damn lucky if someone hadn't saved you and brought you here, you'd be a goner for sure. The moment he heard that familiar name, Jay's face went pale as he thought to himself, someone saved him. Then which way are things headed now? In the misty forest, John's doubtful voice rang out. Is it really okay to be wandering around like this? What if we run into a monster that just escaped the battle? We'd be in serious trouble in our current state. His constant worrying got on Alice's nerves and she snapped. I know that already. We lost Merlin's staff because of that bastard's damn smooth talking. What are you planning to report to the guild? We need to at least grasp the situation so we have something to report. She gritted her teeth as she thought to herself. In that situation, if they hadn't given up Merlin's staff, there's no telling what those furious players would have done. The way things were, they had no choice but to sacrifice the item, swallow the guild's pride, and disregard the lives of their members. Aja is one scary dude. A while later, the two of them stood on a distant cliff. From this spot, they could see Kim Gi-Gyu and Lee Se Jun's entire battle. The moment he saw the scene below, John yelled out in a panic. That moron got himself surrounded, can't believe he doesn't even know basic strategy. But, contrary to what he feared, down on the battlefield, the skeleton soldiers were fighting the zombies ferociously. Looks like Alias figured out Kim Gi-Gyu's plan. He's not surrounded. Just as she said, the skeleton soldiers were slowly gaining the upper hand. Alias then added in surprise, he placed the golems and skeleton soldiers between the Dae-Hun and the zombie army to split their formation. She silently calculated in her head a strategy to go straight for the Dae-Hun while it's isolated. But if he can't secure a quick victory, Kim Gi-Gyu will definitely get surrounded. Why is he being so reckless? Down on the battlefield, Lee Se Jun exhaled a frosty breath and exclaimed, This thing ain't going down as easy as we thought. I really thought the two of us could take it down easy. But just touching it blasts out this insane cold air that freezes you solid. See. At that moment, the Dae-Hun used its magic again. The soul's aura has been strengthened by an unknown power. Luckily, its attack was repelled. Lancelot's ring has repelled the soul's aura. Lee Se Jun let out a satisfied laugh. Having awesome gear is the best. Even so, Kim Gi-Gyu was still worried this alone won't be enough to beat the Dae-Hun. Park Yong-Wan's necklace radiated warmth into the frigid air. Suddenly, he remembered something from before he regressed something Kim Gi-Gyu had heard from his comrades who had conquered the Forest of Souls. That to defeat the Dae-Hun, you need an insane amount of firepower. And the source of that firepower was Loon. Even though this couldn't compare to Lee Se Jun at that time, he had just made a decision. Kim Gi-Gyu immediately got into a fighting stance. You have equipped Percival's spear. The hidden condition of the legend of King Arthur has been met. The side effect of the legend of King Arthur has been activated. The piercing power of Percival's spear increased significantly. The next moment, he hurled the spear at the Dae-Hun to create a diversion. Lee Se Jun quickly seized the opportunity. Hell yeah, time to pull out the trump card, right? Without a moment's hesitation, she focused her power into her weapon and charged in while the Dae-Hun was distracted. But Lee Se Jun still wasn't going all out. Strangely, she attacked the Dae-Hun's horse. She gave it no room to breathe, relentlessly landing blow after blow. During the fight, Lee Se Jun took a minor cut to the face, but it didn't scare her one bit. If anything, the small wound just got her blood pumping. She threw a powerful punch at the Dae-Hun, but unfortunately it blocked the punch. A frosty aura emanated from its sword, encasing Lee Se Jun's arm in a layer of chilling ice. Despite that, the Dae-Hun kept spewing out more frost energy. Just then, Kim Gi-Gyu flew in like a bolt of lightning. He aimed straight for its head and powerfully thrust his spear. The Dae-Hun tried to block the blow by releasing more frost energy. The spear, in Kim Gi-Gyu's hand, began to freeze over too. Lee Se Jun was still optimistic, though. Awesome, he's got its head, but contrary to her thoughts, the frost spread up the spear to Kim Gi-Gyu's arm. The moment she saw this, Lee Se Jun's expression turned worried. Don't tell me even Percival's spear can't break through that frost. Despite her concern, Kim Gi-Gyu kept pushing the spear deeper into the Dae-Hun. It seemed his tenacity was starting to piss it off. The Dae-Hun spewed out even more frost energy. But, thankfully, just then a noticeable crack suddenly appeared on its face. The crack rapidly spread across its body. A moment later, the whole thing blew up, creating a massive, terrifying shockwave. The blast was so intense that Alice and John had to shield their faces. After a moment, she managed to open her eyes. Seeing the sunlight and the system notification, Elise was dumbfounded. You have defeated the Dae-Hun. John couldn't believe his eyes either and asked, It's over. Down on the battlefield, the zombie horde began to vanish into thin air. Noticing this, Lee Se Jun said, Yo, that whole mob of pitch-black zombies is fading away. A look of complete shock suddenly appeared on Kim Gi-Gyu's face. What is this? While he was staring intently at the spear on the ground, Lee Se Jun shouted, Yo, Kim Gi-Gyu, What are we supposed to do with this thing? Kim Gi-Gyu didn't answer her, instead gently picking up a ring off the ground. After looking at it for a moment, he realized it was the Ring of Hercules. At the same time, a system notification appeared, Ring of Hercules. Item, rank legendary, usable from level 1 and up. This is the ring of the great hero Hercules. You can gain power that scales with your accumulated achievements. Effect stamina plus 10% when equipped. Strength plus 10% when equipped. Magic power plus 10% when equipped. When wearing this ring, additional stats can be unlocked based on the number of achievements. Kim Gi-Gyu's weird silence was making Lee Se Jun impatient. Are you even listening to me? I asked what we're supposed to do with this. He finally spoke. What do you mean? What the system immediately popped up? You have summoned the Dae-Hun as a skeleton soldier. A few days later, the papers were buzzing with news about Isaac Ivanov clearing the Forest of Souls. Isaac Ivanov hit the jackpot. As Ju looked on in disbelief, Oh Se Jun cheered ecstatically. The online news outlets were all over it too. Elise Han hands over Merlin's staff to Isaac to complete his grand mission. The Great One Guild transfers King Arthur's ring to the Emco's Guild, the world's largest guild, fulfilling their promise. Looks like this news made Carrie furious. That chick shot up and slammed her fist on the table trying to put Elise in her place. Even though she hated it, Alice had to take Carrie's crap. Then more articles started popping up. Isaac Ivanov gives a shout-out to Park Yong-Wan. Park Yong-Wan's skill was the key to victory in the Dae-Hun raid. Isaac Ivanov only mentioned Park Yong-Wan by name. Will the Phoenix Guild team up with the Messiah Guild? Park Yong-Wan has found the savior who can save the world. As he read the news, a satisfied smirk appeared on Park Yong-Wan's face. He thought gleefully, just like Kim Gi-Gyu said, my investment in Isaac really paid off. I can't believe some morons actually think my guild is in the same league as the Messiah Guild. The more moves Isaac makes, the stock price for me and the Phoenix Guild will just keep climbing. The next moment, Secretary Kim spoke up. Sir, we have a call from the MCO's Guild. That name immediately piqued his curiosity. The MCO's Guild. The scene shifts to an airport where Kim Gi-Gyu has just arrived and is wheeling his suitcase out. He spoke calmly into the phone. I just arrived. Guess it's time for the next step. Is that thing I asked you to make ready yet? Turns out the person on the line with Kim Gi-Gyu was Oh Se Jun. Of course it's ready. Who do you take me for? But its durability is still kind of weak, so don't push it too hard. We've already thrown out the bait, so he should be calling any minute now. Hearing that, he slowly replied, Got it? The moment Kim Gi-Gyu finished his sentence, Lee Se Jun sighed. Don't you ever get tired? We just wrapped one job and you're already on to the next. Anyway, we're done here, so I'm out. I'm starving. And besides, you weren't going to grab a bite with me anyway, right? He immediately answered her, Yeah, go on ahead. You did good work. Get home safe. Kim Gi-Gyu's attitude just pissed Lee Se Jun off even more. Hey, are you even human? After working me to the bone, the least you could do is buy me some food. You can eat whatever you want as much as you want. It seemed this answer wasn't what Lee Se Jun expected as he asked with a blank face, As much as I want, I can get anything. Just as Kim Gi-Gyu's car was pulling away, he suddenly realized and screamed, But when is a few days? A few days. Treat me now. High above the city sky, the moon had risen. Inside the meeting room, Shin-A-Ta furiously yelled, What do you mean you're not participating now? Don't you know what the situation is to be saying something like that? The conquest of the 7-story dungeon couldn't be delayed any longer. Immediately after Nota Hajiro's calm voice rang out, This is also a matter that I cannot postpone. Do you have any idea how many of my disciples have been sacrificed because of that bastard? Kim Gi-Gyu, until I put that bastard in the ground, I probably can't cooperate with you on anything. His evasive attitude only made her angrier. Park Yong-Wan had already joined forces with Isaac and successfully conquered the Forest of Spirits. Because of that, all public attention was focused on them. Are you really going to ruin our grand cause over this petty issue? Sacrifices are always unavoidable. Hearing that, he narrowed his eyes and growled back, A petty issue? I think worrying about some punk who just cleared the 3rd floor is the real petty issue here. Am I wrong? I mean, aren't you overestimating this so-called somebody? Sukahara Ken, sitting next to him, immediately agreed. I think so too. Worrying about something so pointless is just pathetic. Then Shin-H replied while cursing inwardly, These damn idiots, I already told them this isn't the most pressing issue. Just because of one guy named Isaac, the Salvation Guild's position is being shaken. When the Salvation Guild has always been the only guild to receive everyone's praise. And another thing, the main problem here is that Guy's growth rate is frighteningly fast, just like Lee Se Jun in the past. Just as she was about to jump into the argument, Lee Se Jun slowly said, Stop. If you feel that the matter of your disciples is more important, then do as you wish. However, we We cannot give you too much time. Shin H hastily cut in, but, Guildmaster, if we delay the 7th floor conquest in this situation. Before she could finish, he shot a cold, sharp glare at Shin H, causing her to fall silent. Lee Se Jun's coldness made Shin H immediately change her tune. I understand. If the Guildmaster has decided, then we'll have to postpone the dungeon conquest for a while. Having gotten the answer he wanted, Noda Hachiro calmly said, Thank you for your consideration. Sukahara Ken disconnected while saying his goodbyes, then we'll take our leave. Their figures gradually disappeared as everyone remained silent. In an instant, a gloating voice echoed through the room. So, the Salvation Guild's reputation isn't what it used to be, huh? These words annoyed Shin H, who snapped, What? Turns out it was Yu Han who started mocking them. If that's not the case, then were all the rumors up until now just exaggerations. The core members who were active in each level bracket are nowhere to be found. The remaining members just do whatever they want, not giving a damn about the Guildmaster's opinion. At this point, he smirked and declared, What a total mess. Don't tell me you called me here just to witness this pathetic display. That argument just now was quite an interesting scene for me. She grew even angrier and scolded, You should watch your mouth. Lee Se Jun cut Shin H off again. And so, what can you do about it? As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed an ominous aura as if to intimidate Yu Han. The scene shifts to Park Yong-Wan's base. Kim Gi-Gyu calmly inquired, Sir, why did you call for me? Without hesitation, he asked for a favor. Thanks to you telling me to invest in Isaac, things have been going really well lately. So, I'm hoping you'll handle one more thing for me. If you take care of it well, I'll give you a worthy reward. He didn't agree right away, but asked back, What is the job you want to give me? The next second, Park Yong-Wan smirked and said, A certain player has designated you as their partner for a dungeon conquest. It seems this person wants to test your abilities. Hearing this, Kim Gi-Gyu's face showed surprise. My abilities. He quickly explained, That's right. The job I want to give you is to completely capture that person's attention, make your existence absolutely essential to them. But needing a moment to process this, Kim Gi-Gyu was silent for a long time. A moment later, he calmly asked, So, who is the person who designated me? With an eager tone, Park Yong-Wan replied, Isaac Ivanov, he's the one who designated you. In the evening, in the heart of the city, a teleportation gate opened. Park Yong-Wan's curious voice rang out, Did the previous meeting with Isaac go well? Kim Gi-Gyu calmly replied, Yes, I've received the information on the dungeon report and the test details. But afraid he wouldn't take it seriously, the man said in a stern voice. I'll say it again. You know how important this job is, right? No matter what happens, you absolutely must succeed. For my sake, of course, and for yours too. Just as Park Yong-Wan finished speaking, a car pulled up nearby. They had finally arrived. From the car, a familiar figure stepped out confidently. It turned out to be Lee Se Jun in the form of Kim Gi-Gyu. A moment later, Park Yong-Wan shook Lee Se Jun's hand and asked for his help. Hearing this, the interpreter whispered to him in Russian. Then Lee Se Jun smiled lightly and replied in Russian, which the interpreter then relayed. Isaac also mentioned he asked for your help. His unusually friendly vibe caught Park Yong-Wan's attention. The next second, Kim Gi-Gyu announced, We're heading into the dungeon now. As he watched their backs, he muttered, A bit different from what I imagined. I thought he'd be more composed. After stepping through the portal, they found themselves in a lush green forest. Lee Se Jun ripped off his mask and bragged, So how was my acting? Totally on point, right? That chump, Park Yong-Wan, totally fell for it. With a super confident tone, he laughed his ass off, praising his own god-tier acting skills. Maybe we should quit being players and become actors. Kim Gi-Gyu didn't have the heart to shoot him down and just thought to himself, You really went through a lot. I should probably avoid using a body double in the future. Back to that night, Lee Se Jun's panicked voice rang out in the shop. That dude's gonna be there too. You never said anything about this. In an instant, he whispered, What's the plan? If Park Yong-Wan actually shows up. Hearing that, Kim Gi-Gyu whispered back, Park Yong-Wan is just gonna be in front of the gate to say hi. Me and Ajax will handle the actual dungeon raid. This answer just confused Lee Se Jun even more. What's that supposed to mean? You're Isaac, and Isaac is you, right? He just calmly explained, That's why I said me and Isaac. At this, Kim Gi-Gyu pointed right at him, signaling, Just you two. After a moment of discussion, Lee Se Jun's eyes lit up in realization. I get you now. In that case, pork alone isn't going to cut it. We gotta have beef too. Without hesitation, he immediately agreed. Of course, eat whatever you like, order as much as you want, go crazy. This sudden generosity left Lee Se Jun stunned. For real, you better keep your word. Afraid he wouldn't believe him, Kim Gi-Gyu reassured him again. I already told you it's my treat. I keep my promises. Lee Se Jun instantly started yelling for more food. "Yo, boss, get me some beef. Bring the beef out now." After eating his fill, Lee Se Jun cheerfully started sucking up to Kim Gi-Gyu. "It's been ages since I had a beef feast this good. You're a seriously amazing partner, unlike a certain cheap old bastard. If you ever need a favor in the future, just ask." Before he could finish his sentence, he spotted a familiar logo on the credit card Kim Gi-Gyu was holding. Lee Se Jun freaked out and yelled, "Wait a minute. Stop. What the hell is this? Where'd you get that card?" Despite his friend's panic, he answered calmly, "Park Yong-Wan gave it to me for a meeting I had before." Lee Se Jun started sweating bullets at Kim Gi-Gyu's nonchalant attitude. "You used the guild's card to treat me, and you had the nerve to act so generous. Why does looking at this punk Kim Gi-Gyu suddenly remind me of someone?" While Lee Se Jun was trying to place the familiar feeling, Kim Gi-Gyu smirked and said, "I'll be counting on you in the future, my partner." Back in the dungeon, Kim Gi-Gyu's skeleton soldiers were tearing through the monsters. They were getting more and more fired up for the fight. Without Kim Gi-Gyu or Lee Se Jun having to lift a finger, the skeleton soldiers cleaned out the whole dungeon. "You have leveled up." The two of them walked calmly among the piles of monster corpses. "The Emissary of Hell has smiled upon your overwhelming might. The Emissary of Hell has granted you a portion of his power." The sheer power of the skeleton soldiers made Kim Gi-Gyu marvel in surprise. "I never thought they'd be this powerful." Even Lee Se Jun blurted out, "No kidding. I was too busy during the Dae-Hun fight to really see, but watching like this, they're freaking incredible." The next second, a worry crossed Kim Gi-Gyu's mind. This was the first time he could go all out without worrying about prying eyes, but honestly, he never imagined it would be this strong. Even after using all his skills, Kim Gi-Gyu still had mana to spare. Having this much mana left over means he isn't using the item's features to their full potential. Here in this dungeon, Kim Gi-Gyu couldn't train or even test his full firepower. Lee Se Jun snickered next to him. "Yo, my level is skyrocketing thanks to these skeletons. They're doing everything themselves. There's no point in me doing anything. There's nothing left for me to fight. I can't just start brawling with your skeletons, can I?" Kim Gi-Gyu gave him a cold, irritated glare. Damn, this dude runs his mouth too much. That sharp look made Lee Se Jun wave his hands frantically in fear. "Whoa, wait, don't tell me you're actually going to do it. Come on, man, don't. I'm supposed to be Isaac right now. You know, this means I'm failing you." Hearing that, Kim Gi-Gyu replied in a low tone, "All the better. I was planning on failing anyway." The next moment, a terrified scream echoed through the forest. Wait, hold on a sec, Ian. Izzy Nustovra Harfoistus." Oh, Se-chan's phone showed an incoming call from Kim Gi-Gyu. He answered eagerly, "You got out earlier than I expected. How did the test go? Are you satisfied?" On the other end, he calmly replied, "I wasn't very happy with it." Hearing that, Se-chan smirked. "Is that right? So I take it Kim Gi-Gyu failed." Then Kim Gi-Gyu added, "You really do know everything, don't you?" "Did the situation change at all while I was in the dungeon?" He immediately started explaining. The Salvation Guild announced they're delaying the raid on the 7th floor. They also didn't give a clear reason why the raid couldn't go on as scheduled. This news immediately made him fall into deep thought. If they had to go as far as postponing the dungeon raid, then it looks like there's a problem with their core members. The only members who would dare to go against Lee Se Jun and act independently would be the Sword Saint and the Divine Archer. After a moment of thought, Kim Gi-Gyu speculated that no matter how you slice it, it looked like they were having some internal conflict. "Oh," Se-chan's tone grew serious. "That's what I was thinking, because a lot of messed up stuff has been happening lately. The most suspicious one of the bunch is the Divine Archer. That dude isn't even tight with the Salvation Guild, and plus he's got some serious bad blood with you. This is just my personal theory, but you don't think they're planning to settle some personal scores before they raid that 7-story dungeon, do you?" Seeing Kim Gi-Gyu quiet for a while, Se-chan asked curiously, "So, what's your move now?" He answered gently, "First I'm going to finish what I started. I'll grab a meal and then think it over." The second she heard that magic word, Lee Se Jun's eyes lit up. "Food, I'm in, we're using that card again, right?" In a flash, confused Se-chan asked, "Unfinished business, you got something else scheduled?" Kim Gi-Gyu slowly said, "Yeah, I have to go meet Park Yong-Wan." The scene shifts to the Phoenix Guild headquarters where Park Yong-Wan asked suspiciously, "So, you failed in the end? I made it clear that you had to win no matter what." Like a real pro actor, Kim Gi-Gyu said sadly, "I'm sorry." The man immediately cut him off. "Forget it, I don't need your apologies." "You got anything to say for yourself?" After a 2-second pause, Kim Gi-Gyu hesitantly explained, "Even though he acknowledged the power of the blood toxin, he criticized my skill for not having broader applications, but he did ask if I could help out when he needs it." Park Yong-Wan thought to himself, "Help out when he needs it." Is he just showing a casual level of interest? A pretty ambiguous outcome. A moment later, he pretended to report back, sticking to his plan. Also, I overheard Isaac talking to his colleagues outside the dungeon. Looks like he's gathering allies from other guilds, not just the MCS guild. Hearing this, Park Yong-Wan exclaimed in surprise, "So, doesn't that mean he's about to leave the MCS guild?" Suddenly, a thought struck him. Is he planning to hit the free agent market? No, that's not it. I can't jump to conclusions with just this little bit of info. It has to be interpreted as Isaac planning to form a new independent team. So, that's why he wanted to test Kim Gi-Gyu. The moment he came to this conclusion, Park Yong-Wan spoke. "If another chance comes up, are you sure you can pass?" Kim Gi-Gyu kept playing dumb. "Another chance? Well, if you're going to give me another shot, then you got to trust me and back me up with more power. I'll definitely succeed next time." While a volcano was on the verge of erupting, a sudden light flashed, followed by a system message, "You have leveled up." The heroic figure of the dragon hunter, Francois Sachet, slowly came into view. "The dungeon is cleared." Right after, reporters swarmed Francois Sachet's car, begging for a word. Can we get a quick interview? Please look over here." Inside the car, a sweating Robert said nervously and apologetically, "My apologies, you just got back from the dungeon and I'm already bothering you. The Japanese government made a very urgent request, so I had no choice. An A+ dungeon was discovered, and they're requesting a consultation with the guild master." Looking at the document, Francois Sachet asked curiously, "The boss is a hackling. What is there to consult about? Can't I just recommend a player who's a good fit for this dungeon?" Hearing that, the man immediately replied, "A recommendation. Do you have a player in mind?" The next second, he put the documents down and said, "Of course, I've been past level 100 for a while now, so I always keep an eye out for players who can be active. In a 4-story dungeon or lower." Robert's face was filled with anxiety. But what if the player the guildmaster recommends ends up refusing to enter the dungeon? If that person finds out their opponent is a dragon? Before he could finish, Francois Sachet stated firmly, "That won't happen, so you don't need to worry." His absolute certainty made Robert exclaim in surprise. "Is there something that makes you so certain?" Francois Sachet replied confidently, "Absolutely." A few days later, newspaper headlines were running wild. Dragon Hunter Isaac's participation is key to conquering the Hackling Dungeon. Will Isaac Ivanov challenge the role of Dragon Slayer? Japanese government in a bind as no one will enter the Hackling Dungeon. So, society shuns dangerous dungeon. Players' selfishness under fire. Isaac, I will conquer the Hackling Dungeon. Now, the 5 great guilds remained silent as ever. Isaac Ivanov to conquer Hackling alone. Right then, in Park Yong-Wan's office, while reading the paper, he thought to himself, does nobody want to be a supporting actor on the stage where Isaac has been cast as the star? The riskier the challenge, the more it's seen as a sacred and noble act. The newspaper article read, Isaac ultimately forced to conquer Hackling solo. Will he be all right? Park Yong-Wan continued his thoughts, "You're already proving to be worth my investment." The next second, Secretary Kim announced Kim Gi-Gyu has made contact. He says that thanks to the skill we provided, he passed Isaac's test. Hearing this, the man smirked, pleased. Excellent. At the same time, Park Yong-Wan recalled the image of a confident Kim Gi-Gyu saying, "Trust me and give me more power. I'll definitely succeed next time." He pushed a piece of paper forward. "This was supposed to be a gift for passing the test, but I'll just give it to you in advance. There won't be a next time, so you better pass this time or I'm going to lose my mind." As soon as he saw the paper, Gi-Gyu was surprised. "This is—" A moment later, Yong-Wan picked up his phone and called, "Secretary Kim, come in for a moment. Contact Isaac's side and tell them to run another test." Secretary Kim gently inquired, "What if they refuse this offer?" He quickly replied, "What else? We bribe them, of course." She continued to ask, "Yes, and by bribe you mean—" Without hesitation, Yong-Wan said in a low voice, "Send them both the Fire Golem and the Skeleton Mage skill scrolls." After getting the details, Secretary Kim immediately replied, "Yes, I understand. Also, Isaac and Kim Gi-Gyu will enter the Hackling Dungeon together." This news pleased him greatly. "Is that so excellent?" In a flash, Yong-Wan was lost in thought. If you just look at the rank, it's similar to an A+ 3-floor Dae-Hun dungeon. But, no matter how small Hackling is, it's still a dragon. Since the method for conquering a dragon is extremely difficult, it's understandable that everyone is hesitant. However, it's still a young, immature dragon, so the success rate should be a bit higher. If Isaac's team and my guard Kim Gi-Gyu succeed together, it would be the perfect picture. Having finished his calculations, he gave an order, "We need to get an article out. Call the reporters now." Just as he planned, articles were immediately published with new content. Phoenix Guildmaster Park Yong-Wan promises full support for Isaac's latest challenge. Isaac's new partner is a member of the Phoenix Guild. Isaac Ivanov will conquer the dungeon with a new colleague this time. Right now, Se Jun was in his office constantly scrolling through the news on his phone. As he read, he thought to himself, "This Park Yong-Wan dude doesn't miss a beat. He's really milking this for all it's worth. Even if he finds out later that he's being played, he probably won't be able to admit he took a loss, huh?" Then Se Jun spoke up. "Secretary Lee, you delivered that item to Gi-Gyu, right?" Lee calmly replied, "Yes, I've delivered it. I also had someone check if the product had any defects. By now, he should have entered the Japanese dungeon and is probably using it." The scene shifts to the dungeon where Gi-Gyu's face is being pinched hard. Turns out it was Sunju curiously examining the skeleton soldier disguised as Gi-Gyu. I can't believe this trick of putting a fake skin on a skeleton soldier to enter the dungeon actually worked. Mr. Se Jun kept complaining about how expensive it was, but now I see you really get what you pay for. It looks even more real than just wearing a mask. He kept looking left and right and exclaimed, "The more I look, the more amazing it is." Have you ever seen a doppelganger monster in real life? A doppelganger is a monster with shape-shifting abilities that can perfectly copy the appearance of another being. Usually it appears in dungeons disguised as a goblin, orc, or some other monster, so it's not easy to spot. Doppelganger skin is sold on the black market for an incredibly high price. This skin structure can be used to craft items that allow you to disguise your face or appearance as someone else's. Sun Ju's over-the-top reaction made Gi-Gyu threaten him. "If you keep that up and it breaks, I'm telling Secretary Lee to make you pay for it. Quit messing around." The moment money was mentioned, he flinched. "All right, I get it. Just put it in the item pouch. I just thought it was cool and wanted a closer look. You're being so dramatic. You're just going to tell me to be the monster bait like always, right?" Then a system notification appeared. Doppelganger's skin. No level restriction, a full-body disguise item that can take on various forms. He slowly began to speak. "Nah, this time just save your strength until we get to the 3rd floor." This news seemed to surprise Sunju even more. For real, turns out Gi-Gyu already had a plan. "I can handle floors 1 and 2 by myself, because I've got a job for you when we face Ling." A skeleton soldier has been summoned from the Book of the Dead. A fire golem has been summoned. A skeleton mage has been summoned. Following the system announcement, a Dullahan skeleton soldier appeared. The skeleton mage was also ready to follow Gi-Gyu's command. The skeleton soldier was no exception. The system appeared again. You have equipped the Vanguard bracelet. The Vanguard bracelet has been engraved onto your body. The number of rings you can equip has increased. The ring of King Arthur has been engraved. From now on, you cannot change the equipped item. The ring of Hercules has been engraved. From now on, you cannot change the equipped item. Stats will increase based on your achievements. All attack power will increase by 10%. Stamina and magic power will increase by 150. After equipping the items, Gi-Gyu let out a soft exclamation. Not bad at all. The terrifying scene before him made Sunju break out in a cold sweat. He then asked in confusion, "What kind of stunt are you trying to pull?" He answered calmly, "Obviously, we're about to get to the 3rd floor without wasting any time." At that moment, on the 3rd floor of the dungeon while hiding behind a nearby rock, Sunju stared at Gi-Gyu in disbelief. He thought fearfully to himself, "That monster of a dude said he'd handle it alone, and the second he finished talking, Gi-Gyu turned this whole place into a battlefield." It got to the point where even Sunju started to feel sorry for the dungeon monsters. This guy isn't just a solo player anymore. He's a one-man guild formed by a powerful army that knows no fear of death and never gets tired. Sunju shuddered as he recalled the imposing figures of the skeleton soldier and the fire golem that Gi-Gyu had summoned earlier. Finally, he concluded with one sentence. The next second, Lee Sunju's face went pale. He thought, "Damn, I don't even dare to piss that dude off now." His intense stare caught Kim Gi-Gyu's attention. "You got something you want to say to me?" "Why, you've been staring at me this whole time." At that, Lee Sunju quickly denied it. "It's nothing. It's just that you explained how we're going to take down the hatchling and I'm still not following." He shot back curiously. "What's so complicated? I told you once the fight kicks off, you just hit its wings. I'll take care of everything else." He then laid out more of the plan. "Yeah, I got that part. Keep it from flying off into the sky, right?" This just made Kim Gi-Gyu more confused. "You got it. So what's the part you don't understand?" Lee Sunju finally worked up the nerve to ask, "Then what did you mean when you said to just hang on to its back and not use too much power while it's on the ground?" He quickly took a deep breath, paused for like 2 seconds, and then Kim Gi-Gyu started to explain. "The membrane on its wings is twice as tough to tear when they're folded compared to when they're spread out, making it a pain to attack. To get it to spread its wings, you gotta push it to the point where it feels like it's in real danger. In that scenario, you can't just dump all your firepower on the wings." Hearing this, he screamed in frustration. "So you're telling me to climb on its back and just chill there until the time is right?" Whoa, before Lee Se Jun could even finish his rant, Kim Gi-Gyu motioned for him to be quiet. Turns out the hatchling had appeared nearby, kicking up a massive whirlwind. With just one flap of its wings, a nearby monster got sent flying. The sight caught his eye. The hatchling suddenly opened its jaws and chomped down on that same monster. Seeing that both Kim Gi-Gyu and Lee Se Jun shut up and kept watching, all of a sudden it glanced over like it sensed something. The hatchling stared curiously at the corpse sprawled on the ground, its eyes glinting with suspicion. Then the hatchling let out a roar, making Kim Gi-Gyu give it props in his head. "This thing's pretty sharp. It's already noticed something's different in its nest. But it's too late, even if it knows." The moment he finished talking, he used his corpse explosion skill. The Hell Messenger's skill was unleashed, and huge boulders from the nearby mountain came crashing down on the hatchling. It didn't back down, dodging nimbly, but tough luck the hatchling got slammed straight on by a massive boulder. Even though the plan had started, Lee Se Jun was still yapping. "All right, I get what you mean, but what if it actually manages to get airborne? What do we do then?" Without missing a beat, Kim Gi-Gyu declared, "I can slice through its wing membrane, no problem if they're spread out. Your job is to drag it back down to the ground from the sky." He finally got the picture. "Wait, hold up, that means you want me to fall down with it, doesn't it?" With a super punchable look on his face, he handed the responsibility over to Lee Se Jun. "I'm only trusting you, partner," he screamed back. "Hey, what the hell?" While those two were arguing, the hatchling broke free from the rock and viciously charged the fire golem that Kim Gi-Gyu had summoned. On his command, the skeleton soldiers also started hacking away at the hatchling's wings. Meanwhile, Lee Se Jun gritted his teeth, thinking, "How are its scales this hard?" He angrily slashed down on its wing. "Just break already, damn you!" Even so, the hatchling was totally unfazed and got ready to unleash its move. It viciously spewed fire to wipe out the skeletons. After a while, Lee Se Jun screamed at the top of his lungs. "Yo, the wings ain't the only problem we got here." But afraid he'd screw up the plan, Kim Gi-Gyu repeated firmly, "Just focus on the wings. I'll handle the rest." The next second, he summoned again. The Hell Messenger's power of the Pharaoh skill was activated, allowing the caster to use dead monsters as sacrifices. Kim Gi-Gyu even sent the Dae-Hun skeleton soldier into the fray. The system announced again, "You have equipped the protection of the sun. You have equipped the aura of power." Right away, the Dae-Hun skeleton soldier was juiced up with extra power. It charged forward powerfully, plunging its sword into the hatchling's tail. The moment the Dae-Hun landed the hit, a notification appeared. "The hatchling has been afflicted with blood poison." The hatchling roared in pain and flung it far away. Lee Se Jun, standing on its wing, felt the shift in the hatchling's mood. Since he couldn't keep his balance, his voice was shaky too. "Whoa, whoa, stop!" In the blink of an eye, Lee Se Jun was falling straight to the ground. Even though they fought all the time, Kim Gi-Gyu was super worried and yelled, "Lee Se Jun!" The second his shout faded, he shot up like a bolt of lightning. Lee Se Jun charged straight at the hatchling's wing, and as he slammed his spear into it, he let out a massive yell. Son of a... It looked like Lee Se Jun's attack hurt the hatchling so bad it lost control and shot straight up into the sky. Hanging on for dear life, he gritted his teeth, trying not to fall off. Seizing the opportunity, Kim Gi-Gyu yelled out, "Lee, Se Jun, snap out of it. You gotta move fast before it gets any higher." Lee Se Jun finally managed to get his footing. "Easy for you to say. Why don't you try this from this high up and see how you like it?" Just as he finished talking, he realized he had just ripped its wing. "I did it." While Lee Se Jun was still in a daze, he was already free-falling. The next second, Lee Se Jun was pinned by the hatchling's tail. "Hold on, if we fall like this, I'm going to be crushed to death." In the blink of an eye, they both crashed to the ground, making a massive impact. Kim Gi-Gyu's face was a mix of relief and disbelief. Without Lee Se Jun, he couldn't have even dreamed up this strategy. Thanks to that, the plan was already halfway to success. Through the thick cloud of smoke, a pair of bright yellow eyes flared to life. Turns out the hatchling was back on its feet and started spewing fire again. Before Kim Gi-Gyu's astonished eyes, it relentlessly attacked the fire golem. Seeing this, he gritted his teeth, thinking that even if he managed to hit its wings, a dragon was still a dragon, and just as threatening. "I can't let my guard down until I've completely taken it down." Right after that, he summoned more skeleton soldiers. They ferociously charged forward, hacking at the hatchling's tail. Without a moment's rest, the skeleton soldiers continuously aimed for the same spot. The Dae-Hun skeleton soldier was also ready for battle. It powerfully thrust its sword into the hatchling's tail. Noticing its scales were too hard, the skeleton soldiers moved up to support the Dae-Hun. The sword finally succeeded in piercing the hatchling. This wound immediately got its attention. The hatchling furiously turned its head, opening its mouth wide. It quickly gathered its power, preparing to wipe out the skeleton soldiers. But luckily, the fire golem rushed in just in time to pin the hatchling's head. Since it had gathered too much power but couldn't release it properly, the magic began to spread throughout its body. Right after that, the hatchling had to take its own attack, exploding inside its mouth. The next moment, it fell straight to the ground, smoke pouring out of it. Kim Gi-Gyu slowly walked over to where Lee Se Jun was buried under the rubble. The skill, Blessing of the River Styx of the Indomitable Warrior, was activated. As soon as he got close, his familiar cursing echoed out, "Son of a bitch, goddammit." Realizing Lee Se Jun was fine, Kim Gi-Gyu smirked teasingly. "Took you longer than I expected. Don't tell me you actually passed out. When I didn't see you get up, I thought you'd really kick the bucket this time." Hearing this, he got even more pissed. "A tough dude like me, Lee Se Jun, die? Hell no, I was just running on fumes, so it took me a minute." Suddenly, Lee Se Jun's tone became serious. "How's the hatchling?" As if to reassure him, he answered softly, "I messed with it a bit while you were resting, but thanks to you, I'm pretty sure I can take it down now." After a pause of about 2 seconds, Kim Gi-Gyu held out his hand and said, "You worked hard, partner." His comforting words made Lee Se Jun so happy he couldn't hold back a radiant smile. Without a second thought, he gripped his hand tightly and said confidently, "Damn right it was, thanks to me." After getting to his feet, Lee Se Jun added, "Don't just give me lip service, you owe me a drink when we get out of this dungeon." Kim Gi-Gyu didn't say no, just that they had to finish this thing off first. The two then moved on to the next phase of their plan. At that very moment in Japan, the Go game between Sukahara Ken and Noda Hajiro had entered a heated stage. During the game, Sukahara Ken spoke, "How many days has it been since the Ajax team entered the dungeon?" From outside, Sun answered respectfully, "It is the 10th day." Hearing this, he remarked softly, "To survive for a whole 10 days, that's beyond expectations." Sun immediately added, "But most agree that the chances of them successfully clearing it are extremely low." Sukahara Ken's tone suddenly turned scheming. "No matter how low the success rate, I do hope they succeed in their conquest this time. Because that way we can take care of them with our own hands." This remark stunned Sun. "Sir, what do you mean?" He didn't reply, simply staying quiet. At that moment, Noda Hajiro slowly took another stone from its container. In the blink of an eye, he slammed the stone onto the board. Sukahara Ken's expression soured. It appeared he had lost to Noda Hajiro's move. After the game concluded, he said in a deep voice, "Sacrifice a pawn to take the king." Upon hearing this, Sun had a sudden realization, but just a moment later he declared loudly, "I will lay down my life to fulfill this mission." Back to Kim Gi-Gyu and Lee Se Jun's fight in the dungeon, a notification appeared. "You have defeated the hatchling. You have achieved the title of Dragon Slayer." After reading the message, his eyes widened in shock. "I'm Dragon Slayer." Lee Se Jun eagerly patted a skeleton soldier's head, praising it. "Good job, skeleton soldier. You too, Kim Gi-Gyu, you worked hard." Before he could finish, he noticed Kim Gi-Gyu's anxious face. Lee Se Jun asked, confused, "We already cleared it, so why do you look like your world just ended? What's up?" Right after Kim Gi-Gyu spoke softly, "When I leave this dungeon, it seems like I'm going to die no matter what." This sudden information made Lee Se Jun freak out. "You're gonna die? What do you mean? What are you even saying? I don't understand." Kim Gi-Gyu calmly spoke up, "After I leave here, I have to clear a 4-story dungeon." He still didn't understand a thing. So, what about it? The next moment, Kim Gi-Gyu slowly explained, "Starting from the 4th floor, it's a playground for high-level players from level 100 and up. This place is likely controlled by a group of top-rankers from a massive guild. It's a given that they're all targeting the amazing economic or political perks that come with it. But they weren't satisfied with that and aimed for even bigger rewards, so they established their own monopoly. Each side has its own territory, and they don't trespass on each other's. And so, they built up enough power to do as they pleased and lived peacefully until one day some uninvited guests encroached upon their territory. But, ironically, among those uninvited guests there was one guy who was already a thorn in their side. A complete 180 from his earlier mood. Kim Gi-Gyu's eyes lit up as he continued. "So, what do you think happens next?" Outside the dungeon, reporters swarmed forward. "Mr. Isaac, what was the secret to your successful conquest? Everyone thought you were going to fail." "What are your thoughts right now, Mr. Isaac? Please look over here." The journalists immediately realized that person over there is Isaac's new partner. Hurry and snap a photo. "Were there any problems during the raid? How did you feel raiding with a party for the first time?" Their excitement made Lee Se Jun anxious, thinking, "I gotta bounce before they find out it's a dummy." Another reporter popped up eagerly, questioning the dummy that looked like Kim Gi-Gyu. "Was there any difficulty with communication, Mr. Kim Gi-Gyu?" But, afraid of getting busted, he immediately threw his arm around the dummy. Lee Se Jun answered in Russian, "No one can stop us. We're invincible." Suddenly, a silent footstep emerged from the chaotic crowd. It was Sun approaching with murderous eyes. Without hesitation, he pulled out a sharp knife. The next second, Sun lunged forward and screamed in Japanese, "Die!" Seeing this, Lee Sun-ju's eyes widened in shock. With lightning-fast reflexes, he threw a punch straight at Sun's face, but unfortunately the guy managed to dodge it. Lee Sun-ju was surprised, thinking to himself, "Damn, he dodged it." The scene left all the reporters completely baffled, not understanding what was happening. Finally, the dummy that looked like Kim Gi-Gyu also realized. Even so, it seemed Sun was ready for a suicide attack. He used all his strength to stab the dummy in the stomach. From a distance, Lee Sun-ju screamed in horror, "Kim!" The next second, blood from the dummy spilled onto the ground. More and more blood gushed out. The reporters' faces went pale as they yelled, "He actually got stabbed! Hey, get back the player who just got stabbed is a hemotoxin user." What the hell is going on? Who knows? Just don't get caught in a player-on-player fight. Let's get out of here first. In the blink of an eye, they had all fled the scene. But it wasn't over. Sun was still targeting Kim Gi-Gyu. He lunged forward with a vicious look in his eyes. Suddenly, a powerful slash rang out, stunning him as Sun was taken out by Sukahara Ken. Even though he had just sent his own guild member to his death, he acted as if nothing had happened. The reporters immediately recognized him. "Wait a minute, isn't that the sword? Saint, why is the sword Saint here? Camera, get over here. We gotta get a shot of this." They finally remembered to call for medics. "Where's the medical team? Someone's dying over here." These words suddenly made Sukahara Ken pensive. A memory of him talking to Sun surfaced. "I'm sorry for having to give you a mission like this." Sun had hastily replied, "There's no need to say that, sir. It is my honor to be of service to you. Although that bastard's life is worthless, I will definitely kill him to avenge the restless souls of our comrades." Hearing this, Sukahara Ken was silent for a long moment. Immediately after, Sun bowed respectfully to him. "Thank you for taking care of an incompetent person like me all this time." Back in the present, even on death's door, he stubbornly said, "All hail the Yamato Alliance." The light in Sun's eyes slowly faded. Seeing this, Sukahara Ken fell into deep thought again. Over with Lee Sun-ju. After checking the dummy that looked like Kim Gi-Gyu, he sadly shook his head. The next second, Lee Sun-ju gently covered the dummy's face with a white cloth. Sukahara Ken slowly approached, pretending to offer condolences. "I came here on behalf of our nation to congratulate you on your successful raid. But I never expected to witness such a tragedy." Kim Gi-Gyu immediately shot him a suspicious glance. Despite this, Sukahara Ken continued his act. "I am truly sorry." A short while later, newspapers were all reporting the same thing. After the raid, Kim Gi-Gyu of the Phoenix Guild was killed in a terrorist attack. The people of South Korea are slamming the extremist terrorist from Japan. Is it okay for players to target other players? The terrorist is dead. Investigating the mastermind will be extremely difficult. Kim Gi-Gyu is a hero to Japan. I am deeply saddened by his death. I promise to round up that terrorist's accomplices. The Sword Saint and the Japanese government expressed their condolences regarding Kim Gi-Gyu's case, promising to grant free dungeon passes to his party. On the ground, a newspaper reporting this news was crumpled up, showing its owner was furious. At the same time, Secretary Kim's trembling voice could be heard, "Director, please calm down." Park Yong-Wan shot up and yelled, "Calm down! How the hell am I supposed to calm down in this situation?" Realizing his rage, he fell silent, not knowing what else to say. He gritted his teeth and said, "Do you have any idea how much I've invested in Kim Gi-Gyu? Those bastards dare to touch my property." Unable to contain his anger, Park Yong-Wan slammed his fist on the table, and with just one blow, the wooden table snapped in two. "I don't give a damn about any terrorists. I need to investigate the mastermind behind this immediately. No, that's not right. That's not enough drag. Those bastards in front of me right now." Meanwhile, at Sukahara Ken's base, he slowly began to speak. "I'm very sorry for the loss of your comrade." The delicious-looking food on the table caught Lee Sun-ju's eye. Sukahara Ken continued, "If only I had arrived a little sooner, that unfortunate incident wouldn't have happened." Meanwhile, Lee Sun-ju suddenly turned to look at Kim Gi-Gyu curiously. Even so, Sukahara Ken kept rambling on. He replied, in Russian, "It's fine, it was something no one wanted." The interpreter quickly relayed to Sukahara Ken, "He says that death always follows players, so it's a normal occurrence." Hearing this, he flashed a fake smile. The next second, Sukahara Ken raised his wine glass and said, "We really get each other. You're just like one of our own comrades. I've prepared the finest wine. Please drink as much as you like." He then added some incredibly cruel words that pissed Lee Sun-ju off, although it's a regrettable matter for the one who died. But for us guys who are still alive and kicking, there's no need to mope around, right? He slammed his fist on the table and started cussing in Russian. Then Sun-ju shot to his feet. "This is making me sick. I can't listen to this garbage anymore." A teammate who went through thick and thin with us is dead, and this is the kind of trash you're talking. As he stormed out, he kept cussing, "You bunch of disloyal scumbags, this is just foul. I can't even sit at the same table with you people anymore." If Kim Gi-Gyu saw you guys acting like this, he wouldn't be able to rest in peace. At that, Sun Ju's voice dropped low. "Isaac, I never took you for someone like this. I was dead wrong about you. I'm out, you handle yourself." He slammed the door furiously to show just how pissed he was. Sukahara Ken's interpreter was so freaked out she broke into a cold sweat, but she pulled herself together in a flash and translated what Sun Ju had just said. Finally, Gi-Gyu spoke up, "I suppose our meal will have to end here. Thank you for dinner, and as for the dungeon you proposed, I'll consider it in the most positive light." The next second, Sukahara Ken spoke up regretfully. "I didn't expect our conversation to end like this. What a shame this must be your first time tackling a 4-story dungeon, right? Can you really conquer it alone without our help?" He replied coldly, "Of course I can't do it alone, so I hope you'll prepare a gift that can change my teammate's mind." A little later, Gi-Gyu left the Sukan base with a folder in his hand. In front of him, a large screen was broadcasting breaking news. The news report showed images of protesters. "The Japanese government must apologize immediately." The number of protesters was growing by the day. "Compensate for the death of Kim Gi-Gyu, the hero of Korea." The news anchor was also talking about this issue. It was the 4th day since the protests had erupted in Korea. It seemed like everything was going according to Gi-Gyu's plan. He picked up the phone and called Sunju. "Where you at?" Back with Sukahara Ken, he was currently lost in thought. No matter how he looked at it, it was a damn shame. Then he called out, "Sakura, are you there?" In an instant, Sakura appeared. "Yes, master." Sukahara Ken quickly asked, "I want to bring Isaac over to our side. Is there no way to do it?" After thinking for a moment, she began her analysis. "Yes, sir. In many ways, the situation doesn't look very good. Everything went smoothly up until we killed Kim Gi-Gyu, but as a result, Spasiva has become hostile towards us. It will be difficult to recruit both Isaac and Spasiva to our side. Furthermore, Park Yong-Wan is furious over Kim Gi-Gyu's death, and he probably won't let Isaac slip away too, so a clash with him is unavoidable. On top of that, if the Salvation Guild finds out we're trying to team up with Isaac Park, Jin-Ho definitely won't just sit back and watch. In the current situation, I believe recruiting Isaac will do more harm than good." After hearing Sakura's analysis, Sukahara Ken just replied flatly, "Is that what you think? It's a real shame, though? But if it's something we can't have, then the best thing to do is make sure nobody else gets it either. Give Ra's Lion Nimin to Isaac." The moment she heard the name of the item, she asked in surprise, "Sir, that one?" He glanced lightly at Sakura. For a funeral offering to send a teammate to the afterlife, that price is a real bargain. At that moment, Gi-Gyu and Sunju's car was parked in a secluded place. Inside the car, he was yelling his head off, "I'm so freaking pissed." Gi-Gyu's tone was full of suspicion. "Don't tell me you're mad because you didn't get to eat all that food back there." Hearing that just made Sunju even more annoyed. "Oh, what kind of guy do you think I am? You think I'd get this worked up over a couple bites of food?" Despite that, he gently prodded back, "So, it's not about that." At this, he suddenly hesitated for a second. "Well, maybe a little bit, but that's not the only reason. Those scumbags pull a dirty move like that and then have the gall to extend a hand to us. Just looking at that dude's face is what's pissing me off." It seemed Gi-Gyu was getting riled up too. "Yeah, you're right. I get how you feel. I can't believe they'd approach us right after pulling that stunt. But your timing for blowing up was spot on. I was worried you'd be too busy staring at the food and miss the cue. I was afraid the talk would drag on, so I even prepared a few backup plans." Suddenly, Sun Ju's face went pale as he cut him off. "Wait, hold up, you mean we could have stayed a bit longer? If I'd known, I would have grabbed a few more pieces of sushi before throwing my fit. That sushi looked so good I was drooling. Damn it." A few days later, the two continued their act in the newspapers. Despite his comrade's passing, the hero continues his mission. An exclusive interview with Isaac. Isaac and Spasiva. Despite some issues, we will always remain good teammates. Team Isaac pledges to conquer the 4-story A+ dungeon at Mount Fuji. The dungeon that made even the sword. Saint give up in the past. Can Isaac succeed this time? The Sword Saint has sponsored Team Isaac with the legendary item Ra's Lion Nimin. In the office. "Oh," Se-chan exclaimed, "it's a good thing we were prepared or this could have gotten way out of hand." On the table, the headline of the newspaper he was just reading was visible, "Kim Gi-Gyu, dead Japanese government expresses regret." Gi-Gyu's voice came from the other end of the line. "Yeah, I didn't expect them to move this fast either." "Oh," Se-chan said bluntly, "which means you've created—" "That's a whole lot of bad blood for the Gamato Alliance, ain't it? But how's it looking over there? He just played it cool and said not too shabby. In a heartbeat, the old man's tone got dead serious. Those punks are unpredictable as hell, so you better watch your back. It reminds me, I heard if you pull off this raid, you'll score the Aegis Shield as a bonus prize. Kim Gi-Gyu confirmed it again. Yeah, that's exactly what he said. The second he heard that, Oh Se Jun just busted out laughing. These clowns are a real piece of work. His laughter totally threw the kid for a loop. Why are you saying that? After a beat, Oh Se Jun casually explained that Secretary Lee Se Jun brought him some real interesting paperwork. The file in his hand was a report on the failed raid of the Mount Fuji dungeon back in 2020. Report author Yoshimura. Like he'd just heard the biggest joke, Oh Se Jun started talking, how the hell are they going to offer that thing as a prize when they don't even have it? Kim Gi-Gyu immediately caught on to the key point. You mean exactly what you're thinking? He replied, talking about the Aegis Shield. That thing is still inside the Mount Fuji dungeon right now. Suddenly, reporters and news crews were already swarming the gate at the crack of dawn. From a high vantage point, reporter Kim was filming the whole scene down below. This is the entrance to the 4th-floor A+ rank Hao dungeon. Players from a ton of guilds across the globe are heading into the gate. The ones leading the pack are Isaac's party from the MCOS guild. Oh, and at the same time, the news anchor was also reporting on that whole incident with the player Kim Gi-Gyu that happened a short while back. The public is still pointing fingers at the Japanese government. I wonder what Japan's official stance is. While reporter Kim was answering, a deafening sound suddenly exploded right behind him. Even though the Japanese government had offered adequate compensation, a panicked reporter, Kim whipped his head around. What was that? What's happening? Out of nowhere, a terrifying explosion had gone off nearby, causing the reporters to scatter in a panic. His eyes were wide with fear when another explosion, even more powerful than the last, erupted. The screen showing reporter Kim's feed started glitching. The anchor woman on air saw this and called out in concern, Reporter Kim, Reporter Kim. At the same time, the news helicopter was continuously circling the area of the explosion. The cameraman in the helicopter went pale at the sight. The ground below was now a pile of rubble. It turns out reporter Kim had passed out cold. The cameraman rushed over anxiously to check on him. Reporter Kim, are you okay? Can you get up? Fortunately, he was strong enough to sit up. The next moment, the cameraman sighed and helped reporter Kim up. What in the world just happened? Suddenly, he stammered, Wait, hold on, the gate is locked. In the blink of an eye, the news sites were already reporting the horrific disaster at the entrance of Japan's 4th-floor A+ dungeon. A terrorist bombing had occurred. Dungeon expert Dr. Kim Mingu explained that the gate is designed to close after a certain period of time has passed. Isaac Ivanov's party was trapped inside the dungeon. The actual probability of a successful clear was 0%. Lady Luck had finally turned her back on him. The terrorism continued. The Japanese government was once again criticized for its negligence in ensuring security. The next morning at Sukahara Ken's base, he eagerly voiced his praise. A strategy to isolate them inside the gate. Not a bad idea, but if it were me, I would have sent about 6 trustworthy guys to go in with them. Hearing this, Sakura asked doubtfully, But, Master, is it really necessary to go that far? They're first-timers in a 4th-floor dungeon, and an A+, rank 1 at that. They're probably experiencing a living hell inside that dungeon right now. Even we failed to conquer it several times before we gave up. What can just the 2 of them possibly do? I guarantee you, Master, they won't even have the will to hunt monsters anymore. After a pause of about 2 seconds, the bamboo water pipes outside began to operate. Sakura also continued her unfinished sentence. But I didn't expect you to enjoy this kind of joke, Master. As if he didn't understand her, Sukahara, Ken asked in a raised voice, a joke. Sakura quickly explained, I mean the Aegis Shield. You said you would give that reward to them, when that item is currently lying dormant inside the dungeon. He rested his chin on his hand, pondering, a joke? Do I look like I'm joking? Sukahara Ken's serious demeanor astonished her. It's not a joke. After a moment, he slowly began to speak. Lately, the number of people curious about the whereabouts of that shield has been increasing. It's a legendary item that plays a crucial role in any conquest. Therefore, if the truth gets out that we had such an item in our possession and still failed, players will become even more wary of that dungeon. Those who intend to conquer the dungeon, the more thoroughly they prepare, the more of a disadvantage it is for us. Right from now on, I will use the Aegis Shield as a prize for anyone who wants to conquer the Heilhan dungeon. This false information will serve as both bait and a trap. In that case, any fools who dare to rush in for the reward will be buried forever in that dungeon. Inside the dungeon, Lee Sunju's voice rang out. I kept thinking there was no way, and yet in the end it really is just the 2 of us in here. How in the world did you predict this? Are you a psychic or something who can see the future? In an instant, Kim Gi-Gyu answered, because trying to deal with both of us outside the dungeon would be too risky. Hearing that he was so shocked, he yelled out, "But how did you also know there was going to be a bomb explosion in front of the gate?" He didn't answer, instead getting lost in his own thoughts. Images from the past suddenly flashed in Kim Gi-Gyu's mind because before he returned to the past, those who obstructed the Salvation Guild were eliminated directly inside dungeons. For skilled individuals who were difficult to fight head-on, eliminating them by isolating them inside a dungeon was a common occurrence. This despicable terrorist bombing method was one of the tactics that the Sword Saint had personally taught him in the past. Kim Gi-Gyu's strange silence confused Lee Se Jun. "Are you even listening to me?" I asked how you knew. As if not wanting him to know about his past, he instructed, "Enough with the nonsense. From now on, we need to focus on hunting, because if we want to catch 20,000 of them, we have to hurry." Meanwhile, at the 5-floor B+ rank Monster Forest dungeon, a notification appeared. "You have successfully survived for 10 consecutive days." Moving to the 5th floor. Yoo-Han forcefully stepped on the defeated monster. He casually gestured with his hand, and in an instant his subordinates acted on his command. Next, Yoo-Han reached his hand forward again. Seeing this, his 2 underlings immediately did the same. "You have summoned skeleton soldiers." The moment Yoo Seong activated the skill, a brilliant light flashed and enveloped the entire forest. The skeleton soldiers immediately gathered around him. Yoo Seong looked incredibly pleased with the sight. The system popped up a notification: "You have summoned the Book of the Dead." A radiant item materialized. The next moment, the Book of the Dead was resting in Yoo Seong's hands. He cracked a smug grin as he looked at the book. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the dungeon, Lee Se Jun was getting his ass handed to him flat on the ground. He gritted his teeth and spat out, "Damn it, this thing is no pushover." Just then, the bone dragon popped out of his shirt and sighed, "Yo, I didn't think it'd be this rough, totally, not what I expected." Then it casually asked, "Most players who enter a 4-floor dungeon get wrecked on the 3rd floor. You know why?" Getting hit with a stupid question like that pissed Lee Se Jun off enough to shout, "How the hell am I supposed to know that? What's your damn point?" He didn't have time to argue with the bone dragon because he was busy dealing with the monster right in front of him. "I ain't got time for your damn riddles right now." After saying that, he slowly got to his feet to face the jacked-up ogre. Without a second's hesitation, Lee Se Jun charged straight ahead. He landed a few sharp cuts on the ogre. This just pissed it off its eyes, glowing crimson with rage, and then it brought a massive fist crashing down where Lee Se Jun stood, but luckily he dodged just in time. The ogre's raw power had Lee Se Jun a bit shaken. Suddenly, he sensed a murderous intent closing in on him. Before he could even process it, one of the ogre's fists slammed right into his body, and that single blow sent him flying like a baseball. He ended up slamming straight into a rocky cliff before dropping helplessly to the ground. At that moment, the bone dragon poked its head out again and said, "Fine, if you don't like riddles, whatever. I'll just tell you the answer. It's because most people try to conserve their energy on the 3rd floor to be ready for the 4th. It added, "When raiding a dungeon, managing your resources and stamina is super important. But when you're up against the 3rd floor boss, holding back is basically asking to get killed." Hearing that, it made Lee Se Jun flip out and he screamed, "You asshole, if you knew that, why'd you ditch me and disappear? When are the skeleton soldiers getting here to help?" The bone dragon casually replied, "That little riddle only applies to other players. When it comes to you, I'm confident you can take down that boss all on your own." The reason it was so sure Lee Se Jun could handle the ogre was, "You've also got the Nemean lion's hide, so I thought it'd be a piece of cake." Those words snapped Lee Se Jun out of the daze he'd been in from taking all those hits. Thinking back, he realized he'd taken a ton of massive damage, but the blessing of the Holy Priest skill hadn't activated a single time. Instantly, the system displayed the item's information. Nemean lion's hide. Item, rank legendary. Requires level 100 or higher to use. The hide worn by the great hero Hercules. You are highly resistant to damage from any and all attacks. Effects, physical defense increases by 100% when equipped. Magical defense increases by 100% when equipped. Activates hero's dignity when equipped. While he was still dazed, the bone dragon suddenly shouted, "But seeing you get tossed around like this, I guess I was wrong. I gotta send reinforcements stat." Getting yelled at, Lee Se Jun quickly shot back, "No, don't bother. I was just waiting because I thought it was business as usual. Who needs skeleton soldiers for this punk? You think I can't catch this thing on my own?" Meanwhile, somewhere else, a young man wore a smug grin. Back with Lee Se Jun, he told the bone dragon in a serious tone, "Just leave everything here to me. You go do what you need to do." The bone dragon heard him and quickly went about its business, but not before saying, "All right, I got it. If you need help, just give me a shout." After his chat with the bone dragon, Lee Se Jun's fighting spirit was back in full force. The moment it saw him get up, the ogre charged at him. He didn't back down and lunged right back at it. Neither side backed down, both ready to throw a punch. A massive, earth-shattering boom echoed out. Someone had arrived at a place littered with human bones. Kim Gi-Gyu said with satisfaction, "Finally looks like I found it." His eyes peered into a cave filled with a mountain of human bones. He then walked in, picked up a skull that was wearing an iron helmet, and quickly activated his ability. The eye of Anubis opened. A scene from the skull's memory played out. "What the sword? Saint lent you the Aegis shield. With that, the darkness is a joke. We could even take on something way worse." Strange sounds echoed in Kim Gi-Gyu's ears. This man and his squad fought the ogre, but they were completely outmatched. Damn it, we should have gone all out from the beginning. What was I thinking trying to be strategic? Getting ganged up on like that sent the ogre into a frenzy, and after the battle the captain was critically wounded. This was a devastating blow to the knights. "I'm sorry I held back on my skills, and it caused the captain to—" The captain didn't blame them, but instead blamed himself. "You don't have to apologize, you were just following my orders. The only one to blame is me for being too cocky." Before he died, he entrusted the precious shield to the one he trusted most. "Take this shield, kill the darkness, and we gotta return it to the Sword Saint for our long-held wish." After saying that, he took his last breath, causing his loyal knight to scream in panic. "Captain, open your eyes, Captain!" After seeing that memory, Kim Gi-Gyu started thinking hard. So, the Aegis shield is on the 4th floor. They sent their best guys, even gave them the Aegis shield, and they still couldn't clear it. He started wondering, since this is an A+ dungeon, is there some other crazy variable at play? The Aegis shield is one of the top-tier defensive items out there right now. He figured Aegis could block the orc's hit, but he wasn't totally sold on that idea yet. It could probably stop that Heo-How Pig's attack to some degree. He'd figure that out as he went right. Besides that, he was curious how Sukahara Ken would react to what he did. But even better, if he managed to snag the Aegis shield and bounce from this dungeon, he wondered what kind of look the Sword Saint would have on his face. Just thinking about it got him hyped. This was going to be good. Meanwhile, somewhere else, a system window popped up. Someone was staring intently at the screen. The news feed was blowing up. 17 days since Isaac's crew got stuck in the dungeon and still no way in. Dungeon experts are saying the chances of a successful clear are next to none. Breaking news, who will carry on? Isaac's legacy. Flash report, Yoo Seong just cleared the B+, rank N-floor dungeon. Are Yoo Seong and his 10 necromancers about to start a new era? The Salvation Guild is giving Yoo Seong their full backing. The comment section exploded. That's a scummy move. What's going on? Isn't this dude just a knockoff? Isaac only did a 4-floor dungeon. Yoo Seong cleared a 5-floor dungeon. How's he a fake, a dark mage? Whatever, Isaac is toast now anyway. For real, the necromancer is getting full backing from the Salvation Guild for life. All we can do now is to trust the Salvation Guild. Park Jin-Ho skimmed the articles and reported back to someone. Kim Gi-Gyu from the Phoenix Guild has been handled by the Sword Saint. The 2 members of Isaac's party are trapped in the dungeon. High chance they're going to get wiped out. She figured that since Yoo Seong was also moving according to their plan, public opinion was shifting in their favor big time. Finally, she wrapped it up, say what you want, but with how things are playing out, we're the ones coming out on top. But after hearing that, Lee Se Jun just laughed mockingly and asked, "Don't you think this whole situation is hilarious?" That question made Park Jin-Ho ask nervously. "Sir, is something wrong?" Lee Se Jun coldly reminded her, "It's already been 3 years. Since the gate in downtown Seoul popped up. You still remember what went down there, right?" He casually went on, "There was this one dude who was praying for me to kick the bucket. Back then, that punk was dead sure I'd never make it out of that dungeon alive." An image of that stubborn Jinu who always had to do things his way flashed in his mind. Then he thought of Park Jin-Ho acting just like she was now. Lee Se Jun's voice drawled on, "But as you know, I didn't die in that hellhole." He suddenly felt a weird sense of gratitude towards Jinu. "Not only did I survive, but my standing got even stronger. In a way, I owe who I am today to that punk." I think about that sometimes. His fingers tapped lightly on the armrest, then he coolly dropped a cryptic line. "Isn't that just hilarious and kind of something to be thankful for?" His eyes flicked to the screen as he said, "Isaac. That's his name." He seemed to have some weird, complicated feeling about Kim Gi-Gyu posing as Isaac. "I get the feeling he's going to be just like I was back in the day." Park Jin-Ho stayed quiet, just listening to Lee Se Jun. "Park Jin-Ho, I bet you're thinking the same thing. Am I wrong?" He finished by saying, "If he actually makes it out of this live, I want to meet the guy." A beam of light shot up from the ground. Lee Sun-ju, panting and totally wiped, got a notification. "You have defeated the orc. Your level has increased." The orc's dead body lay next to her. Just then, Kim Gi-Gyu showed up with 2 skeleton soldiers. He said, "Satisfied that wrapped up quicker than I thought." He even smirked at Lee Sun-ju, I was worried something might go down, so I brought the boneheads along. But I guess you didn't need them. Huh? You look like you're still good to go." Pissed off, Lee Se Jun shot up and yelled, "What part of this looks fine to you? I nearly died just now, you damn jerk. Where were you hiding? You waited until I finished it off to show your face, didn't you?" Gi-Gyu just brushed off her yelling and shot back coolly. "Hiding? You really think I'm the kind of coward who'd pull a stunt like that? Besides, I told you loud and clear that if you couldn't handle it, I'd send in the boneheads." Not giving a damn if she was tired, he just made the call. "Anyway, looks like we're all done here. Time to head to the 4th floor." As the skeleton soldiers started carrying Lee Se Jun off, she started struggling and yelling, "Whoa, hold on. What the hell? You guys can't be serious. Hey, get your ass over here." Ignoring his loudmouthed partner, Gi-Gyu smirked and ordered the system move to the 4th floor. Somewhere else. Somebody reading the news spoke up. "Everything's going according to plan." Hearing that, Ju caught the hidden meaning and asked, "Are you talking about the Heo dungeon, sir?" The man sitting across from her confirmed, "That's right." Sean put down the paper and said with a smirk, "Everyone thinks they're dead, and the public is going nuts." This made Ju curious. Is the Hellhound really that strong? Stronger than Hingo Seichan thought for a moment and said that strong isn't quite the right word, dangerous is more fitting. From what he knows about the Hellhound, the hellfire it breathes from its mouth once it hits you, it will never go out until the target is burned to ashes. Therefore, to defeat the monster, players need items of the highest tier among legendary grade items like rare armor that possesses an absolute defense attribute. Without items of that caliber, realistically, no one would even dare to attempt the raid. Besides that, he had other information about the Hellhound. Furthermore, it has an overwhelming regeneration ability, making its balance of offense and defense nearly perfect. At this point, Seichan fell silent for a long while. Gi-Gyu's voice choked up as he asked, "Will Lee Se Jun be okay?" Seichan frowned and replied seriously, "Don't worry, he might only care about food on a normal day, but when it's time to fight, he'll give it his all." He was extremely confident in Lee Se Jun, stating that no dungeon has ever been easy. This time, we should also believe that they will succeed. Finally, he added one last thing. It's not just Lee Se Jun going on the raid. Gi-Gyu is with him, so there's no need to worry. They'll come back safe and sound, just like always. Back in the dungeon, a hand suddenly gripped the cliff face. Gi-Gyu, with the Aegis shield on his back, was struggling to climb a cliff. When he reached the top, he was so exhausted he just collapsed on the ground. He panted heavily and complained. Falling into this exact spot made finding it a real pain in the ass. He suddenly felt lucky to have the skill to read others' memories. Otherwise, he would have definitely gotten lost. Without the Eye of Anubis, even if he cleared the dungeon. The shield would have been buried here forever since it fell right into a crevice where the ground had split open. While he was spacing out, Lee Se Jun's voice yelled out, Gi-Gyu, you lazy ass, get up and help me already." At that exact moment, a wolf leapt at him from behind. Of course, he was well aware of this and turned around to punch the wolf, while casually cursing at his friend, "I'm busting my ass over here and you're just lying there stargazing or what?" While he was at it, he also called him out on the whole thing about constantly using him as a meat shield and the vanguard asking, "And why do you always make me play this role?" Hearing this, Gi-Gyu just stared blankly and asked back, "This role? Why, what role is this role?" That attitude made Lee Se Jun tense up with anger and scream, "Are you messing with me? You're asking because you don't know. You always pick the easy and cool-looking jobs for yourself. While I'm stuck doing all the hard and dangerous stuff." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and grabbed a wolf by the neck. Then he yelled out, "The tank!" Tossing the wolf aside, he declared firmly, "Tanks have rights too, you know." Lee Se Jun loudly questioned Gi-Gyu, "You think it doesn't hurt when I get injured? You started slacking off back on the 3rd floor, didn't you? You were completely absorbed in finding that shield. Did you come here on a treasure hunt or something?" Gi-Gyu was stunned, speechless by his words, just as Lee Se Jun was casually ranting. Suddenly, a wave of power shot from somewhere, making him stagger. Sensing the murderous intent behind him, he slowly turned his head to look. Suddenly, that wave of power launched towards where Lee Se Jun was standing with terrifying speed. Instinctively, he raised his arms to block. After a moment, realizing he wasn't hurt, he opened his eyes in shock. The sight before him was Gi-Gyu using the Aegis shield to block the attack for him. As the wave of power surged forward, Gi-Gyu calmly activated the Aegis shield's ability. The absolute defense effect of the Aegis shield has been activated. This item absolutely cannot be destroyed. From the darkness, a monster exuding a terrifying pressure stepped out. It and its pack surrounded Lee Se Jun and Gi-Gyu. After Gi-Gyu's block, Lee Se Jun was so surprised he stammered, That's... Gi-Gyu grinned smugly. turning back to introduce it. That's right, it's the Aegis shield we were looking for. Still think I was just uselessly goofing off? Despite his friend's jab, Lee Se Jun put on a bright, sycophantic smile and replied, "Why, you gotta say it like that. I was just a little salty, so I was talking nonsense. Finding such a valuable shield? You're a freaking genius." Not bothering to argue with him further, Kim Gi-Gyu handed him the shield and said, "Well, then shall we get ready to leave this dungeon?" At that moment, the system displayed the shield's information window. Aegis shield item grade legendary. Usable from level 1 and up, it is the strongest shield created by Hus. It is absolutely indestructible. Effect: when magic or energy is infused, divine protection will be activated. Absolute defense. Then Kim Gi-Gyu warned his buddy in a serious tone, "Remember to be careful of the hellfire." He even emphasized, "If you get hit squarely by the hellfire, you won't be able to fight anymore." But Lee Se Jun wasn't worried at all. Instead, he smugly patted the shield in his hand and replied, "What's there to worry about when I've got the Aegis shield? I'll take the lead." Just as Kim Gi-Gyu was about to say something else, "There's one more thing I need to warn you about." Something bright purple suddenly appeared behind Lee Se Jun. He stared blankly behind him while Kim Gi-Gyu yelled in panic, "Move!" Once again, that bright purple wave of power attacked them, but luckily they both managed to dodge in time. "What the hell was that?" Lee Se Jun asked, confused. The Hellhound was clearly way over there. What was this attack? He looked around bewildered and was suddenly shocked by what he saw. "What is this?" he exclaimed in surprise. But Kim Gi-Gyu was completely calm, as if he'd expected this, just as I saw with the Eye of Anubis. Then he spoke up, explaining this was why people with the Aegis shield still failed the raid. There's one Hellhound on that side, and another identical one on the other, because there are two damn Hellhounds. Lee Se Jun's face was pure panic. The news shocked him so much he screamed, "There are two Hellhounds!" He then whipped his head around to confront Kim Gi-Gyu. "You knew there were two of them and didn't say a damn thing to me." He was struggling all by himself, holding the shield against the Hellhound. He screamed at his pain-in-the-ass partner, "What's the point of telling me now?" Just as he finished speaking, the Hellhound's terrifying power engulfed them both. Of course, they were fine, thanks to the Aegis shield. However, with two Hellhounds, Lee Se Jun was getting scared and asked, "There's only one shield. What do we do now?" As he was panicking, he turned and saw his so-called best bud was gone. "We can't keep sticking together." This made him furious all over again, and he yelled, "I thought he was behind me, so I was trying my best to cover him. Where the hell did that bastard go?" At that very moment, Kim Gi-Gyu suddenly appeared in front of Lee Se Jun and said, "Just like you said, we can't stick together forever. There's only one shield, so you can handle one of them right." Even though he was right, Lee Se Jun was still worried. But what about the other one? Suddenly, Kim Gi-Gyu yelled a warning, "Behind you!" Startled by his shout, Lee Se Jun quickly glanced back. He immediately raised the Aegis shield to block the surprise attack. However, the Hellhound's power was so immense that even he struggled, letting out a few grunts. The situation made Kim Gi-Gyu worried enough to shout his buddy's name. The only reply was the sound of wind whipping up sand and dust. In the dust cloud, Lee Se Jun's exhausted figure collapsed to his knees. Suddenly, he felt something was wrong. It turned out one of his arms had been hit by the Hellhound's flames, making him scream in panic. "It's on fire!" At the same time, a system message appeared. "Hellfire, the unquenchable flame, has hit the target." In this state, panicking, Lee Se Jun started rolling on the ground, trying to put out the fire. He screamed, "Hey, don't just stand there gawking. Get over here and help me put this out." Kim Gi-Gyu quickly ordered, "Lee Se Jun, don't panic. Take off your armor." Following his advice, Lee Se Jun immediately took off the piece of armor hit by the hellfire, staring at his gauntlet being incinerated by the hellfire. He was so scared he blurted out, "The problem with this isn't the heat, is it?" The Hellhound, seeing it couldn't finish off either of them, growled in anger. Suddenly, it let out a deafening roar. The other wolves quickly received its command and charged towards Lee Se Jun and Kim Gi-Gyu. Being his usual clueless self, Lee Se Jun still didn't get what was happening. "What's up? Did something happen?" At this moment, the Hellwolves were staring at them with murderous intent. A pack of Hellwolves numbering up to 100 surrounded them tightly. Lee Se Jun and Kim Gi-Gyu. Watching them charge madly towards him, Lee Se Jun gritted his teeth and said, "Looks like the only way is to fight while watching out for the hellfire." After saying that, he immediately sent a few wolves on their way. Seeing Kim Gi-Gyu not helping him, and instead trying to sneak off somewhere, Lee Se Jun indignantly shouted, "Hey, what have you been plotting this whole time? Where are you going?" Kim Gi-Gyu didn't bother to answer him and just leisurely killed every wolf in his path. Suddenly, an old memory flashed through his mind. Seeing these hellhounds reminds me of the past. According to his memory, back when he was raiding the 8th floor dungeon with his comrades in the Salvation team, the boss used a pack of hellhounds as its minions. No matter how strong that boss was, it ultimately fell at his hands. Back then, he had noticed the corpses of the hellwolves he'd dealt with. Thinking back, after clearing that dungeon, their bodies were scattered on the ground like straw. The number of hellhounds I took care of by myself. Back in the present, as Kim Gi-Gyu focused on the slaughter, he smirked and recalled the number of hellwolves he had slain in his past life, a good 23 of them. Meanwhile, in the real world, the news he just received made Park Yong-Wan's face turn cold as he asked, Kim Gi-Gyu is still alive. Secretary Kim quickly presented a letter to him and said, Yes, sir. He sent this letter for you. Park Yong-Wan didn't hesitate and immediately read the letter's contents. His eyes hardened with every word. The letter read as follows, as I was continuously receiving death threats from Japanese terrorists. I had no choice but to fake my own death. When the time is right, I will return to the guild and report everything in detail. P.S. I currently need some laundered money to cross the border safely. Account number 30. Reading up to this point, Park Yong-Wan finally understood why Kim Gi-Gyu faked his death. After finishing the letter, Park Yong-Wan suddenly broke into an amused smile and uttered, So that bastard is still alive. Looks like you could drop him in the middle of the ocean and he'd still find a way to come back to life, huh? Well, then he returned to instruct Secretary Kim. Be careful not to leak this information. For now, just transfer him the money. This order puzzled Secretary Kim. Yes, sir, but she asked worriedly, this person's actions are too suspicious even if he was being threatened. Even if his life was on the line. Ain't it weird? He's still keeping secrets from us. You really still want to trust this guy. Yonggun didn't answer right away, he just laughed. Finally, he crushed the letter in his hand and declared, I never trusted him. He's just a useful tool to help me achieve my ambitions. His face was full of schemes for Kim Gi-Gyu. Ain't it lucky for us that bastard is still alive? This is our chance to get back the money we invested. And as soon as I get what I want, he'll learn the price for daring to deceive me. Back to the fight with the Hellboar, which is howling orders to its pack. Lee Se Jun is currently stunned by Kim Gi-Gyu's fighting skills. That dude's skills are insane. Kim Gi-Gyu's reckless move was unbelievable. He dared to charge in and fight the Hellboars without any defensive weapon. I seriously thought he was on a suicide run. Watching Kim Gi-Gyu's every move left him stunned, but it wasn't reckless at all. Those movements. It was as if he had already predicted how the Hellboars would attack. This made Lee Se Jun wonder, but isn't this his first time facing the Hellboars? He was extremely curious about Kim Gi-Gyu's abilities. So, where did he get that kind of power? He couldn't figure it out, so he had to get his head back in the game. No matter how badass that hellfire is, as long as you don't get hit by it, you're fine. As for Kim Gi-Gyu, after having his fill fighting the Hellwolves, his target was now the pack leader. Now, it's the only one left. The situation now was the Hellboar against Kim Gi-Gyu's group. Suddenly, he dropped the weapon in his hand and complained the weapon made from root bones really melted, even though he said that he had a triumphant smile on his face. But it's no problem. Suddenly, long, sharp spears shot up from the ground. They sprouted up like grass. Kim Gi-Gyu grabbed one and declared, I've already prepared for this. At the same time, the system sent information about these spears. Black Star Bone Spear Item Rank Legendary requires level 50 to use physical attack plus 110. This is a spear made from the bones of a black star. Even though its attack power isn't high, its durability is truly incredible. The Hellboar looked at its opponent with a wary yet murderous gaze. Kim Gi-Gyu wasn't afraid, but instead said with contempt, how boring all the preparations are complete. Next, he pointed the spear at it and arrogantly declared, now, let's just slowly enjoy the finale. Just then, Lee Se Jun rushed toward him and yelled, Stop! He didn't get why this dude suddenly stood in his way. So Kim Gi-Gyu asked with a cold expression, What the hell are you doing? Lee Se Jun, panting, managed to say a few confusing words. No, I can't just stand by and watch like this. A man's gotta have some pride. He declared confidently, Leave the last one to me. This statement made Kim Gi-Gyu look at Lee Se Jun in a new light. Then he smirked and asked sarcastically, You sure you can handle it? Lee Se Jun replied with a grin, Of course. Then he suddenly gave the shield back to Kim Gi-Gyu, who asked in confusion, Why don't you take the shield? He grabbed a random bone spear with one hand and said clearly, Because if I feel like I'm a burden to others, it really bothers me. His fighting spirit flared up. As he said this, Lee Se Jun suddenly remembered something he recalled the day Ju returned heavily injured. At that time, he and Oh Se-chan were so panicked they had to rush to catch her. In that very moment, he swore an oath, I have people I need to protect too. The sight of Ju collapsing in pain in Oh Se-chan's arms still haunts Lee Se Jun's mind every day. Ju's tears made him determined that's why I need to do more. He told himself I have to become truly strong. Meanwhile, at a fortress, many people had been captured by some group. The fortress remained shut tight. Inside, a deal was taking place. I'll pay with this. The mysterious woman in the transaction was Sakura of the Phoenix Guild. Looking at the briefcase on the table, Sakura asked curiously, "What's this?" The man she was dealing with gave a sleazy smile and said, "What is it?" "The commission fee. What else?" Outside, guns were loaded and fired shell casings fell to the ground. Blood stained the earth along with a casual report about dealing with the natives around the gate. The unscrupulous merchant happily opened the briefcase and said, "Thanks to you, my business is going much more smoothly." Sakura said nothing and just picked up the money to count it. After counting one stack, she suddenly threw the money back into the briefcase in a rage and yelled, "What is this nonsense?" Her fury made the merchant flinch a little. "Do you think we do this work just to earn a few spare coins?" Sakura questioned him with an annoyed voice. "We agreed that the payment had to be in items or skill equipment." Hearing this, the merchant quickly started making excuses. "I'm well aware of the terms for dealing with the Phoenix Guild, but lately I've been having trouble procuring items," he said, wiping his sweat and hesitating. "Right now, even with money, you have to buy things from the black market. And not to mention that the remaining dungeons are now so dangerous they're impossible to enter. So, it's very difficult for me to search for items in there directly." At that, Sakura angrily slammed the table and shouted, "Listen here!" She shot to her feet and declared loud and clear, "In this lawless region of the Amazon, our leader's word is the law." Knowing he was about to get wrecked by her, the merchant quickly yelled out, "Wait a minute!" She didn't give a damn and grabbed him straight by the collar, growling, "Since when did you maggots dare to pull this crap right in front of us, huh?" Sakura got right in the merchant's face and threatened, "Say one more word and I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to the dogs right now." Terrified by her threat, the merchant quickly covered his mouth. "No, don't." But Sakura just casually raised her hand and shoved her fingers into the merchant's mouth, making him mumble and beg for his life. "Spare me. I won't do it again, please." Just when he thought she was about to send him to his maker, a bolt of lightning suddenly struck the merchant. His fate was to become a charred mess and collapse on the ground. In that instant, Sakura quickly looked behind her. Hilfrey was standing at the door and scolded in a low voice, "Sakura, I told you not to waste time on pointless crap." The moment she saw him, Sakura was startled and called out, "Leader!" The one who sent that merchant to the afterlife was none other than Hilfrey. He didn't even flinch after taking a life. Instead, he said with disgust, "Why even waste your breath on maggots?" Seeing what he placed on the table, Sakura was so surprised she stammered. It was a glowing card placed on the wooden table. Hilfrey, known as the Thunder Emperor, Hilfrey, leader of the Phoenix Guild. He reminded Sakura in a stern voice, "Just to keep it simple, got it?" Meanwhile, over at Kim Gi-Gyu's group's battle, they had been fighting the Hell House from dusk till dawn. The Hell House itself was looking pretty beat up. In front of it, Lena was so exhausted he was sprawled on the ground. Suddenly, the system sent a notification, causing his eyes to snap open. The blessing of the river Styx had been activated. With his newfound agility, he quickly sat up with his bone spear in hand. Suddenly, a hand stopped the tip of his spear. Yet, he didn't do anything, instead, just standing there panting heavily. It was Kim Gi-Gyu who had blocked Lena's attack, and he said, "Lena, it's me. Man, snap out of it." Realizing it was his bro, Lena breathed a sigh of relief and plopped down on the ground, asking, "What about the other Hell House? Did you take care of it while I was out?" Kim Gi-Gyu said nothing and just pointed behind him. The hyena looked in the direction he pointed. What he saw was the corpse of the Hell House sprawled on the ground. Kim Gi-Gyu's voice slowly rang out. "I just watched." He let his bro know, "You completely destroyed it with your own power." This recognition from him made Lena flash a proud smile. Someone was impatiently tapping their fingers on a desk. Park Yong-Wan scoffed and remarked, "You've surprised me more than once." He angrily questioned Kim Gi-Gyu, "I can't believe you dared to deceive me." His death glare was fixed on Kim Gi-Gyu. "And to think I actually believed you were dead." After a moment of silence, Kim Gi-Gyu replied sincerely, "My apologies, sir, but to deceive the enemy, you must first deceive your allies." Since he put it that way, Park Yong-Wan couldn't really blame him. "You're not wrong." Even so, he still held a grudge, but Park Yong-Wan warned in a low voice, "From now on, don't even think about deceiving me again." His killing intent and pressure filled the room to intimidate Kim Gi-Gyu. "This little prank of yours didn't amuse me one bit." But Kim Gi-Gyu faced it calmly. Then he replied seriously, "Understood, sir." Getting his confirmation, Park Yong-Wan was quite satisfied and then suddenly pulled open a desk drawer. there's one more thing. Next, he threw a stack of papers onto the desk, a newspaper with the headline, Yoo-Han and Isaac, who will conquer the 4th and 5th floors of the Dark House Dungeon. Park Yong-Wan then mentioned the person pictured next to Kim Gi-Gyu's fake identity. Ah, that Yoo-Han guy I mentioned before. He pointed at Yoo-Han's name and expressed his displeasure. He's been getting on my nerves lately. The press cooked up a rival and now everyone's buzzing about it. His voice was low as he ordered Kim Gi-Gyu, I don't want the situation to turn out like this. I just need Isaac to be the only star shining and building his reputation. I don't need to explain any further, do I? At this point, Park Yong-Wan suddenly flew into a rage, crumpling the newspaper and yelling, Find a way to provoke Isaac and make him more brutal. Hearing this, Kim Gi-Gyu immediately asked, Do you mean make Isaac stand out more, sir? Park Yong-Wan confirmed without hesitation. That's right. We need to get a return worthy of our investment. Right. Kim Gi-Gyu had no objections to his plan, but he had a condition. Understood, sir. In that case, please release the Thunder Emperor. The condition he proposed surprised Park Yong-Wan so much that he exclaimed, The Thunder Emperor. He immediately asked for the reason behind this condition. Why bring him up all of a sudden? Kim Gi-Gyu replied coldly, That is what I want. The so-called Thunder Emperor he mentioned was actually a scroll with an exceptional skill, the skill to summon a warlock. The conditions for using Messenger of Darkness were usable from level 180 and above, with the effect of summoning an immortal warlock by sacrificing 100 monsters. This item belonged to and was possessed by the Thunder Emperor. At that moment, somewhere someone was practicing their slashes on a straw dummy, a sharp slash cutting the dummy in two. One half fell to the ground. This person's voice slowly spoke out. This person asked in a soft voice, So, Isaac requested Solomon's ring instead of the Aegis shield. His student immediately bowed his head and apologized for no reason. Yes, I'm sorry, master. Of course, Sugahara-kun didn't blame his student, but instead thought, no, I had initially compensated him with the Aegis shield. Compensating with other items was unavoidable. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth in a rage. But there's one thing I still can't wrap my head around. His attitude startled Sakura a little. Sugahara-ken asked with a grim expression, How the hell did that bastard know Solomon's ring was in our hands? Hearing this, Sakura quickly denied it. No, it wasn't me, I swear. Sugahara-ken had no intention of suspecting her. But he figured I wouldn't suspect my own student, only the information leak proves there's a rat hiding among us. Hearing this, Sakura immediately volunteered to find the one who spilled the beans. That shameless punk? We gotta find that traitor right now and deal with them along with Isaac. However, Sugahara-ken said, It's all right, just let it be. This move left Sakura completely baffled. What sir, he slowly sheathed his sword while calmly saying, With the speed they're leveling up, there's one thing I can confirm. We're bound to cross paths sooner or later. His words made Sakura gasp in alarm. You mean? Sugahara quickly strapped the sword to his side and then commanded in a low growl, All right, we'll keep waiting. His steely, confident voice rang out, It'll only be a true victory when I shred them to pieces with my own 2 hands, back at the Thunderbird Guild. Sakura asked with an annoyed, sarcastic tone, What am I looking at here, a ghost? Her taunting voice continued, Oh, wait, no, a zombie is more like it. Kim Gi-Gyu didn't miss a beat and shot right back, More like a ghost, I'd say. I get around much easier on the other side. Hearing this, Sakura sneered, So you faked your death to take on the whole world. To clean up that dude, Aj's mess, Kim Gi-Gyu didn't give a straight answer, replying cryptically, So what? That's not important. You figure it out. This evasive talk pissed Sakura off. You little punk, give me a straight answer. Then she got so mad she slammed her hand on the table and yelled, Do you have any idea where you are? You're being way too damn casual. At this point she resorted to threats. Oh, you've already died once, so dying again here won't be a big deal, right? Kim Gi-Gyu wasn't the least bit scared and even smirked. To stop wasting time, he cut right to the chase. Let's cut the useless crap. I'm not here to argue. Let's get down to business. Although Sakura was fuming, she had to hold it in. What a pain in the ass. If it weren't for the commander's orders. So she forced herself to stay calm and get the details. Spit it out. I'll give you 1 minute. Kim Gi-Gyu calmly said, I heard the Thunder Emperor only deals in items, right? Sakura replied coldly, So what? Kim Gi-Gyu calmly continued, So. He cracked a smile and then asked a question. That means people are also a commodity up for trade, right? His question left Sakura a bit bewildered. What the hell is this punk talking about? He then casually proposed if I sell Isaac to the Phoenix Guild. I'm pretty curious about what I'd get in return. After hearing this, Sakura let out a laugh while gritting her teeth. You're not here to negotiate on Isaac's behalf, you're planning to sell him to us. Suddenly, she slammed her foot on the table and roared, "I've tried to put up with you. You psycho bastard, are you messing with me?" Just then, an impressed voice rang out, "How interesting." Suddenly, Gi-Gyu felt a murderous aura behind him. When he turned around, he saw Hill-Frey had appeared behind him at some point. The moment Sakura saw him, she called out in alarm, "Commander!" Hill-Frey cracked a bloodthirsty smile and asked, "So, can I buy him by the pound?" Gi-Gyu shot back without missing a beat. "That'd be fun to watch, but I'm guessing you don't want an Isaac who's missing an arm or a leg, right?" A suffocating silence followed his words. Hill-Frey, intrigued by Gi-Gyu's proposal, requested, "Your offer is quite tempting, elaborate." In a dungeon at night, two people were chilling by a warm campfire. Lena, while munching on some food, asked hesitantly, "Hey man, are you for real about doing that?" Gi-Gyu didn't answer, just grinned and played dumb, asking back, "What the hell are you talking about?" Lena shot back, "You know exactly what. We almost kicked the bucket in that 4th-floor dungeon." With a completely casual attitude, Gi-Gyu just said, "Oh, yeah." His attitude pissed Lena off so much he yelled, "Oh yeah, what's that supposed to mean? Look, I'm down to conquer the 5th floor, but isn't A+ rank jumping the gun a little?" His words just made Gi-Gyu want to mess with him. "So, what a guy like you is scared of a dungeon?" As always, Lena got triggered and started fuming. "Hey, why do you always gotta push my buttons like that? You think I'm gonna keep falling for your crap?" His voice echoed through the woods. "I must look like a total idiot to you." Just then, Gi-Gyu's expression turned serious as he signaled, "Quiet, we've got company." Lena was instantly startled, jumping to his feet and going on high alert. His face was pure confusion when he saw who was approaching. The person stood in the shadows and timidly spoke up to greet them. "Hello." Gi-Gyu was a little surprised to see her. It was none other than Men. "I'm Men from the Salvation Guild. We'll be doing the raid together tomorrow." Suddenly, her voice became all quiet, and her face turned beet red. "Actually, she then said, awkwardly but honestly, "I'm a huge fan of yours. Since we're raiding together, I wanted to come and say hi first." Her appearance left Gi-Gyu a bit confused. But then he recognized Men. That's right. In this very dungeon, he remembered the day from his past life when Men breathed her last. A heartbroken Jordan held her body, crying his eyes out. Back then, Kay and Gi-Gyu stood silently speechless. What a desolate scene that was. Back in the present, Lena was laughing confidently as she greeted Men. "It's a pleasure to meet you," he said with a smug look. "Should I give my fan an autograph?" Men knew he had it all wrong and tried to explain, but of course he wasn't listening and even said, "Don't make me be rude." Just as Lena was pulling out a pen to sign, asking, "So, where should I sign this?" Men suddenly let out a yell and dashed forward. "So, excuse me." She held her notebook out to Gi-Gyu and asked loudly, "Isaac, can I please get your autograph?" Without a second thought, Gi-Gyu actually signed it for Men. Lena was so mortified by the scene that he snapped his pen in half. The next morning, the dungeon gate opened once more. The Salvation Guild arrived with the Thunderbird Guild right behind them. Representing the Salvation Guild were two people, Gi-Gyu in his Isaac disguise and his disgruntled companion. Flashing back to that day at the Phoenix Guild headquarters, Hill-Frey, fiddling with 2 walnuts in his hand, spoke slowly. "Let me say this again. It's not what you've all been led to believe." He then asked bluntly, "Are you the one who's really pulling Isaac's strings, Gi-Gyu?" Gi-Gyu didn't even try to hide it, admitting, "Yeah, that's right." Hearing this, Sakura blew up. "This is crazy. Are we really supposed to believe this crap?" Hill-Frey raised a hand to stop her and spoke. "Is that so?" Gi-Gyu then cut right to the chase. "I hear you own a huge collection of items and skills, but because of the user requirements, you've got a problem actually getting them to people." He smirked and made a tempting offer. "I'll clear the dungeons you want for you. If we use Isaac, even dungeons that are supposedly unenterable won't be an issue, right?" He even gave Hill-Frey time to think it over. "Consider it if you think the terms work for both of us." His cocky attitude pissed Sakura off. This little punk. But Hill-Frey was totally calm, asking with a bit of interest, "Conditions you say sounds like there's something you really want from me, huh?" He chuckled and stressed, "You're right about that, but I don't do business at a loss." Then he got up to leave but made sure to add, "I can't guess what you want. But your conditions don't persuade me. If you want to get something from me, come back next time with a more tempting offer." Having said his piece, he turned to leave. "While I am interested in dealing for Isaac, it's not that big of a deal." Hill-Frey's flat-out rejection made Sakura absolutely delighted. She then got all hyped up wanting to take Gi-Gyu out. "And negotiations failed, hee. You acted like you had something special, but it was just garbage. Leader, should I just finish this punk off right here?" she said gleefully. He's useless now anyway. After a moment of silence, Gi-Gyu cut in. I heard you're putting together a raid party for the one-eyed giant dungeon in the Amazon, right? Those words stopped Ilfrey in his tracks. He then spat out, so what? Gi-Gyu replied nonchalantly, I'm planning on sending Isaac to clear it. Of course, Ilfrey didn't buy it, scoffing, that's the most ridiculous joke I've heard to date. He couldn't believe Isaac could conquer a fifth-floor dungeon. You're saying you'll clear that dungeon for me. That kid Isaac just finished a 4-floor dungeon and you think he can take on a 5-floor one and A+ ranked dungeon, no less? Ilfrey's scornful laughter echoed through the room. I pulled off some crazy stuff at that level myself, but aren't you getting a little ahead of yourself? Gi-Gyu met his condescending tone with a death glare, and so Ilfrey gave him a chance to prove it. Fine, if you pull it off, we'll continue this conversation. Sakura couldn't believe what she was hearing and yelled, trying to stop him. So, leader. At that moment, Gi-Gyu cut in. So, what's Isaac's body worth? Ilfrey replied nonchalantly, wrong. The thing I'm trying to buy isn't Isaac. From what you're telling me, wouldn't it be smarter to just buy you? He offered Gi-Gyu a position under him. What do you say if you accept, come work for me? It was an offer, but he was quick to add a condition. Of course, I'm going to test you because I'm a naturally suspicious guy. Ilfrey took something out and said, the price negotiation starts now. It was a scroll with the word vampire on it. Usage requirement messenger of the underworld skill rank. Legendary effect allows the user to transform into a vampire. Back in the present, Gi-Gyu, as Isaac thought to himself with a grim expression, let's stick to the plan. Then a voice shouted, I'm heading into the dungeon. On the first day inside the one-eyed giant dungeon, the skeleton soldier and Lena charged in to surround the ogre bull. Lena dodged an attack and yelled, Yo, what are you going to tell Park Yong-Wan? Gi-Gyu, as the skeleton soldier turned and asked, Tell him what? Lena screamed. It's obvious to anyone that we're siding with the Thunder Emperor. Do you think Park Yong-Wan is just going to let this slide if he finds out you're going to word it carefully, right? Gi-Gyu replied, Nope, I'm just going to tell Park Yong-Wan exactly what happened. Hearing that Lena froze, What did you just say? In that moment of distraction, the ogre bull slammed its fist down. Lena dodged it with ease. He then launched a counterattack. All right, I guess I'll have to knock some sense into you myself, huh? Crash. After Lee Se Jun's slash, it collapsed. The high-speed impact kicked up a massive cone of dust in the middle of the barren desert. In front of Gi-Gyu, smoke and dust were everywhere, obscuring his view. A pair of legs slowly emerged from the fading smoke. Gi-Gyu was startled by the sight. Lee Se Jun walked over, smacked him on the head, and started bitching. Are you really going to tell them you accepted the Thunderlord's offer? Have you lost your mind? Gi-Gyu replied, We can't fool Park Yong-Wan anyway, so telling the truth is the best option. She smacked him again and yelled, The truth? What the hell are you talking about? You think Park Yong-Wan is just going to let us walk and hand us over to the Thunderlord? Cut the crap. You still don't know what that bastard's like. As things got tense, a figure approached and spoke up. I think you're getting something wrong here. Gi-Gyu continued. If we let Park Yong-Wan know about our deal with the Thunderlord, will he think we betrayed him, or that we betrayed the Thunderlord? Day 23, entering the dungeon on the 4th floor of the Minotaur's Labyrinth. Jordan swung his sword hard, attacking the goblin in front of him. He gritted his teeth, thinking it dodged. Damn it, this is driving me crazy. Jordan turned to Ko and asked, What's the situation on your end? Ko calmly replied, Same over here. Jordan looked behind him again. Mian, you got a ways to go. She remained silent, continuing to summon a fireball in her hand that shot out a blindingly powerful blast of energy. The goblins were drawn to the light from Mian's position. Jordan shouted a warning Ko. They're targeting Mian. Sen, get over there and back her up now. The whole goblin mob charged her at a terrifying speed. Mian threw her head back and unleashed her power. Her eyes blazed, surrounded by arcs of energy. Her power exploded outwards, a swirling vortex of amplified, fiery, orange-yellow energy, ready to incinerate everything in its path. White smoke filled the air. Jordan let out a breath. Whew, that was way too close. What's the deal with all these black goblins anyway? He slung his weapon over his shoulder, planted a foot on a goblin, and grumbled high-level dungeons really are on another level. This is no joke. Monsters are probably going to keep showing up until we get to the main hall in the center of the maze. Let's stick to wider paths if we can. If we keep getting jumped in a narrow hallway, surrounded by walls, we're going to be in some serious crap. Any place we set up camp needs to have an escape route. Just as he said that, Jordan spotted a goblin launching a sneak attack. It lunged forward. He screamed, Mian, behind you! She flinched. Mian whipped her head around to where Jordan was looking. A goblin was swinging its blade down. Slash. The foul stench of blood hung in the air. Mien shut her eyes tight, knowing she was too late to fight back. After a second, when she felt nothing, she slowly opened them. A goblin lay collapsed at her feet in a pool of blood. Jordan ran over, worried. "Mien, you all right?" she answered. "Yeah, I'm fine." Suddenly, he froze, thinking, what's this dude doing here? Jordan looked at Kim Gi-Gyu and said in a low voice, "Thanks, my team's safe because of you." Kim Gi-Gyu frowned and asked, "Why aren't you finishing them off properly?" Jordan was confused. "Huh, what do you mean?" Kim Gi-Gyu drove his sharp sword straight through the goblin. He answered kill confirmation. It ground its teeth, shaking from the pain. Seeing its buddy get off, another one nearby started whimpering. It finally clicked for Jordan. They were playing dead. He stared in shock as a whole bunch of them started to flee. There were that many. Kim Gi-Gyu explained, "Blood goblins are a highly intelligent species." The powerful legs of a skeleton soldier stomped down hard on the escaping goblins. It bared its teeth, breaking out in a cold sweat. The scene was ripped apart by high-speed streaks of purple and red. Jordan watched the entire thing unfold. He stood there completely stunned into silence. Kim Gi-Gyu said with a cold smirk, "I was actually looking forward to raiding with the so-called Salvation Guild, but you guys are just pathetic." Hearing that, Jordan got pissed and started to lunge forward. "You bastard, shut your damn mouth." But just in time, Mien grabbed his wrist, holding him back. Jordan, Kim Gi-Gyu spoke up. A team leader is supposed to be responsible for his members' safety and for keeping their stress levels down. He kicked the corpse on the ground. "If you knew what kind of creatures blood goblins were, wouldn't you have known how to handle them properly?" Kim Gi-Gyu mocked him. "A team leader can't even handle something this basic. The Salvation Guild is definitely going to be the talk of the town now." Jordan gritted his teeth, pissed off. A vein throbbed on his temple. A heavy, bitter feeling of self-mockery settled in his chest. "I know I'm not a perfect leader, but still." His eyes were filled with disappointment. "Looks like I was expecting too much." Jordan was shaking with rage, tightening his grip on his weapon, thinking, how dare he just dismiss all our efforts to save the world. Ko cut in with a cold voice. "I get your point, but that's enough." He continued, "This isn't the time to be fighting amongst ourselves. We need to team up and clear this dungeon." Mien stepped up gently, placing a hand on Jordan's chest to hold him back. She nodded in agreement. "Ko's right. We appreciate the help, but what are you doing here anyway?" Mien's voice was cold. "Each team is supposed to stick to their assigned sector. You didn't just come here to start trouble, did you?" Kim Gi-Gyu immediately pointed behind him. "Actually, we ran into a little problem." He explained, "Our team's tanker hurt her leg." Right on cue, Lee Se Jun limped over with a forced smile. "Hey, everyone, you guys, good." She gasped, covering her mouth. How did this happen? They immediately rushed over to support him. Right then, even with cold sweat dripping down his face, Lee Se Jun forced a smile. "I was just a little careless." Men gently suggested, "Why don't you sit down here? Let me take a look at your wound." An awkward thought immediately crossed his mind. He couldn't believe they were actually letting him take a break. It felt pretty damn good, but Lee Se Jun frantically waved his hands. I'm good, he cursed to himself. Damn it, having to fake an injury like this is so embarrassing. He stood there stunned, his eyes fixed on the scene in front of him as a thought crossed Kim Gi-Gyu's mind. That's right, they're different from Lee Se Jun. They're more genuine than anyone else. Their only desire is to save this world. Jordan stepped forward, his voice full of mockery. "So, you couldn't manage your own squad and came running to us. How the hell are you going to teach basic stuff then?" He smirked mockingly. "What's that now? The commander is responsible for the safety of his comrades." Jordan pointed a scornful finger at him. "Hey, Isaac, get your own house in order before you start preaching to others." Seeing his opponent's silent, emotionless face, he grimaced. "Huh, what's up? Not acting all high and mighty like before. Why'd you suddenly go quiet?" The corner of his lip curled up, thinking Jordan was just as he'd predicted, the same old personality. Kim Gi-Gyu shot back. "I'm not careless like some people. My squad member just lost his footing for a second." Lee Se Jun grumbled, "That jerk," under his breath, but he kept his cool to play his part. "Yeah, that's right. It's my bad." Lee Se Jun slapped his own injured foot, laughing sheepishly. "I didn't listen to my commander and just charged ahead. That's how this happened. Y'all know there's a cliff right below us, right?" Jordan just scoffed. "Anyway, we don't have a tanker, so we can't push forward alone, so you're here to help us, right?" He calmly confirmed. "That's right, but seeing the state your team is in, I'm kind of regretting my decision." "How about this? Your whole squad follows my orders from now on." Kim Gi-Gyu continued. "Just do exactly what I tell you and you'll get out of this dungeon in one piece." His eyes went bloodshot, flashing with a deadly glint. "What the hell did you just say, you punk?" His axe dragged on the ground, making a piercing screech with every step Jordan took. He snarled in anger. "We gotta clear this raid one way or another. If you want it so bad, I'll give you a chance to show off." Jordan shoved his face right up to his eyes, burning with fire, his tone a clear challenge. "But I can't just ignore what you just said. If you want to be the commander of this squad, then you'll have to beat me in a one-on-one duel right here, right now." Meanwhile, headlines started popping up all over the internet. News about the Salvation Guild's world-first attempt at a 7th-floor dungeon. Who are the raiders taking on the 7th-floor C-Rank dungeon this time? Yoo-Han, backed by the Salvation Guild, has been consistently clearing 5th-floor dungeons. Lee Se Jun and Yoo-Han of the Salvation Guild are on a hot streak. Isaac's team went MIA for a whole month after the Hyo-How raid, with no one knowing if they were dead or alive. In her office, Park Jin-Ho sat lost in thought, nervously biting her lip. Suddenly, a voice startled her. "Yo, what's with the face, you worried or something?" Park Jin-Ho's sharp gaze instantly shot toward where the voice came from. In the shadows, Yoo-Han leaned against the table, his body shaking with laughter. "What's the matter? You know what needs to be done when the commander's away, right?" He sneered. "Is that why you're looking so stressed?" Just then a man entered and snapped irritably, "Cut the crap and watch your mouth." Yoo-Han's face darkened as he shot a cold glare at him. The man furiously barked. "You little brat, she is not someone you can just look down on," he added with a tilt of his chin. "While Lee Se Jun is away, she's the acting guildmaster for the Salvation Guild." That man was none other than Cho Sung-gu of the Salvation Guild. He threatened, "If you pull another stunt that breaks the rules, I swear I won't let you off the hook." Yoo-Han flashed a wicked grin. "And if this little brat doesn't stop, what are you going to do?" The two of them stood face to face, locking eyes, neither one backing down. The air was thick with tension, and a murderous aura swirled around them like a deathmatch could erupt at any second. She angrily slammed the table. "That's enough," Park Jin-Ho said coldly. "This isn't the time for fighting. Our only job right now is to support the guildmaster." Her voice rang out again. "But, according to Yoo-Han, this isn't what was agreed upon with the guildmaster, right?" Sukahara Ken glanced sideways, his tone annoyed. "I know Lee Se Jun wants to face Isaac directly one day. But we've gathered here before to kill Isaac, so stop beating around the bush and let's focus on the main issue." He asked, "Is it true that Isaac entered a 5th-floor A+ rank dungeon?" Park Jin-Ho frowned, pressing a button. "I thought it was just a stupid rumor myself until recently, but it's the real deal." She explained, "This is intel I got from a guild member stationed in the Amazon. They saw Isaac enter that dungeon with their own 2 eyes." Sukahara Ken asked curiously, "Who were the members with Isaac?" Park Jin-Ho answered, "They weren't the ones. Who share our goals, so we can't assign them other tasks because they can't be trusted." He said calmly, "That's fine by me." Sukahara Ken frowned. "That guy isn't the type to just charge in recklessly. This time, I'll deal with him personally." It seemed those words were exactly what she wanted to hear. The corners of her mouth lifted into a very satisfied smile. Park Jin-Ho clasped his hands and was like, "I'd feel way better if you just handled it yourself. I don't know if this helps or not." He pointed at Yoo Seong, but that dude's some pretty effective bait. He's the one who got everyone to swarm the dungeon. He said it all smug, trying to act humble. So damn obvious that's just foul. Yoo Seong spoke with an arrogant tone. "Either way, if we can eliminate that Isaac dude, it's no skin off my back and a messenger of the underworld like myself." His face reeked of smugness. "I'll be able to hog all the spotlight for myself." Nobody said a damn thing after that. The vibe suddenly got mad tense. After a moment, Sukahara Ken blurted out, "So, where are we pulling this off, BEI Shin?" H went ahead and pressed the button on the location remote. An image of the next dungeon's location popped up on the screen. She answered, "It's Egypt." A 6th-floor SA+ rank dungeon. A blade slammed down, splitting a bone in 2, and Jordan broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. Misun covered her mouth and whispered Jordan's name. After a moment, lying on his back, he screamed. I lost Kim Gi-Gyu, who was leaning against the wall, shot up as soon as he heard Jordan. Lee Sun-ju, sitting in the corner, let out a breath. He thought to himself, "Man, I was just like that back in the day." Kim Gi-Gyu slowly walked towards Jordan, making him shrink back. Kim Gi-Gyu spoke in a cold voice. "So you're going to keep your promise?" The scene shifts to the inside of a massive deep blue cylindrical structure. Jordan gripped his weapon tight, thinking, how many damn hours have we been fighting like this? No matter how many times I attack, there's no sign of it ending. But he turned around and yelled, "Menon, let's go again. Back me up with some firepower. We can't just give up like this." She agreed, replying, "Yeah, I got it." A glowing circle appeared under Jordan's feet, the skill of a die-hard scoundrel. It successfully aggroed the Minotaur. Menon led the charge straight towards it. She yelled, "Over here, get him, you big slab of beef." The Minotaur ground its teeth in rage at Menon's taunt. Jordan, who was rushing in, saw it strike and leaned back, skidding to a halt. The Minotaur slammed a powerful blow down, making the ground explode. He quickly rolled out of the danger zone. Jordan roared, "Kai." He cursed to himself. Damn, that was a messy landing. Hearing the call, Kai jumped high into the air for a counterattack. In the gloomy purple dungeon, he flew through the air with a cold slash of his sword. Kai landed, driving both his blades into the Minotaur's body. It roared like crazy from the pain. Then Kai zipped across its body. Every step he took left a fatal gash. From the side, Menon shot a blast of fire from her magic staff, the flames rocketing towards the Minotaur. Jordan nervously scanned the area. He thought I was such an idiot. Why the hell did I make a bet with that bastard? Looking like he got what he wanted, Gi-Gyu smirked. Lost in his thoughts, Jordan suddenly heard Kai scream, "Jordan." He glanced over at the sound, and right above his head a sharp object was hurtling down. Jordan trembled, frozen in place. He looked down at his feet, pinned by the rocks. Jordan panicked. "My feet are stuck. I can't dodge. All I can do now is take it with my body." Jordan roared with resolve. "Bring it on, slash." A haunting streak of gray and dark pink flashed. Menon couldn't take it, her eyes welling up with tears. On the other side, the Minotaur brought its foot down hard, right where Jordan was. She screamed, "Jordan!" After the attack, the beast let out a defiant roar. Jordan squinted, confused about what just happened. Then his eyes flew open in shock. Beside him, long, platinum blonde hair flowed in the wind, and the person said nothing. That probably took 10 years off my life. Gi-Gyu stood tall, holding Jordan in his arms in front of everyone. Jordan panicked and struggled. "What the hell is this? Put me the hell down." Gi-Gyu smirked. "Fine, if that's what the princess wants." He let go, dropping Jordan hard onto the ground. Jordan gritted his teeth in fury. He yelled, "You little brat, would it kill you to be a little gentle?" Menon ran over to him, asking, "Jordan, are you okay?" Jordan nodded. "Yeah, luckily, nothing seriously busted." Seeing Gi-Gyu turn his back to leave, he yelled, "Hey, bastard, where do you think you're sneaking off to?" Gi-Gyu turned his head and said coldly, "The tanker's injured, so someone's got to fill in." Jordan growled, annoyed. "What the hell is that supposed to mean? You're saying you're going to be the meat shield. You're really going to charge into that chaos." He coolly dropped a line. "You got a better plan." Jordan yelled in a rage, "Let me go. I'll charge in again. If anyone's going to die, it'll be me." Gi-Gyu said with scorn, "Charging in with those busted legs is basically suicide. If you die, who's going to take responsibility for the rest of the team? Don't think it's so noble to sacrifice yourself just because you're the leader. Instead of wasting time on that pointless crap, you'd be better off training so this doesn't happen again. A tanker isn't just some shield to block enemy attacks. The main job of a tanker is to create enough time for the team to fight. I'm only doing this once, so watch and learn." The scene shifts to a familiar city as a voice rings out. Well, who do we have here?" "Oh," Se Jun said from his office. "Why would Tom come to visit the Dragon's Den?" The person across from him replied, "You're a real comedian. What a warm welcome. Maybe tone it down a bit next time." Huh. The visitor was the Dragon Slayer, Francois Sacher. He smirked and asked, "And what's this Tom business? You talking about me?" "Oh," Se Jun grumbled back. "Yeah, I am. What are you doing here out of the blue? I don't get it. You're not the type to just drop by without a reason, are you, on the other side?" Francois Sacher cheerfully shared, "Of course there's a very important reason. Why else would I come to this place that's both remote and boring as hell? You think I'm free enough to come watch you get old and ugly and see if your hair's started falling out yet?" "Oh." Se Jun's face immediately darkened. Francois Sacher put the teacup in his hand down on the table, narrowing his eyes. "Before I tell you why, I want to ask you something. That promise about saving the world, is it still on the table?" "Oh," Se Jun was startled, his voice turning grave. "Ever since Mr. Lee died, you've been dead set on this, haven't you?" He tilted his head to look behind him. Francois Sacher watched his action with confusion. He followed his gaze and leaned over, seeing Zhu's figure behind him. She bowed respectfully. Before he could see what was back there, Se Jun yelled, stopping him in his tracks. "Of course you still don't get me. If I say I'll do something, I'll damn well do it." Francois Sacher turned back blankly and asked, "What so? In short, it's still on right." He slapped his thigh and continued. "Besides, favors must be repaid twofold, and grudges must be repaid fourfold for me to be satisfied." The scene changes to the Minotaur roaring in anger. Jordan gnashed his teeth as he watched it. This can't be happening. How can he dodge every attack without any physical enhancement skills? Gi-Gyu expertly circled its position. Observing it, he silently assessed the guy's body movements. It was like he knew exactly how the enemy would attack. But if he just keeps dodging, there's no way he can win. Jordan gasped in surprise and yelled, "Look, what's he doing?" "Watch your back, you're running out of room." The Minotaur charged straight at Gi-Gyu. He dodged just in time, causing it to ram straight into the wall. Jordan's face was tense as he watched without blinking. Lena shook her head and whispered, "There he goes again." He thought worriedly, "Damn it, no matter how bad that kid's personality is, he shouldn't die here. It's because of me. I should be the one to die. My one life should have been enough to end it all, but now I've lost all my skeleton soldiers, so I can't win anymore." In a dangerous moment, a skeleton soldier was knocked to the ground. Jordan suddenly froze. Wait a minute. The skeleton soldiers are still moving. The skeleton soldiers in the back continuously rushed forward to attack the Minotaur. Its horns were stuck deep in the wall, and it couldn't pull them out. Now, the Minotaur could only stand there, immobilized. Jordan couldn't believe his eyes. Gi-Gyu twirled the sword in his hand, preparing to strike. He looked at its condition and smirked. What's wrong can't move. A massively powerful impact created a cone-shaped crater kicking up white dust and debris. It stood frozen to the spot, then flinched as it saw Gi-Gyu's figure getting closer. The Minotaur's bloodshot eyes prepared to meet the sharp incoming blade. Thwack. The metallic smell of blood filled the air. Minotaur. The ruler of the labyrinth has been afflicted with blood poison. Its stabbed eye squeezed shut. The Minotaur was furious. White smoke billowed from its nostrils. Finally, out of sheer rage, it used its strength to throw its body free from the restraint. He looked at it and assessed. Looks like it's still full of energy. I thought I could buy a little more time. It's pretty smart, so I can't trick it into hitting the wall again, Gi-Gyu whispered as he watched its body grow larger. At going berserk, perfect timing, an enraged beast will only stare straight ahead. The Minotaur lifted its leg and shot forward. He continued his calculation, so the next move is likely to gather all its strength for a single fatal blow. Just as I thought, out of nowhere, a goblin flew in and headbutted it. The skeleton soldiers dragged the goblin corpses and threw them with all their might to attack the giant Minotaur. The skeleton soldiers grabbed the goblins and continuously hurled them like cannonballs, and the goblins' bodies suddenly began to glow. They kept flying and smashing into the Minotaur, causing it to grimace in pain. Gi-Gyu couldn't help but laugh at the sight before him. The skill messenger of the night corpse explosion has been activated. The fatal blow was delivered. A dazzling stream of brilliant yellow energy created an explosion of light that tore everything apart at the point of impact. Jordan's group below watched intently, their eyes glued to the scene. The Minotaur's body crashed down with a thud, sending dust flying everywhere. Its massive body lay sprawled on the ground. The skeleton soldiers didn't stop. They continued to frantically slash at the Minotaur. Each skeleton soldier attacked a different part of its body. Swords rained down relentlessly. Gi-Gyu didn't bother anymore, turning his back and walking away. The entire scene was now drenched in a gruesome blood red, a picture of utter chaos. A skeleton soldier in heavy armor wielding a pair of blue energy scythes struck relentlessly. In a dimly lit place, a nonchalant young man smirked and asked, "So, what's the reason you guys told only me to stay behind?" Yoo-Han looked at Jin. He mockingly, "Don't tell me you're trying to ask me out on a date." She narrowed her eyes at him, clearly annoyed. She tried to hide her inner frustration. "That damn bastard." She spoke up. "How's that thing I asked you to do coming along?" Yoo-Han placed his hands behind his head. "You mean that sort of dawn," he replied with a very flippant attitude. "Someone already beat me to the punch. Sorry about that. We cool?" Shin. He was so stunned she forgot how to respond. She was lost in thought. "The dawn has been... Who the hell was it? Does he mean someone else besides us was also after that sword?" Sung-gu spoke up. "I can't accept that." He immediately pulled a dagger from his inventory and moved like lightning from Shin. He sighed to behind Yoo-Han. He tilted his head slightly to dodge, but Sung-gu didn't actually intend to do anything to him. He was just holding the knife to threaten him a bit. "If I put a hole in this pretty face of yours, a piece of trash like you might learn some manners." Yoo-Han laughed and said, "Hey, why so scary? Y'all said I was your precious bait, didn't you?" He wasn't scared at all, just poked the tip of the knife with his finger and pushed it away. "You trying to threaten me with this little toy?" Sung-gu was a bit surprised by Yoo-Han's ballsy attitude. He gritted his teeth, totally pissed off. Meanwhile, Yoo-Han was still smirking and taunting them. "You really think you can catch a big fish like Isaac without my help, huh?" Sung-gu couldn't hold back his anger and snorted coldly, "I'll take care of a piece of trash like you right here and go to Egypt in your place." But then Shin-Hao yelled, "Stop it." Her command made him stop for about 2 seconds. Shin-Hao. He was right. As much as she hated it, she couldn't deny Yoo-Han's point about creating a persona to lure Isaac and stir up public opinion. Obviously, there was no bait as good as Yoo-Han. Sung-gu couldn't make a move and could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. Yoo-Han took the chance to laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha, see, Master Bo totally gets it." Shin-Hao sighed and held her head. "Fine, just do your job as the bait." At that moment, a light flashed on the 5th floor of the giant's forest. A few people emerged from the dungeon's teleportation gate. The one in the lead called out softly, "Hey, you there." Kim Gi-Gyu, disguised as Isaac, glanced over. The team leader approached him, laying it on thick. "Your power is as insane as they say. Thanks to you, we saved a ton of effort. We'll part ways here. Have a safe journey." Realizing the guy had an agenda, Kim Gi-Gyu asked, "Is something wrong?" The leader got closer and whispered, "It's nothing important, just, checking to see if you forgot what you promised the commander." Kim Gi-Gyu lowered his voice and replied, "You mean about giving you guys the reward from this dungeon?" Lee Se Jun stood off to the side, watching them whisper, her face clearly showing her jealousy. The leader smiled and nodded. "That's right, you have a good memory." So, the two made their exchange. With Lee Se Jun on lookout, Kim Gi-Gyu didn't care if anyone else was staring. Jordan's brow furrowed, a bitter feeling welling up inside him. Suddenly, a hand reached out and took his. Men asked with concern, "Jordan, are you okay?" He forced a laugh, trying to act like he was fine. "Ha ha, I'm good, of course I'm good." Ko patted his shoulder encouragingly. "Don't beat yourself up over what happened in the last fight, Jordan." Men clapped and laughed, agreeing with Ko. "That's right." The innocent girl then said something that pierced right through Jordan's vulnerable heart. "Isaac is just so amazing, so it's absolutely not Jordan's fault." His face fell as he felt extremely embarrassed. Why does that somehow feel even more hurtful? In the end, Jordan let go of his hang-ups about the last fight. "Thanks, everyone." After finishing his chat with the leader, Kim Gi-Gyu looked over at them. He recalled the time he fought alongside the three of them. He remembered how in his past life it was a huge struggle to get through the difficult trial they just completed. The regret from his past life, the survival rate had only been 1/2. However, this time, everyone was safe. It was because he had prepared a plan to defeat them while taking as little damage as possible. The flashback ended, but Kim Gi-Gyu's brow remained furrowed. Just then, a loud explosion roared from somewhere in the forest. A flock of birds scattered in a panic. The team leader jumped, looking around warily, and Jordan's group also got on guard. Lee Se Jun didn't seem too surprised. Kim Gi-Gyu, however, looked as if he'd been waiting for this. "They're here." In the real world, a strange guest was in Ose-chan's office. He said with a headache, "Can we stop stalling and get to the point now?" "So, what's the real reason you came to see me?" The man currently sipping tea across from Ose-chan was the dragon hunter Francois Sacher. As requested, he started to explain the purpose of his visit. "If you're being for real about saving the world," Francois Sacher placed his cup on the table, "then I have something I want to entrust to you." He succeeded in piquing Ose-chan's curiosity. "What is it?" Francois Sacher didn't waste words. He quickly took a sword out of his inventory. Oh, Se-chan was shocked by what he saw. Even Ju had to look up from her monitor to see what it was. Francois Sacher placed a sword with a gilded spine and a black blade on the table. Oh, Se-chan picked it up to examine it and realized in shock, "This is Barmund." Francois Sacher nodded, sharing the intel he had. "That's right. This is the thing those goons from the Messiah Guild are secretly looking for. And if my hunch is right, then this is the only sword that can kill Lee Se Jun." Oh, Se-chan's eyes lit up, and he carefully stroked the sword. But then he remembered something. You're not just giving this to me for free, are you?" Francois Sacher shot him a look at a loss for words. That night, on an aircraft flying through the sky, Ose-chan sat in a car looking grimly out the window. Then he turned to Ju and asked, "He's gone right?" She nodded and replied, "Yes." Ju quietly put her hands on the steering wheel, then suddenly called out, "Director!" Ju said, "You don't have to keep staring at me like that." This made Ose-chan freeze for a second. The rearview mirror reflected his flustered face. "Huh, I wasn't staring at you." Ju spoke softly. "I asked him everything myself." She recalled seeing Francois Sacher off and talking to him about a few things. Ju said in a low voice, "The day my father died." Oh, Se-chan anxiously asked, "What happened?" He thought to himself, "Did she hear about what happened that day?" Ju turned the key and started the car. Oh, Se-chan. Sweating nervously, asked her, "Secretary Lee, are you all right?" Ju replied, "No." She stared blankly ahead. "I'm not all right at all." She then drove out of the parking spot, and the scene changes to the dungeon. At this point, the expedition team was entering a massive cave. Jordan asked irritably, "Yo, why are we even in a place like this? Are the Thunderbirds just gonna let us do this?" He also said if we want to up our chances of a successful attack, we'd better work together. A tough-looking goon ran up to report, and his captain asked, "They're right in front of us. What's the plan?" Minang turned to Kim Gi-Gyu, who was disguised as Isaac. "Look here, Isaac, we really gotta start the attack just like before." It's best for both sides to bounce from this dungeon ASAP, right? He turned away and shot back coldly. Cut the crap just like last time we split up and find cover. Manang shot back. The hell I hid. What kind of crap are you spouting? Kim Gi-Gyu gave him a side-eye and said, these ain't the kind of monsters you can just brush off. If you want to save your own skin, you'll do exactly what I say. Manang, pissed off, muttered under his breath, son of a teach. The goon turned and asked, Captain, what's the call? Are we gearing up for a fight? Manang said through gritted teeth, just like he said we got here without losing anyone. If I could just take down the two-headed Cyclops myself. He thought of someone. Sakura, I could totally smoke him and become the commander's right-hand man. Thinking about it, Manang cracked a smirk. He ordered, all right, everyone, fall in. We're going to hunt the two-headed Cyclops. Kim Gi-Gyu paused, giving their group a quick glance, then turned to Jordan and Men. Keep your eyes on the Thunderbirds. We're going to focus on the situation here first. Jordan started losing his cool, but Men gently tried to calm him. Chill, man, chill. Kim Gi-Gyu walked over to Lee. Sunju, what's the status? He shot a thumbs up and said with confidence, top tier, obviously. Suddenly, someone shouted, everyone get ready to fight monsters from that direction. Giant ants started crawling out of the cave. Kim Gi-Gyu commanded, all right, let's move according to the plan. Lee Sunju opened his inventory and yelled, okay. A system notification popped up equipping Solomon's ring. As Lee Sunju slipped the ring on, he remembered this was the same one the swordsman got caught lying about. The system then displayed the details for Solomon's ring. Item, rank legendary, usable by those level 100 or higher. It's the ring of King Solomon. If you use the ring's signature skill Solomon's command, you will consume mana and gain control over monsters with a lower rank than the wearer. It adds 100 mana boost attack power by 10% and grants the ability to use the skill Solomon's command. Lee Sunju held out his ringed hand. A system notification announced the use of Solomon's ring. He was casting a spell ordering the ants to halt. A golden light quickly enveloped one of the ants. Off to the side, a squad member was hit by a surprise attack and went down. Manang was panting, completely exhausted. He scanned his surroundings before swinging his sword wildly. Damn it, where the hell are all these monsters crawling from? His blade cut through the air, felling an untold number of beasts. Manang gripped his sword and yelled with bravado, yeah, that's it. Bring it on, you punks. I'll slaughter every last one of you. Suddenly, he tripped over a corpse on the ground, and Manang went down hard. Suddenly, something clicked for Manang. He looked at the corpses scattered around him and wondered, what the hell? What happened here? Minang's eyes darted to one side. In the last battle, he had fought the Cyclops. Bodies were scattered everywhere around him. Did Manang flee the battlefield to escape the monster's sudden onslaught? Blood was dripping from his sword onto his body. It was obvious he had been killed by that monster. Why were all of his subordinates dead? He was dazed for a moment, and then it hit him that something was seriously wrong. Then he turned to look behind him. Manang came face to face with a giant two-headed Cyclops towering right over him. It glared down at Manang with its two pairs of glowing red eyes. He let out a terrified gasp. The monster brought its massive fist crashing down on him. With a deafening slam, Manang's entire body was completely annihilated. Darkness fell over the strange cave. The two-headed Cyclops was greedily devouring its prey. It was inside the cave, and Kim Gi-Gyu was watching from a distance. Jordan walked up and asked, Yo, Yak. Kim Gi-Gyu barely glanced at him. Jordan asked seriously, Yo, for real, I don't know if this is the right call. Kim Gi-Gyu shot back coldly. What is? Jordan pointed behind them. I'm talking about those striped ants. He looked over at Lee Sunju, who was petting the ants, and asked skeptically, You really going to bring that crew into a fight? Kim Gi-Gyu casually said to Men who was hiding behind him. They're actually kind of cute, you know. Go on, give one a pet. Jordan said seriously, They're only under control now because of the item's effect, but who knows when they might turn on us. He said there's a limit to how long the item's effect lasts. What if we're in the middle of a battle and the control just breaks, Kim? Gi-Gyu looked down and asked, You still don't trust me? Jordan quickly backpedaled. No, that's not what I meant. Kim Gi-Gyu walked over to Jordan and said, Obviously the ring's effect can't hold the ants forever. He clapped him on the shoulder and added, But if they play their part well, before the control breaks and they self-destruct, then there shouldn't be any issues. Right? With that, Kim Gi-Gyu walked off. Lee Sunju was practically buzzing with excitement. All right, my little ant babies, we got the signal to move out. It's your time to shine. He clenched his fist, unleashing the power of the ring. A brilliant light washed over the entire swarm of ants. The light drew the attention of all the nearby ants. They started moving as a single swarm under Lee Sunju's command. Their target, the two-headed Cyclops. The sound of the swarming ants alerted the beast. As the monster got to its feet, the entire ant army charged forward from behind it. They started crawling up its legs and biting it. They quickly swarmed all over the monster's body, making it roar in extreme pain. Gi-Gyu crossed his arms, watching a very excited Lee Se Jun. Nice. Real nice. Jordan thought in amazement, how could the boss of a 5-story A+ rank dungeon be handled so easily? The monster collapsed onto the swarm of ants, and the ants started biting at its very eyes. That eye began to glow. The swarm of ants stopped looking up towards the light. Suddenly, they turned on each other, pairing off one by one to tear each other apart. Lee Se Jun looked at the ring and yelled in frustration, "What the hell? Why are they suddenly fighting each other? Did the new ring's effect already wear off?" The ants continued to attack each other ferociously. The monster got up and stomped, crushing a bunch of the ants. It stomped repeatedly, trying to kill the entire swarm. Gi-Gyu glanced over and told Lee Se Jun, "Its 2 eyes are called demon eyes, and they each have a different ability. One of the 2 abilities is a status effect from the left eye called the chaos effect." Before long, the ants were completely wiped out by the monster. Gi-Gyu continued, "It makes the opponent lose the ability to tell friend from foe, and if you just blindly rush in all at once, this is what happens." Lee Se Jun asked in a panic, "So what do we do now? If we all charge in, the same thing will definitely happen to us." Gi-Gyu smirked and said, "Normally that's exactly what would happen." The monster bared its fangs and started to notice the group. He got to the heart of the matter. I mean, if there wasn't a cooldown time. Jordan thought, confused, isn't this yak guy's first time facing a 2-headed cyclops too? How does he know about the demon eyes and their cooldown time? Lee Se Jun asked excitedly, "Oh, so that's how it is. So we jump down and wreck it now, right?" Jordan judged quietly from the side. He catches on way too fast. Gi-Gyu pulled a sword from his inventory and replied, "No. I'll go in and attack first by myself because the right demon eye is still active." Jordan tried to stop him. "Wait, if the right eye is also a demon eye, we need a strategy." But he was already gone. Jordan tried to call out, "Hold on." Lee Se Jun said not to worry so much. He said confidently, "You still don't know what kind of guy Yak is, do you?" Lee Se Jun watched Gi-Gyu charge at the enemy with his sword and said, "That dude isn't the type to act recklessly without a plan." He quickly closed in on the 2-headed cyclops, which started to shine its right eye on Gi-Gyu. He gritted his teeth, enduring it so he wouldn't be controlled. System warning: you have entered the demon eye's line of sight petrification status effect has occurred. Gi-Gyu's body began to turn to stone, and even his legs started to slow down. Gi-Gyu tried to inch forward until he couldn't move anymore. He stopped and faced the giant monster. Gi-Gyu looked at it and smiled faintly. "You only get one chance." He used the power from the ring on his hand. System notification: the ring of Lelot has strongly resisted petrification. The ring lit up, and the stone encasing him shattered into pieces. Gi-Gyu raised his hand in front of it. Now's the time. While it was off guard, not realizing its demon eye had no effect on him, while the left eye was still on cooldown, he jumped up and stabbed one of its eyes, thinking, "I'll take out the right eye first." The 2-headed cyclops swung its fist at Gi-Gyu, punching him and sending him flying to the ground. A thick cloud of dust kicked up and a flash of light appeared within the haze. Gi-Gyu quickly blocked with his shield. The system displayed the information: Aegis shield item, rank legendary, usable from level 1, the strongest shield created by Hephaestus. It is absolutely indestructible. Effect: infusing it with mana or ki will activate divine protection. Absolute defense. The monster roared as one side of its right chest exploded. Manen had attacked with a spell from a distance. Jordan ordered, "Let's move in." Lee Se Jun came over and asked, "It's our turn to jump in now, right?" Gi-Gyu replied quietly, "I'll handle the right eye by myself." He said, "You and the others take care of the left one. We have to take it down before the other demon eye's cooldown ends." Lee Se Jun shouted back, "Okay." System notification: skeleton soldiers have been summoned. The 2-headed cyclops was roaring in agony because its right chest was destroyed. Gi-Gyu and the skeleton soldiers charged forward. He glanced back and noticed Manen attacking the monster with her magic staff. Seeing her in action, Gi-Gyu felt reassured and gave a satisfied smile. He stopped, then Flash stepped forward. Gi-Gyu and the skeleton soldiers jumped behind the cyclops to attack. Finally, a system notification appeared: you have defeated the 2-headed cyclops. You have obtained the demon eye of the 2-headed cyclops. Demon eye of the 2-headed cyclops. Item rank legendary, usable from level 1 and above. A crystal orb containing the power of the 2-headed cyclops' demon eye. When used, it can throw enemies into a state of chaos or slow their movement. Effects use mana to inflict the chaos effect on an enemy, use mana to inflict the petrification effect on an enemy. It was all over, and the beautiful dawn arrived. Kim Gi-Gyu stepped forward. He and Lee Se Jun suddenly looked quite surprised. Menen did too. She called out to Jordan and pointed in that direction. Over there, a group of people was suddenly pointing some serious heat at the expedition team. The rival guild lined up blocking Kim Gi-Gyu's group. Jordan thought angrily, that's the Thunderbird Guild, their leader Hill Frey and their second-in-command, Sakura. "What the hell is going on?" he yelled. "You punks, what kind of game are you playing?" Sakura sneered and yelled back, "You've got nothing to do with this, so while I'm still being nice, you better beat it. And get lost." She held the piece in her hand and said with a smirk, "Anyway, Isaac was supposed to kill the boss. Isaac already promised to hand over the rewards that appear here to us." Men shot back from behind Jordan. "We don't give a damn what you promised, Isaac, but not too long ago, we were the players who risked our lives to clear that dungeon." She added that they couldn't even team up to save the world, and now they're getting threatened like this. What kind of courtesy is that? Hilfrey smirked and said, "So, courtesy. The fact that I haven't put 100 rounds in you guys already is me being extremely courteous." Hilfrey tilted his head and asked, "Am I wrong?" Kim Gi-Gyu remained silent, not answering him. The portal gradually vanished, and Kim Gi-Gyu's group was still surrounded by Hilfrey's soldiers. He stuck his hands in his pockets and said calmly, "The dungeon's been destroyed, and no one else is coming out. That just proves you don't really care about my subordinates anyway. Whatever." Hilfrey took a few steps forward. "Those guys were weak as hell anyway. The contract didn't say anything about their lives, so as long as I get the item I told you to bring out, we're good." Kim Gi-Gyu replied, "Fine." Lee Se Jun quickly whispered in his ear, "Hey, are you really going to hand it over?" He said quietly, "We got to give them what they want because we need to get what we want." With that, he reached out and opened his inventory. Kim Gi-Gyu handed it over to Hilfrey. Lee Se Jun thought, heartbroken, "I get it, but damn, giving up the Cyclops' evil eye sucks. We went through so much to get it. Still, that abnormal status effect doesn't work on him anyway, so handing over the evil eye isn't much of a threat." Jordan watched them in shock as Hilfrey and his crew retreated. He asked with a dumbfounded look, "What the hell? They're just leaving like that." Men tucked her hair back and bowed her head to thank Kim Gi-Gyu. "Isaac, it was a short time, but thank you so much." Kai held out his hand to shake. "I learned a lot." Kim Gi-Gyu shook his hand and replied, "Don't mention it." Jordan stood in a corner with his arms crossed, lost in thought. Kim Gi-Gyu suddenly glanced at him. Jordan just looked away, still pissed off. Kim Gi-Gyu let out a small sigh. Men gave a weak smile and said, "Sorry about him. He's got a lot of pride, but he's not a bad guy." Suddenly, she was surprised by the sight before her. Kim Gi-Gyu was walking over to Jordan. "He messed with him. I'm sure you're not a great leader." He blew up. "What did you say?" Kim Gi-Gyu quickly said, "But." He glanced at Men and Kai. "At least those guys over there will always trust and rely on you." Kim Gi-Gyu continued, "They'll stand behind you and fight with you." Kim Gi-Gyu held out his hand and said, "Because to them you're a better comrade than anyone else." Jordan was surprised by what he had just said, but finally broke into a satisfied smile. Then Jordan reached out and took Kim Gi-Gyu's hand. The two of them finally shook hands as Men Kai and even Lee Se Jun watched. A moment later, Lee Se Jun crossed her arms and said, "Kim Gi-Gyu, what's gotten into you spouting lines that are so not like you? Don't you hate people from the Salvation Guild?" But Kim Gi-Gyu just lowered his head and smiled. Men linked arms with her two comrades and said, "Thank you, Jordan." He scratched his head and asked, "For what?" She replied cheerfully, "For always being our rock and protecting us." Kim Gi-Gyu looked at them and said, "When did I ever say I hated the Salvation Guild?" He thought to himself, "I just can't forgive the fake Salvation Guild, the one that ruthlessly tramples on their sacred will." Night fell. In a high-rise building, news outlets were all reporting that Isaac Ivanov had been spotted in the Amazon. Isaac, the player with unpredictable movements, had cleared a 5-floor A+ dungeon. Breaking news. Members of the Salvation Guild cleared a dungeon with Isaac. Hot topic. I want to fight alongside Isaac. Yoo Seong of the Salvation Guild has made an offer to Isaac's side. The Salvation Guild has proposed clearing a 6-floor A+ dungeon with Isaac. Will Isaac respond to Yoo Seong's offer? Online people were blowing up the comments. Foxy Dude comment report. I thought Isaac died in some foreign land or something. He's in the Amazon. Gentle Fox comment report. Isaac, my man, what are you doing there? G6. 3. Comment report. Yoo Seong and Isaac going into a 6-floor dungeon. That's a dream team right there. Huh. Loverboy comment report. But why a 6-floor A+ dungeon all of a sudden? That's way too dangerous. Just another fan comment report. This is the sacred will to save the world. Carrie Maplau's comment report, Isaac can act all high and mighty, but he's gonna get wiped out eventually. HDZHHSHF. Comment report, watch your mouth. Those two are heroes saving the world. HSDHASS comment report. So, serious, bro. SHDFSSKDF comment report. Give it a rest, you keyboard warriors. Sukuha Ken spoke from the shadows. Isaac, that guy's finally back from the Amazon. Jin H exclaimed in horror, but Ken cut her off. At a critical time like this, why did you call me here again? Don't tell me you called me here to say the plan has fallen apart or some other nonsense. Jin H smirked and said, of course the plan is going smoothly, so you don't need to worry. She opened her inventory and said, I just want to completely eliminate any variables that could lead to failure. Ken frowned at Jin H. She said, so I called the Sword Saint here hoping you could use these. Jin H placed some equipment on the table and said, now, take a look. It's the Helm of Hades and the Boots of Hermes. New reports stated that Isaac and Yoo Seong had met at the 6th-floor Egyptian Sphinx dungeon. Park Yong-Wan sat tapping his fingers on his chair saying flatly, the first time you approached me like this was at the Salvation Guild. That interesting situation is repeating itself. Park Yong-Wan was sitting with Kim Gi-Gyu. You've dropped the act. So, did you successfully make a deal with Thunderbird? He replied, yeah, a lot went down, but Kim Gi-Gyu recalled giving the eye to Hill Frey. Back then, he had said, I heard you're a man of your word, so did you bring the item I asked for? He had said, even in a situation like this, you're still trying to make a deal without a shred of fear. I'm impressed by your nerve. Then, Hill Frey handed a piece of paper to Kim Gi-Gyu. Of course I keep my promises. The paper was a skill book. It said that the Lich summoning skill required accepting a representative of the Shadow World and had a level requirement of 180. Or higher, and it could summon an immortal sorcerer by sacrificing 100 monsters. Hill Frey said, this item has a level 180 restriction, so you better make sure you stay alive until then. Kim Gi-Gyu whispered, I got what I needed. Park Yong-Wan leaned back, propping his head on his hand, and asked, so you heard all that sweet talk from him? Then why are you spilling everything to me so openly? Kim Gi-Gyu lowered his gaze and said quietly, isn't it because of what you told me before? The man suddenly grinned. Kim Gi-Gyu continued, that I shouldn't even think about trying to trick you again. Park Yong-Wan said satisfied. Is that right? Good, you finally get what I'm saying now. The door to the room opened. Park Yong-Wan said lazily, so from now on you know what I want from you, don't you? Kim Gi-Gyu answered, I have to report every single thing, big or small, about Thunderbird. Just then, Secretary Kim walked into the room and Park Yong-Wan added, that's right, and one more thing. Secretary Kim then placed a small box on the table. Park Yong-Wan commanded, give this to Isaac. Kim Gi-Gyu opened the box, his eyes widening in surprise. This is the Ring of Isis. Park Yong-Wan scratched his chin and said, like I've said before, what I want isn't a scenario where you and Isaac are competing. He said coldly, this is your chance to bring Isaac over to our side for good. As for Yoo Seong, do whatever it takes to handle him, no matter the cost. Kim Gi-Gyu held the ring box listening to him speak, then smiled as he closed it. Got it. Scene changed to Cairo, Egypt. Before entering the dungeon, the guilds gathered. Yoo Seong approached Kim Gi-Gyu, who was currently disguised as Isaac. He smirked and said, it's a real honor to be teaming up with you like this. Kim Gi-Gyu let out a small scoff, which Yoo Seong caught. Then Kim Gi-Gyu put on a smile and shook his hand. We're all counting on you. He then turned and walked away. Yoo Seong watched him go, thinking, what the hell? It was just for a split second, but did he just look down on me? He turned his head back, a slight smirk on his face. Fine, laugh it up for now. Inside the dungeon, a vast landscape of deserts and tall mountains. One of the members punched an orc's head clean off. Kim Gi-Gyu's skeleton soldiers all charged forward at once. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching him. Yoo Seong showed up and commented, they're incredible, just like the rumors say. He tilted his head and said, my skeleton army was seriously lacking, but I've learned a little trick. Kim Gi-Gyu glanced at him and replied, your side is pretty amazing too, in another way. Yoo Seong asked, what's that supposed to mean? Kim Gi-Gyu replied with his eyes closed, not your people. He glanced at Yoo Seong's army and said sarcastically, trying to overwhelm us with sheer numbers, are we? Yoo Seong glanced at his own hooded soldiers and asked, you talking about these guys? He held up a finger showing off a ring, it's all thanks to this. The ring on his finger started to glow. The Ring of Hades. Kim Gi-Gyu feigned surprise, thinking, the Ring of Hades. Yoo Seong said smugly, "If I use this ring's power, I can make someone else's skeleton army my own." Kim Gi-Gyu was genuinely surprised. An item like that actually exists. Seems like this is one of the trump cards the Messiah Guild was hiding. Yoo Seong said, "Don't you worry." He grinned wide and said, "I'd never lay a hand on Isaac's skeleton army. The skeletons I'll be choosing—" He glanced at the minions standing behind him and said, "It are just the ones summoned by the grunts standing behind me." Kim Gi-Gyu thought, "There's no point in ordering my skeletons to attack Yoo Seong." His eyes were locked on that ring because of its very existence. Kim Gi-Gyu frowned, thinking this condescension is a power play. He sized up the man before him, considering, sometimes a show of force is more effective than hiding your strength. Yoo Seong, then and now, was always a terrifyingly bold dude. Night fell, and the party set up a campfire. Yoo Seong sat by the fire roasting some meat. He glanced aside and said, "It's a real shame that beings from the netherworld can't eat or drink right. Isn't that how it is?" Then Yoo Seong took a big bite of meat. He stared at the ghosts hovering in the air. "I don't know exactly where you all are, but it's obvious you're just hanging around me, right?" He spoke to them. "I'm talking to you with my mind, but it's not like you can talk back even if you're watching. It's a real tragedy. You guys must be starving and parched right now." Yoo Seong covered his face and snickered, "But what can you do about it if I want to get the boss monster on the 6th floor? I desperately need Isaac's power, but I can't just kill him before then, can I? In that case, I'll just do it little by little." However, half of the meat suddenly fell onto the ground. His eyes darted around. "You've been there the whole time." A faint, blurry spirit appeared before him. Dungeon Raid Day 21. A volcano was erupting as the expedition team reached the gate to the 5th floor of the Egyptian dungeon. Yu Han smirked and said, "Now there's only one last floor left. We've cleared 5 floors without a hitch." He added, "I bet the difficulty of this 6th floor is going to be the most brutal." Kim Gi-Gyu thought to himself, just as Yan said. He glanced around. This was an A+ ranked dungeon, but if there hadn't been any casualties so far and Yoo Seong's crew was still unscathed, then everything... Ye was a threat on the level of the 6th floor's boss monster. Then Kim Gi-Gyu looked at his own team and thought, "And my squad has also been exposed to everyone. In a situation like this, there's no way they'd only send those chumps to capture me." Kim Gi-Gyu figured the enemy was blind. He thought of Park Shin-hee. It seemed like she had taken out her artifact. Then Kim Gi-Gyu walked towards the front gate and placed his hand on the door. So Kim Gi-Gyu slowly opened the door. Yu Han revealed a wicked grin. "Now, I'll just slowly..." He was looming right behind Kim Gi-Gyu, but he'd already been spotted. Kim Gi-Gyu decisively opened the door, making his move. Lee Se Jun stepped onto the sand of the desert, but sank down. He looked totally surprised. "What the hell is this desert terrain?" Kim Gi-Gyu spoke up. "It's not." In front of them wasn't a forest, but a jungle. Yu Han asked, "Hey, Isaac, are we heading towards the jungle first?" Kim Gi-Gyu glanced over and said, "Before we go, I have an announcement." He said, "From now, until we catch the assassin targeting us, we're going on an indefinite strike from the boss hunt." This caught Yoo Seong completely off guard. He started to stammer, "An assassin." He asked vaguely, "What the hell are you talking about?" The moment he finished speaking, his skeleton soldiers went nuts and charged forward. They lunged to attack Kim Gi-Gyu immediately after Kim Gi-Gyu's skeleton soldiers moved to block the enemy. Kim Gi-Gyu looked up at the sky and said, "Just as I thought so, this is how you show up." While the skeleton soldiers were brawling, he slipped away and ran. Seeing this, Lee Se Jun yelled, "Hey, are you trying to bail on us?" With no other choice, Lee Se Jun had to chase after Kim Gi-Gyu. An enemy subordinate yelled, "That dude's running away, get him!" Yu Han ordered, "Forget Isaac, just capture the golem, the Durahan, and the skeleton mage." He barked out orders those special units must be suppressed at all costs. Kim Gi-Gyu thought that Yu Han is actually pretty smart. One of his skeleton soldiers just hacked an enemy skeleton to pieces, partly because the skeleton legion can regenerate infinitely inside a dungeon. However, the enemy skeletons were also attacking the giant golem. Special units like the golem, the Durahan, the skeleton knight, and the mage were a different story. The skeleton knight was also being ambushed because its summoning conditions were a real pain. His mage just used a spell to blow the enemy to bits. If it gets destroyed here, or stolen by the effect of the Ring of Hades, Kim Gi-Gyu opened his inventory. The loss to his side would be unimaginable. He took out a book. If that's the case, the system announced the summoning of the Book of the Dead. The mage's body suddenly dissolved into smoke. Yu Han realized something was off. He watched Kim Gi-Gyu's troops vanishing and screamed, "That bastard, he's reverse summoning!" He was boiling with rage. "Ah, that scumbag!" Meanwhile, Kim Gi-Gyu and Lee Se Jun ran for their lives into the forest. A subordinate came forward and asked, "Should we chase them now?" Yoo-Han turned and snapped. "Are you nuts? Isaac currently has most of his forces. You plan on just recklessly running into the forest and what do what in that situation?" He gritted his teeth and thought. Damn it, how did he know about the assassins? Even if I absorb Isaac's entire skeleton legion, everything's already a total mess. Kim Gi-Gyu and Lee Se Jun ran deep into the forest, panting heavily. Lee Se Jun asked, "Looks like they're not chasing us anymore." Kim Gi-Gyu said softly, "He's not like the other punks I've dealt with so far. Yoo-Han is no idiot." Lee Se Jun asked, "So, what's your move now? You got a plan?" Kim Gi-Gyu replied smugly, "Of course I do." He put a ring on his finger. The system announced, "You have equipped the Ring of Oris." The system continued, "It will be engraved on the bracelet of Bango. You cannot unequip this item later." Then the ring was engraved into one slot with 2 slots remaining. The system displayed the information for the Ring of Oris, a legendary grade item. Usable from level 1 and up, a ring that holds the power of Oris. It contains the power to resurrect the dead. Effect increases all attack power by 15%, increases all stats by 15%, and allows the use of the resurrection skill. Lee Se Jun's eyes bugged out as he pointed at the ring. "No way, where the hell did you get that?" Kim Gi-Gyu rolled his eyes and replied, "A very generous sponsor." Then he looked up at the sky and said, "Lin, can you call something meaningful like that? Something that makes humans uneasy?" Kim Gi-Gyu said, "You must be used to things dropping by now, right?" Hearing that, Lee Se Jun also looked up at the sky, dropping. A flock of harpies flew overhead. Kim Gi-Gyu said, "Because I went through it when I met the harpies." Lee Se Jun fearfully pointed at his own face. Did I mess something up again?" Kim Gi-Gyu was silent for a moment. He shrank back in fear and asked, "It can't be that, can it?" But Kim Gi-Gyu just stared intently at the sky while Lee Se Jun was crying his eyes out in fear. In the distance stood a towering mountain, the claw of a sphinx stomped down on it. It gazed down below. The flock of harpies was whizzing through the sky. Kim Gi-Gyu approached a wyvern that had been shot down and fallen to the ground. Lee Se Jun stood to the side thinking, "What's this? Is he going to ride the wyvern, or is he planning to summon skeleton soldiers?" he thought. "But since the skeleton soldiers are just dry bones, they can't fly, can they, Lee?" Se Jun stood with his arms crossed and continued to watch. Could the power of the ring he just got be? Kim Gi-Gyu placed his ringed hand on the wyvern, and a purple light radiated out from it. The system announced the use of the Ring of Osiris's resurrection skill. Then he and Lee Se Jun rode the wyvern up to a high mountain. Kim Gi-Gyu threw a spear, grazing the head of the sphinx that was there. This seemed to catch it by surprise. The sphinx then gritted its teeth, turned around, and glared at him. Lee Se Jun, on the wyvern's back, shouted in surprise, "That thing, it has an eye on the back of its neck too!" Kim Gi-Gyu yelled loudly. "Here it comes!" The sphinx gathered power in its mouth to blow the 2 of them away, then it let out a blast that made the wyvern stagger. Lee Se Jun screamed in shock. The wyvern shut its eyes to brace for impact while Lee Se Jun stared wide-eyed at the enemy. The sphinx flew up, intending to kick them. Lee Se Jun grimaced and yelled, "Damn it! How is it so fast?" Its paw was closing in on them. It was about to strike at any moment. Kim Gi-Gyu glanced back and yelled, "You better hold on tight, because it's just getting started." He then made the wyvern nosedive towards the ground, weaving out of the sphinx's attack range and flying away. Lee Se Jun screamed, "You told me to get used to free-falling for this." The sphinx immediately gave chase. Kim Gi-Gyu glanced back at his eyes, darting to the left as he spotted something. In the distance was the flicker of Yoo Seong's campfire. The fire crackled as he looked up and saw something. Then Yoo-Han stood up and walked towards the suspicious area. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Yoo-Han saw a dragon being chased by a sphinx, and it was heading right this way. What the hell is that? The sphinx was still going full throttle after Kim Gi-Gyu. Lee Se Jun looked back and saw the sphinx opening its mouth. "Hey, behind you, behind you!" Suddenly, Kim Gi-Gyu jumped back and grabbed his collar. Then he dragged Lee Se Jun into a freefall from the sky. The sphinx lunged forward and bit the wyvern's neck. A terrified Lee Se Jun cursed at Kim Gi-Gyu. "You bastard!" Yoo-Han was furious. "This is damn ridiculous," and then the wyvern and the sphinx crashed down right where he was camping. A thick cloud of dust billowed up and Yoo-Han coughed. He glanced to the side. A whole sphinx was gnawing on the wyvern, staring right at them. He frowned, thinking, if I'm not prepared at all, I don't stand a chance of winning against a boss monster. Elsewhere, Lee Se Jun had face planted on the ground. Seeing this, Kim Gi-Gyu called out, "Lee Se Jun, it's okay, get up." He pulled himself up and started chewing Kim Gi-Gyu out. Hey, you son of a gun, if we were gonna fall like that, you could have at least given me a heads up. Lee Se Jun was fuming. So, I'd know what the hell was going on. You're all good. You must feel real safe holding that shield of yours, right? He remembered the scene as he was free-falling. Kim, Gi-Gyu, had pulled out his shield just in time to block. Lee Se Jun whined, I must be crazy for teaming up with you. Kim Gi-Gyu said, I only pulled that stunt because I trust your abilities. Then he said, all right, let's go. Lee Se Jun got up and thought, if you can't even talk properly. Before he could finish, he saw Kim Gi-Gyu walking off ahead and called out, Hey, where are you going? Lee Se Jun yelled, Wait for me. Over with Yoo-Han, the Sphinx had quickly taken out almost all of his skeleton soldiers. Yoo-Han stood hidden behind a tree watching the Sphinx. It really outclassed his entire squad of minions. Finally, the Sphinx flapped its wings and flew away. Yoo-Han gritted his teeth. It seemed like that guy had just saved his life. But as he walked over to the recent battlefield, not only were the skeleton soldiers he had summoned gone, but he had also lost some of his subordinates. Then he called his remaining subordinates, things being what they are, we have no other choice. Yoo-Han ordered, We have to deal with that Isaac guy now. A ghost appeared behind him, remaining silent. The ghost began to carve words into the ground. Yoo-Han turned and saw the words. The ghost asked, What is the meaning of that? Yoo-Han replied, As long as Isaac is on strike, we'll never be able to conquer the dungeon with our strength alone. In other words, we're all going to die here one way or another. He said through gritted teeth, Since it's come to this anyway, let's just go and kill that bastard first. Yoo-Han stood there and declared to everyone, I will act as bait to lure Isaac, because only by getting rid of me will Isaac feel at ease to resume the conquest. He won't hesitate for long. After he finished speaking, a line of text appeared below, Very well, I will entrust it to you. Seeing this, Yoo Seong sneered and continued, We should get ourselves in order first, don't you think? Haven't you gone without food or drink for over 20 days because of that helm of Hades? No matter how superhuman a player is, they can't use their full strength if they don't eat or drink for that long. At that moment, the aura in front of him revealed 2 brightly glowing eyes but didn't react. Then the aura slowly materialized into a living person who was taking off the helmet. Seeing this, Yoo-Han smirked with great satisfaction. In front of him now was Sukahara Ken standing with his head bowed. Then he whispered hoarsely, Now I finally feel alive again. Just then, Yoo Seong's panicked voice rang out, Isaac, why are you here? Hearing that Sukahara Ken was startled and immediately whipped his head around to look what? But at that very moment, Yoo-Han had dashed past him, snatching the helmet. Sukahara Ken realized he'd been tricked and his whole body radiated a murderous aura, growling, What kind of game are you playing? Meanwhile, Yoo-Han was on the other side, smirking as he tossed the helmet in his hand. At this moment, the sword Sukahara Ken was holding was partially dematerializing. A moment later he smirked and said, You psycho, you actually fell for that. How could Isaac possibly be here? As soon as he finished speaking, Yoo-Han quickly stomped his foot hard. Startled, Sukahara Ken whipped his head around warily, looking at his surroundings. He was completely surrounded by the skeleton army. Meanwhile, Yoo Seong was nowhere to be found. The scene cuts to another spot where a guy is quietly snapping a twig. Lee Se Jun sees this and asks, totally confused, Yo, why you been leaving a trail everywhere we go? Kim Gi-Gyu hears him and just grins, because we're about to have company. Lee Se Jun gets even more puzzled. Company. We're surrounded by monsters and enemies in every direction. Where would company come from? But as soon as the words are out, he sees Kim Gi-Gyu smirk and mutter, They're here. Startled, Lee Se Jun whips his head around to look. And sure enough, a figure was walking up behind them. It was Yoo Seong. He doesn't say a word, just glares at them. All of a sudden, Yoo Seong tosses the steel helmet he'd swiped earlier up into the air. The helmet comes tumbling down in front of them. It rolls a bit before stopping right at Kim Gi-Gyu's feet. He lowers his gaze and murmurs, So, this is the helm of Hades. Hearing this, Yoo Seong looks pretty surprised. You even know the name of the item. No wonder I was asking myself how you knew about the assassin. The info must have been leaked from somewhere. The words were barely out when Lee Se Jun yelled in shock, The helm of Hades. Where the hell did you hear that name? But Kim Gi-Gyu ignores him and asks Yoo Seong straight up, Why are you giving it to me? He chuckles and replies, You won. This is a prize for the victor. By now, Lee Se Jun has picked up the helmet, his eyes gleaming as he mutters, Dude, this thing is sick. Isn't this legendary grade? This is it. Item Grisate. Todd. Legendary requires level 100 to use the helmet of Hades, King of the Underworld. The one who equips it will become a being of the underworld, and can perfectly conceal themselves. Effects activates a stealth effect when equipped unable to chat while equipped unable to eat or drink while equipped. After unequipping it, has a cooldown of 24 hours. After reading it, he looks bummed for a second. What? You can't eat or drink. Just then, Yoo Seong gives Kim Gi-Gyu a sly grin and says, I'll surrender. I just ask that you guarantee my life. Not just in here, but outside the dungeon too. Kim Gi-Gyu doesn't answer right away, lost in thought. Just from that one clash with Spin, he figured out that he had no chance of winning. This punk is a damn quick study. Nothing in this world comes for free. This guy is no pushover. Lee Se Jun, not thinking too hard, just asks, even if we save your ass, what about your underlings? Hearing this, Yoo Seong's eyes glint with a cold light as he slowly answers, oh them. They've outlived their usefulness anyway, so I cleaned them all up before I got here. He was talking about the skeleton army. He didn't spare a single one. Lee Se Jun flinches his eyes wide in disbelief. He's about to charge over and yell, are you out of your damn mind? But Kim Gi-Gyu stops him and says to Yoo Seong, deal, but I have one more condition. Hand over the Ring of Hades. He says, his voice firm. Just as he expected, Yoo Seong goes quiet. He just stands there staring at them. A moment later, Yoo Seong sighs and slips a ring off his finger. He lets out a savage laugh and mutters, guess I really can't beat you, huh? Kim Gi-Gyu just stares silently at Yoo Seong, not saying a word. The scene cuts to another forest in broad daylight, where the sound of someone cursing echoes through the trees. Damn it! Sukahara Ken thinks to himself as he zips through the woods. I barely managed to shake Yoo Seong's skeleton army. Then came the monster wave. This whole situation is a damn mess. I knew that guy was bad news from the get-go. The guy he's talking about is Yoo Seong. All of a sudden, Sukahara Ken skids to a halt. He's just spotted something. Right in front of Sukahara Ken, two aggressive gorillas are charging forward. He thinks to himself, they caught up this fast. They rush in at high speed, suddenly swiping a few times through the air. But Sukahara Ken is quick and lunges forward. He takes down both of them with just a few swings of his sword. After cutting them down, Sukahara Ken finally looks up and grinds his teeth, thinking no matter what, this is a 6th-floor A+ rank dungeon. Just surviving in here alone is a pain in the ass, so how can I even dream of killing the boss and getting out? Just then, a few more gorillas leap down to his spot. They roar aggressively, baring their fangs. Sukahara Ken is already braced below, ready to meet them. He then channels immense power into his heels and launches himself forward. As he leaps high into the air and slices another gorilla clean in two, Sukahara Ken thinks to himself, if this is it, can I really accept dying all by myself? What? Sukahara Ken thinks, grinding his teeth, no damn way. He becomes determined to take someone down with him. The scene cuts to another part of the forest where a bright yellow light is glowing. A sudden stream of man-made water starts flowing down the base of a tree. Turns out, it's just Lee Se Jun taking a leak. He thinks to himself, there are a gazillion items in this world. So how come there isn't a single one that lets you live a normal life without having to take a piss? Just then, Lee Se Jun suddenly glances up high, hearing a quick whoosh. Sukahara Ken drops down right on top of him out of nowhere. Before Lee Se Jun can even react, the guy unleashes two clean, sharp sword strikes. Stunned, Lee Se Jun's eyes go wide as he just stares straight ahead. At that exact moment, something falls to the ground with a thud. Sukahara Ken stands there, sword in hand, glaring silently ahead. In another clearing in the forest, Kim Gi-Gyu and Yoo Seong are sitting across from each other by a campfire. Suddenly, he felt something and shot up his eyes, darting in one direction. Immediately, Isaac bolted and ran straight that way. Yoo Seong saw this and freaked out, yelling, Sir Isaac! Kim Gi-Gyu was tearing through the woods, the light from the fire growing more distant as he reached Sukahara Ken and Lena. Right then, Sukahara Ken was gripping his sword, staring down the thing he'd just cut down. Right at that moment, Isaac and Yoo Seong also made it to the scene. He took in the sight before him without saying a word. Sukahara Ken was the first to speak. You're late. From behind, Yoo Seong also yelled, That's Sir Isaac. He gritted his teeth, thinking he must have been hounded by non-stop waves of monsters. That dude's a real cockroach. Sukahara Ken spoke slowly and deliberately. I saw this coming the moment you betrayed me. Looks like you got mixed up with Isaac, you worthless piece of trash. Yoo Seong didn't answer him, just shot him a death glare. Sukahara Ken's brow furrowed a vein, throbbing as he growled, I can't just let you two die that easily. Since the tanker is gone, you have absolutely no way of getting out of this dungeon by yourself. Let me use this blade to finish off the last of you here. Saying that, Sukahara Ken swung his sword into a battle stance. Kim Gi-Gyu saw this and let out a smirk, muttering, Gonna show off your sword skills. Fine by me, suits you. Lena, next to him, had no clue what he was up to. Right then, a notification popped up. Summon, Skeleton, Legion. The clang of clashing swords echoed relentlessly through the forest. Kim, Gi-Gyu, and Sukahara Ken were locked in a vicious sword fight. Locked in a stalemate, he thought his recovery must be slowing down, just as you'd expect from a swordsman. At that moment, Sukahara Ken glanced to the side, and a split second later a giant skeleton soldier charged in, aiming to smash down right between the two of them. A glint suddenly flashed in Sukahara Ken's right eye. He whipped around to look behind him, and sure enough, right behind that skeleton was Yoo Seong. Looked like he was the one pulling the strings on this. Seeing that Sukahara Ken gripped his sword and charged, roaring, "Stay out of my way." With that, he swung his sword, slicing straight through the skeleton soldier. It split in two, the halves tumbling toward the skeleton mob in the distance. Yoo Seong was shocked, gritting his teeth hard. He never expected Sukahara Ken to be this strong. That single sword strike from Sukahara Ken created a massive shockwave. It carved a path right through the forest. Dust and smoke were everywhere, but that earth-shattering noise was gone. Yoo Seong slowly opened his eyes, looked forward, and gasped, completely stunned. No way! He hasn't had food or water for weeks. Shouldn't he be in the worst possible shape? How the hell? Just as he stood there, dumbfounded, Sukahara Ken's silhouette flashed right past Yoo Seong's back. He jumped, whipping his head around, and instantly another skeleton soldier rushed in to shield Yoo Seong, only to be cut down in 2 slashes. He bit down hard, thinking in fear, "This is crazy." After slicing through the skeleton, Sukahara Ken spoke slowly, "You little rats are damn hard to kill." Just then he suddenly froze for a second, his eyes darting downwards. Then Sukahara Ken spat. A glob of spit flew out of his mouth. It hit the face of the skeleton below him before dripping to the ground. At that moment, Yoo Seong and the skeleton mob spotted the object Sukahara Ken had sliced open earlier. It was the core of the human-faced turtle. This was the inner core of the human-faced turtle. Item, rank rare, usable from level 1 or higher. This is the core of a human-faced turtle that has lived for over 1,000 years. If held in the mouth, a person can survive without food or water for an extended period. However, it doesn't get rid of the hunger and thirst, it just nullifies the stamina loss from starvation. No matter how tough he is, he'd still be going insane from the hunger and thirst. Yoo Seong's eyes narrowed as he thought he's definitely trying to hide this. Sukahara Ken slung his sword over his shoulder and asked quietly, "Anyway, I said I was going to kill every last one of you here, didn't I? So, what are you waiting for? Get over here, I'll end your life myself." At that, Yoo Seong clicked his tongue and leapt backward. He ducked behind Kim Gi-Gyu, thinking, "There's no reason for me to step up when Isaac is here." Seeing this, Sukahara Ken smirked. "Well, let's keep this going. You guys aren't planning to end things on such a boring note, are you? How about we fight all out like real men?" Just then, Kim Gi-Gyu's voice cut in. "Talking all high and mighty now, are we? My bad, but the only one getting finished here is you." "I don't plan on dying here." Sukahara Ken didn't get angry. He just laughed back. "Facing death has made you delusional. You by yourself." He hadn't even finished his sentence when a streak of light flashed, slicing clean through Sukahara Ken's arms. He froze in shock, his eyes wide as he stared down at his hands. Both of his forearms had been severed, falling to the ground while still tightly gripping his sword. Sukahara Ken just stood there, frozen to the spot, watching his own arms get severed from his body. Kim Gi-Gyu then said slowly, "You by yourself." Sukahara Ken swayed, losing his balance and stumbling backward with a cry. He could only stand there stunned as the other man continued, "You don't have any other allies here, do you?" Just then, Lena was also starting to regenerate. Sukahara Ken roared like a madman. "No, this can't be happening. You guys were clearly—" Lena cut him off. He roared, "Are you attacking us because I saw you doing that dirty deed? Do you have any idea how much that attack hurt? You're just some punk with no basic manners." "Huh." Just as he finished, Sukahara Ken lowered his gaze, his voice faltering. "This can't be happening." Then Sukahara Ken couldn't take it anymore and dropped to his knees. He couldn't believe it, screaming, "But I definitely chopped your head off." "Right." Then Yoo Seong, standing behind him, started snickering. He clapped his hands and muttered, "Man, I love this brutality. I couldn't even imagine what the inner core of a human-faced turtle would be like. But what the hell are you doing now? We've never been this sincere with you before, have we?" Sukahara gritted his teeth, not answering, just glaring back at him. Then Yoo-hun turned to Kim Gi-Gyu and said, "Now that was a slick plan. Isaac, let's go catch Spaviba now." He suddenly whipped his head back to look at Sukahara Ken. Then Yoo-hun started cackling. "So weak, so pathetic. What's up? You're going to keep your head down like that, begging for your life." He had no idea that in that very moment, Sukahara Ken had bent over and clamped his teeth down on his own sword. He put all his power into his left leg, digging his toes into the ground, and then shot forward like a bullet sword clenched in his teeth, moving with every ounce of strength he had. Seeing this, Yoo-Han jerked his head around in shock. Lee Se Jun and Kim Gi-Gyu also spun around instantly to react, but they weren't fast enough, letting Sukahara Ken dash past them and land a clean, sharp slash. After he came to a stop, on the other side, all three of them were still standing. Only Yoo-Han was stumbling a bit. Kim, Gi-Gyu shield in hand, glanced behind him. Lee Se Jun was still frozen in shock, staring at the scene. Yoo-Han, staggering, turned his head and weakly asked, "Isaac?" The moment the word left his lips, he collapsed to the ground, his body split in two. On the other side, Sukahara Ken was thinking to himself, "Isaac, how the hell did that punk get his hands on the Aegis shield? That bastard, he tricked me." He gritted his teeth and charged forward, but his vision quickly started to blur, leaving only the sight of Isaac's indifferent expression. He only made it a few steps before collapsing to the ground, just like Yoo-Han. Lying on the ground in agony, Yoo-Han coughed up a mouthful of blood and then roared in fury. "You son of a bitch, Isaac, you damn dog, hurry up and save me!" Yoo-Han looked up, glaring at the person standing before him, but Kim Gi-Gyu just replied nonchalantly, "My bad, I was careless." Just then, Lee Se Jun stepped forward and said loudly, "Hey, you don't get to play the victim here. Got it. All those subordinates you killed probably felt the exact same way you do right now." As she finished speaking, a sound from the other side drew both of their attention. It was where Sukahara Ken had collapsed. He had just rolled onto his back. Sukahara Ken sneered at them and said, "Don't give me that self-righteous crap. It's disgusting. Anyway, I'm just waiting to see what tragic end is in store for you guys, now that there are only two of you left alive in this dungeon." "You really think you can take down the Sphinx with just the two of you? Ignorant fools," Sukahara Ken muttered as he closed his eyes. Just then, Kim Gi-Gyu walked over to him and replied in a low voice, "Yeah, you're right. I guess I don't know what you mean by ignorant to chase after an ideal of making the world a better place." He remembered fighting alongside his comrades in the past, comrades who fought shoulder to shoulder with me, all sharing the same dream. There was a misunderstanding. Kim Gi-Gyu pointed his sword at the ground and asked in a low voice, "So, what about you? Even though you know it's foolish, you still cling to the dream of saving the world?" As he spoke, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Hearing this, Sukahara jolted upright, but Kim Gi-Gyu kept talking. "So, however, even for a single moment," then he suddenly smirked. Sukahara Ken suddenly yelled, "Save the world! What kind of sickening crap are you spouting all of a sudden? Even if we clear all the dungeons and end this game, you think we can save this rotten world? The ones who've cleared it before would just laugh at us. On the contrary, it'll just cause massive chaos. Isaac, you know what this world is like now. It's ruled under the thumb of the players, the ones who've gained immense wealth and power. If we become the new rulers after this all ends, what do you think will happen to the world? It'll be total chaos. The way we rule now, that's what's actually saving the world." As he was speaking, Kim Gi-Gyu suddenly cut him off. "Hold on." Then he raised his sword and said, "I don't want to hear anymore, but this blade is too long. If you had a chance to start everything over from the beginning." As he finished the sentence, Kim Gi-Gyu gripped his sword tightly and swung down, sending a spray of blood into the air. Sukahara Ken's mouth opened for one final scream. After killing him, he slowly continued, "Then I hope you'll become someone worthy of the name Swordsman." Watching from the side, Lee Se Jun thought to herself, "Come to think of it, what kind of beef did that guy have with the Messiah Guild anyway?" Suddenly, someone called his name Lee Se Jun. He whipped his head in that direction, startled. A notification suddenly popped up. The vampire skill of the representative of the Shadow World has been activated. Over with Kim Gi-Gyu, his mouth was open as two fangs slowly extended. His entire body radiated a murderous aura so intense it could choke someone to death. This was his vampire form. Vampire acquisition condition, representative of the Shadow World, skill, level legendary. You can become a vampire, a member of the family of Shadow. Continuously consumes magic throughout the night while maintaining the skill. All physical power is significantly enhanced. Stamina efficiency increases by a maximum of 50%. Recovers 50% of stamina when using items and skills. Movement speed increases by 50%, and the longer it goes on through the night, all stats are doubled. Seeing this, Legina stammered in fear. "What is this form?" Just then, Kim Gi-Gyu's voice cut him off. "Now it's just the two of us, I can't see a thing." Hearing that, Gina backed away in confusion. What's going on here? But he just smirked with a bloodthirsty grin, muttering, "Now, let's get going before this night is over." The scene shifts to another place where someone is opening a door and entering a room. It was Ju. She walked inside with her head down. In front of Ju was a room that looked like someone's office. She let out a tired breath, her eyes drifting down to her feet. Ju was reminiscing about the past. A man was gently calling her name. "Jisoo, is it your birthday today? When Lee Jin-Ho asked, she replied, "No, it's not." He then asked, "If not, then is it Ju's birthday?" She was busy washing dishes and answered without turning around, "No." Hearing that, Jin-Ho started to eat. He kept asking, "Oh, really, it's not. Are you ready for school?" Jisoo just quietly replied, "Yes." Jin-Ho praised her. "Who does my daughter take after to be so smart and hardworking?" She was so used to this line from him that she played along. Who else could it be? She takes after her dad. Then Jisoo turned and asked her father, "Are you going on a business trip abroad for a while? You must be busy. Just leave the dishes when you're done eating. I'll clean up when I get back from school." Hearing this, Jin-Ho's eyes welled up with tears as he mumbled, "Oh, Ju, when did our daughter get so grown up? Come here and give your dad a hug." With that, he suddenly lunged forward to embrace her. A moment later, seeing Ju getting ready to leave, Jin-Ho asked again, "You're leaving now. Aren't you going to eat?" She slowly answered him, "I already set the table and ate." He just smiled happily without saying anything. Just as Ju touched the doorknob, she heard her father's voice again. "Jisoo, you have to take care of yourself while I'm on my business trip." Ju saw him pause like that and turned her head to look. Right after that, Jin-Ho turned into a nagging machine reminding her of everything. "Be careful of the traffic on the road. And if a dungeon break happens while I'm away, you found all the shelters to hide in, right? I know it's annoying, but try to be a little nicer to your friends. Pay attention in class, don't stress too much about studying, and go out and have fun once in a while. Don't save the allowance I give you, spend it all like a kid your age should." And the elevator now started descending from the 7th floor. Jin-Ho waved goodbye to his daughter one more time. "Be good to Shin-hye, my most beautiful daughter in the world. Have a good day at school." Ju was silent for a moment before slowly replying, "Yes, I'll go to school and come back." A little later, at a crosswalk with a red pedestrian signal, a crowd of people was standing on the curb waiting for the light to turn green. Ju stood in the middle of the crowd listening to them talk. Someone exclaimed, "Hey, look, the Hansen Group is on the news." Another person replied, "The Hansen Group, I heard their stock has been skyrocketing lately." As soon as the person finished speaking, she was startled to hear that name. She thought to herself, Hansen. Then Ju glanced up at the billboard that the two people had just mentioned. It was a news report about the corporation. The Hansen Group has become the leader in training players for the future of the Republic of Korea. She was so focused on the news report above that Ju didn't notice someone calling her. "Jisoo, hey Lee, Jisoo." Hearing the louder call, Ju snapped out of it and turned her head, and the person continued, "You're just spacing out in the middle of the street. What's up?" Seeing the person who called her, she let out a sigh of relief and mumbled, "Oh, it's Shin-hye." When Ju saw Park Shin-hye, she just raised her hand and let out a small, "Ah." Seeing this, she said with an annoyed tone, "What's with the ah?" Then Park Shin-hye looked up at what Ju had been staring at. "Oh, so you were watching that." Ju also looked up at it without saying anything else. The news was still about that corporation. The Hansen Group is restructuring to develop players. Just then, Ju spoke up and asked Park Shin-hye, "But, hey, Shin-hye." She raised an eyebrow and asked, "What's up with you going to school so early today?" Hearing that, she replied nonchalantly, "I'm not even going to school right now. Your girl here has been becoming a player lately, you know." "But did you hear about something?" Jisoo asked curiously. "What is it?" Seeing her interest, Park Shin-hye slowly explained, "Not long ago, a gate formed in the basement of my preachy old man's company building. Do you know about it, right?" She nodded. "Yeah." She continued, "This is still a secret." Park Shin-hye went on seriously, "I heard there might be a dungeon break soon. I'm heading there right now." Hearing this, Ju asked hesitantly, "Huh, what are you going to do if your dad finds out?" But she just replied calmly, "He's always worrying about pointless stuff." She was still quite worried for her friend, but then Park Shin-hye cut her off, saying, "I'm a player too, you know." He said he's going to focus on developing players from now on, didn't he? "So why am I being left out? Just you wait. I'll show him I'm even stronger than that Lee Se Jun dude. I'll definitely prove it." Ju knew that whatever she said her friend wouldn't listen, so she just stayed silent. A moment later, Park Shin-hye pulled her by the hand into a photo booth, declaring, "Wipe that look off your face and come over here for a sec. Today's the day I head out to battle with. As a player, you gotta take a picture to celebrate." And so, the two of them took a photo to remember the first day she became a player. The memory fades, and now all that's left is Jin-Ju's half of the picture. She lowered her head, muttering Park Jin-ho's name in a low voice. She stood before a board covered in details about him. Her eyes blazed with hatred and a grim determination to do something. After that, the news went wild with this story. The Salvation Guild. The first guild in the world to clear the 7th-floor dungeon, Lee Se Jun was voted the most influential player on the planet. The dream of conquering the 7th floor is finally a reality. Wonder, when they're going to hit the 8th floor, Lee Se Jun is the goat mom. I want to be just like Lee Se Jun when I grow up. But then someone else asked a question. What about Isaac and Yoo Seong? No info on them. Someone shot back in the comments, it's a domestic article. Why would they write about foreigners? Dumb question. The original commenter, clearly ticked off, replied, Mind your own business, you punk, who asked you. The other dude just taunted back, so what I felt like it. And just like that, the whole comment thread vanished. The scene cuts to a dark room. Park Shin-hye sat on a chair looking around timidly. Noda Hajiro was also there, subtly scanning his surroundings. Just then, a person sitting in the shadows spoke up. Isaac, what happened? She heard the question and answered with a worried hesitation. About that? The scene cuts to inside a dungeon where a golem is in the middle of a fierce battle. In another spot, a sphinx is being held down by a fire golem, its neck pinned to the ground. Just then, Lena jumped in from out of nowhere, ramming her spear straight into the sphinx with a skeleton soldier providing backup. Seeing blood start to spurt out, Lena gritted her teeth and shouted, Awesome! We finally broke through. After stabbing the sphinx, he fell back. At that exact moment, Kim Gi-Gyu jumped right onto the wound. In his vampire form, he pressed his hand to the wound about to cast a skill. Right then, a notification appeared. Skill Hell Emissary's Bloodsucking has been activated. The combination skill Vampire Bloodsucking activates, increasing the HP recovery rate of bloodsucking by 100%. Immediately after, Kim Gi-Gyu leaned back as if he was draining every last drop of blood from the Sphinx. Seeing this, Kim Gi-Gyu smirked with satisfaction. The Sphinx seemed to realize something was wrong and tried to turn its head, grinding its teeth. At that exact moment, its body began to spew out a thick cloud of smoke, along with the notification that popped up. Skill Hell Emissary's Blood Mist has been activated. Lena, who was still fighting, was startled by this and turned to look. The Sphinx and the fire golem were both engulfed in a cloud of black smoke. On the other side, Kim Gi-Gyu seemed to be surrounded by the same mist. His eyes glowed crimson. A moment later, the smoke dissipated, revealing Kim Gi-Gyu's figure. He looked like a straight-up demon now. A notification popped up. Blood Golem has been summoned. Cutting back to the darkroom, Park Shin-hye was still reporting with fear in her voice. I sent Isaac Yoo Seong and the Sword Saint to the 6th floor A+ rank dungeon in Egypt. Noda Hajiro, sitting across from her, raised his voice and asked, And who exactly approved that plan? After him, Sung-gu also chimed in, Just calm down. Divine Archer, you need to hear the whole story first. As soon as he said that, Noda Hajiro slammed his hand down on the table. He snarled at him, I wasn't asking you. Park Shin-hye spoke again, trying to reassure them both. It happened on my sole judgment, but you don't need to worry because I already made preparations. I gave the Helm of Hades and the Boots of Hermes to the Sword Saint, and yeah, I sent Yoo Seong as bait, but he's no pushover either, and no matter how skilled Isaac is, the chance of him surviving and getting out of that dungeon is 0. Park Shin-hye stated this with extreme confidence. Noda Hajiro just scowled and remained silent after hearing her out. Even Lee Se Jun, sitting there, propped his chin on his hand, thinking about what she just said. At that moment, someone else slammed their hand on the table and declared, You're a little too confident. Park Shin-hye looked over in surprise. Simultaneously, a bright, glowing circle appeared right in the middle of the table. Lee Se Jun saw it and cracked a cunning smile. The scene shifts to another place where a car has stopped in front of a building. Park Yong-Wan gets out of the car with his head down. At that moment, a person who seems to be his secretary rushes towards him. Director, we have a huge problem. He asked her coldly, What is it? The secretary then whispered the report into Park Yong-Wan's ear. He was visibly startled after hearing it. What that guy? After that, the two of them hurried into the building. The scene shifts to another location where a man is calmly rolling 2 large marbles in his hand. He is Hill Frey, and Sakura is standing behind his back. A second later, Park Yong-Wan and his secretary entered the room. Seeing them, Hill Frey let out a sly grin. The scene changes and a notification appears. You have defeated the Sphinx. This message appeared right where Yoo Seong had been cut in half. A moment later, his upper torso was suddenly lifted into the air. The 2 halves of his body were being reconnected by a golden light. The light it gave off illuminated the entire area. Another notification appeared. You have used the Hell Emissary's skill Undead, Regression. This was Undead Regression, a unique grade skill. It can be used from level 50 and up. The dead, who bypass the ferryman Karen, cross the river Styx and return to the world of the living. The skill's effect is triggered when the user dies during a dungeon raid. Restores all abnormal status effects on the body, and health and mana will be replenished to their maximum stats. Rewards for a successful dungeon conquest cannot be claimed. This skill can only be used one time and will disappear after activation. Right after that, both halves of Yoo-Han's body reconnected. He had been resurrected by someone. Yoo-Han's eyes lit up with a flash of hatred and resolve. Then he leaned back a bit, the air around him scattering like a gust of wind. The dungeon's forest at night was a hotbed for covert battles. Golden sunlight filled the sky. Park Yong-Wan's voice was a little hoarse. "This is a tough spot. You just drop by out of nowhere and say stuff like that, I'm kind of thrown off." Hill Frey leaned in his voice, probing and a little cold but still calm and calculating. "Why do you need more time to think about it?" As soon as he asked that, the room went dead silent. Park Yong-Wan narrowed his eyes, looking suspicious. "You want me to raid the 7 dungeon floors with you? Why the hell should I take you up on that offer?" Hill Frey said with a wicked grin, fiddling with a stone in his hand. "Lee Se Jun is running his mouth all over the place with that Raider of the 7 Floors title. You don't want to see that go down, do you?" Park Yong-Wan's voice got sharp. "So, you want to team up?" Hill Frey paused, a faint smirk playing on his lips. It was a smile you couldn't tell was sarcastic or genuine. "Well, if you want to call it joining forces, then you'll be the one participating in the dungeon and we'll raid it together in the future." Park Yong-Wan, sitting across from him, raised an eyebrow. His voice dropped thick with suspicion. "Participating?" The other man shot back an icy glare. "Yeah, that's right. Participating." Park Yong-Wan dragged his nail across the table, leaving a long scratch. He was pissed. The air got heavy and his eyes flashed with fire as his sharp voice bounced off the walls. "Are you trying to provoke me right now?" "Right here in my own headquarters. I'm guessing that's exactly what you mean, Park Yong-Wan." A menacing, dark aura started to fill the room. Sakura took half a step back as she felt the suffocating, killing intent. She muttered half in awe and half in fear. "Damn, that's some serious bloodlust. I never thought he'd lose his composure like that." But, unlike Sakura Hill, Frey was totally chill about it. "Oh, dear. What do you mean, provoke?" Bright lightning-like sparks flashed on his hand. "So, what do you think happens when you provoke someone?" "Between 2 people on the same level." The power from his hand surged through his body and then filled the entire room. The 2 forces crashed into each other like a pair of starving beasts. One guy was seeing red while the other was just messing around. Elsewhere, a bright red wing-shaped mug was set down gently on a table. Oh, Se-chan took a sip of coffee and chuckled. "Instant coffee is still the GOAT." He raised an eyebrow and shrugged like he couldn't help it, laughing a little as he talked about his weird habit. "If I just buy the ground coffee, it's not my style because it's too bitter. You know what I mean?" Ju had to keep from laughing. It was just instant coffee in a paper cup he'd brought back from a meeting with the Phoenix Guild. Her voice suddenly cut in, "Guildmaster, I've got some juicy news. It looks like the Thunderbird Guild and Park Yong-Wan have made contact." Oh, Se-chan's excitement was written all over his face. He couldn't hide his grin. Oh, so a major showdown is finally about to happen. He smirked, his eyes lighting up with excitement. Things are starting to get interesting. Let's take a guess at how this is all going to play out. Suddenly, Se-chan gave her a suspicious look, his voice soft but laced with a bit of concern. "Where are you off to?" Secretary Lai stood up straight in her jacket and answered briefly, "I'm just going to meet a friend." "Oh." Se-chan's voice was dripping with disbelief. "A friend?" Secretary Lai Ju tilted her head, unfazed by his reaction. "What's with that tone?" Seeing that Se-chan got all flustered, throwing his hands up like he was surrendering and quickly shooing her away. No, just go get out of here." She gave a small smile, her eyes softening before she left. "I'll be back soon." "Oh." Se-chan watched her disappear behind the door, repeating the word to himself with a sigh. "A friend, huh?" The scene cuts to a narrow alley in Cairo where a flickering yellow light bounces off the rough brick walls. It's some back alley in the black market of Cairo, Egypt. Inside is a